想想，为什么我们的兄弟姐妹会被杀？为什么？那就是因为有战争，因为战争夺走了他们的性命，而不是宇智波一族夺走了他们的性命。他们杀了我们很多兄弟姐妹，但是我们不也杀了他们很多兄弟姐妹吗？将心比心，你们再认真的思考一下，到底是战还是和？我个人比较喜欢和平，我希望所有孩子都能够安居乐业，快快乐乐的长大。接下来就看你们自己了。我为了完成任务，只能够竭尽全力的劝说他们放下自己心中的怨言。是少族长说的也没错，可是我总感觉哪里不对。我觉得少族长说的没错，我们一直打，所以才会有死亡。我们有死亡，宇智波一族也有。和平的日子我早就幻想过，但是一直被愤怒冲昏了头脑。那要是我弟弟能够活到这个时候，该多好啊！谁说不是呢？我哥哥如果也能够活到现在，说要停战的这一刻，我们家就不至于剩下我一个男丁了。牵手藤间的话，对于很多的族人还是有一定的作用。很多人渐渐的开始思考原因，最终觉得他们少族长说的话好像蛮有道理的。最后1300多人又走出了1000多人，瞬间反对的队伍之中只剩下了100多人。这么多人都选择了放弃，那我还在这里干什么？也有好多人心里是这个念想，之前是不好意思走到统一的行列，看见很多族人都走过去，心中也有些异动，纷纷朝着统一的队伍站了过去。毕竟没有人会不喜欢和平，他们早就盼望和平。如果火真的能够和平，没有战乱，那自然是再好不过了。1刻钟的时间过去，选择反对的队伍里只剩下了10几个，看来他们对于宇智波一族的恨意还是非常的明显。你们10几个是什么想法？说说吧。现在所有族人几乎都选择了和平，你们10几个人为什么不能够选择和平？之后你们和家里人就能够平平安安的生活，难道不好吗？我看见最后10几个刺头，连忙走了下去，亲自看着他们问道：少族长，我的父亲、哥哥还有弟弟全部都战死，家里只剩下我一个人，宇智波一族的深仇大恨，我实在是放不下。一名牵手一族的族人咬牙切齿地说道。想起宇智波一族，心里就来气了。其余10几个也纷纷点头，显然他们的心思都是差不多了，比较认同这个观念。虽然我对你们很同情，但是你们也要想想，以后你们也会有家庭，你们又是家里的独苗，就不能够为你们家里留下几个孩子吗？如果连你都死了，那么你们这个家庭就彻底消失了，你明白吗？我看着余下的10几，长叹了一口气后说道：你们再想想，因为几乎所有族人都已经同意了选择和平，我们需要和平，不想要再打仗，所以你们想想，是否能够放下仇恨？我们建造一个属于我们大家的村子，里面生活着我们自己的家人孩子。我们还可以建造一个忍者学校，让孩子能够快快乐乐在里面成长，不需要从小就被送上战场，还可以根据他们的实力分配任务，让他们根据自己的实力接受任务，再也不会出现这样大规模的战乱和伤亡了，难道不好吗？看见余下10几个人有些异动，我连忙趁热打铁，看着几人说道：是啊，如果我都死了，那我们家就真的断了。如果世界能够和平，那真的是很好的选择。以前的我不就期待这样的和平吗？终于这几个刺头在我的劝说下，全部都同意了选择和平。丁胆受到宿主选择成功，并且完成任务获得奖励，宇智波一族的好感。家是当系统提醒的时候，我总算是松了一口气，自己算是完成了这个任务。很好，大家既然选择好了，那就都先散了。很快我们就会迎来和平。随后我就让族人们离开，然后自己再次走进了会议厅。而我的这件事情，会议厅内的长老和牵手柱间也都已经知道结果。哈哈哈，好啊，既然大家都同意，那我们就按照约定找个时间和宇智波一族的人对话，到时候整个忍界将再也没有战乱，只有和平。牵手柱间看着众位长老，哈哈大笑道：不过族长，宇智波一族可是给我们下战帖，明日我们可就要开战了，现在的时间上，我们还来得及吗？大长老看着牵手柱间，有些担忧的问道。几名族人都同意了，他们也没有办法，敢做敢当，既然说了，那就自然是要做到。明日我们照样上战场，不过你们都站在后面，我和飞间藤间过去就可以。这一次我一定要促成和平，不想再让我们牵手一族的族人再因为战争而死。牵手柱间看着大长老，给了他一个放心的眼神，准备救他们。3个人前去和宇智波斑会谈，究竟结果如何，他也没有把握，但是他坚信宇智波斑依然保持着那颗善良的内心。好吧，那一切都听从族长的安排，那就明日再说。没办法，希望能够达成协议。只从看见了族人们都渴望和平，他们众位长老也纷纷有了这样的念头。很快会议就结束了，各位长老也都离开了。会议室内只留下了牵手飞间、牵手飞间和牵手藤间3个人。你小子不错不错，真懂你爸我的心思。牵手守柱间看见众人离开后，连忙伸出手，在牵手柱间的脑袋上摸了摸，爽朗的大笑道：嘿嘿，这叫知父莫若子。我看见牵手柱间嘿嘿笑道：飞间，你怎么了？一脸不开心的样子。我知道你仇恨宇智波一族，但是和平是大势所趋，不能够因为你一个人而让所有人都去拼命。静香的事情来。看见牵手飞间一脸阴沉的样子，牵手柱间连忙上前安慰，但是一想到云飞静香，让他也有些无奈。当年元飞静香被截肢后被放回来，已经怀孕了，当时牵手飞间差点就疯了，直接将肚子里的孩子打掉。之后的很久，牵手飞间都处于愤怒之中，并且看见元飞静香脸色就阴沉的可怕。最后在一次酒醉之后，牵手飞间和元飞静香同房了，在7年前的2月8日生下了一个男婴。牵手飞间却不承认他是牵手一族的孩，元飞静香无奈，只能够欺骗自己的父亲，这是过继给元飞一族，直接过继给了自己的哥哥元飞族。因为元飞佐助的孩子全部都在战争中死去，而且因为战争的缘故导致无法生育，而元飞静香这个妹妹为他过继了一个孩子。 他也没有多想，心中十分的感激这个妹妹，直接将她接回了云飞一族，取名云飞日斩。行了，大哥，我知道了，那个人我已经杀了，没必要再提起这件事情。千手柱间看见千手柱间的样子，连忙摆了摆手，冷冷的说道，随后直接转身离开。千手柱间看见千手柱间离开时候的背影，长叹了一口气，爸爸二叔这是干啥呢？以前发生了什么事情？我看见两个人对话怪怪，有些八卦的问道，当年我们，所以你二叔才会如此仇视宇智波，你现在要说和宇智波一族罢手言和，他心里难免会有一些伤痛。随后千手柱间就和千手平间说以前的这件事情，将事情原本的告知了他。猪爸爸，你说啥？你说小猴子其实是二叔？我听见千手柱间的话后，差点喷出了一口老血，这可是今天大新闻啊！小猴子就是元飞日斩，经常来千手一族，两个人也算是很好的兄弟。他没想到，直接这个小兄弟居然是自己的弟弟。元飞日斩是谁？那可是未来的3代火影，难怪能够成为第3代火影，原来有这么一层原因在，关系还真是复杂呀。你别在你二叔面前说，你二叔到现在都没过去这个坎，你二婶也是个可怜人，但是我也没办法改变这一切，我这个做哥哥的还真是失败了。千手柱间看着千手平间，缓缓的点了点头道，并且警告他不能够在千手飞间面前提起这件事。我知道了，我连忙点了点头，那我就先走了，菲菲明天大战的时候再叫我，眼看也没什么事情，我连忙朝着千手柱间说道，你去吧。千手柱间微微一笑，点了点头，随后我就离开了会议厅，朝着自己房间走去。真没想到3大火影居然会是我的弟弟，简直就是颠覆了我的世界观啊！也不知道还有多少历史是我不知道，一个又一个劲爆的新闻，一路上我都还在思考元飞日斩是自己弟弟的这件事情，这简直就是颠覆了他的三观。二叔他站在这里干什么？就在我路过大门口的时候，看见自己二叔蹲在了福地不远处的小河边，静静的站在那里发呆。丁检测到宿主多管闲事，神选系统开启，选项一，由于2弹火影心情低落，可以上去落井下石，在伤口上撒盐，让他更加痛不欲生。不疯魔不成佛，完成任务奖励千手飞剑1套组合奥义，就当洗个澡，爽翻天。选项2，感慨2弹火影的经历，说要把小猴子带回来，重新换成千手，也许能够获得2弹火影的好感。完成任务奖励元飞佐助的杀意。选项3，安慰2弹火影，渐渐让他放弃心中仇恨，慢慢接受事实，毕竟事情已经成为定局，不能够反抗，那就只能够躺下来享受。完成任务奖励时空忍术非雷神之术，这个时候也许是缘分，也许是系统有意为之，现在居然让他去除自己二叔的媒体。屏幕瞬间出现在了自己的面前，落井下石，亏你想得出来，二叔1套组合奥义我可是要翘编的，而且小猴子都过继过去，让他改回原来的名字显然是不可能，就这么一个男丁。不过我真的提一巴掌，元飞佐助真的要追着自己打，后面的倒是不错，不过我要选二叔也会教我，所以说系统你这不是玩我吗？这奖励和没给有区别吗？千手藤间看见3个，选择提眉头紧皱，如果系统是个人，估计已经上去揍他几百次，有些愤怒的说道，看似选项3非常的好，但是他要选千手飞剑，还会不教吗？系统简直就是空手套白狼，估计耍着他，不是别的，咱就是玩吧。二叔二婶也是个可怜人，如果是在现代，稍微还能够接受一点，毕竟很多女人已经不是原包装了，就连婚检估计都不敢去检查吧。但是依然我行我素，在这个年代还真是有些难以接受，毕竟是自己的未婚妻，如果是我估计都愤怒的直接毁灭整个人间。
It's estimated that it's just a game for him. Nothing else, we're just playing. Forget it. My second uncle and aunt are also pitiful people. If it were modern times, it might be a bit more acceptable. After all, many women are no longer in their original packaging. Even a marriage examination, they probably wouldn't dare to check, right? But still, they go their own way. In this era, it's really a bit hard to accept. After all, she's my fiancée. If it were me, I would probably be so angry that I would destroy the entire ninja world. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and decided to help his second uncle once, but he didn't know if it would work. After all, not everyone can accept such things. This is not modern times, which are very open. Nowadays, if someone is cheated on, they might even have thoughts of murder. Let alone during the Warring States period, where killing was common. Fate plays tricks on people. Why is there war? If there had been no war in the past, would Shizen not have suffered such a blow? My ambitions are high, and I cannot tolerate my wife being treated this way. If it weren't for the alliance with the Sarutobi clan and my elder brother not allowing me to divorce her, I would have divorced her long ago. Perhaps this is fate playing tricks on me. If I had discovered the Uchiha clan as planned back then, perhaps the result would not have been like this. Little monkey, will you blame Dad? Senju Tobirama looked at the fish happily swimming in the river, staring blankly while standing there, his heart a mix of emotions. Thinking back to that time, it was like a thorn stuck in his heart, which he could never shake off. Second uncle. At this moment, a clear voice startled Senju Tobirama, and he turned around to see Senju Fujin coming over, forcing a smile. Fujin, what are you doing here? Senju Tobirama considered Senju Fujin as his own child, pouring all his conflicted feelings into him, because Sarutobi Hizashi had him feeling tangled. Second uncle, what are you thinking about? Why are you dazed here alone? Senju Fujin looked at Senju Tobirama and casually asked instead of directly inquiring. It's nothing. Aren't we having negotiations tomorrow? I'm just thinking about how to keep our clansmen safe. Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Fujin, feeling that this nephew was maturing more and more. Not sure if it was just his illusion, and said lightly, "Is that so? With us here tomorrow, there won't be any problems. Even if war breaks out, I will use would release to control all the Uchiha clan members." Senju curled his lips, wondering who he was trying to fool. But didn't T say it out loud, just smiled at him. Your strength doesn't worry me. Senju Tobarama clearly had no mood for this, slightly nodding. "Second uncle, I haven't seen much of you and Aunt together. Are you two having a conflict? Or do you not like Aunt? Aunt is quite pretty. Why don't you like her?" Senju didn't know how to comfort Senju Tobarama, so he could only throw out a random comment. Hearing Senju words, Senju Tobarama's body clearly trembled slightly, and he didn't speak. "Second uncle, tell me, is it painful to love someone? If she isn't by your side and gets hurt while we can't do anything, what should we do? Should we continue to ignore her and make her even sadder, or should we protect her?" Senju looked at the river in front of him, not looking at Senju Tobarama, and said lightly. He was talking about his aunt, a pitiful woman who, on her wedding day, was taken away and then had to endure abuse after returning. Although it wasn't outright beating, it still counted as emotional abuse, a woman like that. So do you think it's her who is pitiful, or the person who loves her? Senju Tobarama, being so clever, knew exactly what Senju meant, and asked lightly. "I think both of them are pitiful, but they shouldn't hurt each other anymore. However, the thing has already happened, and we can only face it bravely, rather than being cowards." "Second uncle, don't you think so?" Senju gazed at Senju Tobarama as he spoke. "Coward? Coward? Coward?" Upon hearing Senju words, a voice suddenly appeared in Senju Tobarama's heart, constantly berating himself for being a coward. He looked down at his right hand, murmuring to himself, "That's right. Only cowards would avoid the truth. If both parties don't like it, then they simply shouldn't be together. If there are real feelings, then they should cast aside worldly views." She didn't mean it. It was out of necessity, not her fault. If we must say there's a fault, then it is the fault of war. It is because of war that such things happen. That's why my father and I hope the entire ninja world can live in peace. Then such things won't happen again. Don't you think so? Senju saw Senju Tobarama was moved and quickly continued speaking. Chapter 9. The heart knot of Senju Tobarama unraveled. Whose fault is the war? The secular perspective? Helplessness? Senju Tobarama was stunned, as if he were trapped in a closed room, his mind constantly replaying Senju words. "It's not her fault. It truly isn't her fault, but I just can't get over this hurdle myself. Why can't I get over it? I'm not afraid of death. So why am I afraid of this? Am I really a coward? Shizen, did I really make a mistake? Why? War. Damn war, why does it have to exist? Because of war, my brothers have died one after another, and even Shizen couldn't escape the disaster. Why? To end the chaos. That's right. It's all the fault of war. I want to end the war, I want to defeat the war. Only by defeating it can I truly take revenge." Half an hour later. Such things are indeed hard to accept. The cruelty of war sigh. Senju saw his second uncle mumbling to himself, trembling all over, clearly struggling internally. He sighed deeply, determined to lead the world towards peace. However, peace would touch upon others' interests, and he would then become a number one enemy in the ninja world. The road he had to walk was still very long, very long. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama roared. Bang, bang, bang. The river before the two suddenly exploded, countless tender little fish being smashed onto the shore, but clearly they were all dead. "Fujin, thank you." At this moment, Senju Tobarama realized something. It truly wasn't Sarutobi Shizen's fault. It was all the fault of war. If he continued to blame Shizen, he would really be too weak. She needs care and love right now. Otherwise, she might end up despondent, and by then, it would be too late for him to regret it. Hee. Did my second uncle really understand? That would be the best. Hee. Second uncle, don't you like grilled fish? I'll grill one for you today. Senju saw Senju Tobarama reveal a confident smile again, undergoing a tremendous change. As if he had become more self-assured. Previously somewhat gloomy, he now appeared confident, his eyes filled with light. Good, hee. Senju Tobarama's only hobby was eating fish, and he quickly smiled at him. Hee. Then Senju directly used wind release to clean the fish, then washed it with water release, inserted it with wood release, and finally used fire release. 15 minutes later, dozens of fish were all grilled. Here, second uncle, take some as second aunt. I'll bring these to dad and mom. Hee. Following the principle of not wasting, Senju Fujin grilled all the fish since they were all dead. Then he and Senju Tobarama each took half. And he quickly ran off with the grilled fish. This kid. Senju Tobarama looked at the large handful of fish in his hand, shaking his head and smiling. Ding! Sensing that the host had successfully made a choice and completed the task, rewarding the time-space ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique. After Senju Fujin left, various techniques and uses of the flying thunder god appeared in his mind, and it was the configuration of the fourth Hokage, meaning it was an improved version. This is not bad. It saves me from having to research it myself. Feeling the information in his mind, Senju Fujin smiled, then took the grilled fish to find Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama returned home with the grilled fish. At the door, he hesitated, unsure whether to go in. Whoosh! Just as Senju Tobarama reached the door, it was pulled open. He saw a woman about 24 years old, dressed in a white long robe, with long brown hair, greenish-blue eyes that were somewhat unusual, and an exquisite appearance. But her complexion was slightly pale, her eyes lacked spirit, and carried a hint of sadness. Husband. This person was Sarutobi Shizen. When she saw Senju Tobarama, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes as she called out to him. I grilled fish earlier. Do you want some? Senju Tobarama felt a bit embarrassed, having treated Sarutobi Shizen this way over the years, and suddenly didn't he know how to interact. He handed her a piece of grilled fish, nodding awkwardly. Hearing Senju Tobarama say this, Sarutobi Shizen felt happy in her heart. After 8 years, it was the first time she saw her husband being so polite to her. Although he had been polite before, he always looked at her coldly, but today she clearly felt that Senju Tobarama had changed a bit. Although she didn't know the reason, her heart was very joyous. She also felt helpless about the event of that year, but her strength was insufficient, making it impossible for her to resist. She also hated that man in her heart, so when Senju Tobarama got rid of that child, she had no objections, as she herself didn't want to bear such a child. Then Sarutobi Shizen directly took the grilled fish that Senju Tobarama handed over and began eating it secretly. Although there were no seasonings, she felt that this was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. Seeing Sarutobi Shizen happily eating the grilled fish, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly. He usually kept a straight face, so it wasn't easy for him to smile. Maybe I was really wrong all these years. Shizen was already a pitiful person. If it weren't for our Senju clan wanting to marry for profit back then, Shizen wouldn't have encountered such things. In the end, all of this was caused by war. I shouldn't blame her. She was also forced into it. Now that man has been killed by me. Let this matter fade away in the future. Looking at Sarutobi Shizen, Senju Tobarama's lips curled up slightly as he looked up at the blue sky, finally feeling the shackles in his heart completely opened. Husband, why aren't you eating? Sarutobi Shizen, while eating the grilled fish, raised her head and saw Senju Tobarama smiling. Thinking he was laughing at her, her face turned slightly red, and she shyly asked, I'll eat too. Seeing the shy Sarutobi Shizen, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly and then stuck the remaining grilled fish into the ground, starting to eat his own. His favorite food was grilled fish. Eating grilled fish while looking at a beauty, his heart felt a different kind of flavor. Husband, what are you staring at me for? Sarutobi Shizen noticed Senju Tobarama looking at her while smiling and eating, feeling a bit shy in her heart, muttering bashfully, Look at my wife, such a beautiful wife. How'd I not notice it before? Seeing Sarutobi Shizen like this, Senju Tobarama honestly smiled. No, I'm not pretty. Sarutobi Shizen's face turned even redder, feeling as if she could hardly breathe, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. Our Shizen is the prettiest. Isn't she? Senju Tobarama put down the grilled fish in his hand and instantly appeared next to Sarutobi Shinkai, directly lifting her up in his arms. He looked at her gently and said, Husband, Shinkai, I will never let you suffer any harm again, believe me. Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Shinkai gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Looking at the shy beauty in his arms, he spoke with determination, a hint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Sarutobi Shinkai looked at Senju Tobarama with a dazed expression, feeling an unprecedented happiness in her heart. For so many years, it was the first time she felt such happiness, which opened up her previously gray heart. A glimmer of light seemed to appear within her, growing brighter and brighter. Little monkey, I will take you back in the future. But since you have already been adopted by your brother, we can just have another one. Senju Tobarama looked at Sarutobi Shinkai and thought of Sarutobi Hisashi, who was still in the Sarutobi clan, and said to her, Hisashi is very well behaved and often comes back to see me. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Sarutobi Shinkai's face turned even redder, feeling as if she might faint from embarrassment. Softly muttering, "Hee." Then, Senju Tobarama directly carried Sarutobi Shinkai back to the room and closed the sliding door. As for what they were going to do, we can only speculate. The next morning, Senju Hashirama brought over 300 ninjas from the clan to the battlefield, including Senju Tobarama and Senju Fujin, along with the 8 elders. These were all high-end combat forces that needed to be used to hold back the opponent's high-end combat strength. Big brother, ahead is the agreed battlefield. What should we do? Senju Tobarama also felt a desire for peace now and was ready to calm the chaos. He finally understood why his big brother pursued peace as he looked at the battlefield ahead and asked Senju Hashirama beside him, "Wait for the 8 elders to stop everyone first. We 3 will go up to negotiate with Madara. Tell everyone not to act rashly. This time we are here to talk about peace, not to fight. Everyone must not show any killing intent, or it will ruin our efforts." Senju Hashirama looked at the battlefield not far ahead and turned to Senju Tobarama. "I understand." Senju Tobarama nodded slightly. This battle was crucial. If the Uchiha clan did not agree to peace, force would still be needed to resolve it, so they had to be very cautious. I quite like the character of Uchiha Madara. He is a symbol of dominance and invincibility, especially that line. "Do you want to dance too?" "It's simply so cool, hee." Senju Fujin followed closely behind, looking at the battlefield not far away, feeling a bit excited. He had never been to a battlefield growing up, and his father's protection was understandable. Chapter 10, to Madara, "Do you want to dance too?" Recalling Madara Uchiha's domineering declaration from the original work, he felt a surge of blood boiling within him. Ding! The host's inner thoughts of pretending have been detected, and the divine selection system has been activated. Option 1. On the battlefield for the first time, to make a name for yourself, directly use would release to intimidate the Uchiha clan, making them marvel at the strength of the Senju clan. Perhaps they will choose to surrender right away. Task completion reward: a good beating from Hashirama Senju. Option 2. On the battlefield for the first time, assist Tobarama Senju in killing Izuna Uchiha, intimidate the Uchiha clan, and force them to completely surrender. Task completion reward: Madara Uchiha's murderous intent, instant awakening of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and a good beating. Option 3. On the battlefield for the first time, see Madara Uchiha and say, "Do you want to dance too?" Shocking everyone. Task completion reward: verbal ninjutsu, persuasion success rate increased by 80%. At that moment, Senju Tobarama thought of Madara Uchiha and received a divine selection, leaving him speechless. System, I know you're here to mess with me, but aren't these 3 options essentially the same? If I go up and say to Madara, "Do you want to dance too?" how does that help with peace? I'll just end up getting beaten by my old man, right? Ultimately, you just don't want to see me get beaten, do you? Seeing the large screen in front of him, Senju Tobarama was almost enraged to death. This system was definitely designed to infuriate him. However, the system remained silent, as if it had tacitly acknowledged his frustration. Everyone stood still, and without my orders, no one was allowed to move forward. Finally, they had arrived on the battlefield, with the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan facing each other from a distance. Hashirama Senju quickly halted, looking back at his clansmen and shouted, "Yes, clan leader." All the members of the Senju clan immediately stopped, standing at attention, their gazes fixed on the Uchiha clan across from them, ready in case they decided to charge. Tobarama, Fujin, let us go. Hashirama Senju then looked at the 2 and quickly charged forward. Today, for the sake of negotiation, Hashirama didn't even bring his massive toilet paper roll from behind, running forward empty-handed with Tobarama and Fujin. "Big brother, what do they want? Is that person coming straight at us?" Izuna Uchiha opened his Manjiki Sharingan and, looking at the 3 Senju members rushing towards them, asked with some confusion, "I don't know, but Hashirama isnt1 for beating around the bush. He must have something to say. But why did he bring a kid with him? From his appearance, he should be Tobarama's son, right?" Madara Uchiha looked at the 3 Senju members rushing towards them, frowning. However, he knew Hashirama well. He wouldn't have any ulterior motives. He must have something important to say, but he was unsure what it was. Seeing Hashirama charging with his son only deepened his confusion. "Let us see what trick he is up to," Madara said to his younger brother Izuna Uchiha with a hint of indifference, then leapt into the air in a single bound. "All of you, stay where you are. Do not act rashly. Wait for our orders." Izuna Uchiha nodded slightly, turned around, and told the Uchiha clansmen behind him, then quickly followed Madara forward. Yes, the Uchiha clansmen were quite obedient. Upon hearing Izuna's words, they, like the Senju clan, immediately stood their ground on high alert. Hashirama, what do you want? Madara Uchiha made a striking entrance, dressed in a dark gray samurai outfit, a katana strapped to his back, with his spiky hair and blood-red Mangeki Sharingan glaring at Hashirama. Let's end this. Only by uniting the strongest Uchiha clan and the Senju clan can we bring peace. Other countries won't find any other clans that can rival us, and the war will settle down. Come on. Hashirama Senju, now standing before Madara, looked at him, threw his katana to the ground, and said solemnly, then with sincere eyes, extended his right hand towards Madara. Huh. Both Madara and Izuna Uchiha were taken aback by Hashirama's gesture. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed frozen. The two clan leaders locked in a gaze, each lost in their thoughts. Recalling the time when he and Hashirama were good friends, Madara felt a stir in his heart. He almost lifted his foot to grasp Hashirama's hand. No, brother. Izuna Uchiha, noticing his brother's hesitation, quickly drew his katana and glared at Hashirama with a fierce look, gritting his teeth. Izuna. Hearing Izuna's words, Madara snapped back to reality, looking at his younger brother with some uncertainty. Don't be fooled by them. The war is far from over. As long as one of our two clans remains, we can only become the strongest family and resolve everything. Izuna Uchiha glanced at Hashirama, distrust flickering in his eyes. All their brothers and sisters have been killed by them. Now, they came to talk about peace. Madara Uchiha, was actually a very kind person at heart. He shared the same dream as Hashirama, but his greatest dream was to protect his brother from being bullied or killed by others. Looking at Hashirama, he still trusted him somewhat, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Brother, everyone, our clansmen and our brothers, they were all killed by them. Have you forgotten? Izuna Uchiha knew his brother had always had a dream. He didn't want to discourage him, so he kept telling him that once they eradicated the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan would become the strongest in the world. At that time, achieving peace would be very simple, and Madara had always believed this, which is why he kept fighting alongside his brother against the Senju clan. Yes, Madara felt a stir of emotion inside. He knew the anger their clansmen couldn't be quelled just yet. However, the more they fought, the more he felt that this was not a long-term solution. Only by uniting the two clans could they truly become strong, and then his and Hashirama's ideals could be realized without needing further bloodshed. At that moment, Senju Fujin slowly walked to the center, looking at Madara, who he saw was hesitating. This was the perfect opportunity. Do you want to dance too? Senju Fujin's eyes were resolute as he stepped in front of Madara and said to him fiercely. Although he looked fierce, being just a child nearly made Madara burst out laughing. You little brat? You dare to mock me? Madara Uchiha frowned at the young Senju Fujin, but seeing his expression, he found it somewhat amusing and coldly replied. Ding! Sensing that the host has successfully made a choice and completed the task. The reward of the mouth escape ninjutsu has been obtained. Just after Senju Tobarama finished speaking, the system's prompt sound came through, and he suddenly felt as if his throat had been modified, but he didn't feel any changes. Tobarama, what are you doing? Come back. Seeing Senju Tobarama walking out and saying this, Senju Hashirama frowned, not knowing what his son wanted, but this remark could likely anger Uchiha Madara, so he quickly reprimanded him. I'm not mocking you. I just want to say, don't you also want to see world peace? A place where everyone can live joyfully in the village. A village without wars, without smoke, only a happy life. In the village, we can establish a school, allowing all children to attend and learn ninjutsu. Once they graduate, they can take on tasks according to their abilities, complete those tasks, and earn rewards to support themselves. Isn't such a world good? Does it have to be filled with fighting and killing? Just look at how many years we have been fighting. Thousands of years of war have caused how many of our people to die for war. If there were no wars, would they die? Would your siblings die? Would our Senju clan's siblings die? All of this is caused by war. So my father wants to end the chaos with you. I know you are good friends, good brothers. That's why I dare to speak like this. Because I'm still young, I also long for such a life. Don't you think the children in your clan long for peace too? How many children have lost their parents because of war? How many have become orphans, left without even a relative or companion? Why is all of this happening? It's all because of war, which leads to everyone living unhappily. Can't we put down our hatred and allow our descendants to have a happy life? Senju Tobarama ignored Senju Hashirama's words and began his mouth escape, discovering that the words he spoke seemed to have a kind of magic, leaving the four present in a daze. He also cleverly explained the earlier remark, "Do you also want to dance?" which helped him avoid a beating. If persuasion failed, and Uchiha Madara still led his brother to attack, he would really get beaten when he returned. And you, Uchiha Izuna, back then, you knew your brother longed for peace, but what did you and your father do? Although my grandfather and a second uncle did the same things, you both pulled two people who originally aspired for peace to opposing sides, ultimately leading to the continuation of the war until now. If you hadn't intervened back then, it's very likely that when my father and your brother became clan leaders, the hatred would have been resolved. Ask your clansmen if they long for peace. I asked yesterday, and they all long for peace. So the three of us came to ask you, do you long for peace? If you long for peace, then let us join hands and work together to build a beautiful village. Wouldn't it be good for our families to live happily together? Senju Tobarama seized the opportunity to quickly build peace between the two clans, as he wanted to marry a girl from the Uchiha clan, whom he had long been yearning for. Chapter 11. Deceiving Uchiha Madara. You me? Me? Uchiha Izuna was momentarily confused, feeling as though every word spoken by Senju Tobarama made some sense, as if he had truly made mistakes over the years. He glanced at Tobarama, wanting to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Could it be that I was truly wrong all these years? Did I cause the deaths of my clansmen one after another? Uchiha Izuna began to spiral into self-doubt, as if Tobarama's words held a certain magic. Yes, if I had sought peace with Hashirama when I became clan leader, so many Wunti have sacrificed their lives. Was it all our fault? For the sake of my ideal homeland, my beloved village, I want to protect my own village, my clan, and my brother. Wasn't that my intention all along? To build the peace we should have with Hashirama, allowing the children to grow up happily? This has always been what I wanted, hasn't it? Uchiha Madara was not the Madara of the future. He was kind-hearted and longed for peace. After Tobarama's words, he felt a sense of guilt, and the path ahead seemed to gradually become clearer. When did this kid become so articulate? To be honest, he makes quite a bit of sense. Even I, your dad, am moved. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama, his lips curling into a slight smile, realizing he had misjudged him earlier, thinking he was causing trouble. Now hearing what he said filled him with immense pride. Senju Tobarama, who also yearned for peace, felt no resistance and was pleased to see his nephew. Uncle Madara, Uncle Izuna, what do you think? Let us work together to build a new homeland, shall we? Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna with the most sincere eyes he could muster. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced at his brother, as if seeking his opinion. After all, what mattered most to Madara now was his younger brother, so he would usually consult him before making a decision. Brother, perhaps I was wrong these years. I often heard clansmen express a desire for peace, not wanting to engage in fighting, but I didn't pay attention. Looking back now, it really is like that. When will the cycle of revenge end? If we continue fighting, it will only lead to more deaths among our clansmen. Brother, I'm sorry. I've been hindering your dream all these years. Let us talk it out. Uchiha Izuna looked at his brother, deeply realizing his past mistakes. It must be said that the power of words is significant. But it was also because Uchiha Madara inherently loved peace that he was so easily swayed in his thoughts. Well, Izuna, it's okay. Now that we realized this, it's not too late. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly at Uchiha Izuna. He loved his younger brother dearly, and whatever his brother wanted, he would fulfill. Even if his brother said he wanted to fight the Senju clan, he would still set aside his own dreams and accompany him. This is the love of the Uchiha clan. They are willing to give everything, even their lives, for what they call love. Madara, we are friends. We once were and still are. Let us work together to bring peace to the entire shinobi world. Senju Hashirama felt incredibly excited upon hearing Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna agree. His eyes filled with sunshine as he looked at Madara and smiled. Uchiha Izuna nodded slightly at his brother. Uchiha Madara smiled at Uchiha Izuna and then stepped forward, shaking hands with Senju Hashirama, finally reaching their peace agreement. From then on, the Uchiha clan and Senju clan would no longer have war. The two clans merged, proclaiming their strength to the world. This is a win-win situation. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly upon seeing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama shake hands to cease hostilities. By the way, Uncle Madara, to make the bond between our two families even stronger, I think we can do one more thing. Just a suggestion. At this moment, Senju Tobarama finally revealed his intentions, looking at everyone present with a sly smile. Senju Hashirama looked at his son, who had been surprising him, somewhat puzzled about what he was up to. But he didn't mind, since the two clans had already stopped fighting, there was no problem letting him speak. He, you kid. Hashirama, you've raised a good son. Uchiha Madara, now reconciled with Senju Hashirama, smiled as he said this. He, you can have one too. You're not that young anymore. Senju Hashirama joked back. Ha! Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, a rare flush appearing on his face. So what is your proposal? Uncle is all ears. Uchiha Madara acknowledged his uncle's identity, looking at Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna was also curious. A 10-year-old child was indeed extraordinary. He was eager to hear what he would say next, and Senju Tobarama felt the same. The four of them focused their gaze on Senju Tobarama, making him feel a bit shy, but for his happiness, he pressed on. Uncle Madara, I was thinking, since the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have united, we should consider intermarriage within the clans. What do you think? Only by completely uniting the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan can we become unbreakable, ensuring that no one can drive a wedge between our two families. After all, other clans will definitely not want us to unite and might interfere. So I think we should intermarry to combine our strong bloodlines. What do you think of my idea? Senju Tobarama's ultimate goal was to marry a beautiful Uchiha, and now he wanted to directly merge the two clans together. It was hard to imagine. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were taken aback. This could work, but I fear the clansmen may not readily agree. Uchiha heard Senju Tobarama's words and indeed found the idea feasible, but he estimated that the clansmen might not agree. After all, their two clans had nearly never intermarried with outsiders, with few exceptions. I think Tobarama is right, Madara. We should try to persuade our clansmen to accept it. Even if not everyone agrees, if just some do, that'll be enough. After the two clans intermarry, they will be closely connected, becoming inseparable. The purpose of this is to completely dismantle the enemy's desire to have us kill each other again. I would do a good job of persuading my clansmen here, and you two need to step in with your clansmen over there. How do you think? After listening, Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. He felt that this method was very effective and could allow the two great clans to quickly merge together. Izuna, what do you think? Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Izuna, unsure, and asked with a hint of inquiry in his tone. This is worth a try, but whether it succeeds or not depends on the opinions of the clansmen. After all, our two clans have been passed down for so long and have hardly married outside. But we can give it a shot. There should be some clansmen who would be willing. Uchiha Izuna frowned, lowered his head in thought for a moment, and finally agreed, feeling that this method was feasible and worth trying. All right, then we agree. I'll inform the clansmen about the intention of the two clans to unite and intermarry. After hearing his brother's words, Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, and then looked at Senju Hashirama. Then go ahead. I'll wait here. Senju Hashirama felt confident that their clansmen would not have any issues, as he had significant influence within the clan. He smiled at Uchiha Madara. Uncle Madara, I'll set an example. You go ask them who is willing to directly marry their daughters to me. Don't underestimate me. I've already awakened would release. Senju Tobarama, seeing Uchiha Madara about to leave, quickly smiled and said, making it seem as if he was making a great sacrifice for the sake of setting an example. Oh, you want to set an example? Not bad. You really are your father's son, just like Hashirama, willing to do anything for peace. Okay, I agree to you. I'll go back now and ask if anyone is willing to marry their sons or daughters into the Senju clan, or to welcome the Senju clan's children. Uchiha Madara was surprised to see Senju Tobarama, not expecting this little guy to have such high awareness and willingness to set an example for the merger of the clans. He patted his shoulder and said, it's nothing. Everything is for peace. Senju Tobarama chuckled, scratching his head and pretending to be silly, but inside he was already overjoyed. Nice, my beautiful Uchiha clan. Wait for your brother to come marry you. Ha ha. Senju Tobarama, who was already cheering inside, watched as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna walked towards their territory. Chapter 12. Long live peace, what is going on? How did the clan leader and Izuna come back? Aren't we going to fight? It's best if we don't fight. I've long been tired of the battlefield. What have we gained after a lifetime of fighting and killing? Families torn apart, loved ones lost. Sigh. Yeah, I don't want to fight anymore either, but we're being forced onto the battlefield. Who wants to go to their death? I don't want to fight anymore. You're just cowards. Do we want to fight? It's not us, but the Senju clan that wants to fight us. Otherwise, why would we be forced onto the battlefield? War has caused countless families to be torn apart. My child was just born. I don't want to die for this. Me too. I don't want to fight anymore. I hope there won't be any wars in the future. After countless years of fighting, the Uchiha clan members are also tired of war, but there's nothing they can do. They have to obey the arrangements within the clan. Even if they don't want to go, They have to. Who told them they're Uchiha? If they don't go, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. And who will protect their families then? They can only grit their teeth and go forward. Tap, 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 tap. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna walk step by step toward their camp, seeing countless clansmen whispering to each other. Clansmen, I have something to announce. Seeing all the clansmen, Uchiha Madara stepped forward and spoke to them gently. When did the clan leader become so polite to us? Yeah, it's indeed rare. But the clan leader is the strongest man in our Uchiha clan, so it's only natural for him to be proud. That's right. I think the clan leader is very handsome. If it weren't for him, we would have been wiped out long ago. The Uchiha clan members had never seen Uchiha Madara so amiable and began to whisper among themselves. However, soon everyone quieted down, standing straight with their eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara, eagerly awaiting what he would say next. We no longer have to fight. I just reached an agreement with the Senju clan leader, Senju Hashirama. From now on, our two clans will live in peace and unite to create a village where everyone can live and work happily together. Now I ask you, are you willing? Uchiha Madara looked at the Uchiha clansmen in front of him and spoke slowly. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, all the Uchiha clan members threw down their kunai. With only a few still holding onto their weapons, their faces showing ecstatic expressions. Oh my god, what did I hear? We don't have to fight anymore. We are at peace now. No more fighting. Long live, long live, long live the clan leader. We don't need to fight anymore. We are at peace. Did you hear that? We don't have to fight anymore. Countless Uchiha clansmen felt shocked and infinitely joyful. They were happy that they finally wouldn't have to worry about fighting anymore, and they wouldn't have to sacrifice countless lives for war. Seeing the clansmen's reaction, Uchiha Madara showed a hint of relief. It turns out they all despise war so much. I was indeed wrong before. Father, peace is what everyone longs for. At that time, you were also wrong. Uchiha Izuna saw the excitement on the faces of the clansmen and also smiled slightly, looking at his brother. Uchiha Madara looked back at him, and the two exchanged smiles. Very well, since no one opposes, we will reach a ceasefire agreement. No one will have to fight anymore. Uchiha Madara looked at the clansmen in front of him, smiled gently, and shouted loudly. Oh, no more fighting. Long live, ha. All the Uchiha clan members were so happy that they jumped up, waving their hands, filled with joy and delight. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I have one more thing to announce, and this requires your consent. Ultimately, it depends on your opinions. Seeing everyone so happy, Uchiha Madara was also very pleased. Recalling what Senju Tobirama had said, he quickly called for his clansmen to stop, as he had one more thing to announce. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, everyone quieted down, eagerly anticipating what he would say next, their eyes full of fervor. Before them stood a leader who would lead them to a happy life, making them feel Uchiha Madara's endless goodwill. The Senju clan has agreed. They are willing to intermarry with our clan. I want to hear your opinions. If anyone is willing, you can marry into the Senju clan, fully integrating our two clans together. So now, we ask you, are you willing? After Uchiha Madara stated this, it was like an atomic bomb exploding in countless hearts, leaving everyone stunned. Because this matter has never existed in history, fortunately, all the clansmen are young people. Even the so-called elders are young. Unlike the Senju clan, where the elders are old men. In the years of war, without the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara had always been at a disadvantage, making it hard for anyone to survive. After all, Hashirama's wood release is too powerful, forcing them to elect elders from the younger generation. However, thankfully, as long as the Uchiha clan activates the 3 Tomo, those with decent talent can withstand the elder-level members of the Senju clan, even if just stalling is enough. This has prevented the Uchiha clan from completely heading toward extinction. The Senju clan lacks special bloodline limits, and if it weren't for the freak that is Senju Hashirama, it would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. However, the strongest aspects of the Senju clan are their physical abilities and chakra, which can be considered draw. Intermarrying with the Senju clan? I think it's feasible. We are all the same people. Why can't we marry? I have no objections to this. I also think it's good. This will strengthen the relationship between our two clans, making it less likely for wars to break out again. I don't think it's right. This would dilute the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. The Senju clan's bloodline is also very strong. A strong union is feasible. Exactly, rather than mixing with weaker people. Combining with the strong physique of the Senju clan is a good idea. Naturally, everyone desires peace. Some do not wish for peace, but they are die-hard loyalists to Uchiha Madara, unconditionally obeying his decisions. Some people believe intermarriage with the Senju clan is acceptable, while others think it's not right. Stuck in old ways and fearing their bloodline would be impure. However, most people strongly support the idea of intermarriage between the two clans. Believing is not a big deal. Very well, I've heard that some agree and some disagree. However, this isn't important, as long as a portion agrees. That is enough. Then we reach an agreement to unite with the Senju clan, and those who agree to marry into the Senju clan can proceed with the marriage. Those who do not agree can continue to marry within their own clan. I have no objections. Additionally, the leader of the Senju clan has made sacrifices for this peace and the intermarriage of the two clans. He has agreed to let us choose a suitable clan member to marry his son, the young leader of the Senju clan. You can think about it. Is there anyone in your family willing to marry their child into the Senju clan and become the wife of the young leader of the Senju clan? Uchiha Madara heard the whispers of everyone, but he also heard many agreeing, and indeed, the vast majority were in favor. Of course, there were a few who disagreed, but that was no longer important. As long as there were people who agreed, that was enough. Finally, he dropped another hint, making those with young daughters extremely delighted. Who is the young leader of the Senju clan? He is the future leader of the Senju clan. If one marries their daughter to him, they could become the father-in-law of the Senju clan leader in the future. This is simply a tremendous opportunity. Leader, my Hunter is good. She's already 13 and can marry soon. Leader, my Binger is also good. Although she's only 8, a few years later won't be too late. Leader, choose my family. My Yer is also good. She's exactly 10, the same age as the young leader. In an instant, dozens of people jumped out, expressing their willingness to marry their daughters to Senju Tobarama. This is a chance to soar high. Who wouldn't want it? Uchiha Madara suddenly saw so many people willing and found himself uncertain, glancing at Uchiha Izuna beside him, feeling a bit helpless. Uchiha Izuna saw his brother's helplessness and couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, everyone. There are too many of you. The young leader only has one person. If there were 2 or 3, it would be fine, but with such a large group, how can he choose? This matter will pause for now. Please submit a list of all candidates, and my brother and I will verify it later, then inform the leader of the Senju clan to see whom he will choose. You don't need to rush. There will be opportunities for everyone, and there are many other members of the Senju clan as well. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help it. He hadn't expected so many people would be willing to marry their daughters to Senju Tobarama. He smiled faintly and shouted to the clansmen in front of him. All right, let's prepare when we return. That's right, we'll prepare when we go back and then submit everything to the clan leader. Exactly, haha. Our Yer is so beautiful. She will definitely be chosen. Our Honor is also pretty. She will surely succeed, haha. Soon, everyone calmed down, allowing Uchiha Madara to breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing that the son of the Senju clan leader was looking for a wife, everyone was eager for their daughters to marry out, and he truly felt overwhelmed by the pressure. Chapter 13. Sacrificing Dad. Boundless magic after all. He still couldn't handle these matters, but fortunately his brother solved them. All right, let's first sign the ceasefire agreement and then build our own village together. Everyone follow me. Seeing the enthusiasm for peace among the crowd, Uchiha Madara slightly raised the corners of his mouth and directly led his clan members towards Senju Hashirama. It seems to have succeeded. I see they have already thrown away their weapons. Senju Hashirama was very happy in his heart, seeing Uchiha Madara and his clan members coming towards him with their weapons already put away. He looked at Senju Tobarama and said, as long as they don't pull any tricks, it will be fine. Although Senju Tobarama was eager for peace, his trust in the Uchiha clan had not increased much. However, he was somewhat pleased that they could coexist peacefully. Uncle, it's okay. Even if they pull tricks, the 3 of us can handle it, right? Senju Fujin looked at Senju Tobarama and chuckled, feeling that it should be fine. After all, the current Uchiha Madara was very different from the future one. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna was still alive, so Uchiha Madara wound turned dark. However, Kagaya's Black Zetsu was somewhere unknown, seemingly orchestrating everything and waiting for Ashura and Indra's reincarnations to manifest. Only the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, possessing their powers, could awaken the Rinnegan. Only the Rinnegan could unlock Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal, so I still need to be cautious of Black Zetsu. I should also find an opportunity to remind Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu will probably try every means to make Uchiha Izuna die, right? Senju Fujin watched as Uchiha Madara and the others led their clan members over, lowering his head in contemplation. After all, Black Zetsu was the ultimate big boss in the world of Hokage. Boruto's story is another matter. Ding! The system detected that the host has become clever, activating the divine selection system. Option 1. Say nothing. Let Uchiha Izuna die mysteriously. Further trigger the conflict between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Task completion reward. Senju Hashirama dies young. Special reward. A pair of Rinnegan. Option 2. Immediately kill Uchiha Izuna. Still letting the event in the original story unfold. History will be repeated. Senju Hashirama must die. Uchiha Madara awakens the Rinnegan. Task completion reward. 1 fruit of the God Tree. Option 3. Tell Uchiha Madara everything. Warn him about Black Zetsu, so he won't be deceived. Triggering a change in history. Task completion reward. Uchiha Madara becomes your lifelong friend. No matter what, he will not kill you, plus a special reward. Just because of Senju.Fuji's thought, the divine selection system was triggered, presenting 3 options before him. Phew. Sacrificing dad, boundless magic? System, aren't you setting me up? If I just crossed over and he didn't T-raise me, I would have directly chosen the fruit of the God Tree or the Rinnegan. But what are you? Isn't it obvious that dad is destined to die? Forcing him into a dead end? Special reward? Can it compare to the fruit of the God Tree? Eating one would make me invincible. Moreover, knowing the system's nature, the mysterious gift is bound to be trash, likely trying to set me up. It knows I won't choose the first 2, so it probably came up with this tempting option. Ugh. Sigh. Dad, what do you think? Should I sacrifice you? The benefits of sacrificing you are just too great. It's really tempting. What to do? Waiting online. Senju.Fuji saw the 3 options before him. It's clear that the first and second are the best, and the third probably has a pitfall. Since the system surely knows he would choose the third option, it likely tempted him with the first 2. He has been alive for 10 years now, and during these 10 years, Senju Hashirama's love and care for him have been meticulous. He is not a cold-blooded animal, so how could he give up his life for 2 benefits? But the temptation is indeed enormous. Did I come to this world just to become a symbol of invincibility? As long as I take the fruit of the God Tree, I can become invincible. Then I can rescue Kaguya and make her my wife. Wouldn't that be great? Dad, I'm sorry. Senju.Fuji's heart was struggling, torn between the temptation of power and humanitarianism. To hell with humanitarianism. With the Rinnegan, wouldn't I be able to resurrect Dad? Dad, I'm sorry. For the sake of my strength. When Uchiha Madara arrived in front of them, Senju.Fuji ultimately struggled in his gaze for a long time before finally making up his mind. Hashirama, our clan members all agree. Let us sign the ceasefire agreement now. Uchiha Madara smiled and said to Senju Hashirama, okay, let's south go to the place we originally said we would build the village. Senju Hashirama stepped forward and patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder. All right. Then everyone directly led their clan members toward the spot they had chosen for Konoha. Fujin, let us practice the wood release, house building technique together. Upon arriving at the Konoha site, Senju Hashirama looked at Senju.Fuji, patted his shoulder, and said, okay, Dad. Senju.Fuji smiled slightly and nodded at Senju Hashirama. Then let us begin. Wood release, super large house building technique. Wood release, super large house building technique. Bang. Huh. Then Senju.Fuji and Senju Hashirama both squatted down and assumed a horse stance. Phew. In an instant, the 2 of them had their momentum heightened, chakra surging, causing the ground to sink several centimeters. Bang, 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 bang. As the 2 crazily output their wood release chakra, the center of Konoha, which was still a forest, instantly transformed, with large trees turning into luxurious houses. These houses were the basic housing of Konoha, with at least over 1,000 buildings, enough to accommodate many people. And more could be built later, if necessary. Hiss. I didn't expect the young clan leader of the Senju clan to also know wood release. Oh my, I must make my daughter marry him. Such convenient wood release. It's so powerful. The might of wood release is simply unimaginable. We are fortunate to have chosen a ceasefire. Otherwise, could we withstand 2 wood releases attacking us? Indeed, we should be grateful. Otherwise, we might have died in this war. The members of the Uchiha clan were stunned to see Senju.Fuji and Senju Hashirama displaying their power. They were all very grateful that they hadn't foolishly chosen to continue opposing the Senju clan. Otherwise, 1 wood release would be enough for them to drink a pot. Let alone 2 wood releases, it would be like facing human-shaped monsters. I didn't expect Hashirama's son to have such high talent. What about my son? Could it be that I also have such talent? I must give birth to a son who is even more outstanding than your son. Uchiha Madara has a strong competitive spirit and never thinks he will lose to Senju Hashirama. But now he has lost his own son, so he decides to go back, get married, and have a child who will definitely be stronger than Senju Tobarama. All right, Madara, let us go. Let us go inside and see. You can choose where to live. Later, we will also invite other clans to come and live here, along with the villagers. And then we will build a big village that belongs to us. Under that rock, we will build an office to handle affairs inside. And over there, we will build. After everything is done, Senju Hashirama is very happy in his heart, constantly pointing here and there, expressing his joy. Casually, Madara, however, appears somewhat indifferent and casually says, then directly walks into the village. Is this our village? He. I can protect my brother and clan members here. Everyone works together. Peace is achieved, and my wish is also fulfilled. Looking at the surrounding houses, Madara slightly raises the corners of his mouth, feeling far more excited inside than he appears on the surface. Senju Hashirama sees Madara's indifferent expression and instantly feels a sense of defeat. A drop of sweat rolling down his face, looking a bit awkward. Ha, Dad, your expression just now was really funny. Senju Tobarama has seen his father in a predicament before. This kind of awkwardness he only experiences with Madara and Senju Hashirama, and he can't help but want to laugh every time he sees it. Is it that funny? Bang! Ouch! Dad, why are you hitting me? It really hurts. I'm going to tell Mom when I go back. Bang! Ouch! You hit again. Bang! Ouch! I was wrong. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Soon, Madara and the Senju clan signed a ceasefire agreement and announced the union of the two clans. They also received the recognition of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. There was no way to not recognize it, as their army was practically no different from ants in front of them. They moved all their clansmen to Konoha, shook hands to make peace, and finally truly formed Konoha. All members of the Uchiha clan, both young and old, have been brought over, and the same goes for the Senju clan. The entire village instantly became lively. Top. On the Hokage rock of Konoha, Madara and Senju Hashirama stand here, overlooking the entire village. The current Konoha has just been established and is still not very big, with a relatively small population. Madara, do you remember the things we said when we were kids sitting here? Senju Hashirama looks at the village in front of him, where many houses are still under construction, feeling very excited, and turns to look at Madara and asks, Chapter 14, a good buddy for a day, a good buddy for a lifetime, Of course I remember, I never expected it to really come true. You said back then that you wanted to build a village of our own here. In this village, the children wouldn't have to fight each other, and we would build a ninja school for them to train in. They would be able to grow and gradually become stronger in school, and then everyone could choose the missions they wanted to undertake based on their individual abilities and strengths. We would also elect a village chief who could clearly distinguish the levels of missions so that we wouldn't have to send the children to the battlefield. At that time, I thought you were being foolish, but I also felt that such a village would be wonderful. Madara looked at the village of Konoha before him and recalled the time when they were young, when the two of them sat right here, looking at the village in front of them, and he felt a hint of incredulity in his heart. After all, he never expected that he would actually realize his wish from back then. Yes, what a great village this is. We can protect all our younger brothers here, shielding them from any threats. We can protect them from harm, and anyone who wants to hurt them must first step over our bodies. Senju Hashirama looked at the smiling, happy clansman in front of him, and his lips curved slightly. Although they had only established this village for a little over a month, it had already attracted countless citizens to come and live, and they did not oppose it, allowing them to settle down directly. After all, a village without people is not viable. Now, they were continuing to expand their village. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Madara caught a fallen leaf in his hand. I originally thought this was just a dream, but I didn't realize that the two of us could achieve it with effort. Yet I was using the most brutal method. Madara looked at the fallen leaf in his hand and slowly spoke, recalling his reckless self from back then, which seemed somewhat amusing. Isn't it already a reality now? Your brother and my brother, along with our clansmen, are all under our protection, and in the future, no one will be able to destroy our village. In this village, we can become the silent guardians of a land of fire, and it should be called Hokage, right? What do you think of this name? Senju Hashirama smiled at Madara and then directly referred to the village chief as Hokage, which he thought was quite fitting. What are you talking about? Hokage? What does that mean? Madara looked puzzled and asked Senju Hashirama. The daimyo of the Land of Fire requires us to elect a leader for the village, and I want you to be the leader of this village, to become Hokage. Your brother and our clansmen are here, but I also hope that you can treat the other ninjas and citizens in the village as your brothers. I hope that after you become Hokage, you will continue to protect your brother, protect our clansmen, and also protect everyone in the village. Senju Hashirama knew that Uchiha Madara was a kind and powerful person, and there was no problem in making him Hokage. He looked at him with a smile and said, "Really? Can I really do it? I can't even protect my own brother, and now only Izuna is left. Can I really protect them well?" Uchiha Madara looked at the fallen leaf in his hand and murmured to himself, recalling the painful memories of his brothers dying one after another in front of him. He felt immense sorrow and helplessness, and he really didn't want to experience that feeling again. He, now there's no time for you to back down. I think you deserve to be Hokage. Now the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan are joining our village. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, smiled slightly, and spread his hands. Oh, really? Are you sure you're not joking? Uchiha Madara didn't expect that the ninja village he and Senju Hashirama founded would actually have others join in. This completely overturned his worldview, but more than that, he felt a bit awkward and asked him, "Of course not. You must not have come out to sea during this time, right? Look at that area. It's all newly built, and they're over there. Many people have come to the village. It will continue to grow bigger and stronger in the future. By the way, we should also give the village a name. What do you think it should be?" Senju Hashirama smiled at him, and then pointed to a previously forested area that was now an open space. A name? Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, thinking about a name. Then he saw the fallen leaf in his hand, and, looking at the village from the corner of the leaf, he said seriously, "Let us call it Konoha. How about that?" After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Madara said very seriously, "So simple. It has no depth at all. You just named it after the leaf in your hand?" Senju Hashirama immediately lowered his head, feeling disheartened. "Isn't that different from what you said about Hokage having life? Also, when will you ever get rid of that old habit of being disheartened so easily?" Uchiha Madara saw Senju Hashirama's disheartened expression and shouted at him in annoyance, feeling quite unconvinced. Thus, the name of Konoha village was officially established, and it gained the recognition of countless people. Ha ha ha, although so much time has passed, our wars have finally stopped. Now, I feel as if I can see the childhood days again. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara and laughed heartily, feeling satisfied as he looked at the entire Konoha village, returning to the happy times they shared many years ago, longing for their youth. By the way, what you said about Hokage, what does a Hokage do? Is it just to protect the villagers in the village all the time? Now that they had opened a precedent by establishing the first ninja village, Uchiha Madara also didn't know what the village leader needed to do, and everything had to start from scratch. He looked at Senju Hashirama and asked in confusion, "That's just part of it, but not all. You have to think about it. We still need to expand the village. We also need to accept missions from various countries and assign ninjas to complete them, ultimately receiving rewards. The village is still under construction, and development will accelerate in the future. So as Hokage, you will gradually become busy. At that time, we'll carve your likeness on this rock wall beneath our feet, but you'd better change your appearance. It looks quite scary and not friendly at all, ha ha ha." Senju Hashirama had already envisioned what he needed to do next as he looked at the rock wall below. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was instantly stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. As a symbol of protecting the village? What a joke. How can my handsome face be considered scary? It's much better than your disheveled and embarrassed expression, right? Uchiha Madara immediately countered, unable to forgive the comment about his handsome appearance, and they began to bicker back and forth. Is it really that embarrassing? Hearing Uchiha Madara say this, Senju Hashirama instantly lowered his head, muttering to himself in a dejected manner, "Ha ha ha, not embarrassing, not embarrassing. If I were to say something, it would be downright embarrassing, ha ha." Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama's demeanor and laughed heartily. "Is that so? Hee ha ha ha." Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Here, brother, you two are really easy to find." Just then, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama ran over at the same time. Seeing their older brothers laughing together and joining in the fun, Senju Tobirama quickly followed, and the two stood behind Uchiha Madara and the others. During this period, due to the reconciliation between the two clans and the marriage alliance between Senju Tobirama and the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama had developed a much better impression of the Uchiha clan and had become good friends with Uchiha Izuna. The Uchiha clan was originally seen as the embodiment of love, but after interacting with them, he felt that their love was about protection, a love born from the desire to protect. Just like the love he had for his older brother, it was the same protective love. He loved his older brother, and likewise, his older brother was willing to give everything for him. It was that simple. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. Two former enemies had now become friends, which was quite ironic. This was largely thanks to Senju Tobirama. who had made extensive explanations to help his uncle eliminate his hatred for the Uchiha clan, tirelessly persuading Senju Tobirama with his words. Moreover, Senju Tobirama felt that since he had already come to the world of Hokage, there was no point in following the original storyline without changing history. He wanted the Uchiha and Senju clans to coexist peacefully and eventually unite to confront the Otsutsuki clan together. Thinking about Naruto and Sasuke when their powers collapsed later on, they were utterly helpless against Kagaya Otsutsuki. Just thinking about it gave him chills. His current strength was nowhere near that of Six Paths Naruto and Six Paths Sasuke. If he encountered Kagaya Otsutsuki, he would be completely outmatched. Moreover, he was currently inhabiting the body of Tobirama, and he didn't even know where the enemy was. The enemy was so terrifying that even Kagaya Otsutsuki was nothing in comparison. The invincible ultimate boss had not yet appeared, and he had to prepare for the worst. Furthermore, it was still uncertain whether there were beings even more powerful than Kagaya Otsutsuki. Brother, why are you still wasting time here? The ministers of the Land of Fire are about to come for a meeting. You two need to hurry and prepare. Senju Tobirama saw the two of them laughing so easily while he and Uchiha Izuna were busy and overwhelmed. Chapter 15. The Hokage and his deputy. Madara is the first Hokage. He, is that Tobirama and Izuna? Uchiha Madara smiled slightly upon seeing Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Since Izuna is not dead, he hasn't turned dark and is still relatively kind towards them. Yes, brother, the feudal lords are all waiting. They said they want to elect the village leader. So we came to find you right away, Uchiha Izuna said with a slight smile, nodding his head. Ha, you guys are late. I suggested that Madara should directly become Hokage. He. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily as he looked at Tobirama and Izuna behind him. Really? Brother, you want to be Hokage? Uchiha Izuna was very happy and surprised to see his brother was going to become Hokage. TCH, it's too troublesome. I don't want to be Hokage, Uchiha Madara pouted, but there was a hint of a smile and responsibility in his eyes as he said lightly. Oh, is that so? Senju Tobirama was taken aback at first, but soon felt relieved and didn't react too strongly. Senju Fujin had actually been waiting here for a long time. Since he wanted to change history, he decided to start from the first Hokage and let Uchiha Madara become Hokage. ISNT, that rewriting history? So he had already been standing behind a small mound, crossing his legs, waiting for them to get to the main topic before he would appear. Ding. The system detects the host's ambition as a time traveler to change the history of the ninja world. The divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Still choose Senju Hashirama to be the first Hokage without making any changes. After all, the trajectory of history belongs to the Golden Finger. ISNT it nice? If history is changed, later developments may face unforeseen changes. Task reward. 1 set of Byakugan. Option 2. Let Uchiha Madara become the first Hokage. As a time traveler, how can you be considered a time traveler if you don't change history? Want to be a useless person by only choosing the well-known historical trajectory? Why do you need the system if you already know everything? Task reward. Instant access to sage techniques like your father. Option 3. Let Uchiha Madara become the first Hokage and Senju Hashirama become the first deputy Hokage. Having 2 leaders in one village is not a problem, right? The main and deputy support each other to make the village stronger, fulfilling your dream of completely changing history. Task reward. Perfect Edo Tensei without sacrifice version, summoning strong individuals with 80 of their original strength. It seems that every time Senju Fujin has an idea, the system would start the divine selection system. Huh, Byakugan? If I have a set of Byakugan, are you sure no one will think I dug out the eyes of the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan will probably come to attack Konoha, right? Instant access to sage techniques is indeed very impressive. Although I have signed a contract with a slug, the progress of cultivating sage techniques is a bit slow. To achieve instant access to sage techniques like my dad, I still need to train for several more years. However, the Edo Tensei is pretty good. It actually has 80 of the strength and doesn't require sacrifices. Very nice. Seeing the options in front of him, Senju Fujin smiled slightly and immediately made a judgment. Dad, Uncle Tobirama, Uncle Izuna, Uncle Madara, how about I interject? Hearing everyone talking, Senju Fujin suddenly jumped out from behind the mound and shouted loudly. Oh, Fujin, why are you here? So it's you, kid? Haha, Fujin. The 4 of them saw Fujin and seemed to really like him, each one stepping forward to greet him. Hee, I think the village doesn't need just one leader, right? One person has to handle so many things. If Uncle Madara has to deal with these matters all day, he will probably go crazy. We can elect 2 people to be Hokage, One as the main Hokage, and one as the deputy Hokage. What do you think? After all, the Senju and Uchiha clans are the ones who truly established Konoha, so having the leaders of both clans as Hokage should be fine, right? If others have opinions, let them get out of Konoha. What Konoha needs is teammates who are united and friendly, not those petty individuals who only know how to vie for power. Senju Fujin looked at the 4 people in front of him, his mouth curling slightly as he proposed his idea. You kid, you really understand me. That's right, Hashirama. I think what Fujin said makes sense. Just me being Hokage? How can I protect the village while managing all these trivial matters every day? It's better to share the burden with 2 people, right? Haha. Uchiha Madara found Senju Fujin's suggestion very reasonable. Having 2 Hokages could work perfectly. This was a simple matter. There was no need for the 2 to fight each other, nor for him to bear the entire village's affairs alone. Well, I think this method is also good. Senju Tobirama lowered his head and pondered for a moment, finding the idea very good. If Uchiha Madara were to be the sole clan leader, it would certainly have some impact on the development of the Senju clan. But what if both were Hokage? That would be another matter. Both would have rights, ensuring that both clans could progress together. Yes, I also think Fujin's proposal is very good. If my brother handles everything in the village alone, he would probably explode. It's better to have 2 people. Uchiha Izuna nodded as well. He knew his brother's temperament. If he wasn't careful, he might just blow up, and the Hokage office wouldn't be enough for him to fix. Then it's decided. I'll be the deputy Hokage, and Madara will be the main Hokage, haha. Seeing that the 3 agreed, Senju Hashirama had no reason to disagree and laughed heartily. Thus, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara jointly became the first Hokage. One is the main, and one is the deputy, combining good and evil into yin and yang, transforming yin and yang into Tai Chi, and Konoha truly rose. Ding! The host's successful choice is detected, and the task is completed. Reward: perfect Edo Tensei without sacrifice version, summoning strong individuals with 80 of their original strength. Boom! Instantly, after completing the option, Senju Fujin suddenly had a perfect ninjutsu, which was Edo Tensei. It only required 1 item from the deceased to summon the dead to fight for him. What a great thing. It seems I need to collect more strong people's DNA next time, so I don't have to do it myself. Grandpa's will be good, hee. Senju Fujin felt the Edo Tensei in his mind and chuckled. Subsequently, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara met with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Kato in, Lord Daimyo, Lord Daimyo. Senju Hashirama and the others saw the daimyo and bowed to him. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire is nominally the ruler of the village, as the village needs the financial and material support of the Land of Fire. Therefore, they need to show him appropriate respect, but that doesn't mean they need to pledge loyalty to him. Mutual respect is still necessary. Hee. Clan leader Senju and clan leader Uchiha, please take a seat. Kato smiled when he saw Senju Hashirama and the others, nodded slightly, and let them sit on the benches. You want to establish a village. I have no objections. However, it requires financial and material resources from our Land of Fire. So you also need to take on the responsibility of protecting our Land of Fire. Additionally, you must send some ninjas to guard our capital. After all, if our Land of Fire is destroyed, we won't be able to afford your village's financial and material resources anymore. You shouldn't have any objections to this, right? Kato and the others sat down to begin discussing the negotiations. Their Land of Fire wouldn't just spend money without a return. Hiring a village to guard the Land of Fire required them to send people for protection. This is acceptable. We have no objections. You provide financial and material resources, and we provide protection. You can also issue missions within our village, and our village will send people to complete those missions for rewards. All of this is fine. Uchiha Madara, now the elected Hokage, naturally had to speak up. Seeing everyone looking at him, the meaning was clear, and he directly addressed the daimyo of the Land of Fire. When he was the head of the Uchiha clan, he often received assassination or protection missions for various countries. These were all quite common. After all, the clan needed to develop and eat, so they had to complete missions to earn rewards. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive. He understood this very well, as being the clan leader was not an easy task. Hee, you must be the Hokage they nominated, right? Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan, is an extraordinary powerhouse. I know your name. Since you have no objections, then I have no objections either. Let's sign this Hokage appointment agreement. From now on, you'll be the Hokage of Konoha, and the leader of the Senju clan. This is the Vice Hokage appointment agreement. You should also sign this. Kato waved his hand, and 2 attendants instantly handed over the documents. Long before Uchiha Madara and the others arrived, they had already sent people to inform about the village being called Hokage and the village being named Konoha. Therefore, he had prepared the appointment agreements early, just waiting for them to come and sign. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, Uchiha and Senju Hashirama signed the appointment documents, officially becoming the first Hokage and the first vice Hokage, respectively. Hashirama, I think we shouldn't choose the guarding ninjas from our two clans. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama discussed that the ninjas protecting the daimyo should not be chosen from the Senju or Uchiha clans. Yes, the Sharingan is quite special, and if it falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would be problematic. Our Senju clan members going might also make the daimyo feel a bit uncomfortable. I think so too. Recently, many other ninjas have joined the village, especially from the Shimura and Yuanfei clans. We could select 2 from among them. There are 12 ninjas being discussed. Let's choose the other 10 from the recently joined ninjas. This way, the daimyo will feel more at ease. After all, they are not from our clans, so he will be more reassured. Senju Hashirama frowned tightly. Uchiha Madara was right. If they sent people from their 2 clans, the daimyo would likely feel that they were intentionally sending people to monitor him. Chapter 16. The Elder Scrolls? So we need to send those who have just joined Konoha, but are highly trustworthy and will not betray us. This way, we can not only gain the trust of the daimyo, but also stabilize the relationship between their village and the Land of Fire. Well, let's make it official. We will send 6 elite jonin and 6 regular jonin for protection, which should be sufficient. No one in the shinobi world would deploy a shadow-level powerhouse for the assassination of a daimyo. It's unnecessary. Furthermore, 12 jonin, including 6 elite jonin, should be enough to take down some lesser shadow-level powerhouses. Uchiha Madara, wearing the Hokage hat, sat in his office and looked at Senju Hashirama, who was also wearing a Hokage hat, and said, "So, it's decided. Hashirama, you arrange for the selection of people from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans to negotiate with them. Tobirama and Izuna, you 2 gather some elite and regular jonin, selecting 4 elite jonin and 6 regular jonin. Be strict in screening out those with ulterior motives, if necessary. Probe into their hearts. Have the Yamanaka clan oversee this. We must be cautious when sending people close to the daimyo. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the economic lifeline of Konoha will be cut off." Soon, Uchiha Madara had assigned the tasks. He thought it would be better for Hashirama to check on the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, as his own presence might backfire. "All right, I understand. I'll go talk to them." Senju Hashirama nodded slightly, aware of Uchiha Madara's concerns about being harsh with his own village's people. Yes, first Hokage. Yes, first Hokage. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama quickly replied, and the 3 of them left the Hokage office together. It's like a dream. I actually became the Hokage of the village. Haha. After everyone left, Uchiha Madara stood up from his chair, looking at the workers outside who were industriously working, as well as those sculpting statues of him and Hashirama. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he chuckled softly. Damn it, who disrupted my plans? It was clearly perfect. How could this happen? It's really strange. The damned ones are still alive. How can Uchiha Madara awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? It seems I need to plan carefully again. There's still plenty of time. I have all the time in the world. Somewhere outside Konoha, a figure clad entirely in black appeared beside a large tree, half of their bodies still underground. Gazing at Konoha with a frown. "Ah, Fina." Without eyebrows, they shouted angrily. After shouting, they sank into the ground and disappeared. If we talk about the war, it was all instigated by Kurizetsu alone. He wanted to find the strongest reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. Thus, he started one war after another, all to locate the reincarnation of Indra that could unlock the Manjiki. However, in 1,000 years, no one has been able to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, let alone the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Now, having finally found Uchiha Madara, a reincarnation of Indra who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he had already planned for them to engage in a great battle, but unexpectedly discovered that Uchiha Izuna was still alive. If he was alive, then Uchiha Madara could not obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and the plan could not be executed. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Uchiha Madara was gazing at the village he loved, a few knocks sounded from outside the door. Gomin. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Madara quickly turned and called towards the door. Creak. At that moment, Senju Tobirama walked in. Hey, Uncle Madara. Seeing Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama quickly smiled. It's you, kid? Ha! What's up? Not staying with your little wife? What brings you to find Uncle Madara? Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobirama with a hint of affection in his eyes, as he had no children himself and was brothers with Senju Hashirama. As the saying goes, love for the house extends to the crow, so he had some fondness for him. I I came to find you because I have something to discuss, Senju Tobarama said with a grin, then walked up, lightly leaping onto the Hokage's desk. What is it? Speak. Madara had no objections and walked over to sit down, smiling as he asked him. Uncle Madara, I found an ancient book that contains some interesting information. Take a look. Senju Tobarama then pulled out a scroll, which looked very old and seemed to have some age to it. Of course, this was something Senju Tobarama had intentionally aged by burying it in the ground for over a month and deliberately making it look tattered. What is it? Let me see. Uchiha Madara, feeling curious, took the scroll and began to read. The content was as follows. In the first year of the Warring States period, the world was in constant turmoil, with ninjas roaming the land. The most powerful clans were the Kagaya clan, Uchiha clan, and Senju clan. They fought among themselves, seizing resources, constantly working for various countries, accepting missions, killing and annihilating without mercy, leading to a world of misery. The public believed that the turmoil was due to the ninjas' strength and hated them to the core. Yet there was a hidden mastermind behind it all. He had no name, but was entirely black, able to merge with trees, soil, or even people without being detected, creating chaos worldwide and causing all clans to fight each other. He was the source of evil, said to be the son of the Heavenly Maiden, who was the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. However, in the end, to destroy the world, the Sage of Six Paths sealed her away, leaving behind a son who wandered the earth, possessing an immortal body. His goal was to revive the Heavenly Maiden to wreak havoc upon the world and to resurrect her. One must possess the Rinnegan. There is a prerequisite for unlocking the Rinnegan, which is the Manjiki Sharingan. However, excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan leads to blindness. Only by obtaining the eyes of a close relative can one achieve the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan will never cause blindness. But simply having the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is insufficient. It also requires the purest bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha clans. If some blood of the Kagaya clan is added, it can lead to the creation of a divine body. Once the Rinnegan is awakened, using it will break the seal of the Heavenly Maiden, and the world will face destruction. Future generations must be wary and not fall for this person's schemes. Remember. What? How is this possible? The first year of the Warring States period? Isn't that 1,000 years ago? A black figure? Who could it be? And the Heavenly Maiden? The Sage of Six Paths? Does the Sage of Six Paths really exist? Uchiha Madara did not think that the information in front of him was false, because it would go to the trouble of writing something fake. Moreover, the fact that Senju Tobarama handed it over to him indicated that Senju Tobarama could not directly tell Uchiha Madara the truth. So he had to use some means to clarify the matter, which is why he wrote a fake book. Uncle Madara, when I saw this book, I realized that you and Uncle Izuna might be in danger. So I came directly to find you, Senju Tobarama said, seeing Uchiha Madara's surprised expression, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at him. Me and Izuna in danger? Why? Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobarama with some confusion. He clearly hadn't reacted yet and was somewhat shocked. This was knowledge he had never seen before. Uncle Madara, look, it's written very clearly above. It says that there's a celestial maiden in the world who wants to destroy the entire world. So she was sealed by the Sage of Six Paths. But she left behind a person who is completely pitch black, apparently her son, who cannot die, which means he is still alive. You have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and Uncle Izuna has also awakened it. This means that person might kill you, so that you can awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, or find a way to kill Uncle Izuna. That way, either you or Uncle Izuna will be able to obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and then you can ask Dad for some of his pure Senju blood to combine it. Wouldn't that mean you'd have the Rinnegan? And that black person is here for your Rinnegan. He can possess anyone, and if he possesses you, he could directly release that celestial maiden, and everyone would die. Senju Tobarama began to play the manipulative card, watching Uchiha Madara seriously spouting nonsense that sounded very convincing, but it seemed like it might actually be true. Huh, what you're saying does seem to make some sense. So, someone wants to harm me or Izuna. No, I won't allow anyone to harm Izuna. If anyone tries, I will make them pay with their life. Uchiha Izuna was Uchiha Madara's reverse scale. Anyone who wanted to kill his brother would have to step over his dead body. Exactly, Uncle Madara. That black person is likely hiding somewhere, wanting to harm us. A person who can achieve immortality shows how powerful he is. We must be cautious. If he can achieve immortality, then that celestial maiden definitely won't die either. If she tricks Uncle Madara into giving up his Rinnegan, she could be released. Not to mention, Uncle Izuna could be killed. Plus, it says that the Rinnegan can resurrect people. This means that I must be terrifying. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara and said he knew Uchiha Madara wouldn't take his brother's eyes to awaken the Rinnegan, even if it meant his own death. He would never harm his brother. I have also seen similar information in our clan grounds, but I could only read its meaning using the Manjiki Sharingan. It says, a deity in pursuit of stability divides yin and yang into two extremes, which oppose and interact, achieving the law of all things. It is similar to what was mentioned above. It states that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan's bloodlines need to combine. It seems this is not false. It is likely true. Thank you, Tobirama. I will be doubly cautious and keep a close eye on Izuna. I won't let him come to any harm. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobirama, nodded slightly, and then reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Chapter 17. The immortal body. He recalled the stone tablet he had seen earlier in the clan's territory, which had been inscribed in a similar manner. This indicated that the ancient book was indeed accurate and that it existed in reality. Therefore, either he or Izuna could be in danger, and he had to be extra cautious. He, what's the big deal? Uncle Madara is my idol. He. Senju Fujin saw Uchiha Madara and quickly patted his chest with a grin. Idol? What do you mean? This was the first time Uchiha Madara had heard such a term, and he looked puzzled for a moment. It means Uncle Madara is very powerful and imposing. I want to become someone like Uncle Madara. That's what idol means. He. Senju Fujin said with a slight smile while looking at Uchiha Madara. He, you little rascal. Wait a moment. I will discuss with your father how we can better protect the village in Izuna. I will not allow anyone to harm Izuna, nor anyone in the village. No one. Uchiha Madara couldn't think of a solution by himself, so he planned to consult Senju Hashirama on how to better protect the village and Uchiha Izuna. He. All right. Then we will wait here for Dad to come back. Senju Fujin chuckled. Since there was nothing to do, they would wait for his father to return and see if there were any solutions. In the original story, Kaguya could only be sealed using the Rinnegan's 6-path technique, planetary devastation. Sage techniques should be able to harm him. He should be a product of yin-yang release, so it should have some effect. But whether it would be effective or not was still uncertain. What about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? In the original story, the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, which should be related to Kaguya. This means that the Uzumaki clan must have a method to seal Kaguya, and it is very likely that only the clan leader knows this method. I need to go back and ask if there are any secrets that were not passed down to me. I feel that the techniques I've learned should not be enough to seal Kaguya, right? Senju Fujin lay on a nearby chair, unable to stop thinking while waiting for Senju Hashirama to return. An hour later, creak. Soon, 3 people walked in, clearly having made all necessary arrangements. You're back. Is everything arranged? Uchiha Madara smiled slightly when he saw the 3 of them return. Yes, everything is arranged. They are packing their things, and we will set off tomorrow. Senju Hashirama nodded with a smile. Fujin, what are you doing here? Senju Hashirama then noticed Senju Fujin sitting in his place and smiled slightly. He, I came to talk to Uncle Madara about something, so I came over. Senju Fujin grinned at Senju Hashirama. Oh, what happened? Brother, what's wrong? The 3 of them immediately looked at Uchiha Madara with puzzled expressions. Just now, Fujin gave me some information. You all should take a look. See what you think. Uchiha Madara directly handed the tattered document to the 3 of them for review. The 3 of them then carefully examined the content, and the more they read, the more tense they became, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. Ding! The host's choice was successful, and the task was completed. Reward. Uchiha Madara becomes a lifelong friend. Under no circumstances will Madara kill you. Additionally, you receive a special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Otsutsuki clan's immortal body. Regardless of what damage is received, it can recover and absorb any ninjutsu, except for sage techniques. Boom! Suddenly, because Senju Fujin revealed everything to Uchiha Madara and made the choice, the system provided a mysterious reward, completely transforming his physical body into that of the Otsutsuki clan's immortal body. The immortal body is countless times stronger than the Senju clan sage body, an eternal existence that cannot be destroyed. This is also the reason why Kaguya Otsutsuki can only be sealed and can never be killed. Hiss, why does my body feel itchy? There is also a warm current, as if it's transforming my body. Is this the immortal body? This power is simply too strong, too intoxicating. He. Senju Fujin felt a special power continuously transforming his body, granting him immense chakra and formidable strength. He never expected that this reward would be so generous. directly granting him eternal life, making him inwardly ecstatic. He had originally thought he wouldn't survive to see the later stages. But now it seemed the system had calculated everything long ago, just to allow him to participate in the subsequent history. But that's fine. An immortal body, although he originally had the sage body, if he wanted to live to see the fourth great ninja war, he would be nearly 90 years old by then. What would be the point? Now, the system had directly granted him eternal life, allowing him to never die. So he no longer had to worry about dying in the future. Just as Senju was still observing the vast chakra and eternal life within him. The 4 high-ranking members of Konoha were already in an uproar. Madara, during this time, I will have Mito guide the sealing class to study Konoha's large-scale barrier. At that point, we can maximize the protection of the village and monitor whether outsiders might invade Konoha. The things recorded in this ancient book are indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, the records from your clan's territory, when combined, are indeed very credible. However, I can't help but wonder what would happen if both of us awakened the Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, seeing that the events recorded in the ancient book, combined with the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, suggested that the content was likely true. But if such a powerful existence were to emerge, what would they do if they couldn't defeat it? Their Konoha had just been established, and they still sought world peace, wanting the villagers to live and work in peace. But now, a powerful unknown enemy existed. If they couldn't defeat the opponent, would the Konoha they had worked so hard to create be destroyed? Suddenly, Senju Hashirama thought of something: the Rinnegan. The combined power of 2 individuals could awaken the Rinnegan. What if both of them awaken the Rinnegan? Can that unknown powerful being be stopped? Ding! Detecting Senju Hashirama's special thought, the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Let this matter gradually fade away, allowing Kagaya to continue with her plan, ultimately leading to the deaths of Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna, enabling one of the 2 brothers to successfully awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, eventually becoming either 6 Paths Izuna or 6 Paths Madara as planned. Task reward: 1 pair of Byakugan. Option 2. Step forward and explain that the ancient book written by the host is completely false, just a prank of his own. Task reward: a collective beating from Uchiha Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama, during which the system will specially enhance the pain sensation by 1000%, allowing you to experience the taste of wanting to die. Option 3. Assist Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in successfully awakening the Rinnegan, leading the Senju clan and Uchiha clan to become even stronger. Only with powerful strength and influence can they lead their clansmen to fight against the Tsutsuki clan. Task reward: Bloodline Enhancement Potion Formula, which can evolve the bloodline of the clan members, successfully upgrading them to the Tsutsuki clan bloodline. Ding! Special reminder: the Tsutsuki clan bloodline is divided into inferior bloodline, bloodlines of families in the Hokage world. Aside from the Sage of 6 Paths and Azura and other 2nd and 3rd generation bloodlines, the rest are inferior bloodlines: low bloodline, medium bloodline, high bloodline, top bloodline. Ancestral bloodline. Tsutsuki Kagaya is an ancestral bloodline. At this moment, due to a suggestion from Senju Hashirama, the divine selection system was instantly activated. This was the first time the system was activated because of someone else's words, making Senju Tobirama feel incredulous. Can talking even activate the divine selection system? Could it be that the system has upgraded? How strange. But this bloodline enhancement potion is really powerful, right? Taking it would directly transform into the Tsutsuki clan's bloodline. Wouldn't that mean a surge in strength? Moreover, the Tsutsuki clan's bloodline is actually divided into so many varieties. Even our Senju clan sage body is considered an inferior bloodline. The Tsutsuki clan is just too powerful, right? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the Tsutsuki clan, which he couldn't even imagine, especially since the true power of Tsutsuki Kagaya has never been fully demonstrated. Even in her later resurrection, it wasn't her true power. It seemed more like a puppet created through Edo Tensei. However, this should be reasonable, as the Sage of 6 Paths is a hybrid born of Tsutsuki Kagaya and immortal, so he could only be considered a mixed blood. The brothers Azura and Indra are also mixed bloods, making the Tsutsuki clan's bloodline even thinner, not to mention that we are now 1,000 years later. Although the Senju clan's bloodline seems incredibly strong, it is simply no match for the Tsutsuki clan. However, if I have the bloodline enhancement potion, I can improve the bloodline levels of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, and then their strength will grow stronger and stronger. I am increasingly looking forward to the future battle with the Tsutsuki clan. Senju Tobarama's lips curled slightly upward. The power strength made him even more eager to face the stronger Tsutsuki clan, as he had already started to look forward to battling the powerful beings of the Tsutsuki clan. Chapter 18. Contending for the experimental order Hashirama. What do you mean? Hashirama heard what Senju Hashirama was implying, which was to let the two of them awaken the Rinnegan directly, so that they might be able to counter Kaguya. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Brother, we don't even know if this ancient book is accurate. If we proceed recklessly, could there be problems? After all, no one has tried this before. If you two undergo the bloodline transplant and something goes wrong, it could be very dangerous. Senju Tobarama, upon hearing Hashirama's thoughts, was instantly stunned. He never expected his elder brother would become so ruthless in protecting Uchiha Madara and the village. The idea of preparing for an experiment after seeing the ancient book to see if they could awaken the Rinnegan was simply terrifying. What if something went wrong? What would they do then? Yes, brother, if both of you proceed with the experiment and something happens, how should we respond? This ancient book may not even be true. After all, we can't be certain if what it records is fact. Uchiha Izuna frowned and agreed with Tobarama's words, quickly advising against the plan. Dad, Uncle Madara, Uncle Tobarama, I think Dad's suggestion is good. Let's not worry about whether this issue will put Dad and the others in danger for now. We can first conduct the bloodline transplant experiment, and if it passes, we can then decide whether to proceed with the transplant. However, we can't ignore the danger. If there really are such powerful beings watching us, we would find ourselves in a very passive position. After all, how powerful could an immortal being be? None of us knows. Are we really going to act as if all of this doesn't exist? If we take a chance, and it leads to the destruction of the village we worked so hard to build, I don't think Dad and the uncles would be willing to accept that, right? Hearing what the others said, Senju Fujin quickly offered his opinion. After all, he knew that Uchiha Madara could awaken the Rinnegan after merging with his father's bloodline. And as long as Senju Hashirama merged with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, he would definitely also be able to awaken the Rinnegan. This was reciprocal. Both of them belonged to the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. So there shouldn't be any danger. Exactly. What Fujin said makes a lot of sense. I won't allow anyone to harm you or the villagers in the village. I agree with Hashirama's proposal to go ahead with the experiment. After hearing Fujin's words, Uchiha Madara frowned. But ultimately, a look of determination flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. As a protective older brother, he had to eliminate any situation that could pose a threat to his brother, even if there was just a hint of danger. So he decided to conduct the experiment with Senju Hashirama to see if they could truly awaken the Rinnegan. Wait, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Madara's resolute heart and didn't know how to persuade him. After all, what they said made some sense. But was this too dangerous? Yet they couldn't find a reason to refute them either. That's settled then. You two keep quiet. As the Hokage, I will take the lead on this experiment. With a determined glint in his eyes, Hashirama asserted, with my sage body, there shouldn't be any accidents. Once everything is fine, then Madara can conduct the experiment. Uchiha Madara, seeing Hashirama trying to take charge, shook his head in response. He believed that as the Hokage of Konoha, he needed to contribute to the village. So he was competing with Hashirama to conduct the experiment. No, I'll do it. I'm a Hokage. I decide this. I'll do it. I'm also the Hokage. I decide this. I'll do it. Then a peculiar scene unfolded where the two argued fiercely over who would conduct the experiment, gritting their teeth and rolling up their sleeves as if ready to fight. Ugh. Senju Fujin watched his father and Uchiha Madara and felt like he was watching two clowns. A large drop of sweat rolled down his forehead as he shrugged helplessly, glancing at Tobarama and Izuna. These two really? Senju Tobarama facepalmed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. This scene is quite rare. Ha. Uchiha Izuna also saw his brother acting this way for the first time, looking at Tobarama with an awkward smile. A quarter of an hour later. All right, Dad, Uncle Madara, let's vote to decide. The minority obeys the majority, and the votes will come from the three of us, while you two count as one vote each. How about it? Senju Fujin said, somewhat speechless, then directly looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to propose his idea. I agree. I also agree. After hearing Fujin's words, Tobarama and the others expressed their agreement, raising their hands in support. Okay, let us vote. Izuna, vote for me, and Fujin, you must vote for me. Uchiha Madara sat on the lounge chair, looking at Uchiha Izuna and Senju Fujin. Senju Hashirama snorted coldly, directly sitting in his seat. Then let's vote. Uncle Tobarama, Uncle Izuna, let us get ready. Seeing the two acting like children, Senju Fujin couldn't help but laugh, then looked at Tobirama and Hashirama. Okay, Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna nodded slightly. Now let's begin. Those who agree that Uncle Madara should go first with the experiment, please raise your hands. Fujin called out directly. As soon as Fujin's words echoed, there was complete silence, with Hashirama and Madara staring at the three, not blinking at all. All right, the final result is in. Uncle Madara has 0 votes. This means the winner of this vote is the Deputy Hokage. Senju Fujin looked at Tobirama and Hashirama, surprised that no one raised their hands, then smiled at Uchiha Madara. Izuna, Fujin, you too. Uchiha Madara was willing to accept his loss, but seeing that neither Uchiha Izuna nor Senju Fujin raised their hands, he snorted coldly and turned his head away, feeling very unwilling. Hee hee ha ha, I told you, right? My participation in the experiment is well-deserved, ha ha. Senju Hashirama burst into laughter upon seeing Uchiha Madara in a tough spot. Consider yourself lucky. These traitors are driving me mad. Hearing Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and disdainfully glared at Uchiha Izuna. However, Uchiha Izuna responded with a smile, not taking it to heart. Brother, you are the only hope for our clan. You cannot afford to get into trouble. Please forgive me for this choice. In truth, Uchiha Izuna's inner thoughts were such that when faced with unknown dangers, he certainly did not want Uchiha Madara to take risks. Although this felt a bit unfair to Hashirama. His brother's life was the most important thing to him. His elder brother was powerful and should not encounter any accidents. But Uchiha Madara must not be the first to experiment. Otherwise, if Madara succeeded in his experiment and awakened the Rinnegan, if he became enraged, the Senju clan would not be able to withstand him. Big brother, you must do your best. Senju Tobirama also had his own concerns. Although he now trusted the Uchiha clan, he did not dare to entrust the fate of his family to that trust in the face of unknown fears. If Uchiha Madara obtained the Rinnegan and became arrogant, believing himself invincible, problems would likely arise. So it was better to let his elder brother experiment. As he also enjoyed researching forbidden techniques, thinking it shouldn't be too difficult. All right, the choice has been made. Next, it will be up to Dad to conduct the experiment. However, Uncle Madara, you said that to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, one needs the eyes of close relative. So, do you think your father's eyes could also be used to enhance your Sharingan? Even if we don't awaken the Rinnegan afterwards, having the eternal Manjiki Sharingan would still be a high-level combat power. Soon, Senju Tobirama's idea turned to Uchiha Taijima, as awakening the eternal Manjiki Sharingan only required the eyes of close relative. So why couldn't they use Uchiha Taijima's eyes? There were also the eyes of his deceased brothers that could be used. What? No way, Tobirama. That's my father's eyes, this. Uchiha Izuna was taken aback by Senju Tobirama's words, shook his head, and felt extremely reluctant. After all, his father was already dead, and he naturally did not want to use the only preserved eyes, because the bloodline of the Uchiha clan is special. The Sharingan of Uchiha who died in battle or from illness would be removed and stored specially. After all, if their corpses were desecrated for research, it could expose the bloodline of the Uchiha clan or the secrets of the Sharingan. Therefore, after every war, they would take all the bodies of their clan members and remove their eyes for special storage. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would not know how many Uchiha Sharingan had been born into other clans or among civilian ninjas. Chapter 19. Senju. The fusion of Uchiha bloodline, Senju Tobirama. Is it really necessary to use the eyes of our ancestors? Although Uchiha Madara had some reluctance in his heart, he knew that if necessary, as long as it could protect his brother's safety, he would definitely choose to use them. The ancient texts record that we need the eyes of close relatives. If both Uncle Madara and Uncle Izuna become blind, how can we protect our village? We can only use the eyes of our ancestors. If we can obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it will surely enhance the strength of our Konoha village. Senju Tobirama frowned and said to Uchiha Madara. He knew that Uchiha Madara had already shown signs of moving, and he too desired to obtain the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan to see if he could awaken the Rinnegan at that time. If he could awaken the Rinnegan, then at least he would be invincible in the ninja world, unless he encountered that freak Otsutsuki Kinshiki. That person could directly rub Sasuke and Naruto into the ground. If it's that hard to deal with the two protagonists, how much more difficult would it be to face someone who hasn't even reached the 6 paths level? Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Uchiha Madara was clearly a bit tempted. After all, after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, his vision had indeed started to decline due to frequent use. However, He could still see clearly, which did not affect his combat abilities. It was just that if he were to go blind, he would become powerless, turning into a useless person. Alright, I agree. I will conduct the experiment first. If it can indeed become the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, then we can let Izuna fuse with that power afterward. My vision has indeed declined, and every time I use the Mangeki Sharingan, I feel like my eyesight is gradually weakening. If this problem can truly be solved, I am willing to give it a try. Uchiha Madara struggled internally, as this was the only memory left by his father and several younger brothers. However, in order to protect Izuna, he had to make the choice to undergo the transplant procedure for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Brother this. Although Uchiha Izuna also felt that his eyes were starting to change, it was not as obvious as Uchiha Madara's, and he did not think of the last layer. Now seeing that his brother actually agreed to Senju Tobarama's proposal, he was somewhat surprised. Izuna, to protect you and the village, anything can be sacrificed, even my own life. Let alone the eyes of our father. They have already departed, so let us use the remaining power they left to protect us. This is also a form of their love and protection for us, isn't it? Uchiha Madara had made up his mind and waved his hand at Uchiha Izuna, saying firmly, "This, Sai." Uchiha Izuna knew that once his brother had made up his mind, it would be hard to change, and in the end, he could only choose to agree. Alright, then Uncle Madara, you bring the Sharingan over, and we will proceed with the research operation. Also, bring a few more pairs of 3-Tomo Sharingan. If father wants to awaken the Rinnegan, I wonder if having a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan would increase his chances of success. What Senju Tobarama needed to do now was to help the two awaken the Rinnegan, and if he could awaken it himself, that would be even better. So he asked Uchiha Madara to bring a few more pairs for research, as this was their secret, and they could not let others know. Okay, I understand. Izuna, you go and bring back father's eyes, and also bring 3 pairs of 3-Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, and then said to Uchiha Izuna, I got it, brother. Uchiha Izuna had no choice but to turn and leave the office, heading back to the clan to fetch the eyes. And just 2 months after Konoha was established, all countries saw the results and began to imitate Konoha by establishing their own ninja villages. The land of lightning gave birth to Kumobikure, whose leader claimed to be Reikage, the first Reikage. The land of water gave birth to Kirigakure, whose leader claimed to be Mizukage. The land of wind gave birth to Sunagakure, whose leader claimed to be Kazekage. The land of earth gave birth to Awakens, whose leader claimed to be Tsuchikage. They were all the first generation of Kage, and for a time, the entire ninja world was swept up in a frenzy to create villages, with countless small countries also following suit to establish their own villages. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had also made some progress in their research on the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. I feel like my vision has become even stronger now, and my ocular power is becoming more abundant. I estimate that the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not far off. Uchiha Madara felt the power that his eyes brought him, almost becoming fascinated by it. This power was truly overwhelming. However, because Uchiha Taijima's eyes only reached the extreme 3-Tomo level, it slowed down Uchiha Madara's conversion to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and he could not immediately become the eternal eye. Brother, my eyes are the same. I feel a stronger power awakening. It seems that what was recorded in that ancient book is indeed correct. There are people who want to use us to awaken the Rinnegan, and then possess us, attempting to unleash that so-called heavenly woman. I don't know who that person is and what kind of power they possess, that they could provoke a war in a ninja world for thousands of years. Such a person is terrifying. I don't know if our current strength can defeat them. Uchiha Izuna also felt that his Sharingan was becoming stronger, increasingly believing in the events recorded in that ancient book. He felt a bit of anger in his heart, recalling how Kagaya had instigated war and wanted either him or his brother to die. This was simply unforgivable. I won't let you suffer any harm. You are my only remaining brother. I will definitely protect you well. If anyone wants to kill you, I'll make sure they die first. Uchiha Madara was filled with anger as well, not expecting that someone would want to kill his brother. Everything now gradually confirmed what was recorded in the ancient book. They wanted either his or his brother's life. Such a person absolutely cannot be left alive, no matter what. How is Hashirama's experiment going during this time? Uchiha Madara then looked at Uchiha Izuna and asked. He also wanted to know if Senju Hashirama's current research results could truly succeed. I just want to check. The 3-Tomo Sharingan that Hashirama transplanted has directly turned into the Mangeki Sharingan due to the stimulation of the Senju bloodline, but the specific abilities are still unclear. Moreover, after transplanting Big Brother's cells, his aura has been getting stronger and stronger, at least several times stronger than before. What was written in that book is being confirmed one by one. Brother, it's very likely that Hashirama can really awaken the Rinnegan. When the time comes, both you and Hashirama will awaken the Rinnegan together. I believe that with 2 pairs of Rinnegan, we will definitely be able to kill that damn black thing. Uchiha Izuna had just gone to check, and Senju Hashirama's Manjiki Sharingan had already opened, and his physical strength was beginning to gradually increase, moving at an astonishing speed. At that time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's 2 Sharingan will surely be able to kill Kaguya, and then there will be no more harm. Very good. The Rinnegan, as the ultimate evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan, must be even stronger than the eternal Manjiki Sharingan that we are about to awaken. I'm really looking forward to what kind of abilities he will have. He. A golden light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He was already very satisfied with the current eternal Manjiki Sharingan. What if it were the even stronger Rinnegan? What level could he reach? Now he and Hashirama are already invincible in the world, and after obtaining the Rinnegan, they will definitely become even stronger, perhaps even godlike beings. If brother says so, I am even more looking forward to it. Uchiha Izuna sat with Uchiha Madara on the Hokage rock, overlooking the entire village, smiling slightly. Ha. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna shared a similar smile. In the Konoha hospital, Senju Tobarama personally performed surgery on Senju Hashirama. Among the Senju clan, only Senju Hashirama and his medical ninjutsu are the most powerful, so he operated himself. Dad, how do you feel? Senju Tobarama asked Senju Hashirama in front of him. I feel great, and my power has increased several times. Even without using Sage Mode, I'm already stronger than my previous self when I was using Sage Mode. Moreover, this Manjiki is indeed powerful. Each eye has a unique ocular technique. It's even more bizarre than Madara's eyes. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly at Senju Tobarama, feeling the unique ocular technique in his eyes, which made him realize that the Sharingan is indeed a very powerful eye. That's good. Dad, do you feel that the Uchiha bloodline in your body has stabilized? If it's stable, I will increase the dosage of DNA I inject into you. At first, Senju Tobarama was also hesitant to inject too much of Uchiha Madara's bloodline. After all, he didn't want his father to end up like Uchiha Madara in the original story, with a face appearing on his chest, which would be really ugly. So he was very cautious with the bloodline infusion for Senju Hashirama, administering it in small doses and only increasing the amount after he adapted to the absorption. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was very steady and easier to absorb and merge. That's about it. Continue. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly and smiled at Senju Tobarama. Okay, then I'll inject it again to see if it works. Seeing Senju Hashirama confirm, Senju Tobarama quickly nodded and inserted the syringe into his body. Dad, that's enough. Adapt to it, and let me know when you're ready. I'm leaving now, bye. Soon, Senju Tobarama had implanted Uchiha Madara's DNA into Senju Hashirama's body again. After the injection, he would rely on himself to digest and absorb it. Chapter 20. The Ninetales attack on Konoha. The Senju clan's bloodline must completely devour the Uchiha clan's bloodline to form the latest bloodline, allowing his pair of Manjiki Sharingan to upgrade directly to Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly and began to observe the changes within his body. Senju Tobarama directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the hospital, and in the next moment, he had arrived at his secret base. This secret base was used for his own research. Not long ago, he had already transplanted a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan into his eyes, and now it had successfully transformed into Manjiki Sharingan and was evolving at an extremely rapid pace. The Manjiki Sharingan should soon evolve into Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This immortal body truly possesses a powerful bloodline. This should be the same ancestral bloodline as Kaguya Tsutsuki, right? After switching to Sharingan, it can continuously and subtly evolve. After returning to his secret base, Senju Tobarama instantly opened his alluring Manjiki Sharingan, feeling the bloodline within him constantly transforming his Manjiki Sharingan. Unable to help but laugh heartily. If Uchiha Sasuke were here, he would definitely see that Senju Tobarama's Manjiki Sharingan was very similar to his own, also a 6-pointed star, but without any fine lines inside, only a hollow point. Moreover, within the 6-pointed star, there was a faintly visible 4-pointed shuriken, somewhat resembling Uchiha Shurisue's Manjiki Sharingan reflection. With this immortal body, activating the complete body, Susanoo posed no pressure, and his power was still surging, with his ocular power increasing every second. The abilities of both eyes also satisfied him. However, ISNT Manjiki Sharingan a reflection of a person's heart? The thoughts in one's heart determine the direction of Manjiki abilities. Why does One Eye's ability represent protection? How strange. Who am I supposed to protect? Although Senju Tobirama was very satisfied with the abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan, he was somewhat confused that one of the abilities was actually protection. At least for now, Senju Tobirama felt that there was no one worth protecting, no one he would sacrifice his life for. The left eye's ability was a spatial barrier, allowing him to freely control a space, sealing it off so that no one could enter. Moreover, damage would turn to nothingness, lasting indefinitely unless he chose to deactivate the spatial barrier himself. This was somewhat similar to Obito's eye, but he hid his body within the Kamui space. My eye's ability, however, could turn any space into nothingness with no restrictions, even being permanent. Unless someone else breaks the space, or if I choose to let them out, they cannot escape. If used for protection, it was indeed a very good ability. However, it was useless for attack. He couldn't just lock them in space and let them starve to death. Could he? The ability that came to Senju Tobirama's mind was protection, which could be considered absolute defense. At least in this ninja world, no one could shatter space, meaning that anyone he wished to protect could be safeguarded with just a glance, and the size of the space was determined by himself. The ability of the other eye was somewhat perverse. The right eye could actually control time, albeit only for a brief 10 seconds. However, during those 10 seconds, he could accomplish many things. It was somewhat similar to the laws of time, but much weaker than the power of those laws, lacking in duration. The range was at most within a kilometer, allowing him to freely adjust the flow of time within the locked space. This was the first time Senju Tobirama had seen such a heaven-defying ocular technique. If this technique were used on others, 10 seconds would be enough to make decades of their time flow away or even directly overdraw it. He wondered if awakening the eternal Manjiki would change his ocular techniques. He was indeed somewhat looking forward to it. Looking at his hands, Senju Tobirama smiled slightly, then deactivated his Sharingan to return to normal, and then disappeared from a base. Summoning technique. At that moment, an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived in Konoha village, cloaked in a black robe, completely concealing himself, and instantly used the summoning technique. Bang! Roar! At that moment, a gigantic fiery red figure suddenly appeared outside Konoha village. It was the Ninetales. For some unknown reason, it had inexplicably appeared in Konoha village. What is that? Such a powerful aura. What is going on? What? That is a fox? How can there be such a huge fox? Because the Ninetales suddenly appeared in Konoha. Its enormous size instantly crushed countless houses, and its powerful aura created numerous storms, blowing away all the nearby people. Help! Run! Monster! Monster! Countless villagers in Konoha had never seen such a gigantic and terrifying tailed beast before. Everyone was shocked and kept fleeing. Roar! The Ninetales, having been summoned inexplicably, was filled with fury upon seeing the brightly lit Konoha and began to wreak havoc, swinging its claws and nine tails, continuously destroying the buildings of Konoha village. What aura? At that moment, Uchiha Madara frowned, suddenly sensing a powerful aura appearing at the entrance of Konoha, the magnitude of its chakra surprisingly shocking him. Whoosh! First Hokage, a terrifying summoning beast, has appeared in our Konoha. It is exceptionally large, a fox with 9 tails, and has already caused countless casualties among the villagers. Its strength is too formidable. Our ninjutsu has no effect on it at all. Just then, while Uchiha Madara was still puzzled about the aura, a masked Umbu ninja with a cat face appeared before him, reporting this matter. The establishment of the Umbu was naturally inseparable from Senju Tobirama, who had instructed Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to establish the root and Umbu within the village. The Umbu was directly led by the 2 Hokage, while the root was commanded by Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, responsible for intelligence gathering and assassination missions within the village. A summoning beast? Why does it possess chakra, even larger than Hashirama's? And this aura? So evil? You all immediately order the Umbu members to protect all villagers and escort them to the shelter. The lower ninjas should retreat, while the middle ninjas are responsible for evacuating the crowd. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Uchiha Madara felt an extremely massive chakra, sensing that it was an extremely evil chakra, and quickly said, "Understood." The Umbu instantly vanished from the spot. Uchiha Madara instantly disappeared from his original position and appeared directly on top of the Hokage office building. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? I absolutely cannot allow you to harm the hard-won peace. Everyone, hurry up and stop him. Buy some time for the villagers. Quick, let's restrain him. We cannot let him destroy the village any further. All the ninjas from several clans in Konoha, above the Jainin level, appeared in front of the Nine Tails. They had just begun to enjoy the hard-earned peace and did not want to see it lost. They glared at the Nine Tails with anger and ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless shurikens flew towards the Nine Tails, each attached with numerous explosive tags. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. However, these attacks were completely ineffective against the Nine Tails and only served to enrage it. Whoosh. Bang. The Nine Tails instantly swiped a paw towards the place where the shurikens had just flown from, causing an explosion at the spot. Ah! In an instant, several ninjas standing in place were caught off guard and were sent flying by the Nine Tails strike. A few were even killed on the spot. What a terrifying fox. Everyone, don't be afraid. Try to hold him off. The first Hokage will be here soon. Yes, everyone put in more effort. Even if we can't stop this Nine Tails, we must get all the villagers to the shelter as quickly as possible to buy them time. Everyone, do not act independently. Let's work together to use ninjutsu to hold them off. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, all the Konoha ninjas prioritized peace. Each one was exerting their last efforts. Even if they couldn't defeat the Nine Tails, they still fought for time for the villagers to escape. Najutsu summoning technique. Come fort. Monkey King, Enma. Bang. Sarutobi Sasuke appeared in front of the Nine Tails, bit his finger, and instantly used the summoning technique, slamming his hand on the ground to summon their Sarutobi clan's summoning beast. In an instant, a gray-haired monkey dressed in ninja attire appeared, continuously waving a white monkey tail behind it, with a Konoha forehead protector on its forehead, looking quite comical. The Nine Tails? How is that possible? Why is the Nine Tails here? After Enma appeared, he crossed his arms and stared at the Nine Tails, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Enma, push him out of the village, or the village will be destroyed. Adamantine staff, Sarutobi Sasuke said solemnly while staring at the Nine Tails. I understand. Transformation. Bang. Upon hearing Sarutobi Sasuke's words, Enma instantly transformed into a puff of smoke and directly became a black iron staff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The staff spun a few times in the air before being caught in Sarutobi Sasuke's hand. Enma, extend and push the Nine Tails out. Sarutobi Sasuke shouted loudly while staring at the Nine Tails. Chapter 21. Immortal Technique. The Divine Gate. I understand now, huh? And I suddenly appeared on the Rui Jingu Bang, and then it instantly elongated infinitely. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. Roar. In an instant, the Rui Jingu Bang directly hit the Nine Tails in the stomach, pushing it all the way out of the village. Finally, it was pushed out. That damn Nine Tails actually caused such huge losses to the village. Sarutobi Sasuke glared fiercely at the gigantic Nine Tails in front of him. They had just joined Konoha not long ago, hoping to achieve peace, but now the Nine Tails had destroyed so many buildings and killed so many villagers. A fox with 9 tails? What is that? What is this thing? Why is it so enormous? As the Hokage, how can I allow you to act so recklessly? Destroying my homeland and village, you deserve to die. Uchiha Madara frowned upon seeing the Nine Tails, staring at the countless destroyed houses and injured villagers, filled with rage. He had never seen the Nine Tails before. In ancient legends, even the Sage of Six Paths had only heard of it, let alone seen it. If the previous Uchiha Madara had not awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, encountering the Nine Tails would have been fatal for him. After all, without the Manjiki Sharingan and would release, he would have been unable to control the nine-tailed beasts, let alone seal them. Only the Uzumaki clan possessed the strength to seal tailed beasts, but they couldn't just let the tailed beasts wait quietly for them to seal them, since the Nine Tails was not inherently evil. It preferred freedom and did not need to eat people. Thus, they all lived deep in the mountains, leading carefree lives. The nine-tailed beasts were scattered across various places due to incompatible personalities, and few people ever saw them. Of course, that was because those who had seen them were already dead. In this era, apart from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, very few could match a tail beast. Not to mention the Nine Tails, the strongest of them all. Why it suddenly appeared in Konoha was unknown to everyone. There is no other way. I hope the Nine Tails can be strong enough to kill Uchiha Madara or that Uchiha Izuna. Even if it just blinds him, that would be fine. Then I could obtain a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan and use their eyes to become Rinnegan. This Sarutobi family monkey is quite interesting. At this moment, a black figure suddenly emerged from the top of the Nine Tails' head. It was none other than Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu. He looked at Konoha in front of him and coldly snorted at Sarutobi Sasuke, holding the Rui Jingubang. After the Uchiha and Senju clans signed the agreement to establish Konoha, it became difficult for him to intervene. After all, he could not appear in front of Madara. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself, and everything could only be hinted to Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara was not blind at the moment, so he could not awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, making it even more difficult to awaken the Rinnegan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In an instant, the Nine Tails, having been pushed out of Konoha, opened its mouth wide, and a massive black sphere suddenly appeared in front of it, which it swallowed whole before shooting directly towards Konoha. Umph, you dare to wreak havoc in my Konoha? Beast, who gave you the courage? Just as the words fell, a domineering man dressed in Hokage attire descended from the sky, seeing the tailed beast bomb shot by the Nine Tails, and snorted coldly. Susanoo. With a furious shout from Uchiha Madara, a towering blue giant appeared at the entrance of Konoha, instantly drawing the sword at his waist and slashing down on the tailed beast bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Madara's sword strike sent the Nine Tails tailed beast bomb flying away. Finally, you've come out? Hee. Use it. The more you use your Sharingan, the faster you go blind. Ha ha. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's voice, Black Zetsu's mouth curved slightly, looking at the Susanoo in front of him with great satisfaction. Using Susanoo consumes a tremendous amount of ocular power, and it would cause the Mangeki Sharingan to accelerate blindness. He wanted one of them to die or go blind, so he could obtain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. No way. Did Madara already acquire the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? What is going on? Suddenly, Black Zetsu looked up and saw that Uchiha Madara, standing within the forehead of Susanoo, actually possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, leaving him stunned, as if everything he did was in vain. Damn, he has awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan already. It was a waste of my time looking for the Nine Tails. But this is also good. It saved me a lot of time. Hee. Then it's meaningless for me to stay here. You can have your fun. Uchiha Madara. I look forward to our next meeting. Don't disappoint me. Ha ha. Black Zetsu originally intended for Uchiha Madara to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. And now that he has awakened it himself, it couldn't be better. He just needed to make Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama turn against each other, and he could tear off Hashirama's cells to cultivate new Rinnegan. At that time, he could revive his mother. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Black Zetsu left satisfied, unnoticed by anyone that there was an unknown creature on the Nine Tails. Boom, boom, boom. The Nine Tails tailed beast bomb was instantly swatted away by Uchiha Madara and exploded dozens of miles away, causing all the people of Konoha to feel a tremor as if the earth was shaking. The first Hokage is coming. The first Hokage is coming. The first Hokage is truly powerful. Such an attack was easily swatted away. Of course, just look at who it is. He is our clan leader, our first Hokage. The aura of the first Hokage's Susanoo is so strong. I feel it's hard to breathe in front of him. This is the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo, a power comparable to that of a god, and only the first Vice Hokage can contend with it. Because of Uchiha Madara's appearance, the ninjas of Konoha, who were still in a tough battle, showed joyful expressions one by one, feeling greatly reassured by the giant blue figure in front of them. Uchiha Madara was now the backbone of Konoha. His presence made everyone feel safe. Who gave you the courage to destroy my village? The Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes spun wildly as he wielded the sword of Susanoo and slashed at the Nine Tails. Roar! In an instant, the Nine Tails was struck painfully by Uchiha Madara's sword, losing a tail in the process, letting out a fierce roar, its eyes flashing with anger. Is someone invading Konoha? At Konoha Hospital, Senju Hashirama felt a powerful force when the Nine Tails appeared, instantly pulling out all the needles embedded in his body and disappearing from the spot. Nine Tails of a fox? What the hell? Daring to destroy my village? They're simply asking for death. Hashirama arrived at the village entrance and saw the gigantic Nine Tails and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo in front of him. His brows furrowed, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he instantly activated Sage Art. A circle appeared on Hashirama's forehead with a black dot in the center, and then a pair of panda eyes emerged with curved black lines extending to his ears beneath his eyes, his brows tightly knitted. Sage Art, my Jimon. In an instant, Hashirama summoned dozens of wooden stakes shaped like the character Kai, falling from the sky and rapidly descending towards the Nine Tails. Bang, bang, bang. Roar! Damn humans, let me go roar. Soon, the Ninetales' tails and limbs were all suppressed by the massive wooden stakes, instantly losing the ability to resist, and it roared angrily at Hashirama and Madara. The first Hokage's deputy also appeared, amazed at how effortlessly he had suppressed the Ninetales, rendering it immobile. Both of the first Hokages were extremely powerful beings. No wonder they could evenly match and easily deal with the formidable Ninetales. Yes, when will I be as powerful as the first Hokage? They are simply too strong. Because the Ninetales was instantly controlled by Hashirama, everyone felt a shock, their eyes flashing with endless admiration as they looked at Hashirama and Madara, filled with longing in their hearts. Hashirama, what should we do with this Ninetales? Madara, seeing the Ninetales being controlled, ignored its cries and turned to ask Hashirama. Hashirama, hearing Madara's question, found it difficult to decide for a moment, as they had never encountered such a situation before. The power of this Ninetales was too immense. If not managed properly, similar situations could arise again. However, Mamai Jinmon can only suppress it, not control it. Hashirama then looked up at Madara and said, for such a powerful tailed beast, even if I were to control it, it would require an enormous amount of chakra. Then let's seal it. I wonder if the Uzumaki clan can seal it. Madara nodded slightly. For this Ninetales, he could also control it with a Sharingan, but that wouldn't be a long-term solution. It could only be temporarily sealed. That's a good idea. We can't let it wreak havoc in the world anymore. Wait for me. Hearing Madara's suggestion, Hashirama nodded slightly. They would have to seal the Ninetales to prevent it from causing trouble in the future. Hashirama then directly disappeared from the spot and returned home. Mito, come with me. Upon returning home, Hashirama said nothing and directly pulled Uzumaki Mito away. Chapter 22. Sealing the Ninetales. First generation Jinchuriki. Hashirama, what are you doing? Uzumaki Mito was inexplicably pulled away by Senju Hashirama and asked with some confusion. Although she had seen the Ninetales appear, she hadn't run out, but now she was being taken away by Hashirama. Mito, we need to seal him. If we can't seal him, he might come out again to wreak havoc on the world. To prevent this from happening again, I think we must seal him. Senju Hashirama brought Uzumaki Mito to the village entrance and pointed to the Ninetales in front of them, speaking in a deep voice. Seal him? His chakra is too enormous. If I want to completely seal him, I have to seal him within my own body. But Uzumaki Mito turned to look at the Ninetales, her brow furrowing. She could seal the Ninetales, but it had to be within her own body to prevent it from escaping. But what? Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Uzumaki Mito could seal the Ninetales. He could only temporarily control the Ninetales with would release, and he didn't have any sealing technique that could completely seal it. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. If sealed within her body, if she died later, it would also be released. It must be passed down through generations. When I can't hold on any longer, I pass it to the next person to seal it, and then to the next person, repeating this process. Uzumaki Mito understood that while she could seal the Ninetales, what would happen when she grew old and died? Who would it be sealed within? Were the Uzumaki clan members destined to forever be the containers for sealing the Ninetales? She felt troubled inside. Ding! The Ninetales is about to be sealed. The divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Let Uzumaki Mito become the first generation Jinchuriki without any interference. Task reward. Ichiraku Ramen's secret recipe. Option 2. Sign a contract with the Ninetales to make it your summoning beast and become good friends with it, resolving Hashirama's dilemma. Task reward. Tailed Beast Affinity 10. Option 3. The host becomes the first generation Jinchuriki, becoming the hero of Konoha Core. Task reward. Otsutsuki clan transformation ability. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama, who had just returned to the village and was heading towards the village entrance, was presented with the screen options. Ichiraku Ramen secret recipe? I don't sell ramen. Clearly, this had no effect on Senju Tobarama, and he instantly ignored it. Tailed Beast Affinity 10? What is that? Do I have to hold hands with the tailed beasts and play games? Or pick up soap together? Ugh. He decided to choose option 3. The power of the Ninetales was not to be underestimated, and there were various forms, all very cool. For example, the Kurama mode was very cool, which he quite liked. The most important thing was the transformation ability, which could actually extend one's lifespan. Wouldn't that mean immortality? But since he was already in a mortal body, it didn't matter much. However, the ability to enhance strength was also good. Ultimately, Senju Tobarama made up his mind, instantly disappearing from his spot and reappearing at the village entrance. Mom, let me seal him. At that moment, Senju Tobarama walked in front of the three and, looking at the Ninetales, smiled slightly. Nonsense. Uzumaki Mito immediately turned around upon hearing Tobarama's words, as if she wanted to slap him. Huh. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances. This kid was really always rushing forward, no matter what he was doing. He was simply a reckless one. Hashirama, I think it's a good idea. Tobarama has a huge amount of chakra. He might be able to become friends with the Ninetales. Although the Ninetales has evil chakra, it doesn't seem to have much malice. It seems to have been summoned. Someone must want to deal with us in Konoha. Uchiha Madara looked at the Ninetales in front of them. The Ninetales did not appear by itself. It inexplicably appeared in the middle of the village, which meant it was summoned by someone. If Tobarama can seal the Ninetales and become friends with it, that would be a lasting solution. Yes, Mito. Let Tobarama give a try. As the son of the Hokage, he has the duty to protect our village. Becoming the Ninetales Jinchuriki is imperative. Whether it's you or Tobarama, the outcome will be the same. Tobarama's strength is great. Even if issues arise, he can suppress the Ninetales with his own strength. Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment, knowing very well whom to choose as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. In front of the village, his first consideration was the village, not lives. Even if it was his own family, the village was more important. As long as anyone wanted to harm Konoha, he would make them pay a heavy price. Sacrifices for the village were inevitable. Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobarama were his most beloved people, but for the sake of the village, he could only sacrifice them as sealing vessels. No need. Since you've all decided, then seal it within my body. Uzumaki Mito understood that sealing the Ninetales was inevitable. She didn't want her son to bear all of this. Hearing them say that Tobarama should become the Jinchuriki, she immediately stood up and decided to become the first-generation Ninetales Jinchuriki herself. Mom, I'm already an adult. I want to protect the village too. You have given birth to me and raised me. It has been hard enough. I've grown up, so let me share some of the burden. I've decided. I will be the first-generation Ninetales Jinchuriki. Dad, let me do it. I will definitely use my own power to ensure he won't harm anyone again. Senju Tobarama's eyes flashed with determination as he looked at Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Huh. Uzumaki Mito had never seen such a look in Tobarama's eyes before. Hearing her son's words, she couldn't help but feel moved. A trace of love and happiness flashed in her eyes, and she exchanged a glance with Hashirama, filled with relief and pride. All right, as expected of my son, Senju Tobarama. Then next, I will release the seal. You will immediately seal him within your body. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama and patted his shoulder. Okay. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly at Hashirama, then instantly appeared in front of the Ninetales. Release. Then, Senju Hashirama waved his right hand, directly releasing the restraints on the Ninetales. Damn humans die. Due to the contact with the Sage of Six Paths, the Ninetales was instantly able to move freely and use its chakra. Suddenly, black chakra began to appear in its mouth as it prepared to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Umph. Uchiha Obito coldly snorted, and in an instant his eternal Mangeki Sharingan began to spin. The Ninetales instantly felt its head being controlled by an illusion, and the pupils in its eyes transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan, leaving its whole body standing dazedly in place, no longer showing any signs of rebellion. Fujin starts sealing, Uchiha Obito said lightly as he looked at Senju Fujin. I understand. Secret technique, diamant lock. In an instant, the chakra within Senju Fujin transformed into 5 chakra chains, directly binding the Ninetales and continuously dragging it toward his body. Sealing technique, Heavenly Gang Bagua Seal. Then, Senju Fujin quickly formed seals, and a huge Bagua array appeared beneath him and the Ninetales, enveloping both of them. Seal it for me. With a loud roar from Senju Fujin, a tremendous pulling force acted directly on the chakra chains, causing the chains to contract faster and faster. Subsequently, the Bagua array beneath Senju Fujin and the Ninetales began to spin rapidly, and a smaller Bagua array appeared on top of it, with an even greater suction force that began to deform the Ninetales' body. Once the Ninetales was completely absorbed into the Bagua array, the smaller Bagua array flew directly towards Senju Fujin and drilled into his body. In an instant, a sealing technique appeared on Senju Fujin's belly, indicating the completion of the seal. One more time. Sealing technique, 4-symbol seal. In order to perfectly absorb the Ninetales' power, Senju Fujin added a 4-symbol seal to reinforce the seal, extending his right hand into a claw, pressing it against his belly, and rotating it clockwise about 90 degrees, thoroughly solidifying the seal. Thus, the sealing of the Nine Tails was completed. A demon wind swept through the previously destroyed area, raising a huge cloud of smoke, leaving the place in disarray. But this farce had finally come to an end. The Nine Tails was sealed? The Nine Tails was sealed by Lord Fujin. How impressive. Long live Lord Fujin. Long live Lord Fujin. I didn't expect Lord Fujin to be so powerful. Capable of sealing the Nine Tails. That's incredible, right? Of course, Lord Fujin is the young clan leader of the Senju clan, and he is also the son of the Hokage. I've heard he can use wood release too. Really? I haven't seen Lord Fujin use wood release. That's truly powerful. No wonder he's the young clan leader of the Senju clan. That's right, our young clan leader is unmatched in the world, even comparable to the Hokage. I witnessed the last battle. Although the young clan leader lost, he is still young. What? Lord Fujin has fought against the Hokage? Because the Nine Tails was sealed, countless people in Konoha village cheered with joy. They witnessed the powerful strength of Senju Fujin, and their faces were filled with delight towards the few guardian spirits in their village. Chapter 23. The opportunity to become the perfect Jinchuriki. The system sensed the host's successful choice and completion of a task, rewarding the host with its Tsutsuki clan's chakra ability. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Feeling the Tsutsuki clan's chakra technique in his mind, Senju Tobarama slightly raised the corner of his mouth, quite satisfied with his choice. It was unexpectedly not a trap. All right, everyone, let's leave. Help the villagers rebuild their homes so that everyone can come out of the shelter, Uchiha Madara said, turning to the ninjas behind him as he saw that the situation had settled. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everyone respectfully bowed to a few individuals before turning to walk towards the village. Brother, big brother. At this moment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izuna also approached. The two of them had refrained from intervening when they saw Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara take action. If even they couldn't handle the situation, their involvement would have been meaningless. You two are here? It's fine now. You two lead the villagers to repair the village, Senju Hashirama said, shaking his head as he saw Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna approach, feeling puzzled about the person who summoned the Nine Tails. Dad, I think it's very likely that it was Kagaya's Black Zetsu. At this moment, Senju Tobarama stepped forward and said to everyone, besides Black Zetsu, I can't think of anyone who could subdue the Nine Tails. As the strongest tailed beast, even a half-powered Nine Tails could easily defeat the Eight Tails, let alone the complete form of the Nine Tails. In this era, besides Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, no one could subdue the Nine Tails. It was an invincible existence. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were called gods, they were not immortal. Instead, the Nine Tails seemed more like a divine being that would not die at all. Even if it died, it could be resurrected. Even if it became the 10 Tails, it was merely a recombination of its original power, not true death. And it could completely resurrect by splitting apart again. Black Zetsu? Is that the person? Uchiha Madara frowned, and for some reason, a fire ignited in his heart at the thought of this person as he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, It seems that the book was right. Someone is indeed plotting against you two brothers. Moreover, his strength is indeed formidable. If it weren't for our special abilities, we wouldn't have been able to subdue the Nine Tails at all. His strength is unfathomable, and we must be cautious. Senju Hashirama felt the same way. Thinking of Black Zetsu and witnessing his ability to control the Nine Tails left them astounded. The Nine Tails was not a minor character. There were probably very few people in the entire ninja world who could match the Nine Tails. It seems we need to accelerate the upgrade of the Rinnegan. This person is too dangerous. This time, we suffered heavy losses because of the Nine Tails. If he comes several more times, how can our village survive? This Black Zetsu. I will definitely root him out and make him experience a fate worse than death. Uchiha Madara was filled with rage, wanting to eliminate anyone who threatened his brother and the safety of the village, ensuring they would never recover. Well, let us go. Research indeed needs to be accelerated. An unseen enemy is the most terrifying. He might be right beside us, and we can't even detect him now. Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement, glancing around. He felt that Black Zetsu was likely nearby, and it was truly difficult to guard against someone who was invisible and intangible. To speed up, let us head back. Senju Tobarama chuckled and led the way back to the village. Black Zetsu was not so easy to deal with. It was hard to find him if he didn't show up, so there was no need to deliberately search for him. There was no point in that. When the time came for him to appear, he would naturally do so, and Senju Tobarama was not worried about that. This guy doesn't seem worried at all, huh? Uchiha Izuna smiled slightly as he watched Senju Tobarama. It seems we old guys are thinking too much. When soldiers come, we block them, When water comes, we bury it. Let us go. Senju Hashirama smiled at everyone and then started to walk. Soon, everyone left, heading towards the village. Quickly, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha all joined in the reconstruction of the village, and, combined with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, activated the barrier of Konoha, enveloping the entire village within it. This was the result of their research during this time, forming a barrier team specifically responsible for observing and maintaining the village's barrier. This barrier is good. Anyone below the J-Nin level will be detected immediately upon entering Konoha. Even shadow-level strong individuals can only force their way in, and at that time, we can still detect the enemy. It's quite practical, although it can only block regular shadow-level attacks. This still needs further research. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly as he observed the barrier in front of him. He personally tested it. It was indeed good, but it still required further research. There's no best. Only better. Let us go see the Nine Tails. Without its cooperation, borrowing all its chakra is still a bit challenging. He. After returning to his room, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly and murmured to himself. Ding! The system detected the host's intention, and the divine selection system activated. Option 1. Give the Nine Tails a beating to tame it, making it your pet. Task completion reward. Tailed beast affection -100. Option 2. Release the Nine Tails and advise it to be cautious of humans, telling it to hide. The host has an immortal body, and the tailed beast will not die after separation, so there is no need to worry. Task completion reward. Nine Tails affection. Additional reward special ninjutsu. Reverse harem technique. Option 3. Become friends with the Nine Tails, making the two of you blood brothers. Task completion reward. Become the perfect Jinchuriki. Additional special reward. Just as Senju Tobarama finished saying he wanted to see the Nine Tails, the divine selection system activated again. Beat the Nine Tails for a -100 affection? That is useless. Upon seeing the first option, Senju Tobarama directly abandoned it. It was not applicable at all, and he wouldn't benefit from it. Reverse harem technique? Is that the upgraded version of Naruto's technique that stunned Kaguya Tsutsuki, the Ultra SSS level ninjutsu? Suddenly, an unbearable image flashed in Senju Tobarama's mind, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Better not. Option 3 is fine. The special reward. I wonder what it is. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Take a gamble. Sometimes a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. If option 3 doesn't have good stuff, this time could be a huge loss. After all, just becoming friends with the Nine Tails already makes one a perfect Jinchuriki. He could only look forward to that so-called special reward. Since he already had a choice in mind, Senju Tobarama's consciousness directly entered his sealing technique. Tick, tick. Senju Tobarama suddenly appeared in front of the Nine Tails, in a space resembling a sewer, with a lot of flowing water. It was unclear why such a sealing space was formed. Yes, come in, come in. The Nine Tails saw Senju Tobarama appear, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes, continuously shouting in his heart. Senju Tobarama approached the Nine Tails, looked up at the gigantic creature before him, and called out with a smile. How do you know my name? Who are you? The Nine Tails was surprised to hear Senju Tobarama call him by his nickname, which was given to him by Sage of Six Paths. Apart from a few other tailed beasts, no one else would know his name. How did Senju Tobarama know? A hint of confusion flashed in the Nine Tails' eyes, but more was shock. Don't be so agitated. I just want to have a chat with you, nothing else. Seeing the Nine Tails like this, Senju Tobarama's lips curled up slightly. Humans are always evil. I sense an evil power within you. It's truly disgusting. The Nine Tails felt the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan within Senju Tobarama and sensed that disgusting aura, curling his lips in disdain. Because of what Senju Tobarama said, he felt somewhat touched inside. The Sage of Six Paths was like their father, a name he hadn't heard in a long time. And a hint of dimness flashed in his eyes. Don't be like that. I just want to be friends with you, nothing else. Senju Tobarama looked at the Nine Tails and seemed to sense that he was reminiscing about something, smiling as he spoke. Friends? Is this how you treat your friends? If you want me to be your friend, then let me out first. The Nine Tails smirked slightly upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words and coldly snorted. Let you out? That could be arranged, but since you're not my friend, I certainly can't let you out. After all, you've killed so many villagers. If I let you out, I'll be hunted down by others. After hearing the Nine Tails' words, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly and instantly flashed, sitting directly on top of the Nine Tails' head. Get off me. This isn't a place for you to sit. The Nine Tails saw Senju Tobarama sitting on his head and was furious, immediately swinging his right paw to grab him. Hey, Don't be so angry. Senju Tobarama didn't move. But suddenly a thick wooden vine appeared in front of him, grabbing the Ninetales' paw and preventing him from advancing even a little. Would release? The Ninetales furrowed his brow tightly upon seeing Senju Tobarama use would release, wondering what was going on. Why does this person possess two bloodlines? One is that of Ashura, and the other is Indra. The two bloodlines have perfectly merged together. It's truly strange. The Ninetales was naturally familiar with the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths. At first, he sensed the power of the Uchiha clan within Senju Tobarama, and now he was using would release, clearly a combination of Ashura and Indra, which left him feeling shocked. Chapter 24, Do you need something from me? First, give me 1 million. I want to change this world to eliminate wars and allow people to live in peace with one another, and also coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts. You have been separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of Six Paths, and each of you tailed beasts is now an independent entity. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just that once you are discovered, countless people will seek to harness your power to dominate the world. You can only resist fiercely, ultimately becoming something feared by humans. I understand that you just want to live a stable life. Senju Tobarama sat atop the Ninetales' head, stroking its soft fur, and spoke slowly. So, I want to be friends with you. Only if we become friends can we rely on my power to ensure everyone lives in peace. I don't like a world filled with chaos. I just want a peaceful world. So, Ninetales, would you be willing to be my friend? Senju Tobarama looked at the Ninetales with the most sincere gaze he could muster, and his words began to subtly sway the Ninetales, possessing a kind of magical influence. Peace. Friends? Humans want to be friends with us tailed beasts? Are you sure you're not daydreaming? Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, the Ninetales, the entire fox was stunned, looking at him and asking faintly, No, I am working hard to achieve this goal, and you're my first target. I want to be your best friend because I don't have any friends either. Don't be fooled by my status as the young clan leader of the Senju. It seems like I have a noble identity, but I really don't have a single friend. Would you be willing to be my first good friend? He. Then Senju Tobarama appeared directly in front of the Ninetales, looking at it with sincere eyes and a sunny smile, extending his right hand. The Ninetales seemed to be touched in its heart. For thousands of years, countless people have hunted it for its immense power, some by chance, and others attracted by tales passed down through books. But all these people were invariably killed by the Ninetales. All those who attempted to take away its freedom and turn it into a weapon of war. It was the first time it had ever heard someone say they wanted to be friends with a tailed beast, which was utterly absurd. I don't need friends. After hearing Senju Tobarama's words, the Ninetales pondered for a long time, a glimmer of struggle flashing in its eyes, and finally lazily laid down on the ground, saying faintly, then closed its eyes. Senju Tobarama was not in a hurry, withdrew his hand, and then quietly sat on the Ninetales' head. This time, the Ninetales made no move, as if it had tacitly agreed. It's not that there's no effect. Let's take it step by step. Then Senju Tobarama lay directly on top of the Ninetales, gazing at the ceiling space, murmuring to himself. Time passed, and at some point, Senju Tobarama unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep on the Ninetales' head. Sleeping? This kid has some nerve. Doesn't he fear that I might kill him right now? The Ninetales opened its eyes and saw Senju Tobarama sleeping on its head. For some reason, the corners of its mouth slightly lifted, and it thought to itself, but it did not take any harsh action and closed its eyes again. The two fell asleep together in the ceiling space. Oh, when Senju Tobarama woke up, it was already night. Seeing that he was still safe and sound, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I'm leaving now. Ninetales, it's getting late. I'll come back to play with you tomorrow. Then Senju Tobarama stood up, stretched, and looked at the Ninetales as he spoke. Get lost. The Ninetales didn't even lift its eyelids, simply replying to Senju Tobarama in a flat tone. Still so fierce, but I believe we will soon become good friends. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at the Ninetales and then left the ceiling space, returning to his original body. One interesting little brat. After Senju Tobarama left, the Ninetales slowly opened its eyes, a hint of laughter flashing in its gaze, shaking its head as it spoke. Ninja school, Dad? With my strength, do I really need to go to school? You're joking, right? Tomorrow is the day the Konoha school opens. It has finally been completed and is now accepting students, with an open-door policy for anyone who wants to attend. Senju Tobarama is now 10 years old. If he didn't have strength, he indeed should go to the ninja school. But with his current power, apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Even Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna wouldn't be able to defeat him, right? Now Senju Hashirama is saying he wants him to go to school. No wonder he is so surprised. That's right, our own ninja school has just been established, and there aren't many people in the village. So the classes are not full. You should go and fill a spot. What do you say? Senju Hashirama looked at his astonished son with a slight smile. As it was the first year of their Konoha, just established, and the school was just starting, many commoners wanted to attend school. But the physical requirements made it difficult to pass. Due to the physical screening, many commoners did not meet the standards, making it hard for commoner ninjas to stand out. Ninja children from clans would soak in medicinal baths to enhance their physique, but where would commoners find that much money? Dad, do you mean to use me to fill a spot? Are you sure you're only missing me? After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Senju Tobarama's forehead dripped with a bead of sweat. This reason was simply absurd. As the young clan leader of the Senju and the son of the Hokage, you must set an example. This way, the children of those major clans will feel comfortable entrusting their kids to the school for education. Senju Hashirama nodded at Senju Tobarama as he spoke. Oh, so that's it. Those clan people aren't giving you face, huh? After Senju Hashirama explained, Senju Tobarama understood. It seemed those major clans were unwilling to send their children to the ninja school for education. After all, those clans have their own traditions, secretaries, and experts in their families to guide them closely. Wouldn't that be better than school? But Senju Hashirama wanted everyone to participate actively. So he needed to set an example. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a choice, and the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Refuse to enter the ninja school. At this age, why go to ninja school? It would be embarrassing to go in and shout 3 times at Senju Hashirama, I'm just not going. Task completion reward. Get kicked out and sleep on the street for a month. Option 2. Refuse to enter the ninja school, claiming that you don't need to learn. If Senju Hashirama doesn't agree, Vortex Minato will appear immediately. Task completion reward. A set of mixed doubles. Option 3. Agree to enter the ninja school, being a good child and unconditionally obeying your parents' arrangements. Task completion reward. Empty fart. As Senju Hashirama insisted on sending him to ninja school, the divine selection system was instantly activated, presenting 3 options before him. System? Are you messing with me? Option 1 and Option 2 are either sleeping on the street or playing mixed doubles. The third option is actually just a reward of empty promises. You really are ruthless. Looking at the 3 options in front of me, I almost want to spit blood. There's no benefit at all. It's better if they didn't even appear. Isn't it just to make me go to ninja school? Their family is a legacy, so they are unwilling to let these kids learn. Therefore, our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan need to set an example. Everyone must go to ninja school so that we can better complete registrations and assign tasks in the future. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. The Senju and Uchiha clans had no issues, but the other clans that joined, like the Hyuga, Sarutobi, and the various other clans, all have their own unique traditions. They are generally reluctant to let their children attend ninja school. So he discussed with Uchiha Madara to ensure that everyone from both clans goes to school, which would encourage others to join in. Since the system won't give me rewards, won't I earn them myself? Dad, I appreciate your hard work. Although the system didn't provide any rewards, this could be considered Senju Hashirama asking Senju Tobarama for a favor, so naturally, he could ask for some benefits. Since the system didn't provide them, he planned to ask for them himself. Dad, I got it, I'll go to school, but what benefits will you give me? Senju Tobarama extended his right hand and smiled at Senju Hashirama. What do you want? Seeing Senju Tobarama's gesture, Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback and asked, 1 million Ryo. As a result, Senju Tobarama made a bold demand. Money in the Naruto world has never been very stable, lacking a fixed price, but now is the early stage of war, and 1 million Ryo is already a vast amount. When Naruto and Jiraiya went to find Tsunade, Jiraiya took all the money, leaving Naruto with only 300 Ryo, but Naruto bought a lot of food and toys, indicating that at that time, 300 Ryo was probably equivalent to about $100 in our world. And Senju Tobarama asking for 1 million Ryo is like a little kid asking his dad for $300,000 or $400,000. The amount is undeniably huge. An S-rank mission only pays a bit over 1 million Ryo, and an S-rank mission requires at least a Jonin to take it. What? 1 million Ryo? What does this little kid want with so much money? No, but you don't need to go to ninja school. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama directly ask him for 1 million Ryo, Senju Hashirama was shocked. How could such a large sum of money be easily handed over? Chapter 25. taking advantage. Seizing 900,000 my monthly allowance is only 300 million taels, and I can barely afford my own gambling, let alone give you some. What am I supposed to gamble with? No way, I can't give it to you. You're just a kid. What do you need money for? Then Senju Hashirama thought to himself, his monthly allowance was only 300 million taels. How could he easily part with it? That is a third of his money. If he gave it all away, how would he gamble? Dad, even though I'm only 10, I need to save enough dowry for my future wife, right? You're out gambling all day, losing your pants every day. If you don't give me money, I'm not going to ninja school. You figure it out. Hee. I'm leaving. Senju Tobarama knew that his father was always hanging around the casino and was secretly referred to as a fat sheep by the villagers. He always lost when he gambled. He didn't know where his luck came from, but he was last in everything except gambling. You, come back here. Senju Hashirama's face turned red as he was exposed by his son, pointing at Senju Tobarama and shouting, Hee, Dad, have you changed your mind? Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Senju Tobarama quickly smiled and turned around, looking at his father. No, I'm telling you to get lost. Senju Hashirama shouted angrily at Senju Tobarama while holding on his purse. Oh, then I'll leave first. Bye, Dad. Senju Tobarama smiled at Senju Hashirama, waved his hand, and turned to leave, seeing his father's stingy look. You. Seeing Senju Tobarama turn around and leave again, Senju Hashirama felt a pang of bitterness. My money, my money. I can only let you down. I can't take you to the battlefield. This is really my fault. Finally, Senju Hashirama lowered his head, took out the scroll from his arms. Most of his money was stored in the scroll. To let Senju Tobarama go to school, he decided to take out a third of his wealth. Kid, come back here. Creak. Then Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama's back, his face flushed, and shouted. When he said this, he felt as if his heart had shattered. Hee, Dad, have you thought it through? Hearing Senju Hashirama's words again, Senju Tobarama instantly appeared in front of him, smiling at him. Here you go. Seeing his son's smile, Senju Hashirama really wanted to go up and hit him. Seeing that he was about to lose a third of his money, he was extremely unwilling. Haha, then I want to be polite and will accept it. Senju Tobarama laughed, directly reaching out to grab the scroll that Senju Hashirama handed over. Dad, why are you holding it so tightly? This is now my money. Let go, let go. When he reached out to take the scroll from Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama clearly felt a huge force resisting, and he quickly looked at him, not forgetting to keep slapping his hand with his left hand, trying to make him let go. My money. Senju Hashirama was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Although he felt very reluctant, he ultimately chose to give up this huge wealth in exchange for Senju Tobarama attending ninja school. In the end, Senju Hashirama still let go, looking unwilling, snorting coldly, but his eyes were still fixed on the scroll, his heart bleeding. Hee. Then I want to be polite and will accept it. I'll definitely report to school tomorrow. Haha. Senju Tobarama stored the scroll away, laughing heartily, then directly disappeared. My money, my money. After Senju Tobarama left, Senju Hashirama cried out in despair, looking up to the sky. Which lunatic? Did he lose money? Is losing money worth being this heartbroken? Did he lose a few million or tens of millions? TCH. Haha. Maybe someone else lost a few million taels? Senju Hashirama's voice traveled far, heard by many people who began to discuss. 1 million taels is enough for me to spend for several years. Hee. Just like that, Senju Tobarama's option was completed. Not only did he successfully avoid the system's reward, turning what was originally no reward into a reward of 1 million taels, he felt delighted, thinking he still had 1 million taels, and was overjoyed. Ding. Sensing the host's successful choice and task completion, reward, empty, nothing. Ding. Detecting the host's opportunism to acquire 1 million taels, the system imposes sanctions, confiscating 900,000 taels for recharge exchange. Ding. Confiscation successful. Remaining 100,000 taels have been stored in the system package. The host may collect it at will. Recharge 900,000 to exchange for the chakra absorption function, which allows for the absorption of any attribute chakra, including Sage chakra, Yin release, and Yang release chakra. Just when Senju Tobarama was feeling joyful, a sudden system prompt appeared, and the scroll containing 1 million taels on him directly disappeared, swallowed by the system. System, damn you. However, the subsequent exchange for chakra absorption was at least a decent consolation, recouping some losses. If you want to use my money to buy your chakra absorption technique, just say so. Hearing the system's prompt, Senju Tobarama spat out a mouthful of blood, almost fainting from anger, looking up to the sky and howling. Fortunately, the system provided a supplementary reward afterward. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Thus, both father and son were in despair. So, who actually profited? What is wrong with this kid today? So jumpy, what SA system? The nine tails inside, Senju Tobarama was somewhat puzzled, awakened by his roar. It had been sleeping, and suddenly hearing his voice, it opened its eyes and muttered. Fortunately, the nine tails didn't know what a system was, otherwise it would have leaked the secret. Gentlemen clan leaders, you've had 3 days to consider. How are you all doing? Tomorrow is the start of ninja school, so I hope you can give a clear answer. In the Konoha Council Hall, it was filled with people. These were all the clan leaders. Uchiha Madara was the first to raise this topic. They had discussed this 3 days ago, but many clan leaders expressed their disagreement. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as the Hokage and Deputy Hokage, sat at the forefront, looking at the leaders of various clans below. Among them were the Hitaki clan, the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the Senju clan, Senju Tobarama, the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna, the Shimura clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Inazuka clan, the Kuruma clan, and the Uzumaki clan branch invited by the Senju Tobarama did not want the entire Uzumaki clan to perish, etc. As for the other small clans, they unconditionally obeyed and sent all their children to the ninja school for study. Only these relatively large clans had such doubts. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, the heads of various clans had some concerns, while others were watching from the sidelines. If someone agreed, they would immediately consent as well. The Yamanaka clan agrees. The Nara clan agrees. The Akimichi clan agrees. The Senju clan agrees and allows Senju Tobarama to enter the ninja school. The Uchiha clan agrees and allows Uchiha Kagami to enter the school. Subsequently, the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans began the first wave of agreements. Their clan secretaries were relatively singular. They could learn just as well at the ninja school. Then Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara made a shocking statement. As Uchiha Kagami was currently the strongest among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobarama needed no further mention among those present, apart from the two Hokages. No one was his match. Now it seemed that both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama would find it somewhat tricky to deal with Senju Tobarama. After all, Senju Tobarama had the nine tails. The chakra of the nine tails combined with his own chakra was a formidable combination, far more terrifying than Naruto's chakra by dozens of times. Naruto's chakra was already quite large, but as the son of the god of the ninja world and the first Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra was undoubtedly even greater. Moreover, the nine tails within him was the complete form, not just half like Naruto's, and he also possessed would release and the Manjiki Sharingan, making him invincible under the dual gods. It was unexpected that the Senju and Uchiha clans would directly allow Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Kagami to enter the school just to enable our clan's children to attend ninja school. It seemed that their entry was imperative this time. Well, it's not advisable to be overly insular. It's not a time of war now, and at worst, they can practice hard within their families during their free time. The current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenkan, furrowed his brows and ultimately decided to agree to send the Hyuga clan's children to the ninja school. The Hyuga clan agrees. Finally, Hyuga Tenkan also consented, as the two strongest clans had already expressed their stance. The Sarutobi clan agreed and dispatched Sarutobi Hiruzen to the school. Then Sarutobi Sasuke also agreed, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to enter the school. Senju Tobarama paused for a moment upon hearing Sarutobi Sasuke's words, then quickly lowered his head and said nothing more. In the end, one clan after another agreed, marking a perfect conclusion, allowing all clan children to enter the ninja school. Very well, school starts tomorrow. I hope to see the children from each clan at the opening ceremony. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged smiles and then stood up to address everyone. This outcome greatly satisfied Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as their previous dreams were gradually coming true, providing them with some comfort. By the next morning, Senju Tobarama walked to school with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Along the way, many parents were sending their children to school, each wearing happy and content smiles. The ninja school truly marked the first appearance of such an institution in this world. Previously, there had been almost no opportunity to become a ninja, but now with the school, everything was different. Chapter 26. The ninja school begins if the Senju clan ninjas have the ability. They can lead their small families to become strong in Konoha, gradually forming their own clans. This is the purpose of sending their children to the ninja school. Isn't that Lord Tobarama? Why is he here at the ninja school? Don't you know? This news has spread everywhere since yesterday. Lord Tobarama will start studying at the ninja school today. What? Why didn't I hear about this? If my daughter could be in the same class as Lord Tobarama, maybe something would happen. What are you thinking? Lord Tobarama is already engaged to someone from the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly be with your little girl? Stop dreaming. What? That's such a pity. If my daughter could win Lord Tobarama's favor, that would be wonderful. Many parents who brought their children to school felt a shock upon seeing Senju Tobarama. Many of them had witnessed his strength, such a powerful figure. At least A.J. Nin was actually coming to school. However, that didn't stop them from fantasizing. If their daughters won Senju Tobarama's favor, they might just become phoenixes soaring high. Tobarama over here. At that moment, a boy who looked somewhat like Senju Tobarama waved and shouted happily at him from the school's open area. Hey, Sarutobi. Tobarama looked at the boy in front of him, who was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future third Hokage, and was momentarily taken aback. He slowly walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" My dad sent me here, saying I should come to school. I didn't want to come at first, but my dad said Tobarama is here, so I came. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a head full of spiky hair, just like Senju Tobarama, except for the different hair color, which might have been influenced by the Sarutobi family's hair. He was wearing a blue round-neck short-sleeve shirt and smiled at Senju Tobarama. How's your strength coming along, kid? Tobarama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had come to school just because he was here. Should he thank him for giving him such honor? By relationship, Hiruzen was still his younger brother, and a close cousin, the future third Hokage. Although he didn't perform well in later events, one had to admit his leadership skills were strong. I've been practicing the ninjutsu you taught me, Tobarama. I could take down A.J. Nin without any problem now. Hiruzen proudly smiled when he heard Tobarama's question. At just 8 years old, having J. Nin level strength was already impressive. It wasn't that ninjas in this era improved their strength quickly. Being A.J. Nin at 8 years old was considered a genius among geniuses in this period. Even among the Uchiha and Senju clans, very few could achieve J. Nin level strength at 8. Moreover, the J. Nin of this era were not comparable to those of later generations. Their strength was at least equivalent to that of a half-Kage level in later times, because their combat experience was forged in the fires of war. Even though there were ninja world wars later, they were much less frequent. In this era, fights were a daily occurrence. If you weren't fighting, you were on your way to fight. If a family didn't have dozens of battles in a year, they were considered a weak clan. This is also why the number of ninja heirs in clans during the Warring States period decreased, as they simply couldn't sustain many. In contrast, during the Ninja World Wars, it was common to see thousands of ninjas in battle. That was the difference. Taking down J. Nin, your strength has improved nicely. Next time, I'll give you something good that will definitely boost your strength. Tobarama was slightly surprised and, after patting Hiruzen on the shoulder, said, Getting praise from Tobarama is really not easy. Ha ha ha. In front of others, Hiruzen was a proud young boy, but in front of his cousin, he felt like a mere rookie. Hearing such praise was already quite an achievement. Hiruzen. Just then, a few people came walking over, all about the same age as Hiruzen, and they seemed to know each other. Hey, Danzo, Monin, Koher, you guys are here too? Hiruzen turned around upon hearing someone call him, and saw 2 boys and a girl approaching him. These 3 would later become elders of the Konoha Council, so it seemed they were already acquainted. No wonder their relationships would be so good later on, as they all became elders. Among them, besides Danzo, who had some strength, the other 2 were indeed somewhat lacking, though this was also because Danzo had modified his body with Hashirama cells and Sharingan. Otherwise, their strengths would have been similar. Yeah, this is my first time at school, and when I heard you were here, I rushed over. Mito Monin said with a chuckle as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. So it was these 3 guys. When Tobarama saw the 3, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and murmured to himself, Is school this exciting? Let me introduce you. This is my Tobarama, the young clan leader of the Senju clan, with formidable strength. You are so lucky to meet him today. Hiruzen, who wasn't particularly interested in school, quickly introduced Tobarama to his friends. What? He's Senju Tobarama? He's so handsome. Uzumaki Koharu, who was only 8, was a little beauty herself. Upon seeing her idol for the first time, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Don't look at her later becoming an old lady. She was a beauty in her youth, especially when the second Hokage chose to retreat. Her appearance was no less than any woman, with a calm mind and tall stature. She exuded a very mature and alluring aura. Wow, so you're Lord Tobarama. Hello, Lord Tobirama, amito mon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Monin quickly approached when he realized he was in front of Senju Tobarama. Hello. Tobarama replied calmly as he looked at him. Lord Tobarama, I am Uzumaki Koharu. It's very nice to meet you, Koharu said shyly while looking at Tobarama. Her bashful demeanor was quite adorable. She did possess some beauty, a little jade girl, he. Tobarama looked at Uzumaki Koharu and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Nice to meet you. Then Tobarama smiled gently at Koharu. Wow, Lord Tobarama is so gentle. I feel like my heart is melted. I really like him, Koharu thought, feeling as if she were in the ocean of love, unable to extricate herself, her heart racing. Her face flushed, feeling somewhat shy. TCH, Shinju Danzu saw everyone gathered around Senju Tobarama and felt disdainful. He didn't think he was any worse than Tobarama, snorted, and said nothing. What's so great about that? Isn't it just because he has a good father? Without your dad, what are you even? Everyone treats him like the center of the universe. Just looking at him makes me sick. With that arrogant demeanor, it's truly disgusting. Danzu was envious. He felt he was no worse than Tobarama, but why was everyone revolving around him? Meanwhile, he had not a single person to praise him, believing Tobarama was just lucky to have a good father. If it weren't for Hashirama, he would be nothing. Danzu was a bit arrogant. In his past life, he couldn't stand this kind of attitude, acting all high and mighty, TSK. When Tobarama saw Danzu's demeanor, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Such a person was simply beneath his notice. He had disliked him while watching anime, and seeing him now made him even more disgusted, wanting nothing more than to give him a good beating. Ding! Detecting the host's inner hatred, the divine selection system activates. Option 1. Kill Shinju Danzu. As the root of the calamity for the end generations of Konoha, he must die to quell the people's anger. Task completion reward. The Shinju clan leaves Konoha. A mixed tag team of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Host becomes a rogue ninja of Konoha. Option 2. Disable Shinju Danzu, since I can't kill him. Then I'll disable him, ensuring he never dares to harm others again, satisfying the wishes of everyone in front of the screen. Task completion reward. The Wrath of the Shinju clan. A mixed tag team of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, plus become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Option 3. Give Shinju Danzu a good beating. Since the first two options are too dangerous, I'll choose the last relatively safe solution. Task completion reward. Danzu's Wrath. Being listed as an eternal enemy. You must make a choice. If you don't, this divine selection opportunity will disappear and the host chakra will be reduced by half. Just because Senju Tobarama couldn't stand Shinju Danzu, the system detected it, and all three options were terrible, simply a pit within a pit. System, you really are tormenting me, aren't you? What's the difference between 1 and 2? Both make me a rogue ninja, and I still have to get beaten up. Is this question meant for fools? And what the hell is the last option? Better to offend a gentleman than a villain. You won't let me kill him. Then want to put a villain by my side to scheme against me every day? And you won't let me give up, plus deduct my chakra. You're cruel. I'll give you that. Senju Tobarama deeply suspected that this system was designed specifically to deal with him. There were no benefits for him. Only these annoying choices, truly relentless. But what can I do? Trouble comes from nowhere. If I don't choose, there's punishment. What should I do? I have no choice but to select. Chapter 27. Beating Shimura Danzo. You seem quite unconvinced, don't you? Since you've already made a choice, you naturally have to stir up some trouble. Senju Tobarama looked at Shimura Danzo's expression and quickly stepped forward, asking him with a mocking gaze. Danzo furrowed his brows tightly. He was a shrewd man who never took risks on uncertain matters. Although he felt he was not much worse than Senju Tobarama in reality, he couldn't compare to him at all. He could figure that out with just a thought. However, it was clear that Tobarama was displeased with him. And if he remained silent, wouldn't that weaken his momentum? Let's talk about fighting later. I can't lose my momentum. This was Danzo's inner thought. After giving a cold snort while looking at Senju Tobarama, he turned his head away and stopped speaking. Danzo, what are you doing? When are you going to change that temper? Quickly apologize to Tobarama, and it will be over. Don't cause trouble. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to mediate, as he didn't want to see the two of them clash. He was also puzzled as to why Tobarama would actively seek out trouble today, and quickly advised Danzo. I didn't do anything. Why should I apologize? This is ridiculous. After hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo's frown deepened, and he growled at him in a low voice, filled with barely concealed anger. Bang! In an instant, Senju Tobarama moved, striking Danzo and sending him flying. Huh? Because of Tobarama's sudden attack, Hiruzen and the others were momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do. You still seem unconvinced. I hate when others speak to me with that kind of gaze and tone, and you're the first. Therefore, you should be prepared to face the consequences of being beaten by me. Tobarama spoke to Danzo in a calm tone, finding reasons to justify his actions. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Danzo was unexpectedly sent flying and hadn't expected Tobarama to strike at this moment. He didn't even have time to react before being knocked away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, he glared at Tobarama with malice. Still unconvinced? Then let me show you again. Seeing Danzo's defiant expression, Tobarama spoke coldly. In an instant, without even forming hand seals, Tobarama summoned giant vines that appeared beneath Danzo's feet, binding him. When did this happen? Danzo was now somewhat prepared for battle, but he was inexplicably ensnared by a vine, binding him tightly and leaving him utterly shocked. Are you convinced now? Tobarama disappeared from his spot, reappearing right in front of Danzo, looking at him coldly. Not convinced? If you sneak attack, what does that count as skill? Looking at the Tobarama in front of him, Danzo shouted loudly. In an instant, countless new students gathered around. Danzo knew he was no match for Tobarama, but he couldn't let his momentum weaken. I said you sneak attack, so what? Are you feeling proud for winning? If everyone knew that you, the young clan leader of the Senju, rely on sneak attacks in a fight, I'd like to see who ends up embarrassed. Look, isn't that the young clan leader of the Senju? I heard his strength is impressive. Didn't you hear? That person just said Tobarama used a sneak attack to bind him. That can't be right, can it? My dad said that Lord Tobarama is very strong. Last time, he sealed the Nine-Tails beast. What nonsense. He's only a year or two older than us. How could he be that strong? My dad said the Nine-Tails was subdued by the two first Hokages. I also heard it was the first Hokage who subdued the Nine-Tails. How did it become Tobarama? Yeah, look, he's still bullying Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo? Isn't he the young clan leader of the Shimura clan? I heard he is very strong. Because of Danzo's shout, countless people pointed at Tobarama, as they had all gone to the shelter and had not seen the battle outside. Even if they had seen it, they would think that it was only after being suppressed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that Tobarama could succeed, which wouldn't count as his own strength. Thus, the younger generation had only a vague understanding of Tobarama's power. Really? Then I'll let you down and see your strength. Seeing a crowd gathering, Tobarama understood Danzo's thoughts, smirking slightly as he waved his right hand, retracting the wood release and releasing Danzo. Damn it. As soon as Danzo was released from the wood release, he quickly drew a kunai from his right hand and hurled it directly at Tobarama. Thud! Tobarama didn't even need to move. The trees automatically struck out and blocked the kunai. I have to say, wood release is really convenient. During the battle between Hashirama and Madara, trees would fly around while they fought, not needing much control, as if the trees could attack on their own, constantly launching attacks. The wood release, combining offense and defense, is a product that swept through an era. It's no joke. Damn you. Wind release, vacuum wave. Seeing that Tobarama didn't even move to block his attack, Danzo cursed internally, quickly forming hand seals and instantly releasing a colorless wind blade that shot toward him. TCH, I thought it was something impressive. How boring. Your attacks can't even break through my wood release defense. Tobarama shook his head in disinterest upon seeing Danzo's attack. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless tree vines appeared in front of Tobarama, heading straight for Danzo. Bang! Danzo's vacuum wave was instantly blocked by the wood release, and the trees continued to charge forward without losing momentum. Damn it, such powerful wood release. I can't even break his defense. Summoning technique. Seeing his attack ineffective, Danzo quickly formed seals, intending to summon his summoning beast. Smack! Ah! But a vine shot up from the ground, wrapping around Danzo's arms and legs, not giving him any time to form seals, instantly breaking his hand seals. You, such trash, think you deserve to sneak attack me? I haven't even used 1/10,000th of my strength, and you can't handle it? Hee hee. Since you speak so arrogantly, then accept your punishment. Wood release, vine whip. Tobarama looked at Danzo, who was once again ensnared by the wood release, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Instantly, chakra surged into the ground, and two tree vines grew rapidly, transforming into whips that directly struck Danzo. Crack, crack, crack. Damn it. Danzo was beaten without the power to fight back, passively enduring the blows. instantly becoming a mess under Tobarama's onslaught, his face filled with shame and anger. Ding! Sensing that the host has successfully made a choice and completed the task, rewards are granted. The wrath of Danzo, marked as an eternal enemy. At this moment, the choice is successful, and this farce should come to an end. He, do you now see the gap between us? All right, I'm done playing with you. It should be over. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at Danzo in front of him and then clapped his hands. What's wrong with Danzo? Why is he just standing there, motionless? And his legs are shaking? He must have fallen into an illusion. He was instantly bewitched by Lord Tobarama's Jinjutsu, and just a moment ago, he was shouting that Lord Tobarama was launching a sneak attack. This is hilarious. Just this. After putting him down, he threw a shuriken and was directly taken down by the Jinjutsu, and he still says Lord Tobarama was sneaking up on him? Truly shameless. Is this the gap between big clans and small clans? I must become strong in the future. Countless newly enrolled children pointed at the leader in front of them, continuously saying he was overestimating himself. Some, upon seeing this, were inspired to fight. They didn't want to be like Danzo, forever bullied, so they could only keep making themselves stronger. Hoo. At that moment, the Jinjutsu on Danzo was suddenly lifted, and he bent over, gasping for air, looking extremely disheveled. How is this possible? That was all an illusion? How can this be? Danzo couldn't believe he had fallen into a Jinjutsu, and without even realizing it, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Senju Tobarama naturally wouldn't explain to him why he mysteriously fell into an illusion. In fact, when Senju Tobarama blocked the shuriken he threw, Danzo's surprise and the fear he felt from the wood release had already allowed Tobarama to cast the Jinjutsu. He hadn't even noticed how many times he had been drawn into the illusion, and it was only when he felt Danzo's inner fury at its peak that the system determined it was successful. Since they were still in school, naturally, large-scale destruction couldn't be caused. Otherwise, the Konoha Ninja Academy they had worked so hard to build would be overturned by his wood release. Danzo, are you alright? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen ran up to Danzo's side, asking with some concern. None of your business, pretending to be so caring, After hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo not only didn't feel grateful, but he also swatted away Hiruzen's outstretched hand and turned to leave. Chapter 28. What happened to obtain the corpse bone pulse? At this moment, a middle ninja teacher from the school approached, seeing a crowd gathered, and hurriedly came forward to inquire. It's nothing, just stretching a bit. Senju Tobarama smiled and replied upon seeing the middle ninja. Lord Tobarama, the middle ninja, quickly bowed upon recognizing Senju Tobarama. Well, it's all fine now, disperse. Senju Tobarama nodded and then directly left with Sarutobi Hizashi and others. Everyone go to the front to gather. The Hokage will be coming to give a speech soon. The middle ninja did not ask further, since Senju Tobarama had said so, and with the opening ceremony about to start, he instructed the students to gather at the front. The opening ceremony officially began. First, Madara and Senju Hashirama gave speeches about the will of fire and the legacy of Konoha, going on for quite a while. Similar to most speeches, the opening ceremony lasted over an hour before finally concluding, and everyone was assigned to their classes, with classes officially starting the next day. The provisional time allowed all ninjas to attend school for a maximum of 6 years, from the time they entered the ninja school. They had to pass the Genin assessment within 6 years. If they failed the assessment by the age of 12, they would no longer be qualified to become a ninja. Most students entered at around 6 years old, and if they hadn't become a Genin by 12, they would be almost useless. Now is not a time of war. If it were, things would be different. Perhaps those who had just started school would be directly taken out of fight, as long as they could throw kunai. Early the next morning, Senju Tobarama woke up and headed straight to the ninja school. Topirama-kun. At this moment, a little girl with long, purple hair, wearing a black vest with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on the back, approached him and greeted him shyly. Senju Tobarama turned around upon hearing a girl call him, and saw the Uchiha girl walking towards him bashfully. Shizune, what a coincidence. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly upon seeing the girl approach. The girl walking towards Senju Tobarama was his fiancée, Uchiha Shizune, who was already 10 years old, about the same age as him. She was the daughter of Uchiha's elder, Uchiha Satoshi, which gave her a bit of status. Tobarama-kun, this is breakfast I made for you. Uchiha Shizune, a gentle girl who was also a bit shy, took out a bento she had hidden behind her back and handed it to Senju Tobarama, her face flushed. It's strange. The men of the Uchiha clan are all very proud and arrogant, but the girls of the Uchiha clan are all gentle. They are very gentle and virtuous, and I don't know why, but there's a serious polarization. For example, Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto, and Itachi's love interest, Uchiha Izumi, are both very gentle and lovely women, truly rare good wives. Thank you. Have you had breakfast? Senju Tobarama did not refuse, as this was a loving breakfast from his fiancée, and he took it directly, smiling gently at her. No, not yet. I still have one here. Uchiha Shizen felt a bit breathless under Senju Tobarama's direct gaze and gentle smile, her face growing redder as she spoke softer. Then let's eat together. Hee. Seeing Uchiha Shizune's shy appearance, Senju Tobarama chuckled inwardly and directly took her hand, instantly disappearing from the spot. When Uchiha Shizune came to her senses, she suddenly found herself and Senju Tobarama in the Konoha forest. They had just been in the village, and now they were in the forest. A hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Tobarama-kun, your hand is hurting me. After feeling a slight pain, Uchiha Shizen looked at Senju Tobarama with a flushed face and stammered. Sorry, I didn't notice. Senju Tobarama had gripped too hard earlier and may have hurt his little fiancé, so he quickly loosened his grip, looking apologetic. No, it's fine. Uchiha Shizen didn't mind, lowering her head, not knowing what to do, momentarily stunned there. Come on, let us sit down and eat breakfast. I have to taste the breakfast my wife made. Seeing Uchiha Shizune's shy little appearance, Senju Tobarama felt particularly pleased, reminiscent of Hinata Hyuga's cuteness. And like her very much, pulling her down to sit. Tobarama-kun, he call me wife? Aye. When Uchiha Shizen heard Senju Tobarama say this, her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, gently touching her two index fingers together, murmuring, feeling both shy and happy. Wow, such a beautiful bento. And this rice ball? Isn't this me? Senju Tobarama opened the bento box and saw various sushi rice balls inside. Especially two specially made rice balls that looked just like him, momentarily stunned. I'm gonna dig in now. Crunch. Then Senju Tobarama took a bite of the self-rice ball. So delicious. After taking a bite, Senju Tobarama found a rice ball very special, and the taste was excellent. Uchiha Shizen must have woken up very early to make this. It indeed was a bit of hard work. Shizune, you will definitely be a great wife in the future. After taking a bite of the rice ball in his hand, Senju Tobarama squinted his eyes and smiled, turning to look at Uchiha Shizen. Wife? Uchiha Shizen turned her head shyly upon hearing Senju Tobarama say this. Her face flushed, almost turning into a red apple, making one want to take a bite. Tobarama-kun, as long as you like it, that's good. Uchiha Shizen then shyly said, lowering her head. Come on, let us eat together. We still have to go to school after we finish. Seeing the shy Uchiha Shizen in front of him, Senju Tobarama chuckled, and then took out a rice ball to hand to her. Uchiha Shizen dazedly looked at Senju Tobarama, reaching out to take the rice ball, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Everyone dreams of marrying a strong and heroic person, and Senju Tobarama is a strong person and a hero. For Uchiha Shizen, this is already very lucky and happy. Ding! Detected the host happiness level has exceeded the limit. Triggering the divine selection system, options have appeared. Option 1. Everyone has a heart for beauty. Go up and kiss Uchiha Shizen to take her first kiss. Task reward. Charm value -1. Option 2. Tell Uchiha Shizen, I'm sorry, I don't love you, I don't want to marry you. Task reward. Corpse bone pulse. Option 3. Accompany Uchiha Shizen to play. Skip school today and enjoy a two-person world. Task reward. Beating from Senju Hashirama. 1 ice cream delivered, cool and refreshing. A song of coolness for you. Suddenly, the options on the big screen in front of Senju Fujin had appeared again, leaving him speechless. System, do you really think that using the bone pulse to tempt me would make me say this? You underestimate me too much, don't you? If I said that, how heartbroken would Jing be? Is charm really useful? I'm so handsome. Why would I worry about not finding a wife? No, my wife is right in front of me. Why would I care if my charm value decreases by 1? Also, let me state once again, I have no masochistic tendencies, and I absolutely will not choose option 3. You can keep the ice cream for yourself. Senju Fujin frowned at the options on the big screen, thinking that this system was really ridiculous, always digging pits for him to jump into. He resolutely could not fall for it. If he did, he would gradually fall into the system's traps. Jing, I have something to tell you. Suddenly, Senju Fujin turned to look at Uchiha Jing, smiling slightly. Fujin-kun, is there something wrong? Uchiha Jing turned her head shyly after hearing Senju Fujin's words, looking at him and asking, I'm sorry, I don't love you, and I don't want to marry you. Senju looked seriously at Uchiha Jing and said, "System, that slap in the face came really fast, TSK. Ding." The system sensed that the host's choice was successful and the task was completed, rewarding the bone pulse. Ding. Bone pulse transplantation successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading your ugly facade. Just as Senju said this, the system determined that the choice was valid and instantly issued the reward, revealing all the abilities and usage methods of the bone pulse in his mind. What? Uchiha Jing was stunned after hearing Senju words, tears streaming down her face as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. Fujin-kun doesn't like me. He doesn't want to marry me. He doesn't want me to be his wife? What should I do, boo-hoo? This was really hard to accept. Uchiha Jing never expected that her fiancé would say such things to her. She felt humiliated and even had thoughts of wanting to die. Fool, I was just teasing you. How could I not like someone as cute as you? Plus, you will definitely be a good wife in the future. I'd be too late to like you. How could I not want to marry you? Seeing Uchiha Jing like this, Senju felt very guilty and directly pulled her into his arms. Saying with a bit of heartache, he secretly blamed himself for how quickly he had slapped her in the face just now, letting such a cute girl suffer heartbreak. It truly felt undeserved. Chapter 29 Enhanced Version of the Heavenly God, Fujima-kun? Whoa, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Whoa. Most of the people in the family are basically engaged, and there's really no preference to speak of. If she really gets dumped by Senju Fujima, then she will never be able to hold her head high in the Uchiha clan again. Hearing how quickly Senju Fujima turned around, she tightly hugged him, crying sadly. Silly, I was just joking earlier. Quiche. Seeing Uchiha Shizen so sad, Senju Fujima reached out to wipe the tears from her face, then directly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Huh? Fujima-kun is kissing me? Me? Oh, so shy, what should I do? This feeling so strange. After being kissed by Senju Fujima, Uchiha Shizen completely forgot about what happened earlier and tossed it aside. She was stunned, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at Senju Fujima in front of her, not knowing what to do for a moment, but she found this feeling quite wonderful and did not resist too much. Ding! Detecting host card BUG, the system is experiencing a brief chaos. Chaos is being repaired. Ding! System repair successful. Due to the host violation of system option settings, the corpse bone vein within the host is now retracted. Default host choice is to kiss Uchiha Shizen. Charm value, -1. Just as Senju Fujima kissed Uchiha Shizen, he thought he was achieving 2 goals with 1 action, but instead directly caused a system bug to be born, which was immediately repaired. Moreover, the corpse bone vein he had just obtained was directly retracted, and his charm value was reduced by 1. This was simply a huge loss. Phew. System, you're so ruthless. While kissing Uchiha Shizen's cherry lips, upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Senju Fujima was stunned, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood and directly collapsed. Damn it, the corpse bone vein in my body was extracted. In an instant, Senju Fujima felt a slight change within him. His corpse bone vein was actually extracted by the system, and the information in his mind inexplicably disappeared, causing him to harbor some resentment towards the system, and he roared in his heart. I have to say, this system is really ruthless. Just like that, it counts as a BUG. Ding! Detecting the host's malice, the divine selection system opens. Option 1. Directly kill Uchiha Shizen, release the 9 tails, and join forces to deal with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and successfully betray Konoha. Task reward, 6 pads mode. Option 2. Dismember your limbs. Cannot repair your limbs for 1 hour, and can only use eternal life power to repair limbs after 1 hour. Task reward, Uchiha Shirsue's ultimate eye technique. Enhanced version of the Heavenly God, known as the strongest illusion eye, can change anyone's will, including Kaguya. Cooldown time of 10 years. Option 3. Seals sexual desire. No sexual activity for 15 years. Can only be unsealed after the host turns 25. Task reward, Otsutsuki Kaguya's seal breaking, and become your wife, never betray. Special reminder, the host must complete the selection within today. Otherwise, there will be 3 penalties. Not only will Uchiha Shizen die, but limbs will also be dismembered, and sexual desire will disappear for 15 years. The system instantly sensed Senju Fujima's malice towards it and directly fed back 3 even more malicious options, appearing right before his eyes. What the hell? System, do you really want to kill me? Let me kill my wife, and also face off against Uchiha Madara and my old man directly? How much do you want me to get beaten up? And deliberately giving me such task rewards, trying to make me submit? 6 pads mode, what a scam. The remaining 2 are even more despicable. to forcibly dismember my own limbs, although it rewards an enhanced version of the heavenly god. Is this trying to make me die from pain? And the last one, while I really want to take Otsutsuki Kagaya as my wife, is it necessary to cut off my manhood? System, you're too ruthless. Who on earth created you? Why do you want to harm me? Who did I offend? Phew. Senju Fujima looked at the three options in front of him, and none of them were good, each one more torturous than the last. But the benefits were more tempting. Not only would he have Otsutsuki Kagaya as a wife, but there's also the Six Paths mode and the enhanced version of the heavenly god. These are simply three unbeatable rewards. However, the rewards are against the heavens, and the corresponding suffering he has to endure is also enormous. This is simply inhumane. He definitely can't kill his wife. He has to keep his manhood. So what to do? Dismembered limbs? Damn it. Enforce choices, otherwise all three will be directly pressed on me. Evil system. Senju Fujima constantly thought in his heart about how to make a choice. After all three options were difficult to choose. If it were to seal for 10 years, it would be barely acceptable, since he would only be 20 at that time, and then he would be rewarded with a wife from the Otsutsuki clan. That would be a huge gain. But this is 15 years, not 10. 15 years later, he would be 25, too old, and when he gets married, people would think he is not capable. Shizen, it's about time. Let us go back to class. Unable to do anything else, Senju Fujima could only take Uchiha Shizen back to school first, parting their lips and saying to her, Uchiha Shizen was now extremely shy, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Her first kiss just vanished like that. It was simply too embarrassing. She lowered her head and fiddled with her clothes, bashfully mumbling, "Let us go." Then Senju Fujima directly took Uchiha Shizen's hand and instantly disappeared from the spot. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate and walked in directly. "Shizen, you go to class first. I'll go to the restroom." After entering the school, Senju Fujima pretended to go to the restroom and then walked away. Would release clone. In the restroom, Senju Fujima directly created a would release clone to replace him for class, then disappeared in the restroom and directly entered the Konoha forest. Damn system. Don't give me a chance. I'll definitely give you a good beating later. After arriving in the forest, Senju Fujima thought fiercely. Remembering the options the system gave him, he felt anger rising. Would release clone. Then Senju Fujima created another would release clone. What to use it for? He didn't know, and didn't dare to say, "Kagaya wife, wait for me." In the end, what choice will Senju Fujima make? Remembering Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance, everyone would surely like her, and he was no exception. Crack, crack, crack. Clap. In an instant, it seemed something fell to the ground with a sound. Come again. Senju Fujima looked at the clone in front of him and quickly said. Only then did Senju Fujin's would clone manifest a wooden knife in its hand and directly chop off one of its own hands. Crack. It doesn't hurt. Crack. Still doesn't hurt. No feeling? So it was just the system trying to scare me? Soon, all of Senju Fujin's limbs were chopped off by his own wood clone, blood gushing everywhere, pooling on the ground. Hoo. Collect the blood. Can't waste it. Senju Fujin's wood clone quickly gathered the blood from the ground and swiftly stopped the bleeding for him. Hiss. I thought it would hurt a lot, but it didn't. However, this is truly not something a person would do. Who would have thought the system would lie? Although I have an immortal physique that can regrow or reattach all my limbs, the system doesn't allow it. Damn it. Almost scare me to death. Truly, I was just making things difficult for myself. One day, I will take revenge. Just wait for me. The poor Senju Fujin lay quietly on the ground. His bleeding had completely stopped, but he had to maintain this for an hour. Although it didn't hurt, time felt painfully slow. This period was a kind of torment. Simply inhumane torture. The system truly knows how to come up with such methods. Fortunately, Senju Fujin now has an immortal body, so he can't die. He can only be sealed, and the pain is much less than others. Soon, an hour passed just like that. Senju Fujin kept calculating the time in his mind. And finally, it was over. Ding! Sensing that the host choice was successful, congratulations to the host for passing the test and completing the task, earning the reward. Uchiha Shirsue's ultimate eye technique, enhanced Kodoemitsu Tsukumi, known as the strongest Jinjutsu eye, capable of altering anyone's will, including Kagaya, with a cooldown time of 10 years. Boom! In an instant, Senju Fujin felt a powerful dark and evil energy surge into his mind, and the usage method of Kodoemitsu Tsukumi suddenly appeared, enhanced as the strongest Jinjutsu eye, directly reflecting in his left eye, which instantly evolved into an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. At this moment, Senju-Fujin transformed into an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, possessing 3 major ocular techniques. Cough, cough, cough. I guess this could be considered a blessing in disguise. So, it was a test. It gave me a scare. Didn't want to see if I would kill Susanoo for Kagaya in the Sage mode, but I unexpectedly awakened an eternal Mangeki Sharingan in advance and obtained such a Jinjutsu as Kodo Amatsukami. That's worth it. The moment Senju-Fujin heard the system notification, he instantly reattached his limbs, and soon he was intact, automatically stitching himself back together. Boom! Just as Senju-Fujin recovered, he dispelled the wood clone in front of him. Hoo-hoo! This hour felt incredibly long, as if a century had passed. However, the effect was good. Kagaya can wait for later. Anyway, I will release her sooner or later, and when that time comes, everyone has fantasized about obtaining Kagaya Tsutsuki, without exception, including Senju-Fujin. With too much stamina consumed, let us catch a fish to eat. After completing the options, Senju-Fujin had nothing else to do and felt a bit hungry, so he walked towards the river in the forest. Chapter 30. Yaki Peak? Snake Ant's father? Why? Why can't my physique be chosen? Why can't I become a ninja? I must become a ninja. If I don't, I won't have the strength to protect what I want to protect. Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Senju-Fujin hadn't walked far when he heard an angry roar not far away. The person sounded extremely aggrieved. Who is it? Drawn by the sound, Senju-Fujin walked toward the source and saw a boy about his age relentlessly pounding his fists against a huge tree. Bang, bang, bang. As Senju-Fujin approached, the boy remained oblivious to his presence, his hands already bloodied, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Why? Ah! The boy didn't know how long he had been hitting the tree, finally stopping to kneel on the ground and howl to the sky. Do you really want to become a ninja? At that moment, Senju-Fujin looked at the despairing boy and asked casually, "Is someone there?" "Who?" Upon hearing Senju-Fujin's words, the boy suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with a hint of panic. "You? Who are you?" The boy, having turned around, saw Senju-Fujin, who looked about his age, and asked with some confusion, "Snake Eyes? Who is this?" When the boy turned his head, a pair of snake eyes appeared before Senju-Fujin, leaving him momentarily stunned. "My name is Senju-Fujin. I just heard you say you really want to become a ninja, but your physique is too weak and you weren't chosen, right?" Senju-Fujin looked at the boy in front of him, retracting his surprised gaze, and asked lightly, "Senju-Fujin, the young clan leader of the Senju clan?" "That's right. I want to become a ninja. When the Nine Tails attacked, my parents were killed. I want to become strong. I don't want my life to be in someone else's hands. I want to get stronger. Only by being strong can I protect myself and those I care about. But I was rejected. Why? Is it really that hard to want to become a ninja?" The boy realized that he was face to face with the most esteemed person in Konoha village. While he was just an inconspicuous orphan, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes. Remembering the day the Nine Tails attacked, which caused him to lose his parents and left him alone in this world, he was determined to become a strong person. Unfortunately, he was rejected, and he felt powerless, only able to resent his own lack of ability. Wanting to become a ninja isn't impossible. If you're willing to become my subordinate, I can teach you ninjutsu. What do you think? Senju-Fujin looked at the boy with snake eyes, who had a high probability of being Orochimaru's father. After all, Orochimaru was a commoner without a family, so the one with the same snake eyes must be his father or relative. For a mad scientist like Orochimaru, Senju-Fujin was quite fond of him. Not only was he powerful, but his research skills were also unparalleled, and no one could surpass him. There was nothing he couldn't create, even the Sharingan. He could cultivate it, but such talents were scarce. "Become your subordinate? You can make me a ninja?" Upon hearing Senju-Fujin's words, the boy felt a surge of excitement and temptation. After all, no commoner could afford to pass up such an opportunity, especially someone like him who had been rejected by the Ninja Academy. "That's right. As long as you become my subordinate, I guarantee that I can make you a ninja, and a powerful one at that. How about it? This deal is quite advantageous, isn't it?" Senju-Fujin looked at the boy, knowing he was tempted, and smiled as he asked, "All right, Lord Fujin, from now on I will be your subordinate. I hope you can teach me ninjutsu." The boy, having lost hope in the Ninja Academy, felt grateful for the hope Senju-Fujin offered him and quickly knelt down on one knee to bow to him. Currently, he was just a commoner, and it was quite difficult for a commoner to become a ninja, let alone a strong one. In this era, without talent, one wouldn't be recognized by others. And Senju-Fujin gave him the opportunity to become a ninja, and a strong one at that. No commoner would choose to refuse it. "Very good. What is your name? Do you have anyone else in your family?" seeing that the boy had been successfully subdued. Senju Fujin slightly raised the corners of his mouth and asked him, "Reporting to Lord Fujin, my name is Yakafeng. I'm 10 years old, and I'm the only one in my family with no one else." Yakafeng looked at Senju Fujin and reported that there was no one in his family, a flash of anger and regret passing through his eyes. Yakafeng? Yaki? Could it be the eight-headed serpent? It seems that Orochimaru had a secret technique called the eight-headed technique. Could it be that Orochimaru also had a family, but it fell into decline and turned into commoners? Perhaps. Otherwise, how could their snake eyes have been passed down? Could it be that their snake eyes are the key to unlocking the eight-headed technique? After hearing Yakafeng's introduction, Senju Fujin was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect his surname to be Yaki. Generally speaking, it's rare for commoners to have surnames. Then he thought of Uncle Orochimaru's secret technique, and it was very likely that their snake eyes had such a function. Well then, you will follow me from now on. Tomorrow, I will arrange your identity for you to attend the Ninja Academy. Take this pill. Soon, Senju Fujin retracted his gaze and directly took out a red pill from his system pouch. This was the chakra pill he had made using the Nine Tails chakra, the smallest one, and it was the first pill he made with the least amount of extracted chakra, but don't underestimate its power. Anyone who takes this chakra pill will definitely be able to transform from a commoner into a chunin, even without any combat experience. But this is enough to show his strength. Not to mention, it also has the effect of prolonging life. How much life it can add is unknown. Yes, Lord Fujin. Yakafeng had no doubts. He knew Senju Fujin had no reason to harm him, so he didn't ask about the effect of the pill and directly accepted it. Gulp. Then Yakafeng directly swallowed the chakra pill. Bang! What? This power? Suddenly, at the moment Yakafeng swallowed the chakra pill, he felt a surge of power swelling within him, continuously improving his physique, directly pushing him into the Chunin realm. Here, the realm represents strength, just to better differentiate combat power. Otherwise, in the original work, combat power cannot be measured, and a genin could kill a Kage, which is quite troublesome. Wow, such powerful strength. Lord Fujin. Yaki Peak looked at Senju Tobarama in front of him, feeling immensely grateful. He never expected to easily gain power and improve his physique. What he didn't know was that he also absorbed the chakra of the Nine Tails, which could potentially have unexpected effects later on. It's barely acceptable, but still not bad. The strength of a Chunin is enough for you to use now. Just put in more effort in the future. Strive to become a stronger existence, because I do not need useless people. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at Yaki Peak. Although these words might not sound pleasant, they were very practical and could inspire his subordinates' fighting spirit, encouraging them to work harder to gain power. Yes, Lord Tobarama, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Yaki Peak looked at the ground in front of him and quickly bowed his head, respectfully calling out, "Let's go. Follow me back to the clan. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to go to school and learn the most basic knowledge. Right now, you have a lot of chakra, but can't fully exert your strongest power. You need to gain more control." Senju Tobarama nodded slightly and then turned to walk ahead, while Yaki Peak quickly followed. Aben, arrange a room for him. After returning to the Senju clan, Senju Tobarama quickly instructed the man in front of him. Young clan leader, who is he? Seeing Senju Tobarama call him, Senju Ben quickly turned around, bowed respectfully, and then looked at Yaki Peak with a puzzled expression. This person was obviously not from their Senju clan. Why would Senju Tobarama have him arrange a room for him? If it's not necessary to ask, don't ask too much. How many times have I taught you this? Senju Tobarama frowned at Senju Ben and reprimanded him. Yes, young clan leader, it was my fault. Seeing Senju Tobarama's anger, Senju Ben instantly felt a chill down his back and quickly knelt down to admit his mistake. All right, arrange it immediately. Also, have someone arrange for him to be placed in a class at school. Just put him in the same class as me. His name is Yaki Peak. Go quickly. Seeing the timid Senju Ben, Senju Tobarama didn't scold him further and directly gave his orders. Yes, young clan leader, I will handle it right away. Seeing that Senju Tobarama didn't intend to blame him, Senju Ben felt relieved and stood up. Yaki Peak, come with me. Senju Ben then looked directly at Yaki Peak and said, although he didn't understand why the young clan leader would bring back a child of about 10 years old. As a subordinate, he couldn't say much and could only follow orders. Thank you. Yaki Peak quickly bowed to Senju Ben, showing him respect. After all, they could be considered seniors, and he was also dependent on them, so he needed to maintain a good attitude. Chapter 31. Vortex Heavenly Aroma. Soon, Senju Ben left with the eight-headed peak, and just as Senju Fujin was about to turn and leave, he ran into the person he least wanted to see right now. don't notice me, the best strategy is to run away. The wind is tight, pull the call. Upon seeing the person walking towards him, Senju quickly turned around and sneaked away. What do you think you're running to? But before Senju could escape, an angry voice called out, "Ah, Mom, it's nothing, I just missed you a bit, came back to see you, he." Hearing the voice of Vortex Mizuhito, Senju quickly turned around, looked at her, and laughed awkwardly. Is that so? What time is it now? Where did you learn that? Have you even learned how to skip class? Want to run away again? Is your butt itchy again? Vortex Mizuhito exploded in anger, as if an invisible flame was washing over her. The dignified and noble demeanor she showed in front of others completely disappeared in front of Senju. A chakra chain appeared in her hand, which she swung directly at him. Mom, no. There's so many people here. This is not appropriate. I am at least the young clan leader of the Senju clan. I need dignity. I need face too. Seeing Vortex Mizuhito furious, Senju quickly used body flicker technique to dodge his mother-esque chakra chain, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. You know how to be embarrassed? You can't sleep. And you go to school? You're still skipping class in front of me? How would others say about your father if they saw this? You little brat. Dare to hide again, try it. Vortex Mizuhito didn't care about Senju identity. She only knew that she was his mother, and it was her duty to teach her son a lesson, especially one as disobedient as him. Seeing Senju continuously dodging, her anger flared, and she coldly said, what a scary look. Dad, how did you endure such a wife? This is simply terrifying. When Senju saw Vortex Mizuhito's cold and fierce expression, he trembled as if he had seen his nemesis, instantly standing frozen in place. Then he was directly bound tightly by Vortex Mizuhito's chakra chain, letting out a scream. See if you can still hide? Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Slap. Slap. Vortex Mizuhito saw that Senju had been caught and immediately used the chakra chain like a whip, striking him on the butt, producing a crisp sound. Ouch. Ouch. Mom. Lighter. Lighter. My butt is going to bloom. Senju couldn't believe his mother was actually committing domestic violence in broad daylight. It was simply intolerable. And he couldn't help but shout lowly, big sister-in-law, what are you doing? Just then, Senju Tobarama walked over, and upon seeing Vortex Mizuhito violently beating Senju he awkwardly asked, Second uncle, save me. Second uncle, I didn't do anything, my mom just hit me. You have to save me. Second uncle, I'm still the young clan leader. Being beaten like this is a loss of face. Please save me. Seeing Senju Tobarama approach, a glimmer of joy flashed in Senju eyes, and he quickly called out to him, sending a distress signal. Tobarama, do you have any opinions? Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Vortex Mizuhito turned her cold eyes towards him and asked coldly, Hoo-hoo, so cold. I need to go home and put on a jacket. This weather's really strange. It gets cold all of a sudden. I need to hurry home and collect my clothes. Seeing Vortex Mizuhito's terrifying gaze, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but tremble, then turned his head, ignoring Senju plea for help, and mumbled to himself before turning and running away. Damn! Second uncle, you're not righteous. You, a dignified water god, actually said you're cold? Help! Seeing Senju Tobarama run away dejectedly, Senju yelled angrily. A dignified water god actually claimed to be afraid of the cold. It was utterly ridiculous. Next, Senju still couldn't escape the fate of being beaten up. Kid, do you dare to skip class again? After an unknown amount of time, Vortex Mizuhito finally stopped, coldly looking at Senju in front of her. Mom, I want dare again. I really want Please let me down. I'm going to school now. Don't hit me anymore. My butt is really going to bloom. Senju was already too weak to resist and didn't dare to fight back, looking at Vortex Mizuhito with pleading eyes. I know you want dare. Tianxiang, personally take the young master back to school, watch him go in, and then come back to report to me. Vortex Mizuhito looked at the pleading Senju snorted coldly, then turned to her little maid behind her and called out, Yes, Mom. Tianxiang, originally named Vortex Tianxiang, was a member of the collateral branch of the Vortex clan. Because Senju was afraid that the Vortex clan would be exterminated, he specifically requested that some members of the Vortex clan be allowed to join Konoha. And Vortex Tianxiang was of similar age to Senju so she had always been by Vortex Mizuhito's side. Upon hearing her words, she quickly replied, Then Vortex Mizuhito directly retracted the chakra chain, binding Senju Fujin, and turned to leave. Young master, are you alright? After Vortex Mizuhito left, Vortex Tianxiang looked at Senju Fujin with some concern and called out. Vortex Tianxiang was about 12 years old, about 1.58 meters tall, with long red hair, a pink panda hairpin in her hair, wearing a gray-white short-sleeve jumpsuit and fishnet stockings, making her look very cute. Mifine, Tianxiang. Let us hurry, or the tigress will come back again. Senju Fujin grabbed Vortex Tianxiang's hand and quickly ran out, fearing that he would be caught by Vortex Mizuhito again, looking panicked. He. Hearing Senju Fujin call Vortex Mizuhito a tigress, Vortex Tianxiang quickly covered her mouth with her hand, squinting her eyes and laughing. The young master is really handsome. It would be so nice if I could marry him, but I'm just a girl from the branch family. I don't have the qualifications to marry the young master. It's not a match, sigh. Senju Fujin held Vortex Tianxiang's hand and ran towards the school. During their run, she couldn't help but long for her future, but because of her identity, it was impossible for her to marry the young master, who was the young clan leader, and could only sigh deeply. I really wish this world could stay in this moment, so we could run like this forever. Uzumaki Tianxiang's face turned slightly red as she thought to herself. Huh, this hairpin is quite cute. Tianxiang, do you like it? As Senju Fujin was pulling Uzumaki Tianxiang to school, they suddenly passed by a jewelry store. Looking at a hairpin shaped like a Junying grass hanging at the entrance, adorned with a few red gems and long ribbons, he stopped. Holding the hairpin in his hand, he looked at Uzumaki Tianxiang and asked, what? Just as Uzumaki Tianxiang was lost in thought, she realized she had been pulled to the entrance of the jewelry store by Senju Fujin. Coming back to her senses, she turned to her young master and asked, let me put it on for you. Senju Fujin smiled slightly, took the hairpin, and placed it on Uzumaki Tianxiang's head. It's really beautiful. Soon, Senju Fujin took off the pink panda hairpin that Uzumaki Tianxiang had been wearing and put the new hairpin on her, smiling gently. Young master? At this moment, Uzumaki Tianxiang finally came to her senses. Seeing Senju Fujin's gentle actions and reaching out to touch the hairpin he had put on her, her heart raced, and her face turned slightly red, unsure of what to say. Boss, how much is it? Seeing Uzumaki Tianxiang's flushed face, Senju Fujin smiled slightly and turned to the boss to ask. Young Master Fujin, it's free for you. Just a gift for your little girlfriend. Is there anything else you like? Feel free to pick. It's all free for you. The jewelry store owner smiled slightly at Senju Fujin, feeling grateful for him sealing the 9 tails, which allowed them to do business peacefully, so he respected and appreciated him, refusing to take any money. That's not right. It's not easy for you to make a living. Here's 1,000 taels, take it. After hearing the boss's words, Senju Fujin shook his head, took out 1,000 taels, and handed it to the boss. Really don't need it, young Master Fujin. You're our savior. We can't take your money. However, the jewelry store owner insisted on not accepting the money, shaking his head repeatedly. Just take it. Here. Senju Fujin shook his head. Although he appreciated the owner's kindness, he didn't lack money, directly handing over the 1,000 taels and stuffing it into the owner's hand before pulling Uzumaki Tianxiang away. A little girlfriend? Is he talking about me? How embarrassing. To be mistaken for young Master Fujin's girlfriend was quite a surprise. If only it were true. After hearing the jewelry store owner's words, Uzumaki Tianxiang's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look up. Young Master Fujin, really don't take your money, young Master Fujin. The jewelry store owner insisted, but by this time, Senju Fujin had already pulled Uzumaki Tianxiang far away, and he could only shout helplessly, unable to catch up. Tianxiang. From now on, wear like this. It looks so pretty. I wonder which lucky guy will get to marry our beautiful Tianxiang. Senju Fujin laughed, looking at the gentle and lovely girl in front of him, quickly complimenting her. And no, that's not true. I will stay with the Senju clan and not marry anyone. I will always take care of Lady. Uzumaki Tianxiang blushed even more at Senju Fujin's words, mumbling with her head down. How could someone as beautiful as you not get married? From now on, listen to me. You must marry a man who loves and cherishes you. Seeing Uzumaki Tianxiang's shy expression, Senju Fujin thought she was blushing because of the mention of marriage and didn't think much of it, laughing heartily. But I want to marry young master. However, Uzumaki Tianxiang thought to herself, her eyes flashing with a hint of dimness. Senju Fujin had never considered making Uzumaki Tianxiang his woman. After all, she was part of his clan, adhering to the idea of not taking advantage of those close to him, so he wouldn't think that far the moment. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the school gate. Chapter 32 Mini QB Tianxiang. I'll go in first. You can head back. At the school gate, Senju Tobarama said to Uzumaki Tianxiang, "Young master, the lady said that I can't leave until you go in." Uzumaki Tianxiang was unwilling to leave, standing in place, ready to watch Senju Tobarama enter. "All right then, I'm going in, you go back by yourself." Senju Tobarama nodded slightly, then turned and walked inside, waving at her. "I just want to see you one more time, even if it's just one glance." Uzumaki Tianxiang murmured as she watched Senju Tobarama walk in. It wasn't until Senju Tobarama disappeared from her sight that Uzumaki Tianxiang reluctantly headed towards the Senju clan's territory. Huff, another boring day, and I have to be forced to attend class. It's really quite dull. When Senju Tobarama returned to school, he recalled his would-release clone and sat down his seat, feeling utterly bored. Kid, what are you doing back here? In the damp sewer. Senju Tobarama appeared again, quietly sitting atop the QB's head. The QB didn't mind, a flicker of different light passing through its eyes, but it snorted coldly. "I'm bored. I came to chat with you." Senju Tobarama found the most comfortable position and lay down, speaking blandly. "TCH, I don't need your company." The QB scoffed. "Oh, I thought you'd miss me. Didn't he expect you wouldn't think of me at all?" Hee. After hearing the QB's words, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly. "QB, do you want to go out?" Senju Tobarama then looked at the dark ceiling and asked lightly. "Huh, what do you mean by that? You want to let me out? You do know that if you let me out, you'll die a miserable death." The QB was slightly taken aback upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, a glimmer of brightness flashing in its eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. Last time when Senju Tobarama severed his limbs and sealed the space, the QB didn't see anything outside, so it didn't know what kind of physique he had. Of course, I'm not sending your main body out. Can't you split? Splitting off a small QB to go out is at least better than staying here all day, right? Senju Tobarama sat up directly, looking at the QB, and grinned. Split? The QB didn't expect Senju Tobarama to have such an idea. It could indeed split off and still retain its consciousness. This seemed to be a good method and definitely better than staying in this broken place every day. This method is doable, but I still need to extract most of my soul. The QB was tempted. If Senju Tobarama was willing to let it out, then it could convert part of its chakra into its main body and inject most of its soul into it, thus achieving freedom. Sound good, doesn't it? If you want to go out, this is indeed a good method. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at the QB, thinking it was a very good idea if it wanted to go out. You're so kind. The QB looked at Senju Tobarama in front of it and snorted. "We're friends, aren't we?" Senju Tobarama suddenly appeared in front of the QB, standing on the damp ground, looking at it with sincere eyes. "Friends?" The QB was slightly taken aback upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, and then a flash of brilliance crossed its eyes, the corners of its mouth curling up slightly. Ding! Host has successfully chosen and completed the task, obtaining the reward, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, unlocking all QB modes, with an additional special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special reward, unlocking the Kagura Hard Eye. In an instant, the system sensed that the QB had successfully regarded Senju Tobarama as its true friend, instantly issuing the previous divine selection reward and directly unlocking the Kagura Heart Eye for him. "Oh, Kagura Heart Eye? This thing is pretty good. I remember it can detect chakra within a 10-kilometer radius, truly a divine artifact. It's quite similar to the divine sense in those cultivation novels, with a pretty wide range." At the moment he heard the system prompt, Senju Tobarama instantly had the method to unlock the Kagura Heart Eye in his mind and could connect with the QB's thoughts, unlocking the QB mode, which surprised him slightly. "QB, now gather your chakra, and I'll unlock the seal, then release this part of your chakra." Senju Tobarama then said to the QB, asking it to split off its chakra while he would release it. For some reason, the QB's feelings towards Senju Tobarama had changed. It felt he was a trustworthy kid and unconsciously regarded him as a good friend. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the QB's chakra surged continuously, appearing in front of Senju Tobarama as a small QB. This was the QB's appearance when it was young, but it was even smaller than when it was at its smallest, now the size of a plush toy, only about the size of 2 palms. Soul division. The QB then directly split its soul into 2 parts, with the largest part merging into the small QB's body, instantly making it lively. "All right, you unlock the seal, and I can go out directly." Soon, the QB had everything ready and the small QB and the large QB looked at Senju Tobarama and spoke in unison. He, isn't quite cute? I didn't expect the QB to be so adorable when it was young. So cute, haha. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but laugh when he saw the small QB in front of him, which was only the size of 2 palms. TCH, this lord is called mighty, not cute. A hint of warm anger flashed in the QB's eyes as it looked at Senju Tobarama and scoffed. Haha, right, mighty. Mighty. Seeing the QB refuse to admit it, Senju Tobarama quickly laughed. For symbols reversal, release. Senju Tobarama then directly appeared outside the seal, stretching his 5 fingers into the seal, rotating counterclockwise by 90 degrees. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, a gap was opened in the seal, and the small QB instantly squeezed out from a gap. Hee, QB, we'll be leaving now. Seeing the small QB beside him, Senju Tobarama looked at the large QB, still inside the seal, waved at it, and said, TCH. The QB scoffed and lay down to sleep heavily. Having lost a large part of its soul, the large QB would also fall into a deep sleep. When Senju Tobarama wanted to use its power, it would automatically wake up. Hee, the air outside is so fresh. Your broken seal is really filthy. After the QB came out, it stretched out its paws to embrace the air, its 9 cute little tails swaying freely, a long-lost look flashing in its eyes. Hee, is it comfortable outside? But don't run around randomly. Forget it. I'll just seal a technique on you. That way, if you get captured, I'll be able to come save you right away. Senju Fujin saw the 9 tails on his shoulder and smiled slightly. Then he directly slapped his right hand down on the 9 tails belly, casting a flying thunder god technique for precaution. TCH, do you think this grandpa can be captured? You underestimate me too much. If I hadn't been inexplicably summoned by someone else, who could capture me? However, your father and that Uchiha Madara are indeed very strong, I admit. I'm naturally restrained by wood release and the Sharingan. But for others to capture me, they can forget about it. The 9 tails, hearing Senju Fujin's words, felt very unconvinced, putting his hands on his hips and tilting his head back. Haha, Kibi, your ugly cute look is really killing me with laughter, haha. This was the first time Senju Fujin saw the 9 tails like this, and he laughed heartily. This grandpa is ugly? You dare say I'm ugly? I'll. The 9 tails, hearing Senju Fujin call him ugly cute, who he hated being called ugly the most, leaped into the air and swiped a claw at him. Slap. Although the 9 tails moved quickly, Senju Fujin was even faster, instantly reaching out to grab the 9 tails claw. Hee, Kai-bai, don't forget, I'm also someone who restrains you, haha. Even at your peak, you would be able to beat me, let alone now, haha. Senju Fujin caught the 9 tails in his hand and laughed. Let go of me. You're tough. But don't let me get the chance. If I do, I'll definitely beat you up to vent my anger. The 9 tails, caught by Senju Fujin, snorted coldly and shouted loudly. Ha! Wait, that's strange. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Seeing the 9 tails in a predicament, Senju Fujin laughed heartily. After a while, he suddenly felt that the 9 tails words were somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before, and he froze for a moment. The system weakly mumbled. Didn't you say this to me before? You forgot so quickly? Your brain really doesn't work well. Wow, such a cute pet. I really like it. So cute, so adorably cute. Fujin-kun, can I play with it? It's so fun. Fujin-kun, can I touch it? This pet is really so cute. So small and so adorable. The 9 tails and Senju Fujin suddenly forgot that they were still in class, and now they were completely ignoring their classmates, chatting recklessly in class. Senju Fujin suddenly heard many girls' voices nearby, paused for a moment, then turned to look. Seeing the girls in the class staring at the 9 tails in his hand with starry eyes, clearly very fond of it. Senju Fujin, you are disrupting the classroom order right now. Immediately, right now, get out of the classroom. Their teacher was angry. Although Senju Fujin was the young clan leader of the Senju clan, once he entered the school, he was under his management. In his eyes, there were only students, without any distinction in rank. Seeing Senju Fujin playing with his pet in class without restraint, he yelled at him, his face flushed, resembling Iruka scolding Naruto. Sorry, Irudi-sensei. I forgot just now, I'll go out first and 1T disturb your class. Don't be angry, okay? Seeing that Irudi seemed a bit angry, Senju Fujin quickly laughed and then ran outside with the 9 tails. Although he wasn't afraid of Irudi, he was afraid Irudi would report him to Uzumaki Kushina, and he would be in trouble, so it was better not to offend the teacher. Uchiha Shizen looked at Senju Fujin with some concern, wanting to accompany him outside, murmuring as she watched him. as Senju Fujin went out. He even winked at Uchiha Shizen and walked out with a smile, making her shyly lower her head, her flushed little face looking very cute. Chapter 33. The adorable Ninetales. Wow. Lord Fujiwara is really handsome, and even his pet is so cool. I really like him. Yeah, I really envy Jingjing. She actually got engaged to Lord Fujiwara directly. How great would it be if that person were me? With your looks, who would want you? Have you looked at your own weight? I would be a better match. You, with hardly any meat on your backside? How dare you say that to me? Maybe Lord Fujiwara actually likes my slightly plump figure. The girls originally regarded Senju Fujiwara as their ideal man. Not only is he from a wealthy and powerful family, but he is also strong, and most importantly, he is so handsome. Which woman wouldn't like him? Because of this matter, some girls in the same class almost got into a fight. Fujinara-kun and Uchiha Shizen, hearing the chatter, blushed, lowered her head, and played with her fingers, feeling very shy and unsure of what to say. Irudi watched Senju Fujiwara leave the classroom, slowly calming down his anger. Everyone sat down and listened attentively to the lesson. Next, we will discuss the hand signs and techniques for the shadow clone technique. If used well, the shadow clone technique can confuse enemies, even if only for a second. That second is enough for you to formulate your next plan. After Senju Fujiwara left, the previously restless students calmed down a bit, but there were still some whispers that were quickly cut off by Irudi's shout, and everyone obediently sat down to listen. So cowardly. If these people dared to insult me, I would flatten them with a tail beast bomb. Yet you don't dare to do anything. TCH, what a disgrace. The Ninetales stood on Senju Fujiwara's right shoulder, recalling how Irudi had yelled at him earlier. He couldn't help but mock. Haha, it's nothing. Just let it go. After all, he is the teacher. If I were to get into a fight at school and my dad found out, my backside would be in trouble. I'm not that foolish, haha. Hearing the Ninetales' words, Senju Fujiwara laughed heartily, looking unconcerned. TCH, cowardice is cowardice. No need to explain. I only know one thing. If you're not convinced, fight. If you can't win, keep fighting until you bring him down. The Ninetales curled his lip, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and scoffed. Haha, say what you want. I have no masochistic tendencies. Senju Fujiwara, unfazed by the Ninetales' mockery, smiled slightly. Before long, the class ended. Lord Fujiwara, please don't take it to heart what happened in class earlier. After all, this is school, a classroom, and you shouldn't disrupt the order. After the lesson, Irudi stepped out first, bowed to Senju Fujiwara, and said, he is clear about public and private matters, knowing when to be serious and when to be lenient. Balance is necessary. It's okay, teacher Irudi. In school, I am just your student. It's no problem. Don't take it to heart. Senju Fujiwara smiled slightly at Irudi. He didn't care about these things anyway, as these basic courses were of no use to him. Fortunately, he didn't need to practice much now. He just needed to increase his chakra and then merge the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines within him. Whenever he awakens the Rinnegan, he will reach the 6 paths level of strength. His current strength is already infinitely close to the divine realm, if you count the Ninetales. He is already comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, a godlike powerhouse. Then I'll take my leave. Hearing Senju Fujiwara say this, Irudi felt relieved. He was originally a commoner ninja, and being able to attend the ninja school was already a great privilege. At least his children would receive better education in the future. Although it's not good to offend Senju Fujiwara, he has his own principles and won't change his sacred duty as a teacher just because he is the young clan leader of the Senju clan. Senju Fujiwara nodded slightly, and then Irudi turned and left. Puyi-no-rakun. After class, Uchiha Shizen quickly came out, shyly approaching Senju Fujiwara and softly calling out, Shizen, you're out? Seeing Uchiha Shizen come out, Senju Fujiwara smiled slightly. TCH, only humans have such complicated emotions. The Ninetales stood on Senju Fujiwara's shoulder, muttering disdainfully. Just now, were you okay, Fujiwara-kun? Uchiha Shizen asked worriedly. I'm fine, what are you thinking? Do you think my mental endurance is that weak? Hee. Seeing the worried look in Uchiha Shizen's eyes, Senju Fujiwara reached out and patted her head. Uchiha Shizen didn't shy away. Her embarrassment deepened, and her face turned red, wanted to rush up and give him a kiss. Fujiwara-kun, what kind of pet is this? I think it's so cute. Then Uchiha Shizen saw the Ninetales on Senju Fujiwara's shoulder. Her eyes filled with affection as she smiled and asked, his name is Ninetales. He has a special pet I caught. Do you like him? Here, do you want to hold him? Seeing Uchiha Shizen take a liking to the Ninetales, Senju Fujiwara smiled slightly, then directly grabbed the nine-tails and handed him to her. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not a pet. You actually want me to please your little girlfriend? Let go of me. Hurry and let go. The nine-tails was extremely unwilling, glaring at Senju.Fujiwara with killing intent, threatening him. Haha, it's okay. We'll all be friends from now on. No worries, hee. Senju.Fujiwara looked at the nine-tails' grumbling expression, chuckling as he handed him over. No matter how much the nine-tails struggled, he couldn't break free. Giggle. Fujiwara-kun, he is so cute, but he seems unwilling for me to hold him. Let us forget it. Uchiha Shizune smiled slightly, seeing the nine-tails in front of her, not forcing herself to hold him. It's fine here. Senju.Fujiwara didn't care about the nine-tails, directly stuffing him into Uchiha Shizune's arms. Hee. Nine-tails. Your fur is so soft, so cute, I really like it. Seeing Senju.Fujiwara put the nine-tails into her arms, Uchiha Shizune smiled slightly, then lowered her head to hug him, reaching out to stroke his fur, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Chapter 34. The Nine-Tailed Beasts? Must capture them all. The nine-tails looked helpless, as if being held in the arms of Uchiha Obito, appearing quite aggrieved, turning its head with an unhappy expression. Ha ha! Senju Hashirama couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the nine-tails like this. What? The nine-tails is not the only tailed beast? There are 8 others? At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were sitting in the office, and Sarutobi Sasuke was also present. Based on the information provided by the Monkey King, he reported to the 2 Hokages, which left them both shocked. That's right, although we haven't seen them, they have a clear understanding of the summoning beasts like the Monkey King. It is said that a terrifying 10 tails existed 1,000 years ago, but for some unknown reason, it was forcibly split into 9-tailed beasts by the Sage of 6 Paths. Among them, the 9 tails is the strongest. We have no idea how strong the others are. Sarutobi Sasuke shared all the information he knew, indirectly reminding Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that at any moment, the 8-tailed beast could be summoned by that Kaguya. We understand. Sasuke, you've worked hard. You can go back now. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly at Sarutobi Sasuke, signaling him to leave. Then I'll take my leave. Sarutobi Sasuke nodded slightly and turned to leave. Madara, what do you think would happen if all 8-tailed beasts were summoned at once by that person? After Sarutobi Sasuke left, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows and turned to ask Uchiha Madara. If they appeared one by one, neither of us would be afraid. But if all 8 appeared simultaneously, we would be at a loss. It's very likely that our entire Konoha village could be obliterated. Even if we survived and managed to capture the 8-tailed beasts, it would be of no use. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed as he knew that if all 8-tailed beasts appeared directly within the village, it would be very difficult for them to handle, especially if they appeared right in the middle of the village. Ordinary villagers, even Chunin and Genin, would have no chance to escape. This troubled both of them, as they had yet to awaken the Rinnegan and currently had no way to deal with Kaguya, leaving them feeling somewhat disorganized. That's right, if we don't make plans in advance, and Kaguya directly summons all 8-tailed beasts, it wouldn't matter for us. But we fear for the heavy casualties among the villagers. Therefore, we must take some action. We absolutely cannot let Kaguya summon all the tailed beasts at once. Senju Hashirama frowned, nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, said, What good plan do you have? We don't even know where Kaguya is right now. How should we respond? Uchiha Madara was momentarily at a loss for ideas. After all, they couldn't capture Kaguya, and they didn't even know where she was, let alone catch her. Simply defending was indeed a difficult task. After all, they didn't know when Kaguya would suddenly attack. That would truly be troublesome. I have thought of a good strategy, but I'm not sure if it will work. I plan to let Tobirama and Izuna come over to discuss it. Senju Hashirama already had an idea in mind, but he needed to wait for everyone's vote before making a decision. What plan? Uchiha Madara became somewhat interested and quickly turned to ask Senju Hashirama. Now that we have established Konoha, there are still 4 other major nations that have established Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. However, the various villages are still in constant conflict, attacking each other, not to mention that those villages are eyeing our land of fire, wanting to obtain the rich resources of this land. Since there are only 9-tailed beasts, let's capture all of them and then distribute them evenly according to their strength. Since the 9 tails is the strongest, we can keep it alone, and the other 8-tailed beasts can be evenly distributed, 2 for each village. This way, every village will have a tailed beast, which will create a deterrent against each other. As long as the tailed beasts are dispersed, the other villages will surely protect their own tailed beasts, and our concern about Kagaya summoning all 8-tailed beasts at once will no longer exist. This might even lead to peace, and there will be no more wars. What do you think? Senju Hashirama expressed his thoughts, preparing to capture the tailed beasts and distribute them evenly to the 4 great nations, believing this could be the perfect solution. Péage impossible. Why should we capture the tailed beasts and distribute them to them? Can't we force them to surrender to Konoha if we possess all 9 tailed beasts? Why can't you think outside the box? We have great power, so we can in the chaotic era, right? If we distribute them evenly and they use the tailed beasts to wage war, wouldn't that be very unfavorable for us? At the very least, if they use the tailed beast abilities, our Chunin and Jinin would be slaughtered. I think that's not appropriate. We should capture all 9 tailed beasts for ourselves. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara roughly understood his thoughts. He furrowed his brow but had a different perspective. He believed that if the major villages obtained tailed beasts, they would undoubtedly become even more rampant, and it would lead to unnecessary casualties among Chunin and Jinin during the war. This would greatly increase the chances of war. So distributing the tailed beasts evenly was not feasible. You have a point. Then let Tobirama and Izuna come to testify. The minority obeys the majority, just like before. Are you brave enough? Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Hashirama pondered, feeling that he had a point, but which specific approach to implement still required serious discussion. TCH, what is there to be afraid of? They will definitely agree with my choice. Uchiha Madara was very confident, believing that his brother and Senju Tobirama would support him, disdainfully curling his lips as he spoke. Oh, where does your confidence come from? Ha ha ha. Do you remember last time? You lost to me. Ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama laughed at Uchiha Madara's mysterious confidence. TCH, last time was just your luck. Uchiha Madara said, somewhat unconvinced. Chapter 35. The 9 Tails is my friend, go call Tobirama and Izuna over. Also, send someone to call Fujin. After that, Uchiha Madara said lightly, yes, Lord First Hokage. In an instant, a black figure disappeared from the Hokage office. Lord Tobirama, the 2 first Hokages request your presence. Just as Senju Tobirama was walking on the street with Sarutobi Shinsaku, a cat-faced Umbu appeared in front of them and respectfully said, is there something my brother needs? Senju Tobirama frowned, as it was rare for him to accompany Sarutobi Shinsaku today, and now there was suddenly something urgent. He asked lightly, reporting to Lord Tobirama. It seems to be about the tailed beasts, but the other subordinates are unaware. The Umbu quickly replied, but he did not know the actual situation. He was just sent by Uchiha 1. Tailed beasts? Got it, I will go immediately. After hearing the Umbu's words, Senju Tobirama frowned and muttered, then nodded at the Umbu in front of him. Yes, Lord Tobirama. When the Umbu heard Senju Tobirama say this, he quickly nodded and then disappeared from the spot. I'm sorry, Shinsaku. My brother has something to do. I can't accompany you today. Senju Tobirama looked apologetically at Sarutobi Shinsaku beside him and said helplessly, it's okay. I'm already very happy that you could spend some time with me today. Since your brother is calling you, you should go quickly. I'm fine. Sarutobi Shinsaku looked at Senju Tobirama, squinted her eyes and smiled, still as gentle and considerate as ever. Well then, you can stroll around, and if nothing happens, I'll be back right away. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, then kissed her on the forehead and disappeared from the spot. There are so many people. My husband is really something. So embarrassing. When Sarutobi Shinsaku saw Senju Tobirama kiss her in public, her face instantly turned red, and she quickly ran away. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna had also received the notification. He and Senju Tobirama were basically stationed at the route, but they needed to take turns to rest, so when one person rested, the other would guard the headquarters. Today, it was Uchiha Izuna's turn to guard the route's headquarters. After receiving the news from Uchiha 1, he immediately disappeared from the spot and headed towards the Hokage office. Lord Fujin. On Senju Fujin's side, an Umbu suddenly appeared and respectfully called out to him. What is it? Is there something? Senju Fujin, who was still playing with the 9 Tails, and Uchiha Shizun, turned his head and asked in confusion. The 2 first Hokages request your presence. Please go immediately. The Umbu quickly stated his purpose. Oh, why are Dad and Uncle Madara calling me? Senju Fujin was slightly taken aback upon hearing the Umbu's words, muttering to himself. Got it, you can leave now. I'll be there shortly. Senju Fujin waved his hand to the Umbu. Yes, Lord Fujin. After the Umbu finished speaking, he directly disappeared from the spot. Shizun, you play by yourself for a bit, and remember to ask for leave when class starts. Dad needs me for something. After the Umbu left, Senju Fujin said to Uchiha Shizen, Fujin-kun, go ahead. I'll tell Iroquois sensei later. Uchiha Shizen had spent enough time with Senju Fujin that she was no longer shy, speaking smoothly and starting to act normally. She had already positioned herself as his woman. Speaking gently. Nine tails, let's go. Senju Fujin smiled slightly at Uchiha Shizen, then directly grabbed the nine tails and disappeared from the spot. Damn, kid, I really don't want to see those two perverts. The nine tails instinctively resisted at the mention of seeing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But before he could finish his complaint, he was already taken away by Senju Fujin. Bang! Soon, Senju Fujin appeared directly in the office, where he had already set up a barrier for easy travel, instantly arriving at the Hokage office. Hey, the last word of the nine tails was cut off, but thankfully not the entire sentence was transmitted. Oh, so fast. So you set up a barrier in the office. I was wondering how you managed to set up barriers everywhere. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly when he saw Senju Fujin arrive, feeling a strange familiarity as if he were seeing his own son. Hee, Uncle Madara, you don't say. I've set up barriers all over Konoha, making it convenient to go anywhere, haha. Senju Fujin smiled slightly upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, then kicked his right foot, causing a wooden stool to appear behind him. And he sat down directly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Kumin, Senju Hashirama quickly shouted towards the door. Creak. Instantly, the office door opened, and Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama walked in. Have a seat. Senju Hashirama waved his hand, and two wooden stools appeared in front of the desk. Brother, is there something going on? Brother, why did you call me? Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna quickly sat down and asked them in confusion. Yeah, Dad, what are you plotting? Just tell us. You know I'm still in class. Senju Fujin also looked puzzled, looking at Senju Hashirama and the others. Nine tails? Fujin, why did you release the nine tails? At first, they didn't notice, but at this moment, all four present realized that Senju Fujin was holding the nine tails, which shocked them. No, this is just a bit of the nine tails chakra. He is already my friend, so I can't always spoil him. The nine tails is very obedient and won't cause any trouble. Don't worry, Senju Fujin said with a grin, not taking it seriously as he looked at the four present. Friend? The nine tails? Uchiha Madara and the others looked at each other, finding it hard to believe. The nine tails snorted coldly when he heard Senju Fujin say that, but felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing that they were friends. Haha, that's my son for you. Good job. Chapter 36. The system is causing trouble again. Who says tailed beasts can't coexist peacefully with humans? Look, Senju Fujin has done it. Haha. Besides, if even tailed beasts can become friends with humans, why can't we humans live in harmony? Senju Hashirama was very happy as he saw precedent. Seeing Senju Fujin become friends with the nine tails filled him with joy. All right, Hashirama, let's discuss the important matters first. Uchiha didn't care. To him, the nine tails was just trash. He had never respected anyone other than Senju Hashirama, not even the nine tails. Yes, let's talk about the issues we need to discuss today. Both Madara and I have opinions, and you can decide whose is better. Hearing Uchiha Madara say this, Senju Hashirama nodded slightly, and then the five of them began their discussion. Soon, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara expressed their opinions and informed the others that there were nine-tailed beasts. Unsure which plan to choose next. Big brother, I think Madara's suggestion is more reliable. Human greed is insatiable. Not all other countries are good people. If we distribute the tailed beasts evenly among them, they might really use them to incite war. So, I disagree with this idea. I also think we should gather all nine-tailed beasts in Konoha and turn them into weapons of war to deter other countries, making them think twice before taking action. I believe this is the best choice. Otherwise, the peace we seek will never come. We must possess absolute strength to intimidate the nations. With deterrent power, we can command them to refrain from starting wars. This is the essence of peace. We must have absolute power. And whether we use the strength of the nine-tailed beasts is secondary. However, having this power gives us a voice in the world, while they must remain weaker than us. As long as we don't initiate war, there will be no war in the world. Senju Tobarama also strongly agreed with Uchiha Madara's opinion. This was the only time he thought Madara was right. After all, having power and choosing not to use it is different from having powerful strength and wanting to use it. As long as they stood at the pinnacle of the world, they could command others to maintain world peace, which he believed was the most effective method. Yes, I also agree with Tobarama and brother's opinions. Hashirama, your suggestion is a bit idealistic. I recently received intelligence from the root. The other 4 countries are at war, and only Konoha is not being attacked. They are fighting each other for interests, and if they obtain the tailed beasts, it will become even harder to control. The wars that break out, then, might be even more terrifying than now. Therefore, I believe that such powerful forces as the tailed beasts must be in our hands. Uchiha Izuna thought the same way. If this matter was thought about more deeply, the problem would become clear. World peace cannot rely on goodwill. It must rely on strength. If we have power, others will not dare to bully us. And if they bully others, we will oppose them. Having power means having absolute authority over peace. Is my idea really that unreliable? Senju Hashirama immediately lowered his head, feeling very dejected, thinking he was a failure as Hokage. Ding! Historical event detected. The divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Agree with Uchiha Madara's method. Gather all 9-tailed beasts in Konoha and create 9 Jinchuriki. Completion reward. Guys fitted sportswear. Option 2. Agree with Senju Hashirama's method. Distribute the 9-tailed beasts evenly to other countries and charge high fees for selling the tailed beasts. Completion reward. Rock Lee's fitted sportswear. Option 3. Propose your own opinion to gather all 9-tailed beasts in Konoha and seal them within the Uzumaki clan members, allowing them to become pets in their current forms and coexist peacefully with humans, while pressuring Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure to sign peace agreements. Completion reward. Favorability of the 9-tailed beasts. At that moment, the divine selection system acted up again, and options appeared in front of Senju Fujin. Uncle Madara, Dad. Uncle Tobarama. Uncle Izuna. Let me share my personal opinion. Upon hearing the system's words, Senju Fujin's mouth twitched slightly. Was there really any difference between Guy's and Rock Lee's fitted sportswear? This was simply not wanting to give himself any benefits. How shameless. Oh, Fujin, hurry and speak. Senju Hashirama seemed to have found a savior. Expecting his son to choose his plan, spoke with full anticipation. Senju Tobarama and the others also turned to look at Senju Fujin, wanting to know his answer, as his suggestions had seemed effective so far, giving him a certain status in their minds. Dad, Uncle Madara, Uncle Tobarama, Uncle Izuna, I believe we can also coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts. Just like the 9 tails now, I think we should capture all 9-tailed beasts and seal them within the Uzumaki clan members. The Uzumaki clan has a strong physique, making them the most suitable for becoming Jinchuriki. Moreover, we can let the 9-tailed beasts condense their own smaller forms, just like the 9 tails. Their large size makes them hard to control, but in smaller forms, they can be managed easily and won't cause chaos. They can also become the mascots of Konoha, allowing more people to understand and like them, truly integrating them into our human home. If we continue to treat them as mere weapons, their resentment will only grow. And if no one can suppress them in the ninja world, endless turmoil will erupt. Thus, I believe we must make friends with them. This is the best solution. Then, Senju Fujin expressed all his opinions and chose option 3, deeming the first 2 options useless. After gaining the favor of the 9-tailed beasts, even if he later merged them into the 10 tails for battle, he could still separate them afterward. Chapter 37, Show of Hands Voting. Senju Tobarama wins being able to become their guardian power while preventing others from obtaining the 9-tailed beasts, keeping them firmly in hand. Why not? This kid really is different from other humans. This friend is not bad at all. Kurama was actually very angry upon hearing what they said. They viewed their tailed beasts as weapons of war, as if they were born to be sealed and used as tools. How could he not be angry? However, after hearing Senju Tobarama's words, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, indicating that this friend he made wasn't so bad after all. I think what Tobarama said is right. We already possess great power and do not need the power of the 9-tailed beasts at all. Wasn't our initial goal to prevent Kagaya from obtaining the other 8-tailed beasts? They generally wouldn't be taken away under our noses, but in other villages, with his stealthy power, it is very likely that the tailed beasts could still be snatched away. By then, if the 8-tailed beasts attack Konoha, we wouldn't even have time to react. Uchiha Madara fully agreed with Senju Tobarama's opinion, as it was very similar to his own. In any case, it was better to have all 9-tailed beasts under their control. He then looked at Senju Hashirama and said openly, After hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Senju Hashirama also fell into contemplation, beginning to consider whether the world he envisioned was feasible. I agree as well. Uchiha Izuna nodded slightly after thinking for a moment. I agree too. Senju Tobarama expressed his agreement. He didn't care what would happen to the tailed beasts. But the 9-tailed beasts had to be kept in Konoha so that he could feel at ease. Tobarama, are you sure that besides Kurama, the other tailed beasts can coexist peacefully with us humans as well? Senju Hashirama still had one doubt. If the nine tails could coexist peacefully, then what about the other tailed beasts? Indeed, he had previously been somewhat naive. The tailed beasts had their own thoughts and were not merely weapons of war. If they could really coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts, it would indeed reduce a lot of wars and casualties. As long as they were still alive in this world and had the deterrence of the nine-tailed beasts, it would indeed be very difficult for the other side to initiate a conflict. There's no problem with that. We are not inherently evil. It is just that you humans are too greedy and always want to take something from us. In the end, didn't you all lose your lives? If you had the same sincerity as Tobirama, then living in peace with us wouldn't be a dream. It all depends on your human attitude. We have almost no objections. At this moment, the nine tails interjected, looking at Senju Hashirama. He, that's right, old man. If you can treat them as living beings, as friends, just like I do, then there will be no problem at all. Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Hashirama and smiled slightly, reaching out to pet the nine tails' comfortable fur. Don't touch my head. The nine tails instantly swatted away Senju Tobirama's hand, saying somewhat unwillingly, "Ha ha ha." Everyone present couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the nine tails' words. All right, enough talk. Let's vote directly. Let's just say who we choose. After all, we have 5 votes. Whoever receives the most votes will decide whose proposal to adopt. Uchiha Madara had rarely smiled just now, then looked at everyone and said, then let's begin. Senju Hashirama already had his answer in mind, nodded slightly, and said, I choose Tobirama. 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 In the end, all 5 people agreed with Senju Tobirama's proposal. All right, then let's get started on capturing the other tailed beasts. We just need to catch them. Tobirama, Izuna, you 2 send members from the route to search around the world. As soon as you find any trace of the tailed beasts, report it to us immediately. Tobirama, during this time, you should not return to school. You should also go out to look for the other tailed beasts. Be careful on the way. You have wood release, and the tailed beasts cannot do anything to you. Plus, with the 9 tails around, I'm not worried. After confirmation, Senju Hashirama quickly instructed Senju Tobirama and Izuna to send out route members to search for the tailed beasts. As long as they find them, he and Uchiha Madara could set out to subdue them all, and then bring them back to Seal. I understand, big brother. I got it, Hashirama. Senju Tobirama and Izuna nodded repeatedly, then turned and walked out. Hashirama, what are you doing? Tobirama is still so young. What if he encounters that Kagaya? I don't agree with him going out. Just sending route members to search is enough. There is no need for anyone else. As long as we find the tailed beasts, with just a glance, I can control them and summon them back to Konoha. Is it worth it to let Tobirama go out and waste time? It's better to stay home safely. Uchiha Madara expressed his disagreement. He regarded Senju Tobirama as his own child, just as important as his brother. If he were sent out and seen by that Kagaya, what would happen if he encountered danger? So he firmly refused to let him go out, directly rejecting Senju Hashirama's proposal. Madara, what are you saying? Senju Hashirama was somewhat puzzled. He thought Senju Tobirama had absolute power in the 9 tails, so he would definitely be able to protect himself. There wasn't really anyone in this world who could match him. But Uchiha Madara disagreed and responded so strongly that it caught him off guard. Uncle Madara, you don't know my strength? It's fine. I was just worried about not having anything to do. It's too boring to be in school. Since I've completed your task and let the other clans people enter the school, I shouldn't have anything to do, right? Besides, I have Flying Thunder God, and no one can catch up to me. I want to encounter danger. Dad, ISNT that right? Senju Tobirama had long wanted to go out. Staying home was utterly meaningless, and having to go to school was just boring to the extreme. Now that he finally had the chance to go out, how wonderful would that be? A delightful life was waiting for him, so why not? Chapter 38, Generous Uchiha Madara. No, I disagree. I am the Hokage, and I make the decisions. Uchiha Madara turned away, pursing his lips as he said this. Madara, it's fine. Senju Tobirama has time-space ninjutsu, so there won't be any major issues outside. I'll just send a would release clone to protect him, right? Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, having never seen such an expression on Uchiha Madara before. That's more like it. Since we're going out, we can't forget about money. Here are 5 million Ryo. Take it and spend it. If it's not enough, just ask Uncle Madara for more. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara had no reason to stop him from going out. He went down the slope and agreed. He then took out a scroll and handed it to Senju Tobirama, which contained a huge sum of 5 million Ryo. This was even better than having a biological father. Uncle Madara is the best. Unlike my old man, who is stingy as hell. Senju Tobarama grinned as he received the 5 million ryo from Uchiha Madara, thanked him, and did not forget to complain to Senju Hashirama. It's raining outside. I should go back and collect the laundry, right? After hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Senju Hashirama laughed and made a quick exit. He needed to save his money for gambling and couldn't let his son squander it. TCH, your dad is like that, always losing when he gambles. The whole village knows about it, and he still owes me tens of millions of ryo. But Uncle Madara has plenty of money and isn't as stingy as your dad. So go ahead and spend it. If it's not enough, just ask me for more, hee. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly as he watched Senju Hashirama escape in a fluster. He then reached out and patted Senju Tobarama's head, saying with a smile, "All right, Uncle Madara, I'll head out first, hee." Senju Tobarama held the 5 million ryo in his hands, enough for him to indulge for several years, traveling and enjoying himself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He waved goodbye to Uchiha Madara. Go ahead." Uchiha Madara smiled gently at him, waving back. Rare to see him so amiable. 1. Send someone to follow Tobarama and ensure his safety. Do not appear unless absolutely necessary. After Senju Tobarama left, Uchiha Madara immediately ordered his trusted subordinates to follow him. Feeling somewhat reassured. "Yes, Lord First Hokage." Uchiha one responded quickly and then disappeared from the spot, following Senju Tobarama. "Kurizetsu? Don't let me catch you." Once everyone had left, Uchiha Madara's heart burned with anger, his fists tightly clenched. Because of that mysterious figure, Kurizetsu, disasters could strike Konoha at any time. So he had to come up with a good strategy. However, Kurizetsu was elusive, making it quite difficult for him to find him, which was quite a headache. Forget it. Since you won the Rinnegan, you will definitely show up. Hashirama's experiment is nearing success. It's time for me to start my experiment as well. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, let's see where you can hide. Uchiha Madara despised anyone who wanted to take his brother's life, and since Kurizetsu wanted his brother dead, he had to be killed. The root of everything must be resolved. During this time, Senju Hashirama's bloodline fusion was progressing rapidly, and he believed that the Rinnegan would awaken soon. At that time, both he and Hashirama would possess the Rinnegan, making them fearless against Kurizetsu. However, this still required a long wait. The experiment had to be expedited. Riding the waves. After receiving the massive sum of 5 million ryo, Senju Tobarama was in high spirits. Whistling and singing as he made his way to school, he planned to inform his little wife about his outing to ease her worries. Giving her a sense of security was the most important thing. Since Senju Tobarama was called away by the Hokage, Irika dared not say much. So he took his time returning to school, and by the time he arrived, school was already out. "Tobarama-kun, you're back?" Uchiha Shizun greeted him eagerly upon seeing him return. "Look, I really envy Shizun for having such a good husband. I wish our family could have a marriage alliance with the Senju clan." Everyone thought this way. Tobarama-kun was handsome, strong, and was the young head of the Senju clan. He would surely be one of the heirs to the Hokage in the future. Yeah, I also want to marry Tobarama-kun. I'm so envious of Uchiha Shizun, who pretends to be pure while running over to Tobarama-kun. Because of the affectionate display between Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Shizun, all the girls in the class were extremely jealous and envious, each showing a different expression. "Shizun, I need to go out for a while. Dad has assigned me a mission, and I'll be gone for some time. I wanted to tell you so you wouldn't worry." Senju Tobarama took Uchiha Shizun's hand and led her to the field, turning to smile at her. "Really? Where are you going? Will it be dangerous?" Uchiha Shizun was slightly taken aback by Senju Tobarama's words and quickly asked with concern. "Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. Who is your husband? If I can't win, I can still run away, right?" Hee. Senju Tobarama smiled gently at Uchiha Shizun, reaching out to pinch her rosy cheeks. "That's annoying." Uchiha Shizun felt a rush of embarrassment at the pinch, her heart racing as she looked down, fidgeting with her clothes. "Shizun, you're really beautiful." Seeing Uchiha Shizun's shy demeanor, Senju Tobarama turned to her and said seriously, Moi. Uchiha Shizun was caught off guard by Senju Tobarama's compliment, unsure of what to say. Just as she opened her mouth, she felt his lips seal hers. Her eyes wide and her face flushed as she stood there, unsure of what to do. After what felt like an eternity, Senju Tobarama finally released Uchiha Shizun, looking at her rosy apple-like face and couldn't help but smile. "Tobarama-kun kissed me again. How embarrassing." Uchiha Shizun still hadn't processed what had just happened and was lost in thought. "Let us go. I'll walk you home." Senju Tobarama smiled gently at the shy Uchiha Shizun in his arms. Uchiha Shizen's face was slightly red, feeling very shy as she lowered her head and murmured softly. Chapter 39. The female warrior of the Iron Country. Afterwards, Senju Fujin directly took Uchiha Shizen back to the Uchiha clan's residence and sent her to her doorstep. All right, we're home. I'm leaving now, so you must behave while I'm gone. Senju Fujin smiled at Uchiha Shizen, who had arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Buyenkun. Uchiha Shizen looked at Senju Fujin, hesitating to speak, her face flushed, unsure of what to think. What's wrong? Go inside. I have to go now, Senju Fujin said lightly, noticing that Uchiha Shizen seemed to have something to say. And no, it's nothing. Be careful on the way. I'll wait for you at home, Uchiha Shizen said softly, shaking her head and lowering her gaze. I'll be back soon. Senju Fujin smiled slightly, reached out to pat her delicate little hand, and then turned to leave. Fujin-kun. Uchiha Shizen saw Senju Fujin turning to leave and hurriedly ran up, tightly hugging him. Huh? Senju Fujin felt Uchiha Shizen embrace him and smiled slightly. Be good, I'll be back soon. Senju Fujin did not turn around but extended his hand to pat Uchiha Shizen's small hand and said with a smile. A strong sense of reluctance flashed in Uchiha Shizen's eyes, but she eventually let go, standing in place and watching Senju Fujin leave. Fujin-kun, you must come back safely. Shizen will wait for you at home. You must come back. Uchiha Shizen looked at Senju Fujin's gradually receding figure, her eyes instantly covered with tears. 2 lines of clear tears flowing down. Shizen, class is over? At that moment, Uchiha's third elder, Uchiha Satoshi, returned and smiled as he saw Uchiha Shizen. Dad. I'm back. Uchiha Shizen quickly wiped her tears upon hearing her father's voice, adjusted her mood, and turned to bow to Uchiha Satoshi. He go home. Don't worry. Fujin is strong. There aren't many who can keep him here in this world. Uchiha Satoshi smiled slightly, looking at Uchiha Shizen. As the third elder of the Uchiha clan, he naturally knew about Senju Fujin's departure, and he had seen him from a distance when he was walking over. Seeing Uchiha Shizen's expression, he also understood a bit. I know, Dad. Uchiha Shizen restored her former smile and said lightly. Seeing Uchiha Shizen's recovery, Uchiha Satoshi did not say more and directly walked into the house. Lord Fujin. A few ninjas guarding the village entrance saw Senju Fujin come out and hurriedly approached, respectfully calling out. Here is the pass. Please take a look. I need to go out for a mission. Senju Fujin smiled slightly upon seeing the guarding ninjas and directly took out scroll. Lord Fujin is joking. Please go ahead. The ninjas dared not check Senju Fujin and smiled slightly, allowing him to pass. Thank for your hard work. Seeing that they did not check, Senju Fujin nodded slightly and then stepped out. Finally, I can go out for a stroll. Staying in the village every day is driving me crazy. No rush to capture the tailed beasts. I'll enjoy myself first. I heard the hot springs in the land of water are great. I'll go enjoy them then. After leaving Konoha, Senju Fujin couldn't think of where to go, as everything in this era felt very unfamiliar to him. After all, the world depicted in the Naruto series mostly tells stories from decades later, and he didn't know much about the present. The only thing he knew to do was to soak in hot springs, and now, beautiful women had yet to appear one by one. He didn't know who the beauties were and didn't recognize any of them. In front was the Iron Country. Passing through the Iron Country would lead him to the land of water. He had heard that the forging techniques in the Iron Country were exceptional and wondered what strengths they possessed. As Senju Fujin saw the town not far ahead, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he quickly rushed forward, not forgetting to leave flying thunder god techniques on branches and the ground along the way. Konoha ninja? Just as Senju Fujin was about to enter the Iron Country, a melodious voice suddenly rang out, prompting him to look in the direction of the sound. This girl looks quite spirited. She's pretty cool. Senju Fujin saw the girl not far away, her face full of vigor, her left hand resting on her katana. The girl wore a white samurai outfit with pink stripes and had a long brown ponytail, adorned with 2 pink cherry blossom hairpins. She had bangs, slightly thick eyebrows, light brown eyes, and a katana at her waist, exuding a heroic demeanor. Beautiful lady, are you looking for me? Seeing the girl's fierce gaze, Senju Fujin smiled slightly, unfazed. I heard Konoha ninjas are very strong, and I want to see for myself. I wonder if this Konoha ninja could accept my challenge? The girl slowly walked up to Senju Fujin, frowning, her competitive spirit ignited by hearing about Konoha's strength and talents. Challenge me? Beautiful lady? I don't think we have any deep-seated grudges, do we? Why do you look at me like that? Senju Fujin was puzzled. This woman seemed to harbor some resentment towards him, and he felt he didn't know her at all. Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Let me see the strength of your Konoha ninjas. The girl said impatiently. You seem a bit strange, don't you? Did I provoke you? If it weren't for how cute you are, I would have already caught you and spanked you. Senju looked at the woman in front of him, somewhat baffled, and curled his lips in disdain. Are you saying that you can easily defeat me? Then let me see your strength. I don't like men who only talk big. The girl raised her eyebrows, looking at Senju with slight anger. Ding! Detecting Iron Kuei's anger. The Divine Choice system is activated. Option 1. Refuse Iron Kuei's challenge, and mock her before turning to leave. Task completion reward. 1 white eye. Option 2. Refuse Iron Kuei's challenge, and take Iron Kuei's first kiss, leaving a message of I love you. Then use Spacetime Ninjutsu to leave. Task completion reward. Randomly draw 1 ability from the host. Option 3. Accept Iron Kuei's challenge, defeat her, and after defeating her, place her on your lap and spank her to teach her a lesson. Task completion reward. Corpse Bone Pulse, non-bloodline trait. Chapter 40. Iron Kei vs. Senju. Suddenly, the voice of the system appeared in Senju mind. Just a single Byakugan? What the hell is that? System, are you sure a single Byakugan is useful to me? If you're only going to give me half, you might as well not give me anything at all. You're really stingy. You have such a twisted sense of humor. Are you just trying to make me choose to beat her up? Why all this unnecessary fluff? After hearing the system's words, Senju felt a bit speechless, but it wasn't the first time. He had gotten used to it. System, I'll choose option 3. Then, Senju made a decision and looked at Iron Kei with a wicked grin, glancing at her backside. What are you looking at? Are you going to accept my challenge or not? Is it true that the Leaf Village relies on cowards like you to thrive? Pathetic. Seeing Senju wicked smile and his wandering gaze, Iron Kei felt a wave of embarrassment and anger, quickly questioning, fine. I accept your challenge. But what do I get if I win? I won't do anything for free. Senju looked at Iron Kei seriously and said, what do you want? Do you really think you can win against me? That's just wishful thinking. Iron Kei frowned as she glared at Senju and snorted coldly. Then I'm leaving. If there's no benefit, why should I bother with you? It's a waste of time. I have places to go. Senju waved his hand, about to turn and leave. Then what do you want? But you can't possibly win against me. Just say what you want. Confident in her swordsmanship, Iron Kei furrowed her brow and quickly asked as she saw Senju about to leave. If I win, you'll be my little follower from now on. How about that? Senju lips curled into a slight smile as he replied casually. What? You want me to be your follower? You? Hearing Senju words, Iron Kei felt a surge of anger and pointed her slender right hand at him, scolding. Didn't you say you wouldn't lose to me? Since you're so sure you'll win, why not accept this price? Senju looked at Iron Kei, smirking dismissively. Oh, I get it. You know you can't beat me, so you're pretending you can. Got it. Got it. It wouldn't be interesting for me to fight you then. Forget it. I have to keep going goodbye. Then, Senju feigned enlightenment, looking at Iron Kei exaggeratedly before turning to leave. You. Iron Kei watched as Senju bullied her, her chest heaving with anger, breathing heavily, her face slightly flushed. Stop right there. I accept your terms, but I have a request too. Seeing Senju about to leave, Iron Kei chose to compromise and shouted at him. Oh, what request? Do you want to go easy on you? Sure. I'm always gentle with delicate flowers. I wouldn't hurt you. After hearing Iron Kei's words, Senju raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to her jokingly. You? I won't get into a war of words with you. If you lose, you'll have to write your name on the gate of the Iron Country and say that Leaf Ninjas are scum, the most wicked villains in the world. If you agree, I'll agree to your request. Iron Kei looked at Senju coldly, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Oh, what's up with this girl? Did the Leaf Ninjas do something to her? No way. Our Leaf Village has only been established for so long. Have we already offended these girls? Hearing Iron Kei's words and noticing her mournful gaze, Senju felt a bit strange and muttered to himself. All right, I agree. After pondering for a moment, Senju called out to Iron Kei. Great, then let's get started. Iron Kei frowned, looking at Senju with cold eyes. The two of them stood ready, with Senju looking relaxed, while Iron Kei's expression was serious. Please take care of me. Iron Kei bowed to Senju demonstrating a warrior spirit. Oh, you take care of me too. Senju was slightly taken aback when he saw Iron Kei bowing before the battle. Then he also bowed to her. Why does this feel a bit like a couple bowing to each other? After bowing, Senju Tobarama thought to himself, feeling that Iron K was quite interesting. Then, Iron K slightly crouched down, resting her right hand on the hilt of her sword, ready to strike at any moment. How dare you underestimate me? Let me show you my power. Seeing that Senju Tobarama seemed indifferent to her, Iron K felt a flash of anger and immediately drew her katana, though she didn't fully unsheath it, pushing off with her right foot. Whoosh! In an instant, Iron K charged towards Senju Tobarama with such speed that even a jonin might find it challenging to react in time. Oh, she has some skill, but it won't have any effect on me. Let's play then. Seeing Iron K rushing toward him, Senju Tobarama smirked slightly and pulled out a special kunai. ZZZ. In an instant, Senju Tobarama activated Lightning Release, and the kunai was enveloped in lightning, transforming into a lightning sword, somewhat similar to Tobarama's Thunder God sword. Secret Sword, Lightning Slash. Iron K saw Senju Tobarama draw his weapon and immediately unsheathed her katana, gathering a blue sword aura and launching it directly at him. Hey, this is some good power. You can actually release sword energy. He. Seeing the blue sword energy flying toward him, Senju Tobarama calmly drew his lightning sword and swung it casually. Boom! In an instant, the blue sword energy collided with Senju Tobarama's lightning sword, producing a loud sound and kicking up a cloud of smoke. Oof, idiot. My sword energy is not that easy to handle. Iron K saw that her attack hit and didn't continue to attack, feeling confident in her strike. Because within her attack range, she believed no one could evade her attack. And since Senju Tobarama chose to meet it head-on, he could only end up dead. Chapter 41 Secret Sword, Snowstorm/cough cough cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound emerged from the smoke. Your attack may not have done much, but the dust it kicked up is choking me. It's really uncomfortable, cough cough cough. Once the smoke completely dissipated, Senju Fujiwara appeared, not only unharmed but also making faces at Iron K, pretending to have inhaled a lot of dust. How dare you insult me like this? Go die. Secret Sword, Whirlwind Slash. Upon seeing Senju Fujiwara's indifferent expression, Iron K felt a rush of shame and anger in her heart, gathering her chakra and instantly infusing it into her katana. Whoosh! At that moment, a whirlwind suddenly stirred around, and the chakra Iron K gathered grew more and more, covering her katana with lightning. Slash! With a delicate shout from Iron K. Zzz. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and Iron K unleashed 3 bolts of lightning sword energy that swiftly spun and flew directly towards Senju Fujiwara. Interesting, this ultimate move is not bad. It's somewhat similar to Kirin's Vital Slash, but I wonder if it can turn. However, I haven't learned swordsmanship, so I won't compete with you in swordplay. Senju Fujiwara watched the 3 whirlwind slashes flying toward him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Water Release, Water Wave. Senju Fujiwara clapped his hands. In an instant, he summoned a water vortex out of thin air, rapidly spinning and rising. Splash! The water vortex instantly collided with the 3 whirlwind slashes, splashing countless droplets. Then the water spread like a waterfall, rushing toward Iron K, quickly forming a large river that covered several miles around. What? Such a powerful water release? At such a young age, he possesses such terrifying chakra? How much chakra does it take to summon so much water? Iron K saw the rushing river and lightly leaped, standing firmly on the water surface, looking astonished at Senju Fujiwara in front of her, muttering to herself. Meanwhile, Iron K's 3 attacks were neutralized by the powerful rotational force of the water vortex, disappearing completely. Want to continue playing? You're no match for me. Senju Fujiwara controlled the water surface, lifting himself up to form a several-meter-high wave, looking down at Iron K from above. I want to give up so easily. Although Iron K was very surprised in her heart, she could not give up now. Giving up meant she would have to become Senju Fujiwara's subordinate in the future, so she absolutely could not give up. Secret Sword, Snowstorm Slash. Iron K instantly gripped her katana with her right hand, and all her chakra was released in an instant, the lightning chakra extending long and spreading over a 3-meter radius around her. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the lake's surface exploded, accompanied by a lightning whirlwind shooting straight into the sky, stirring the entire river and creating a powerful storm. This little girl is really fighting hard. But this swordsmanship is quite cool. I wonder how it compares to the Kiki family's sword techniques. Senju Fujiwara saw that the water he summoned was about to be disrupted by Iron K, and he helplessly slapped his forehead. Water release. Water cutter wave. Senju Fujin suddenly spat out a straight column of water, forming a high-pressure water column that turned into a sharp water blade, directly cutting through Iron Kuei's lightning storm created by the snowstorm slash. That's right, Senju Fujin's water cutter wave can easily cut through the roots of the divine tree. And against an attack from someone like Iron Kuei, it's simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, instantly shredding it. The lightning storm abruptly arrived, and the water's surface returned to calm. How is this possible? I can't do anything to him? Is my swordsmanship really that poor? Iron Kuei was shocked to see that her swordsmanship was unable to affect Senju Fujin. Her pupils contracted, and her heart was extremely shaken. What are you still thinking about? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Iron Kuei. What? Upon hearing Senju Fujin's figure behind her, Iron Kuei immediately wanted to swing her katana. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Iron Kuei felt herself being dragged into the water by Senju Fujin, and her neck was being choked by him. Water release, wave strike. Senju Fujin directly pulled her into the water before she could react, moving through the water like a fish, even faster than a fish. Gurgle, gurgle. Ah! Iron Kuei felt herself being dragged underwater by Senju Fujin, unable to breathe, as she gulped down a few mouthfuls of river water, feeling like she was choking. Not bad for such a young age, huh? If you surrender, I will let you go. If you don't surrender, then you can only meet the Grim Reaper. Then Senju Fujin pulled Iron Kuei's head out of the water, allowing her to breathe fully, and asked, Impossible, I will never admit defeat, you go die. After hearing Senju Fujin's words, Iron Kuei not only refused to give up, but also kicked him directly in the groin with her leg technique. Damn, a low blow. You little girl, are you that ruthless? Senju Fujin felt a chill run down his back as he saw Iron Kuei trying to make him a eunuch, and he quickly clamped her kicking leg with his own. Let go of me, let go of me. Iron Kuei's leg was trapped, and she shyly shouted, If you don't admit defeat soon, I will really go hard on you. Although I don't want to be rough on a flower. What if your pretty little face gets ruined? Will you admit defeat? Senju Fujin, seeing Iron Kuei in his grip, smiled slightly. After struggling for a long time, Iron Kuei could not break free from Senju Fujin's grasp, and with a cold snort, she gradually stopped. Isn't this how it should be? Beti sabit. As a warrior, do you not have any warrior spirit? All right, let us go out then. Seeing Iron Kuei admit defeat, Senju Fujin's lips curled up slightly, and then with a wave of his right hand, the river water instantly receded, disappearing without a trace. All right, the mission isn't complete yet. Yes. Senju Fujin carried Iron Kuei back to the ground, remembering his mission, and a slight smile appeared on his face. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. Suddenly, Iron Kuei found herself being carried by Senju Fujin, lying on his lap, her face flushed with anger as she yelled, not knowing what he was going to do. This is what you get for being disobedient. Smack. This is what you get for being disobedient. Smack, smack, smack. Then Senju Fujin directly reached out and slapped Iron Kuei on the backside as punishment for her unwillingness to admit defeat. Chapter 42, The Desperate Girl. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Tai Kuei felt a sharp pain in her backside, instantly feeling a rush of humiliation and anger, her expression cold, flashing a hint of killing intent as she shouted frantically. Slap. Still disobedient? From now on, you'll be my little follower. If you don't listen again, don't blame me for using my family rules on you. My family rules are very strict. Do you want to try? Shinsho Fujin raised his hand and slapped down again, threatening her. You. Tai Kuei had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Her face turned crimson, the anger within her building up continuously, feeling like it could erupt at any moment. She lifted her head and glared fiercely at Shinsho Fujin. Ding! The host's choice is successful, and the task is completed. Reward: Corpse Bone Pulse, Bloodline Limit. After completing the task, the system determined the choice was valid and instantly awarded the Corpse Bone Pulse, revealing all its abilities and usage methods in his mind. I'm back again. This feeling is great. The Corpse Bone Pulse is indeed a good ability. Bones can grow freely and can change into any form, not bad at all. Shinsho Fujin felt the powerful bloodline power within him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, suddenly finding Tai Kuei on his leg more and more pleasing to the eye. Fair is fair. This is just a punishment for your unwillingness to keep your promise. As long as you are a good little follower of mine in the future, such things won't happen again. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Looking at Tai Kuei lying on his leg, Shinsho Fujin smiled slightly. Tai Kuei. Tai Kuei snorted coldly, her face slightly red, struggling to get up from Shinsho Fujin's body, and said coldly, Tai Kuei, Iron Sunflower? That name isn't bad. Chinsho Fujin already knew Tai Kuei's name, but since she hadn't introduced herself, he asked, You're the Iron Sunflower. Tai Kuei glared fiercely at Chinsho Fujin. Although she didn't particularly like her name, what could she do since her surname was Tai? Seeing Tai Kuei like this, Chinsho Fujin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just you wait. I will definitely kill you. Go ahead and laugh. Enjoy your laughter. You'll have your time to cry later. Tai Kuei frowned tightly as she watched Chinsho Fujin laugh wantonly, snorting coldly and muttering to herself. My name is Chinsho Fujin. You can call me Brother Fujin. Let us go. This time I'm going to the land of hot springs for a soak. I've wasted quite a bit of time with you. Seeing Tai Kuei's unwilling expression, Chinsho Fujin smiled slightly and then led the way into the land of iron. Chinsho Fujin? From the Chinsho clan? Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Tai Kuei was slightly taken aback after hearing Chinsho Fujin's introduction, feeling like she had heard that name somewhere before. Let us go. What are you thinking about? If you don't leave now, it'll be dark soon. Chinsho Fujin noticed that Tai Kuei hadn't followed after walking halfway and quickly turned around to look at her. I'll tell you, when my strength increases in the future, I will definitely challenge you again. As long as you're defeated by me, you will let me go. Otherwise, I want to go with you. Even if I regret it, I want to go with you. Tai Kuei still held a glimmer of hope, looking at Chinsho Fujin and said coldly, No problem. When you defeat me, you can leave anytime you want. But for now, you should obediently be my little follower and listen to me. Otherwise, your little bottom might suffer again. Chinsho Fujin smiled slightly at Tai Kuei, then raised his right hand and shook it. You, Tai Kuei remembered the fiery pain in her backside from Chinsho Fujin's gesture, her face turning red. Let us go. It's getting dark. Chinsho Fujin smiled slightly and then turned to walk ahead. Sigh. Tai Kuei watched Chinsho Fujin's retreating figure, then lowered her head to look at the samurai sword in her hand, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes as she sighed deeply. Forget it. I'm just not as good as him. I thought my strength was already quite strong. I didn't expect that compared to others, I'm nothing. But I will definitely keep working hard, and I will defeat you. Originally disappointed in her strength, Tai Kuei encouraged herself, regaining her confidence. After she sheathed her sword, she quickly caught up with Chinsho Fujin. This little girl is interesting. Chinsho Fujin noticed the movement behind him, sensing Tai Kuei following him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh no, my chakra is depleted. Suddenly, Tai Kuei felt her chakra completely drained, and she felt a slight dizziness. Chinsho Fujin sensed that Tai Kuei's aura was weakening behind him. When he turned around, he saw Tai Kuei about to faint. This little girl is really reckless. That last strike must have drained her chakra completely. I didn't notice. She's really pushing herself. Why bother? I'm not your mortal enemy. In an instant, Chinsho Fujin appeared beside Tai Kuei, catching her in his arms to avoid her falling awkwardly. Just as Tai Kuei was about to lose consciousness, she saw Chinsho Fujin lift her up, her face flushed, and then she lost her awareness. Forget it. Let us just sleep outside tonight. I'm really exasperated with this woman. Chinsho Fujin shook his head helplessly when he saw Tai Kuei fainted due to lack of chakra. Then Chinsho Fujin gently leaped, jumping through the forest until he found a secluded clearing. Would release, super large villa technique. Chinsho Fujin stomped his right foot on the ground, and instantly a 2-story wooden villa appeared before him. You can rest here for now. You really can't push yourself like this in the future. Also, this little girl is a bit foolish. Why do you come looking for trouble with me when you see me? If you run into someone else, you would have already kicked the bucket, I tell you. Chinsho Fujin gently placed Tai Kuei on the wooden bed, then took out a quilt from his space and covered her with it, muttering to himself, Let us help you recover. Healing technique. Then Chinsho Fujin also used the healing technique to help Tai Kuei recover her injuries. The many hidden injuries in her body from years of practicing martial arts were all healed by him. Chapter 43. Thoughts on helping the Ninetales transform into a human form. Does this little girl really not consider herself human? So many hidden injuries? I don't even know how she trains. This isn't how one practices swordsmanship, right? She probably doesn't even have a master. It's truly pitiful. When Senju Fujin helped Ironweed heal, he discovered that she had many hidden injuries accumulated over time, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of inexplicable heartache in his eyes. After all, she's just an 11 or 12-year-old child, yet she pushes herself so hard. The many hidden injuries indicate that her training methods have been wrong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many hidden injuries. When did I become so sentimental? She's just my little follower. However, as my little follower, her strength cannot be too weak. Otherwise, she won't be able to fight beside me in the future. You really need to work harder. He reached out and gently stroked Ironweed's hair. A faint smile appearing at the corner of Senju.Fuji's mouth before he stood up and walked out. Your father is a gambler, and you're a lecher. I've already figured it out. At that moment, Kurama, who had been hiding inside Senju.Fuji's clothes, poked his head out and said to him, "What? Kurama, what are you talking about? I know my father is a gambler, but when did I become a lecher? I haven't done anything. Don't slander me." Seeing Kurama suddenly pop out and hearing him say that, Senju.Fuji felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He grabbed the nine tails and said somewhat defensively, "TCH, I saw you secretly touching her hair earlier, and when you were in the water, I could hear your thoughts. You said it was very interesting, though I don't understand what you meant. But you must have thought of something filthy. Aren't you just a lecher too? And that Uchiha Shizen, just thinking about it makes me feel a chill. One word, disgusting. No, 2 words." Kurama looked at Senju.Fuji and turned his head, curling his lips in disdain. You. Senju.Fuji heard Kurama say this and didn't know how to explain. No matter how he put it, it seemed like it would be his fault. What about me? Humans are disgusting and filthy. We tailed beasts are better. All we do is eat and sleep. You humans have so many issues. Kurama crossed his 2 paws over his chest and looked at Senju.Fuji disdainfully. Do you know what is just about eating and sleeping? That S pigs. Ha ha. When Senju.Fuji heard Kurama say this, he instantly found it funny. The moment he thought of a species that only eats and sleeps, the image of a pig came to mind. This was deeply ingrained and unchangeable, and he quickly laughed. What? You actually compare our great-tailed beasts to livestock? I'll kill you, look at my claws. The Nine Tails and Senju.Fuji instantly got into a scuffle. After an unknown amount of time, Senju.Fuji, covered in scratches, was very happy, lying on the grass with the Nine Tails while gazing at the dimming sky. Kurama, what is your dream? Lying on the grass with his scratches healing instantly, Senju.Fuji rested his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and gazed at the moon in the sky, asking softly, "Dream? I don't have any dreams. As long as you humans don't disturb me, I'll be grateful. However, as you can see, I've been sealed by you." Kurama mimicked Senju.Fuji's posture, crossing his legs and chewing on a piece of grass, his gaze becoming profound as if lost in thought. Is that so? Your strength is too strong. Your existence is a threat. So there will always be those who will find ways to capture and seal you. In the future, I will research how to transform your souls into human form. I've seen many monsters achieve a certain level of strength and be able to take shape in my dreams. I believe you can too. As long as you can transform into a human form and conceal your aura, no one will discover that you are a tailed beast. Then no one will disturb you anymore. Senju.Fuji turned his head to look at the comical Nine Tails beside him and smiled slightly. Transform into human form? Just like you Jinchuriki? But the one controlling my body would be me, right? That sounds interesting. However, our bodies are chakra manifestations. It's very difficult to condense into human form. Ordinary bodies can't withstand our power. Only a body like yours would be effective. But there are only 2 such bodies in this ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara can't withstand my massive chakra. Unless he possesses the bloodline of your Senju clan. That's not easy to achieve. The Nine Tails also turned his head, looking into Senju.Fuji's eyes. Both of their gazes were very clear as they shook their heads and said, "My body is not impossible. However, I need to study it. Cloning should not be a problem. Then I can use my cells to clone a body for you and transfer your soul into it. This way, you can live normally like us, right? Don't worry, I will find a way for you." Senju.Fuji smiled slightly. Now that he had Snake and S father, he would definitely be able to develop a clone body. Moreover, he possessed immortality. The clone body should be able to achieve such an effect, and it wouldn't affect the Nine Tails' performance either. We'll talk about it later. The Nine Tails smiled slightly, then looked up at the sky, no longer saying much. Unknowingly, the man and beast fell asleep on the grass. Where am I? Where are the others? Ironweed woke up from her stupor, seeing herself covered with a blanket, lying on a bed, feeling somewhat confused. My injuries? I feel like all my hidden injuries are healed. This could be him. Why is he being so nice to me? After shaking her head, Ironweed got up from the bed and walked towards the door. Creak! When Ironweed opened the door, she saw Senju.Fuji and a fox lying on the ground asleep, and she was slightly startled. Did he give me the house and then stay outside to guard for me? This man is really strange. Seeing Senju.Fuji lying on the ground, Iron Weed shook her head. Oh. Senju Fujin heard the sound of Iron Weed opening the door, instantly waking up, sitting up, and stretching. Chapter 44. The Beasts of the Land of Soup? Up so early? After stretching, Senju Fujin turned to see Tiekuwei and smiled slightly. Tiekuwei's face turned slightly red as she nodded lightly. Let's freshen up. It's almost time to set off. Don't push yourself so hard in the future. Senju Fujin nodded slightly, then took out a few rice balls from his space and threw them to Tiekuwei. Thank you, thank you. Tiekuwei received the rice balls and looked down at them in a daze, saying softly, It's nothing. We need to hurry after eating. Senju Fujin said lightly and then walked away, not caring about Tiekuwei's expression. What a strange person. But these rice balls are quite tasty. They remind me of what my mother used to make. Tiekuwei took out a rice ball, took a bite, and found it quite delicious, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for her mother. Wood release, wood basin technique. Water release, face washing water. After Senju Fujin walked away, he directly created a wooden basin and then released a bit of water. Splash. It's quite refreshing to wash my face in the morning. After washing his face, Senju Fujin smiled slightly. He then took Tiekuwei and headed towards the Land of Soup. Since the Land of Soup is located at sea, situated between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water, they both ran towards it from the sea. Soon, Senju Fujin arrived in the Land of Soup with Tiekuwei. Have you heard? Many fishermen from the north have gone out to sea and haven't returned for no reason. Haven't returned? I don't know. I haven't been out to sea recently. What's going on? I heard there's a huge monster in the sea that eats people, swallowing all the ships whole. What monster? What nonsense are you talking about? Where would there be a monster here? Don't believe me? I saw a huge mountain moving in the sea just before. A mountain can move? Why don't you say your house is flying? Ha ha ha. Just as Senju Fujin entered the Land of Soup, he passed by the entrance of a casino and suddenly heard a group of gamblers inside laughing and talking. A monster? A mountain? Could it be the Three Tails? What a coincidence. Did they send me the Three Tails as soon as I arrived? After hearing their conversation, Senju Fujin frowned, then thought of the giant turtle known as the Three Tails. Let's go ask. He then took Tiekuwei's hand and directly entered the casino. You? Let go of your hand. Tiekuwei saw Senju Fujin holding her hand. Her face flushed with embarrassment, trying to struggle. However, Senju Fujin's grip was very strong, not giving her a chance to resist, no matter how she struggled. She couldn't break free and could only unwillingly be led by him. This isn't a place for kids. Go somewhere cool. As soon as they entered the casino, a bouncer saw Senju Fujin and Tiekuwei and immediately blocked them arrogantly. Get out of the way. Senju Fujin frowned and said coldly, Oh, you're quite bold, huh? Big brother, this kid is so arrogant, making a scene on our turf. Let's teach him a lesson. Yeah, big brother, let me handle it. I want to kill him. A group of warriors, seeing Senju Fujin's arrogance, couldn't hold back and wanted to draw their swords. Feeling annoyed, Senju Fujin directly took off his Leaf Village headband, not wanting to be recognized or disturbed anymore. Therefore, these people didn't know that Senju Fujin was a ninja from the Leaf Village. Kid, this isn't a place for children. However, if you have money, I can take you in. The bouncer, referred to as Big Brother, said to Senju Fujin and Tiekuwei indifferently. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll throw you out. Senju Fujin frowned, finding it bothersome that they were making a fuss over entering a casino. Kid, I've been very polite to you. Don't make me regret it. The lead bouncer frowned, feeling somewhat displeased by Senju Fujin's words. 3. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the lead bouncer was about to say something, Senju Fujin had already rushed up in an instant, effortlessly knocking them all out. Ah, damn kid. Are you looking for death? After being knocked away, the group of warriors was filled with rage, drawing their swords with fierce expressions, looking at Senju Fujin with unfriendly eyes. Trouble. Tiekuwei frowned, breaking free from Senju Fujin's grip and drawing her sword with her right hand. Clang, clang, clang. No one saw Tiekuwei make a move, but several warriors' swords were already cut in half. Huh, what terrifying swordsmanship. Quick run. My goodness, this little girl is so powerful. Let's go, let's go. Big brother, don't run. Wait for us. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Wait for you? Am I stupid? The warriors, who had been quite arrogant, saw their swords cut in half in an instant and wished they had grown an extra pair of legs, fleeing faster than anyone else. Once the group of warriors was driven away, everyone present felt fear. Even the casino owner sensed a hint of panic. Clap. What was that monster you were just talking about at sea? Do you know where it is? Or can you take me there? I'll give you 100,000 Rio. Whoever can take me to that monster you mentioned will get it. Senju Fujin took out 100,000 Rio and slammed it on the gambling table, asking everyone, 100,000 Rio? I know. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. The man who had first claimed to have seen a moving mountain quickly opened his eyes wide at the sight of money, shouting loudly, I know too. I know. I'll take you. Don't listen to them. They don't know anything. They're just talking nonsense. They've never seen it. It's all because I said it that they know. Don't talk. Let's go together, and then we'll split the 100,000, okay? These people were gamblers. It was normal for them to be greedy. Everyone started talking at once. All right, you come with me. If you dare to deceive me, then you 1T need to exist. Hearing the crowd chatter, Senju Fujin frowned, not knowing who really knew anything. Then he randomly pointed to one person and said, Okay, this lord, the two lords follow me. A man, seeing that Senju Fujin had chosen him, felt very happy inside and quickly stood up to lead the way. Chapter 45. Heading to the sea, the Three Tails appears sigh. Such a good opportunity was taken by him. Why didn't I choose anything? Who says otherwise? We all roughly know the location. As long as we wander around that area, we should find it. But that kid Suwon got ahead of us. What kind of luck does Suwon have? He just won tens of thousands yesterday, and now he's about to make a quick 100,000. I really envy him. After Suwon was selected by Senju Tobarama, the others sitting around shook their heads, each feeling regretful. My lords, please follow me. I will prepare a boat for you to go out to sea. He. Suwon was extremely happy inside, earning 100,000 taels for nothing. Who wouldn't be happy? Although that monster is terrifying, nothing is more important to him than money. Besides, he had two strong experts by his side to take the lead. He could just slip away when the time came. Why are you looking for that monster? Is that the purpose of your trip? After Suwon left, Tai Kuei turned to Senju Tobarama and asked curiously, You got half of it right. I did come out for these things. However, my original purpose in coming to the land of hot water was just to enjoy a hot spring. I didn't care about the rest, but it just so happened that I encountered it. Naturally, I can't let it go, Senju Tobarama said with a slight smile. Turning to Tai Kuei, My lords, the boat is ready. Please come with me. Just as Tai Kuei was about to say something, Suwon had already returned, urging the two to come over. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly, and then walked towards Suwon. What does the Senju clan want with these monsters? Or was this a summoning beast? Does he want to find a more powerful summoning beast for himself? Tai Kuei thought as she watched Senju Tobarama's back. My lord, it's right in front in that sea area. Do you see it? Look, that tall mountain over there. The next part of the journey would require the two lords to walk on their own. I dare not go any closer. It's too terrifying. Suwon pointed to a distant mountain that could be vaguely seen and said, feeling a bit scared. Oh, the Nine Tails has a strong chakra. Can you sense if it's the Three Tails? Upon hearing Suwon's words, Senju Tobarama quickly closed his eyes, activating his Kagai's Byakugan, clearly sensing a massive chakra ahead. It's indeed Isabu. The Nine Tails emerged and nodded slightly. Here, take this 100,000. Now get lost. After hearing the Nine Tails confirm, Senju Tobarama tossed the 100,000 taels to Suwon and then stepped off the boat. I want to see what you're going to do. Seeing Senju Tobarama get off the boat, Tai Kuei jumped down as well, and the three of them headed towards the Three Tails. I got the 100,000 easily. This is too simple. Quick run. If that monster gets angry, I can't handle it. Suwon cheered with joy after receiving the 100,000 taels, then paddled the boat back the way he came. Ding! Detecting that the host is capturing the Three Tails, the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. The Three Tails has no intelligence, and it wouldn't be difficult for the host to subdue it through trickery. Complete the task to receive the reward. Mastery of lightning release. Option 2. Capture the Three Tails using water release, without using large-scale wood release. To train the host's abilities. Complete the task to receive the reward. Mastery of earth release. Option 3. Seal half of the Three Tails chakra within yourself, and seal the other half in Tai Kuei, preparing to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki in the future. Complete the task to receive the reward. Six Paths mode. As soon as he saw the Three Tails, the system immediately appeared, presenting three options in front of Senju Tobarama. Trickery? That's just nonsense. How can I trick it? Capturing the Three Tails with water release, ISNT difficult. Extracting half of the Three Tails chakra? Can little Isabu still come out then? The Nine Tails might not be happy about that. He would think I'm deceiving him and that I can't coexist with humans, which would be bad. Even though the Six Paths mode is amazing, I should endure it. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, I won't have to worry about the Six Paths mode. Senju Tobarama frowned. He didn't want to separate the Three Tails chakra, as it might not be possible to extract it later, and that would lead to serious problems. He had at least promised the Nine Tails, and if the Nine Tails saw this, he would think he was deceiving him. System, select option 2. Thus, Senju Tobarama chose to capture the complete Three Tails, willingly giving up the temptation of the Six Paths mode. Thud thud thud. Senju Tobarama quickly charged towards the Three Tails with Tai Kuei. Huh, the Nine Tails aura? How did he end up here? Why is he so weak? The Three Tails, which had been sleeping, suddenly sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails and noticed that its chakra had diminished significantly, muttering to itself, "You're the Three Tails, Isabu?" At that moment, Senju Tobarama and Tai Kuei stood before the towering Three Tails, asking, "Nine Tails, what are you doing? Why have you become like this? Why are you so weak?" The Three Tails, Isabu didn't speak, perhaps unable to, but could communicate with the Nine Tails in its mind. "It's nothing, I was sealed. He is also here to seal you. You better not resist, or you'll be the one to suffer." The Nine Tails said to the Three Tails calmly, "Damit, selme. Go to hell." Although the Three Tails lacked intelligence, it understood what sealing meant and became furious upon hearing those words. Tail Beast Bomb. Soon, the Three Tails gathered a tailed Beast Bomb and charged directly at Senju Tobarama and Tai Kuei. What? What kind of monster is this? Why have I never heard of it? It doesn't look like a turtle at all, and it's so huge, especially with that massive chakra. I feel fear just looking at it. Is this really something we can defeat? So strong. Tai Kuei felt a terrifying chakra from the Three Tails, making her tremble all over. Huh, all right. I remember that the Three Tails doesn't seem to speak. Forget it. Since you want talk, I'll just have to beat you up and take you back. Seeing the Three Tails ready to unleash the tailed Beast Bomb, Senju Tobarama frowned. Chapter 46. Senju Tobarama challenges, "Sanbai, do you need my help?" The Nine Tails smiled slightly while standing on Senju Tobarama's shoulder. Just it. Do I really need your help? That would be too pathetic, wouldn't it? Senju Tobarama curled his lip and shrugged disdainfully. His strength was still too weak. Just seeing Sanbai made him so scared he couldn't move. Then Senju Tobarama noticed Tetsuki shaking his head beside him. Water, instantaneous technique. Senju Tobarama grabbed Tetsuki's hand and instantly disappeared from the spot, reappearing behind Sanbai. Inheriting the powerful water release from Senju Hashirama in the sea, Senju Tobarama was an invincible existence unless he encountered his uncle, the sea god. Rasengan, appearing behind Sanbai, Senju Tobarama instantly condensed a gigantic Rasengan on his right hand and pressed it directly towards Sanbai. Wow, so powerful? How strong is he? He didn't even use his full strength when he fought against me. This monster, I had no chance at all in front of him, but he can actually contend with it. Tetsuki, whose body was originally trembling, seemed to feel much better after seeing Senju Tobarama's strength. Witnessing his power left her utterly speechless. Roar! After being hit by Senju Tobarama's Rasengan, Sanbai let out an angry roar, and instantly, its Three Tails thrashed about, creating a tsunami that swept across hundreds of meters of the sea. Water release has no effect on me. Water release, Water Dragon Bite Explosion, instantly forming seals. Since they were by the sea, using water release didn't consume much chakra at all. Poof! Splash! Soon, a towering water column surged up from beneath Sanbai, sending it flying into the air. The water column transformed into a massive water dragon that dove straight towards Sanbai. Roar! Sanbai quickly retracted into its turtle shell, forming a gigantic meatball war machine that charged straight at the water dragon. Bang! 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 In an instant, Sanbai collided with the water dragon using its hard turtle shell and high-speed rotation, smashing it down into the water. Water release, large water prison technique. Seeing Sanbai crash into the water, Senju Tobarama immediately used the large water prison technique, trapping Sanbai inside. Kuruin Ruin Hand. Then, a seat character appeared on Senju Tobarama's right hand, and he reached into the water prison, pressing against Sanbai's head. Roar! Soon, Sanbai quieted down, its chakra completely suppressed by Senju Tobarama. Capture? Captured? How is this possible? His strength is even greater than I expected. He easily subdued this monster. Truly powerful. When will I be able to be as strong as him? Can I really escape from him? Tetsuki, witnessing Senju Tobarama effortlessly subduing Sanbai, felt a tremendous shock inside. Done. Capture. After capturing Sanbai, Senju Tobarama directly tossed it into the system space. Ding. Feeling the host's successful choice and task completion. Reward. Mastery of Earth Release. Soon, the system's reward arrived. and all earth release techniques surged into Senju Tobarama's mind. This is good. The third Tsuchikige's earth release, super light heavy rock technique. Without the Rinnegan, this flying skill is also not bad. I can fly without having to activate Susanoo. How delightful. Senju Tobarama flipped through the earth release techniques in his mind, instantly mastering it to the same level as water release, further enhancing his strength. He also obtained the third Tsuchikige's super light heavy rock technique, allowing him to reduce his weight and fly freely in the air. I've captured one Sanbai, and there are still 7-tailed beasts left. He. Slowly, slowly. First, let's go soak in a hot spring. Having captured Sanbai and obtained mastery of earth release, it was quite a significant gain. The biggest gain was being able to fly. Who hasn't fantasized about flying? Flying by oneself feels entirely different from relying on other birds. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? After capturing Sanbai, Senju Tobarama turned his head and saw Tetsuki looking at him with a shocked yet somewhat resentful gaze, asking somewhat puzzled. Nothing. Tetsuki coldly replied. Her mind lost in thought. Let's go. Back to the hot spring. How can we not enjoy ourselves after coming out? We can also have some drinks. The restrictions at home are strict. I haven't had a drink in a long time. He. Seeing the cold Tetsuki, Senju Tobarama didn't mind. He was used to it. Wood release. Wood bird technique. Soon, a wooden bird sprouted from Senju Tobarama's hand, gradually growing large enough to carry 2 people before stopping. This wooden bird was something Senju Tobarama had researched himself. If others could fly with paintings, how could wood release not be able to fly? Just like Lubon's wooden magpie, it could fly in the air. Wood release should be capable as well. Wood release? Could he be the young clan leader of the Senju clan? Tetsuki suddenly thought the name Senju Tobarama sounded familiar, but couldn't recall who it was. Now, seeing him use wood release, she instantly remembered that only 2 people in the ninja world could use wood release. One was the clan leader of the Senju clan, and the other was his son, Senju Tobarama. The names of the 2 were already well known in the ninja world, but everyone only remembered one name, Senju Hashirama. As for Senju Tobarama, many tended to forget him, as he hadn't been in the spotlight for long. Let's go. Seeing Tetsuki in a daze, Senju Tobarama took her hand and stepped into the air, flying onto the wooden bird, then directly headed towards the land of hot water. So you're the young clan leader of the Senju clan. I really didn't expect that. I was indeed a bit overconfident before. After sitting on the wooden bird, Tetsuki looked at Senju Tobarama in front of her and smiled bitterly. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. Truly unbelievable. I thought that if I told you my name, you wouldn't know who I was. It was very likely that you didn't know me. I didn't expect that you would actually know now. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at Tetsuki. Tetsuki snorted coldly, turning her head away from Senju Tobarama. When I saw you, it seemed you had some resentment towards our Leaf Village. Did something happen? Our Leaf Village has only been established for a short time. We shouldn't have offended you, right? Chapter 47. The Past of Iron K. The appearance of the 8 Tails. Senju Fujin suddenly remembered that when he first met Iron K, she seemed to harbor hostility towards him. With some confusion, he asked, "Is it not the despicable Uchiha clan from your village? The Uchiha clan has harmed my mother for a lifetime, and now you have established a village. Do you expect me not to hate you, Konoha? Now that the Uchiha clan has joined hands with your Senju clan, no one can oppose you. But everything you have done to us, we will always remember, always keep in mind, and never forget." Upon hearing Senju Fujin's question, Iron K instantly shot him a cold glare and retorted, "Huh? The Uchiha clan harmed your mother for a lifetime? What happened? Can you tell me about it? I still have some influence in the village. Maybe I can help you." After listening, Senju Fujin frowned. It turned out that Iron K had a grudge against the Uchiha clan, but now the Uchiha clan and Senju clan had formed Konoha. So she had transferred the hatred originally aimed at the Uchiha clan onto the entire Konoha, which puzzled him. My mother was named Ironlawn, and she was the eldest daughter of the Iron Clan in the Land of Iron. But later, the Uchiha clan accepted a mission, took the commission, and exterminated our Iron Clan. When my mother was just 16, she was on a spring outing in the Land of Iron, and when she returned, all she saw were corpses. My mother was in tears, her entire family slaughtered, leaving only her. Later, a man from the Uchiha clan who was doing cleanup saw my mother and directly abducted her. That was how I came to be, but he died in battle. So my mother brought me back to the Land of Iron, living in hiding. Until 3 years ago, my mother also passed away, leaving me all alone, lonely and desolate. I will never forgive the Uchiha clan. Suddenly recalling the past, Iron K's tears flowed as she remembered her pitiful mother and her inability to protect her, which made her heart ache. Huh, there is this matter too? That essay bit melodramatic, but such things often happen during the Warring States period. In the face of war, without strength, everything is meaningless. Sigh. Seeing Iron K's tearful appearance, Senju Fujin sighed and murmured, although I sympathize with your experience. That is how it was during the Warring States period. It's either you kill me or I kill you. It's either your death or my demise. In the entire ninja world, which clan doesn't have deep-seated grudges? But this cannot be changed. It has already become history. If you want to change it, you can only change the present, not the future. Looking at Iron K's pitiable expression, Senju Fujin leaned closer to her, offered her shoulder, and softly said in her ear, "Does being strong mean you can do whatever you want? Does being weak mean you don't deserve to live? Even ants strive to survive. Why can't they avoid fighting?" Iron K kept sobbing, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Senju Fujin and asked, "Is it true that being strong allows you to do whatever you want?" This is true in any world. Only by becoming strong yourself can you resist other strength. If others are strong and you are weak, then you can only passively endure. This is reality. Being human comes with interests. Some people want money, some want power, and some need happiness. But to obtain these, you must continuously fight to become the strongest. However, I am changing the entire world. Everything will return to peace. I also want to wake up comfortably every day, eat, shop, travel, and sleep. Perhaps you will see the day when this comes true. Senju Fujin looked at Iron K with sincere eyes and sighed. Is there really such a world? Living in such a world is too tiring, too exhausting. Sometimes, I really wish I could just die like this, Iron K said softly while gazing at the vast ocean. What are you thinking? The days ahead will definitely get better. You can still marry a man you like and live a happy life. Life has just begun. How can you easily give up? After hearing Iron K's words, Senju Fujin smiled slightly and reached out to pat her shoulder. Someone I like? A happy life? Iron K glanced at Senju Fujin beside her, shook her head, and gave a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Don't think too much. Let us go soak in a hot spring in the land of water and relax. It's on me. Senju Fujin smiled at Iron K. But 2 people in one room might be cheaper. How about we share the same bathhouse? He joked. Get lost. Who wants to bathe with you? Shameless. Iron K blushed instantly upon hearing Senju Fujin's words and quickly retorted in anger. It's good to think that way. Let us go. We're almost there. After we get down, let us find a place to soak in the hot spring. Seeing Iron K's expression brighten considerably, Senju Fujin shrugged, then controlled the wooden bird to descend and jump down directly when they were close to the ground. Disgusting man. Iron K saw Senju Fujin jump down and a different gleam flickered in her eyes, but she coldly snorted and then jumped down as well. The two then entered a hot spring house and directly went in to soak. Soaking in a hot spring is really comfortable. It's the best remedy for fatigue. Senju Fujin lay on the water surface, enjoying the baptism of the hot spring, feeling incredibly relaxed. Meanwhile, on the side of Senju Hashirama, the Umbu had reported that they had discovered the tailed beast. He and Hashirama left one person to guard Konoha, while the other went directly to capture the tailed beast. Roar! Get the hell away from me! At this moment, the Eight Tails was surrounded by a group of Konoha ninjas who were probing it. And when the Eight Tails noticed them, it instantly flew into a rage, sending everyone flying. Several Umbu were directly knocked away by the Eight Tails, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, losing their combat ability. The Eight Tails instantly condensed a tailed beast ball and hurled it towards the Umbu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the tailed beast ball charged towards the Umbu with overwhelming force. Chapter 48. Hashirama versus Eight Tails not good. Retreat quickly. You all hurry and leave. It's too late, damn it. Are we really going to die like this? Several Umbu sensed the terrifying tailed beast bomb in front of them, their eyes flashing with a hint of reluctance for the world. Would release. Wooden clone jutsu. Bang. In an instant, Hashirama Senju was pulled by Tobarama Senju, who used the flying thunder god technique to arrive at this location. There was another person beside them, Kushina Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife. The first Hokage has arrived. We're saved, haha. The first Hokage is here, long live. We've been saved. Finally, they managed to hold on until now. Thankfully, they were still alive. Several Umbu felt relieved, joyfully expressing their gratitude for surviving. Get back. Hashirama directly controlled the wooden clone, grabbing the tailed beast bomb with one hand and pushing it towards the eight tails. What? Who is this? Would release? And he can catch my tailed beast bomb barehanded? How is that possible? What a terrifying chakra. His chakra. So familiar? Ah. The eight tails was shocked to see Hashirama using a giant wooden clone to grab his tailed beast bomb. But in an instant, he felt a sharp pain as he was hit by his own tailed beast bomb, exploding in midair. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the area within hundreds of meters turned into scorched earth, forming a massive crater. The eight tails lay within the crater, fear flashing in his eyes. Sage art, Ming Shinmen. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Hashirama used the Ming Shunmen, pinning the eight tails to the ground. Damn it, my chakra is restricted. I can't even sever my tail to survive in time. That damn guy. How can this person have such a Jura-like would release? Damn it. Roar. After being pinned to the ground by Hashirama, the eight tails roared angrily at the sky. Kushina, let's begin. After pinning the eight tails down, Hashirama smiled slightly at his wife. Kushina Uzumaki walked over, looking at the eight tails on the ground with no compassion in her eyes. Sealing technique Vajralok. In an instant, several chakra chains emerged from Kushina's body, tightly wrapping around the eight tails. Sealing technique? No, please don't. The eight tails roared in anger as he saw Kushina using the sealing technique. But all his roars were in vain. Up! With a shout from Kushina, Hashirama instantly retracted the Ming Shunmen, and the eight tails was pulled directly into Kushina's body. For symbol sealing. Soon, the eight tails was completely sealed by Kushina, suppressed by her vast chakra. Even the nine tails could be easily suppressed for decades, let alone the eight tails. It was a piece of cake. Our Kushina is amazing. She handled the sealing effortlessly, Hashirama said with a smile as he saw Kushina seal the eight tails. Do you think sealing a tailed beast is an easy task? The remaining tailed beasts need to be carefully selected within the clan. The chakra of the tailed beasts is too violent and too vast. Ordinary clan members simply can't handle it or stop it. You'll just cause us trouble. We'll deal with you when we get back. Kushina scolded Hashirama when she saw his playful expression. Haha, well, it couldn't be helped. Kushina, dear, please give me some face outside. We'll talk about it when we get back, haha. Seeing Kushina angry, Hashirama quickly whispered with a smile in her ear. Kushina snorted coldly and didn't say more. In fact, she wasn't angry about the tailed beast. She was worried about Tobirama. He was so young and was to become a Jinchuriki. And just after she became a Jinchuriki, she realized that suppressing a tailed beast required a massive amount of chakra. Their Uzumaki clan had long lifespans due to their vast chakra, but suppressing a tailed beast would inevitably shorten their lifespans. Unless the tailed beast didn't resist within them. Otherwise, this issue couldn't be resolved. The chakra consumed wouldn't be replenished in time, affecting their lifespans, which made her worry about Tobirama. Big brother, what about sister-in-law? Tobirama noticed that Kushina seemed a bit unhappy and quickly approached, whispering in her ear. It's nothing, we'll talk about it when we get back. This time, it should be the eight tails. There are still 7 tailed beasts left. We must capture them all as soon as possible. Immediately instruct everyone to intensify their search. They need to be careful. If we hadn't arrived in time, they would have been dead already. We can't let them get hurt just to complete the tailed beast capture mission. We must minimize damage as much as possible. Hashirama shook his head at Tobirama and then instructed. I understand, big brother. Tobirama thought for a moment and nodded. Hashirama nodded slightly and then caught up with Kushina. You all continue to expand the search area, but you must be careful. Just monitor their movements once you see them. We cannot afford significant casualties. Be cautious, understood? If we hadn't arrived, you would have lost your lives. Tobirama then summoned several Umbu and instructed them. Yes, Lord Tobirama, we will be careful. The Umbu members quickly bowed respectfully. Disperse. Tobirama nodded slightly and then said, Yes. Swish, swish, swish. The Umbu members instantly disappeared from the spot. Sister-in-law is usually gentle and virtuous, yet this time she got so angry. There must be something going on with Big Brother. I wonder how he offended sister-in-law. But I can't concern myself with that. Big Brother can only rely on himself. Tobirama looked at Hashirama and Kushina not far away, shaking his head and smiling. Senju Tobirama. Uncle, you must have some misunderstanding about gentle and virtuous, right? With a mom like mine? How gentle and virtuous can she be? Kushina, what's wrong? Hashirama caught up with Kushina and asked while holding her hand. Hashirama, sealing the tail beasts is very dangerous. And it will also reduce the lifespan of our Uzumaki clan members. They consume a large amount of our chakra. And besides, the 9 tails within Tobirama is even stronger than the 8 tails. The chakra consumed by Tobirama will definitely exceed what I use. Chapter 49 One Tail, Big Fool. I don't want to be a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one in the future. Do you understand? Mito looked ahead, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, struggling to hold back tears. What? The 9 tails? That stinky guy Kurama got captured too? Ha! Luckily I'm not the only one who got caught. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. So there is someone to accompany me in death? That makes me feel a lot better. However, the chakra within the Uzumaki clan is truly immense. It's almost on par with mine. This is practically a human-tailed beast. It's terrifying. I really want to see that stinky mouth of Kurama. He. Upon hearing that the 9 tails had been captured, the 8 tails instantly felt that being sealed wasn't such a big deal after all. After all, there is someone to share the blame with. Wasn't he the first? And he felt quite satisfied. The person with Ashura's abilities is strong, and his wife is impressive too. But I don't believe that anyone below you is that capable. Anyway, I'm not going to die. At worst, I'll be locked up for a few years. The 8 tails calmed down, facing the powerful Hashirama Senju. He wouldn't stand a chance even if he came out, and Uzumaki Mito's strength wasn't weak either, with a massive chakra that could match or even surpass his. Really? Mito, do you want to know what Tobirama's choice is? He must know that he is consuming a huge amount of chakra in his body, yet he hasn't chosen to release the 9 tails. The child hasn't said anything. As parents, shouldn't we support him? Hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, Hashirama Senju's body trembled slightly, but his eyes remained resolute. In his eyes, the village was more important than anything. Even if Tobirama Senju wanted to destroy the village, he would take harsh measures and would never show leniency. Of course, he believed in Tobirama's love for the village, which is why he proposed to be the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. I know, but it hurts in my heart. After hearing Hashirama Senju's words, Mito couldn't help but let tears roll down her face. Everything will be all right. Didn't Tobirama say he had become good friends with the 9 tails? Maybe he doesn't need to suppress it with chakra anymore. Don't think too much. We'll find a way. Hashirama Senju slowly walked forward, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes, and tightly embraced Uzumaki Mito to comfort her. Let's hope so. I will also study it carefully when I go back to see if there is a way to solve the issue of the tailed beast's leaking chakra. Only by completely resolving their leaking chakra can we fundamentally solve this problem. Uzumaki Mito fell into Hashirama Senju's arms, looking at the sky, and said helplessly, "Yes, it will definitely succeed." Hashirama Senju said softly, "Brother, it's about time. We should head back. There are still several tailed beasts to capture." At this moment, Tobirama Senju walked over. Although he didn't want to break their silence, time waits for no one. "Let us go." After hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama Senju whispered to Mito. Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly. The three of them then used the Flying Thunder God technique to jump continuously and quickly return to Konoha village. One couldn't help but marvel at how immense Tobirama Senju's chakra was. He continuously brought people using the Flying Thunder God without any issues. Truly worthy of being the second leader of the Senju clan. Hashirama, how was it? Was the trip smooth? After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama Senju and asked, It went fairly smoothly. The 8 tails has been successfully captured. Hashirama Senju smiled slightly at Uchiha Madara. Haha, that is good. Now it's my turn. I haven't had a chance to stretch my legs for a long time. One for each. No cheating. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, reaching out to pat Hashirama Senju, as if afraid he would cheat. "Do you really think of me as someone who would cheat?" Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Hashirama Senju immediately lowered his head and said dejectedly, "Here we go again. You're a Hokage now. Can't you stop being so down all the time? It makes me want to hit you, you know?" Uchiha Madara saw Hashirama Senju acting like this again and slapped his forehead, roaring, "Fine, fine, fine. I want to say anything more, ha ha. Then it's up to you. Go ahead." After hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Hashirama Senju burst into laughter. Boring. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and then followed Tobirama Senju as they disappeared in an instant. Is this the place? A desert? Isn't this the territory of Sunagakure? Soon, Tobirama Senju brought Uchiha Madara to the desert area, frowning. This is the Nara Desert. It seems to be the One Tail. Several Umbu have already sacrificed. The One Tail isn't very strong. But in the desert, it swims like a fish in water, naturally lively and playful. Likes to bury everything in front of it with sand. Its attack range is also extensive. It's hard to hide in the desert. and discovered Umbu find it difficult to escape. Therefore, it has been listed as a top priority target. Hashirama Senju nodded slightly and looked at the one tail, who was playing in the sand not far away. TCH, a single tail with such a small amount of chakra, is also called a tail beast? Not even 1/10 of the 9 tails chakra. How pathetic. It's a good deal for Hashirama, letting him capture the 8 tails. Tianxiang, prepare the sealing technique. I will control the one tail, and then you just need to seal it. Uchiha Madara looked at the one tail in front of him, which was simply too weak to be of any interest to him. Then he looked at Uzumaki Tianxiang beside him and said indifferently, I understand, Lord First. Don't worry. Lord First, Uzumaki Tianxiang has a strong physique and possesses immense chakra, but she is a bit young, so she was sent by Uzumaki Mito to seal the one tail. In fact, it's also out of concern for her, not wanting her to control such a powerful tailed beast. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Hey, big fool. Soon, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of the one tail, taking out his exclusive Uchiha fan, dressed in Hokage attire, looking disdainfully at the one tail. Big fool? Big fool? You dare call me a big fool? Tiny human, go die. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. The one tail, who was originally playing with sand, suddenly saw a tiny human appear in front of it, calling it a big fool, and instantly became furious, launching a vacuum bullet at Uchiha Madara. Chapter 50. The Dance King of Asia. Uchiha Madara, is this all the power you have? Uchiha Madara scoffed at the attack in front of him and directly swung his fan. Bang! In an instant, the tailed beast bomb from one tail was sent flying away by Uchiha Madara and reflected back towards itself. Thud! One tail was stunned, its own attack hit it, smashing half of its face. Damn it! How dare you ruin my face? You will pay for this. Tail beast bomb. This is unacceptable. Seeing itself being toyed with, One Tail's anger ignited instantly, and it began to gather the tailed beast bomb. You are so pathetic. Let's start your dance moves for today. Dance for me and make me happy. Uchiha Madara glanced at the tailed beast bomb in front of him, curled his lips, and lost interest. This one tail was too weak to pique his interest. Then Uchiha Madara's eyes turned blood red, and he instantly activated his Mangeki Sharingan, directly controlling One Tail. Mangeki Sharingan? A hint of fear flashed in One Tail's eyes as it was being controlled, and then its eyes turned into Mangeki Sharingan, stopping in place. Spit out the tailed beast bomb. I see you struggling. Uchiha Madara controlled One Tail to spray the tailed beast bomb directly towards the desert area. The first Hokage is amazing. Truly a powerful figure who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the clan leader, easily subduing One Tail. Uzumaki Tenka, seeing One Tail being subdued so quickly, was somewhat surprised and thought to herself, Come, One Tail, it's time to dance. As the Dance King of Asia, it is your honor to learn from me. Step 1, jump. Then Uchiha Madara directly controlled One Tail to stand up and begin to dance, hopping and skipping, which was quite comical. Although I don't know what the Dance King of Asia means, Fujikage said that only powerful people are called the Dance King of Asia. This powerful title shall be inherited by me, Uchiha Madara. Watching One Tail's clumsy dance, Uchiha Madara muttered, Hey hey hey. Uzumaki Tenka couldn't help but laugh at Uchiha Madara's antics. Tenka, seal it. These tailed beasts are truly useless. They are all too pathetic. I have no interest at all. I wonder how that Fujikage kid is doing lately. After playing for a while, Uchiha Madara felt extremely bored. Having been in the village all day, it was somewhat stifling. It was rare to come out and relax. Yes. First Hokage, Diamond Lock, for symbol seal. Then Uzumaki Tenka directly used sealing techniques to seal One Tail inside her body. Let's go. Tobirama, let's head back. Uchiha Madara slowly walked over to Senju Tobirama after seeing Uzumaki Tenka seal One Tail and said lightly, Senju Tobirama nodded slightly. Then the three of them disappeared into the desert. Did you see that? Who was that person? He was able to control One Tail. I saw it. He even made One Tail dance. Who on earth is he? Quickly report this back to the first Hokage. This is terrifying. This person is truly terrifying. I just saw the words Hokage printed on the clothing behind him. I don't know if it's true. What? The first Hokage? No way. Is he personally coming to our Sunagekyu's desert to capture One Tail? Who knows? Let's go back and inform the first Hokage. Our plan to capture One Tail has been ruined. Someone beat us to it. Let's head back. Not long after Uchiha Madara and the others left, several ninjas wearing Sunagakure headbands appeared at the place where One Tail was sealed, discussing the disappearance of the group. What? You mean the first Hokage from Konoha came to the desert and took One Tail away? Is that true? Retsudo looked at the Sunagakure ninja who came to report, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Hearing this news made him extremely angry, but also somewhat fearful. The war-torn land of Wind was suppressed by Retsudo's powerful strength, leading to the establishment of the current Sunagakure. Although he did not know its capabilities, having such determination made him a strong figure. Yes, first Hokage. That person is very powerful. We could only barely make out his appearance, with a spiky hedgehog hairstyle and the words First Hokage carved on his back. It should be the original First Hokage, Uchiha Madara. He not only directly reflected One Tail's attack, but also controlled One Tail to dance in place. My subordinates dared not get too close, and could only see these things with difficulty. Uchiha Madara, making One Tail dance in place? How is that possible? One Tail's massive chakra. Can it really be controlled by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Humph. How dare they come to our land of Wind to steal One Tail? They must be tired of living. Is our Sunagakure not worth anything in Konoha's eyes? Do they think that the Uchiha and Senju together are truly invincible? I don't believe that nonsense. Since they dared to steal our One Tail, they must pay the price. Retsudo didn't believe that Uchiha Madara could control One Tail. He originally wanted to capture One Tail, but had several times failed to do so as One Tail escaped. He understood One Tail's abilities very well. It was extremely powerful and cunning. How could it be easily controlled? Moreover, One Tail's attack range was enormous, causing heavy losses to his subordinates. In the desert, One Tail's strength was still formidable, leaving the first Kazekage at a loss for a moment. Damn it. I finally devised a plan that could successfully capture One Tail, yet it was snatched away by Uchiha Madara. As the first Kazekage, can I be any weaker than you, the first Hokage, controlling One Tail? I believe you were just putting on a show for us, right? You must have discovered our Sunagakure's people long ago and deliberately set up an illusion for them, right? Although the Uchiha clan Sharingan is powerful, I have encountered them before and easily killed them. Now you come to tell me you can control One Tail to dance? This is simply a fairy tale. Retsudo expressed his disbelief. Having lived for so long, he had naturally encountered members of the Uchiha clan and had killed quite a few. But he had never seen the Uchiha clan possess any powerful abilities. As the first Kazekage, he was also the first Hokage. Could there really be such a huge gap between them? Chapter 51. The comedic behavior of Hashirama and Madara therefore. Retsudo did not believe that Uchiha Madara could easily subdue the One Tail, let alone make it dance. You immediately send someone to Konoha to hold them accountable, and demand that they hand over our One Tail. Our One Tail, can it be controlled by others? Do they in Konoha even deserve it? Retsudo's strong personality led him to look down on Uchiha Madara, believing his own strength was great enough to not fear the Uchiha or Senju clans, especially since he had never witnessed Madara's power. Yes, first Hokage. The Sand Village ninja in front of him quickly accepted the order and slowly exited the Kazekage's office. First Hokage, this seems a bit inappropriate. Our Sand Village needs to develop right now. If we conflict with Konoha at this time, it will be detrimental to us. Shaman, the bodyguard of the first Kazekage and later the second Kazekage, a bald man with a small green dragon tattooed on his head, said softly after seeing the ninja leave. Shaman, you don't need to worry about this matter. Our Wind Country is short on resources, and I have always intended to attack Konoha. Konoha has the richest resources, but I couldn't find a reason. Now that they have taken our One Tail, I must make them pay the price. Not only do we need to get back the One Tail, but we also need Konoha to compensate us. Only in this way can our Wind Country survive. Retsudo frowned and shook his head after hearing Shaman's words. The Wind Country, located in the desert, had a harsh environment, making it difficult for its people to survive. Without external resources, the Wind Country would continue to decline, making future development nearly impossible. But Shaman clearly wanted to say something, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. There's no but. Go prepare. First, gather the army and position them at Konoha's border to threaten them in a handing over the One Tail, and we will take a piece of their flesh. Retsudo raised his hand to stop Shaman from speaking, insisting on his viewpoint, but he felt helpless given the poverty of their Wind Country. Yes, first Hokage. Shaman's eyes flashed with helplessness, but he didn't dare to disobey Retsudo's command. Sigh, does the first Hokage not know the terror of the Senju and Uchiha clans? Especially their clan leaders. I was lucky to have seen their battle once. Just seeing it from afar was enough to make my heart race. I hope nothing goes wrong this time. After leaving the Kazekage's office, Shaman looked back at the office and sighed to himself. Years ago, during a mission, he had witnessed the battle between the Senju and Uchiha clans, especially seeing Susanoo in Wood Style. Even from miles away, he could feel the intense pressure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and the others were still unaware that they had provoked the first Kazekage. But even if they knew, apart from Hashirama Senju, the others would probably just sneer at it. Bang! Hashirama, are you doing this on purpose? Just then, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and a furious voice came through. Uchiha Madara glared angrily at Hashirama Senju. Oh, back so soon? Was your trip smooth? What did I do? I feel like I didn't do anything at all, Hashirama said, sitting in the office reviewing documents. Seeing Madara and Tobirama enter, he awkwardly shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly. You deliberately took the 8 tails and gave me this worthless 1 tail. You have no idea how useless its attacks are. I just slapped it away. It's simply the fighter among trash, worse than trash. Madara's eyes flashed with a hint of brightness as he pretended to be furious while looking at Hashirama. I don't know. How can you blame me for this? Do you really think the strength of a tailed beast can be judged by the number of tails? I'm not sure. I thought the 1 tail was the strongest. The previous agreement cannot be denied. We agreed on 1 each. How can I give you both? No way. If I give it all to you, what will I play with? Hashirama began to look a bit dazed, but then he accidentally caught a glimpse of the brightness in Madara's eyes and suddenly realized. So, Madara was just joking with him. Wanted to go out and play while bullying weaker opponents. That meant he wouldn't get to play at all. He firmly disagreed. What? You dare disagree? Let me tell you, I'm the real Hokage here, and listening to me is definitely right. Hearing that Hashirama disagreed, Madara charged forward, the two pressing their foreheads together in a fierce stance, looking quite comical. Disagree? You dare disagree? I'm saying no. We each get 1. We agreed before. I see you're asking for a beating. I'll hit you. You still dare to hit me? You unreasonable person. I'll hit you. Soon, Hashirama and Madara started wrestling, exchanging punches and slaps, quickly becoming bruised and battered. Oh, here we go again. There really is nothing they can do about these two. Are they really Hokages? Anyone who doesn't know might think they're just 2 clowns. Tobirama watched the two and sighed internally, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling quite speechless. Agree or not? Disagree. It was unclear how long the two had been fighting, grasping each other's ears. Madara questioned Hashirama, but Hashirama remained obstinate in his disagreement. However, then Hashirama seemed to think of something and his gaze shifted. Unless what? Madara asked, hearing Hashirama's concession, his heart leaping with joy, quickly asking. 500,000. Exactly what I need for this month's gambling funds. Golf. No. This month's expenses are too high, and I have no money left. You give me 500,000, and the rest is yours to catch. That is fine with me. Hashirama looked at Madara, who was asking for 500,000, his face truly thick-skinned. What? 500,000? Are you robbing me? Chapter 52. Money-loving thousand hands, Zhu Jian, what can you spend your money on? Is it a big expense? Isn't it just that you lost it all in gambling? With your character, how could I not know? 2,500,000, no more than that. When Uchiha Madara heard thousand hands, Zhu Jian say this, he immediately understood his thoughts. He had probably lost all his pocket money and was directly cutting the amount in half. 250,000? Are you kidding? 450,000, no less. 250 is just too cheap. Thousand hands, Zhu Jian began to bargain with Uchiha Madara, as he was in desperate need of money. Originally, he had 3 million, but was cheated out of 1 million by Thousand Hands Tobirama. With only 2 million left. How could that be enough? Because he had no money, he hadn't been to the casino for many days. And the villagers almost thought that Konoha's cash cow had disappeared. 450,000? No way, at most 3 million. Take it or leave it, otherwise, you won't get a single penny. Uchiha Madara saw that Thousand Hands Zhu Jian was still dissatisfied and generously added 50,000, threatening him. 3 million? Madara, raise it a bit more for million. That's the lowest price, otherwise, it's 1 for each of us. When Thousand Hands Zhu Jian heard there was only 3 million, he was clearly very unhappy and replied firmly. You. Uchiha Madara had never seen such a shameless Thousand Hands Zhu Jian and shot him a cold glare, nearly choking. 3 million. For million. Is there more? Then it's 350,000. Deal. In the end, Thousand Hands Zhu Jian and Uchiha Madara both let go. In Thousand Hands, Zhu Jian obtained the coveted 350,000, feeling overjoyed. I have money again. I'll go to the casino later. I'm itching to play. Truly a timely reign. After receiving 350,000, Thousand Hands, Zhu Jian laughed heartily. TCH, money-loving, gambling addict. Uchiha Madara scoffed, rolling his eyes. Big brother, shouldn't this money be reported? Or is it a share for those who see it? Thousand Hands Tobarama approached and asked when he saw Thousand Hands Zhu Jian get 350,000. The report that Tobarama mentioned was to inform Uzumaki Kushina that if there was money, it needed to be handed over, and how much would need to be discussed. As for the latter part, it was even simpler. Those who see it share it, commonly known as, I want a share of the loot. Cough, cough, cough. Tobarama? What are you doing? This is all mine. Thousand Hands Zhu Jian, seeing his brother meddling, quickly sealed the money into a scroll, carefully putting it away, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. What do you think? I've been working hard today. You all are just playing, and I haven't benefited at all. Big brother, I also have a family. Don't you think I should get something too? Not much, just 100,000. Otherwise, I'll report to sister-in-law that you have private money. Thousand Hands Tobarama extended his right hand, threatening. You, are you still my real brother? This is my life. You. Thousand Hands Zhu Jian, seeing his brother being so shameless, nearly burst into tears, adding insult to injury. Don't you know that an elder brother is like a father? Big brother worked hard to raise you. How can you treat him like this? It's truly heartbreaking. Woo-woo. Then Thousand Hands Zhu Jian began to act, preparing to slip away. Big brother, don't be unreasonable. You want to run away? I know all your tricks. Besides, when did I raise you? Hurry up and hand over the money. Cash first, then let me go work. Thousand Hands Tobarama had already seen his elder brother wanting to escape and quickly said, You, take it. Thousand Hands Zhu Jian knew his brother was clever, but didn't he expect him to be this clever? He snorted and reluctantly took out 100,000. In the end, Thousand Hands Zhu Jian was left with only 250,000. Ha ha ha. Zhu Jian, you're going to make me laugh to death. Just 100,000? Is it that serious? Are you really that short on money? I have plenty at home. I can't even spend it all. Do you want some? Uchiha Madara nearly spat out his drink, laughing uncontrollably at Thousand Hands Zhu Jian's predicament. Teaming up to bully me. I won't play with you anymore. Hurry up and go catch the tailed beasts. Thousand Hands Zhu Jian coldly snorted and then disappeared from the spot. Wishing he had grown a few more legs, these two were really too bad. While I give him money and I get bullied instead. Tobarama, I can understand your feelings. Your brother is really something, ha ha ha. Uchiha watched Thousand Hands Zhu Jian run away in defeat, looked at Thousand Hands Tobarama, and seemed to think of something, laughing wildly. Let us go. There are still many tailed beasts that need to be sealed. Let us first see if sister-in-law has arranged the personnel. Thousand Hands Tobarama smiled slightly, put away the 100,000, and said to Uchiha Madara lightly, So the two left the office and headed towards the Thousand Hands clan's residence. Phew, phew, phew. That was close. That was close. Fortunately, there's still over 200,000 left. Wow, haha. Let us go to the casino. After Thousand Hands Zhu Jian ran out and saw that Uchiha and Thousand Hands Tobarama had not chased after him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 250,000 he had in hand, and happily headed towards the casino. Lord First Hokage, you haven't come for a long time. Do you still have money to play? The casino owner welcomed Thousand Hands Zhu Jian with a smile upon seeing him walk in. How can I be out of money? Change all of this into chips for me. Bang. Swish, swish, swish. Thousand Hands Zhu Jian immediately arrived at a casino, and upon hearing the owner say this, he instantly got angry. How could he think he had no money? He quickly took out the scroll, and paper money scattered everywhere. Hiss! The casino owner saw the money flying around, at least worth 1 million, and showed a surprised expression. Hee, the cash cow is back. But soon, the casino owner smiled slightly, thinking to himself, Lord First Hokage, please come in. Quickly, the casino owner hurriedly welcomed Thousand Hands Zhu Jian inside. Phew, phew, phew. Lord First Hokage, the game has already started. You can go straight in. Before long, they arrived in a room, and the casino owner opened the door, respectfully smiling. Wow, the cash cow is back? Let us go. Let us go. We'll join the fun too. What? The cash cow is here? Wait for me. I'm coming too. What are they doing? Why is everyone running so fast? Chapter 53. Fat sheep and nine tails eating balls, don't you know? The legendary fat sheep is here. Hurry up. But there won't be any seats left. Fat sheep? What fat sheep? Wait for me. As soon as the people in the casino corridor saw Senju Hashirama coming, they all rushed towards him like crazy. Half an hour later, First Hokage, welcome back anytime. When Senju Hashirama walked out of the casino owner quickly waved his hand and smiled at him. I got it. Senju Hashirama casually walked out, speaking, My 2.5 million. Woo woo woo. I've lost it all again. Once Senju Hashirama reached a corner where no one was around, He looked at his empty scroll and felt like crying without tears. What do you want to eat? That day, Senju Tobarama had prepared a hot spring and arrived at the market. Seeing a dazzling array of snacks, he smiled slightly. Eat? Iron Koi looked around at the drifting fragrance and was momentarily taken aback. Goo! Soon, Iron Koi's stomach made a strange sound, and her face turned slightly red. Are you hungry? Come on, I'll take you to buy something to eat. Seeing Iron Koi's embarrassed expression, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly and took her hand, heading directly towards the vendors. Huh? Iron Koi felt her heart race involuntarily as Senju Tobarama held her hand, her face flushed. After spending a few days together, she felt that Senju Tobarama was quite considerate. Although he was a young lord of a clan, he treated her unexpectedly well, which moved her a bit. All these years, she had never found a man who cared for her like Senju Tobarama did. Remembering the time she faced the Three Tails. At that time, Senju Tobarama could have chosen not to save her, but he didn't. When her chakra was exhausted, he could have ignored her, but he didn't. He even took her around shopping, with everything being paid for by Senju Tobarama, gradually opening up her heart that had been sealed for many years. Having never had friends since childhood, it was the first time she felt someone cared. Boss, 2 servings of takoyaki. When they reached a small vendor and saw takoyaki, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly and handed over the money. All right, here are your takoyaki. The boss took the money and happily handed over 2 servings of takoyaki. Come on, eat. This takoyaki tastes pretty good. I've had it once before. Senju Tobarama handed the takoyaki to Iron Koi and smiled knowingly. Thank you. Iron Koi didn't hold back either. After thanking him, she took the takoyaki and elegantly took a bite. Let's go. There are many more delicious things over there. I didn't expect there to be so many tasty treats here. Seeing Iron Koi's expression, Senju Tobarama smiled and directly pulled her towards the next stall. How about chocolate bananas? Do you like sweet food? There are also 4 flavored meatballs. Do you want some? But they're all sweet. The 2 soon arrived at a stall that sold only sweets. And Senju Tobarama asked Iron Koi, all are fine. Why you buy whatever you think is good? Seeing Senju Tobarama constantly asking her, Iron Koi's face flushed red. Unsure of what to think, stammering in reply. Boss, I'll take 4 skewers of meatballs and 2 servings of chocolate bananas. Hearing Iron Koi's order, Senju Tobarama didn't mind and directly asked the boss to pack them up. Boss, 2 servings of cheese potatoes. Boss, 2 servings of osmanthus cake. Thank you for your patronage. Boss, 2 servings of okonomiyaki. Thank you for your patronage. Soon, Senju Tobarama kept buying things, while Iron Koi quietly watched him while nibbling on her takoyaki. Without realizing it, they had bought a big bag of food. Boss, I'll take a serving of takoyaki noodles the large size, and 2 sets of utensils. Thank you. Then Senju Tobarama looked around and thought it wasn't enough, so he bought a large serving of fried noodles. After all, ninjas have big appetites. They need food to replenish energy and convert it into chakra, so the demand is quite high. All right, is this your little girlfriend? Kid, your little girlfriend is really cute. You're lucky. I'll give you a larger portion. It's more fun to share. The boss of the takoyaki noodles, wearing glasses, smiled at Senju Tobarama. The boss misunderstood. We're just companions. Hearing the boss's question, Senju Tobarama awkwardly replied, while Iron Koi's face turned red as she lowered her head, eating takoyaki, not wanting anyone to see her expression. Is that so? Here, the fried noodles are ready for you. Here are the utensils. Take them. The boss smiled slightly and handed the packed fried noodles to Senju Tobarama. Let's find a place to eat well. He. Senju Tobarama took the fried noodles and smiled at Iron Koi. Iron Koi nodded slightly. Then the 2 reached a grassy area. Wood release, table and chair technique. Bang! There were no seats on the grass. Senju Tobarama stomped his right foot, and instantly, vines grew into a small round table and 2 small stools. So convenient. Your wood release is really magical and convenient. Although Iron Koi had seen Senju Tobarama use wood release before, she was still amazed every time, especially how practical it was. I think so too, whatever you call it comes. Huh? Senju Tobarama smiled slightly, then placed all the food he had on the table. Come on, eat. If you're still hungry, we'll buy more. Taking out the food piece by piece, Senju Tobarama smiled at Iron Koi. No need to waste. There's already a lot here. Seeing the large pile of food in front of her, Iron Koi shook her head. Then it's settled, eat. Don't be polite with me. Come on, Ninetales, you eat too. This meatball is really delicious. Senju Tobarama directly took a cheese potato and started eating, then grabbed a skewer of meatballs and offered one to the Ninetales. Such a stinky thing, don't bother me. This is for humans, not for me. I don't need to eat to replenish energy. The Ninetales sneered, showing no intention of eating. Oh, eat. After hearing the nine tails, Senju.He nodded and directly shoved a meatball into its mouth. Ugh, I told you I don't eat this stuff. What are you doing? Huh? The taste is quite unique, and it's pretty good. The nine tails, suddenly ambushed by Senju.He, was very angry and was about to go to war with him. But after chewing the meatball, it found the taste quite special and rather delicious, nodding while eating. Iron Kuei couldn't help but squint her eyes and smile at the adorable appearance of the nine tails. What are you laughing at? Do you believe I won't kill you? What's so funny about eating a meatball? These skewers all belong to me, hum. Upon hearing Iron Kuei's laughter, the nine tails quickly turned and shot her a cold glance. Then it directly reached out with its paw to grab the meatballs and continued eating. If other tailed beasts saw this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Crack. Huh. The nine tails noticed that the meatball in its hand had disappeared, and it bit into thin air, slightly stunned. Didn't you say you didn't want it? I only bought 4. If you eat them all, what am I supposed to eat? Seeing the nine tails about to eat the meatball, Senju.He quickly snatched it from the nine tails' hand, suppressing a laugh as he looked at its deflated expression. Damn it. How dare you steal my food? I'll kill you. Watch your claws. The nine tails saw that the meat it was about to eat had vanished and was instantly filled with rage, lunging at Senju.He. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the nine tails' claws flailing, it quickly knocked the meatballs from Senju.He's hand, which fell to the ground. My, meatballs? Damn it. You brat. Give me back my meatballs. The nine tails saw its meatballs being used as a shield by Senju.He and dropped on the ground, instantly burning with rage. And it roared angrily before pouncing again. Don't scratch my face. Don't scratch my face. I'll be disfigured. Damn nine tails, just wait until I pluck your fur. Senju.He was instantly scratched by the nine tails, and the two began to wrestle on the ground. Iron Kuei watched as Senju.He and the nine tails rolled on the ground, unable to help but laugh sweetly. If this could go on forever, that would be nice. Mom, you said I needed to find happiness. Is this happiness? I feel like I've already found it. I'm so happy right now. No more of the worries from before. And I don't feel as much hatred anymore. Looking at Senju.He in front of her, Iron Kuei smiled slightly, looking up at the sky as if she could see her mother, smiling sweetly. All right, stop fighting. It's not a big deal. I can buy you some later. Now, stand still. Otherwise, you won't get anything to eat. After an unprecedented battle, Senju.He and the nine tails finally stopped. That's more like it. I want 100 skewers. Only then did the nine tails stop, crossing its arms and tilting its head as it spoke. What? 100 skewers? Why don't you just go rob some? 50 skewers. Senju.He looked at the arrogant nine tails and bargained. 100 skewers, not a single one less. Who told you to knock mine over? The nine tails placed its paws on its hips, jumped onto the table, and glared fiercely at Senju.He, looking quite adorable. I don't have that much money. 50 skewers is the most I can do. Senju.He shook his head, spreading his hands as he indicated he had no money and firmly refused. Nonsense. You have millions on you gathering dust. If you don't buy me 100 skewers, I'll. The nine tails was so angry at Senju.He's demeanor that it pointed a claw at him, momentarily speechless. What will you do? You don't have anything on me. Senju.He had a look that suggested he wasn't afraid of trouble, curling his lips. If you don't buy them, I'll just tease Iron Kuei and tell Uchiha. The nine tails suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly at Senju.He. However, before it could finish its sentence, Senju.He covered its mouth. All right, 100 skewers deal. Senju.He whispered as he covered the nine tails' mouth. The nine tails shook its head, a hint of satisfaction flashing in its eyes, and then Senju.He released his hand. That's more like it. Haha. After successfully negotiating, the nine tails lightly jumped onto Iron Kuei's shoulder, crossing its legs and smiling. Senju.He snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the nine tails. Teasing me? When did it ever tease me? Could it be? Iron Kuei's face flushed upon hearing the nine tails, as if she understood something, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak, stuffing her mouth with food without fear of burning herself. Ding! Detecting the host's resentment, the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Take Iron Kuei back to Konoha, register her identity, and settle her down. Task completion reward. Iron Kuei's affection 1. Option 2. Let Iron Kuei leave on her own, part ways, and never interact again. Task completion reward. Iron Kuei's tears of sadness. and gain a pair of Byakugan from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Upon obtaining a set of Hyuga clan's eyes, instantly evolve into Rinnegan. Option 3. Quietly leave at night, departing from Iron Kuei's world and allowing time to fade the emotions. Task completion reward. Iron Kuei becomes a killing machine, devoid of emotions, with an additional reward of 6 paths mode. Soon, the system's options reappeared in Senju Tobarama's mind. System? Do you want to control me? All day long, try and tempt me? I will definitely obtain the 6 paths mode. You can't tempt me. But that Byakugan is not bad, right? As long as I get another pair of Hyuga eyes, it will directly turn into Rinnegan, which is indeed incredibly tempting. How powerful is the Rinnegan? It's rarely seen, as most appearances are of the Sharingan. However, the Rinnegan is indeed very powerful. If I obtain the Rinnegan and then get the Sharingan, I will definitely become a formidable existence. Although I don't love her, I can't harm her like this. Both of these options would hurt Iron Kuei's heart too much. One would make her cry, and the other would turn her into an emotionless killing machine. If I forget I'm human just to become powerful, what is the meaning of living? I would rather not have these rewards. I'm already strong enough. If I solely rely on external power, what use is it no matter how strong I become? System, I choose option 1. After hearing the system's options, Senju Tobarama fell into deep thought and ultimately cast aside distractions, choosing to give up the opportunity for power rather than hurt Iron Kuei's feelings. Are you still going to continue capturing these tailed beasts? For a moment, the three of them fell into silence. Iron Kuei seemed unwilling to remain silent any longer, so she raised her head and smiled at Senju Tobarama, asking, Chapter 55, Dad, the pet fox is so cute. We still need to continue capturing. There are still 7 that haven't been caught yet. Their strength is too great, and if we can't capture them, they might threaten the lives of others. Perhaps this is not what they want. However, many people would capture them to gain their power, which has led to their hatred of humans. If they discover someone approaching them, they will become furious. So I must capture them all back. Senju Fujin raised his head to look at Iron Kuei, nodded, and said, There are still 7? So many? That means there are a total of 8, right? I already feel scared with just 1. I can't believe there are 7 more. That's terrifying. Iron Kuei was also very surprised. He didn't expect there to be 7 more tailed beasts like the 3 tails. Wrong. There are 9, including 9 tails. Who is the strongest? Senju Fujin shook his head and pointed at the 9 tails on Iron Kuei's shoulder. Upon hearing Senju Fujin praise him, 9 tails slightly raised the corner of his mouth, crossed his legs high, and looked very proud. Fujin, are you trying to make me laugh to death? How could 9 tails be like that? They are so big, and 9 tails is so small. I could easily catch him. Iron Kuei burst into laughter at Senju Fujin's words, thinking he was joking, and said incredulously, Don't think that just because you've been my mount for a while, you can slander me. I'm so tall and mighty, and you dare to say I'm small? Where am I small? Have you seen how big I am? You probably don't even have a fingernail's length compared to me. It's simply ridiculous. Upon hearing Iron Kuei's words, 9 tails instantly stood up, cheeks puffed out, and angrily shouted, Ha ha! Iron Kuei found it hard to imagine how 9 tails would look when he grew larger, but his current appearance made her want to laugh. 9 tails is right. His true form is within me, so what you see is just a part of his chakra. Don't underestimate 9 tails. With a single breath, he could wipe out a country. What you see is the 3 tails, whose strength is not even a tenth of his. You feel fear now. If you witnessed the real 9 tails, you probably wouldn't survive. Senju Fujin shook his head as he looked at Iron Kuei. Really? Is that so? Iron Kuei found it hard to believe. She was extremely shocked to realize that the 9 tails in front of her was indeed the same existence as the 3 tails and was the strongest one. All right, we've eaten enough. Are you full? If you're full, we'll set off. Senju Fujin looked at her after they had eaten nearly enough. Let's go. Iron Kuei paused for a moment and nodded slightly. Fujin, what about my 100 skewers of meatballs? Don't you dare play tricks on me. 9 tails glared at Senju Fujin as he prepared to leave. Right, I'll go buy them for you now. Senju Fujin smiled at the fierce look on 9 tails' face. The 3 of them returned to the market and bought 100 skewers of meatballs, making the vendor very happy. It was a significant sale for him today. After Senju Fujin bought the meatballs and handed them to 9 tails, he began to eat them ravenously as they aimlessly walked in a direction, not knowing where they were going. Dad, I want that pet. That fox is so cute. I want it. Dad, can you get it for me? Suddenly, in an unknown location, 2 people appeared in front of Senju Fujin, seemingly a father with a child. Seeing 9 tails on Iron Kuei's shoulder devouring the meatballs, the child was very fond of it and quickly told his father. Oh, the child's father saw Nine Tails on Iron Kuei's shoulder and noticed his child's eager eyes. Quickly walking over. Kid, sell that fox to me. How much? Just name a price. My son really likes it. Just quote a price. The child's father frowned and arrogantly spoke to Iron Kuei and Senju.He. Nine Tails, who was still eating meatballs, suddenly saw someone pointing at him, filled with malice. He immediately put down the meatballs, furrowed his brows, and bared his teeth at the father and son in front of him. However, he did not act. Having followed Senju.He for some time, his hostility had lessened a lot, and he wouldn't easily kill. Of course, if the other party went too far, he wouldn't mind taking action to eliminate them. Oh, who do you think you are? You dare to come to me to buy something? You have quite a lot of guts. Senju.He frowned and looked at the child's father, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. What do you think you are? Do you know who my dad is? My dad is a jonin from the hidden cloud village, Taros. You commoners dare to look down on my dad? You're simply looking for death. The child was not afraid at all, pointing at Senju.He and Iron Kuei with a look of disdain in his eyes. Taros? What is that? Never heard of it. Is it impressive? Senju.He looked at the two in front of him, reached out to clean his ears, and said to Iron Kuei, I don't know either. Iron Kuei smiled slightly at Senju.He's silly expression. Kid, you dare to look down on me? Who do you think you are? Seeking death. Upon hearing Senju.He's disdain, Taros frowned and instantly produced a scroll in his hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, white smoke appeared, and then 3 huge shurikens suddenly appeared in Taros' hand. Oh, you really know how to scare people. Why does this feel a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Senju.He looked at the huge shurikens in front of him, feeling that he had seen them before but couldn't remember where. Maybe it's just a side character. So boring. Are all ninjas nowadays like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? If you were in front of Uncle Madara, you'd probably be scared to wet your pants. After thinking about it, Senju.He decided not to dwell on it. Scaring? Next, let me show you what real scaring is. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Taros saw Senju.He's unbothered expression, frowned, and directly threw the shurikens in his right hand towards Iron Kuei. Chapter 56, Special Magnetic Escape Ding. In an instant, the dart that flew towards Iron Kuei was sliced in half by her blade and flew back toward Tros. Tros did not feel sorry for his dart being deflected. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a trace of a wicked smile flashed in his eyes. Senju.He seemed to have noticed something unusual, then closed his eyes. Kagura's hard eye. Soon, Senju.He's Kagura's heart eye was activated, and he clearly sensed a magnetic field enveloping Iron Kuei. So that's how it is. The dart that just flew out must have carried a magnetic field. After being deflected by Iron Kuei, the magnetic field naturally transferred onto her. It seems this is your secret to becoming a jonin, right? However, you underestimate me, Senju.He. In an instant, Senju.He understood Tros' intentions and smirked slightly. Godi. Magnetic release, Sparrow be dual blades. Seeing his magnetic release succeed, Tros roared, then threw the huge dart in his hand directly at Iron Kuei. Body flicker technique. Rasengan. Bang. Just as Tros quickly shot out the dart, Senju.He silently appeared behind him and struck him with a Rasengan on his back. Tros instantly felt a sharp pain in his back, and his whole body began to spin, flying forward at such speed that he knocked his own dart away. Daddy? No. The child saw his father being knocked away by someone, and his eyes filled with disbelief as he ran forward, shouting loudly. Ding! Tros' body collided with the dart he had thrown, instantly getting sliced in half, blood splattering into the sky. Drip, drip, bang! As the blood fell from the sky to the ground, Tros' corpse also crashed heavily to the ground. No, Daddy. Don't die, please don't die. You bad people. Why did you kill my daddy? Why? I just wanted that fox. Why did you have to kill my daddy? Couldn't you just sell it to me? You two big bad guys, I will definitely take revenge. I, Troy, will definitely seek revenge on you. After seeing his father die, Troy howled to the heavens, then looked at Senju.He and Iron Kuei with a fierce expression, his eyes seeming to want to devour them. The killer will always be killed. Your biggest mistake was provoking me. Your father's death was well-deserved. Moreover, he died by his own hand, so I can't be blamed. You are welcome to come and kill me. My name is Senju.He. I look forward to our next meeting. Remember this, don't be too arrogant. Just because you like something doesn't mean you can have it. If you want to obtain it but lack the strength, then you're only headed for death. Senju.He looked at the unreasonable Troy, who clearly brought this disaster upon himself, yet now blamed them for it. What kind of logic is that? He coldly snorted. I won't listen, I won't listen. Senju Fujin, is it? You wait for me. One day, I will kill you to avenge my father. Troy was only about 6 years old and had no real ability, but he believed he would one day possess such power. He didn't understand the name Senju and its intimidation in the ninja world, but his anger had nowhere to go, and he glared at Senju Fujin, an iron Kuei filled with rage. Let us go. Don't pay him any mind. Senju Fujin glanced at Troy, curled his lips, and called out to Iron Kuei. They had already shown mercy to Troy. They didn't know how many people had faced similar situations before. Perhaps they had robbed many people and caused many to lose their lives, leading to Troy wanting to take things from others. At least he was still alive. That was already a blessing for him. Iron Kuei nodded slightly, then followed Senju Fujin away. She felt no sympathy for Troy because it was his own fault. They had not provoked him, yet he attacked first. In the end, he could not blame them for his death. Daddy, Don't worry, Daddy. I will definitely take revenge for you. Just wait. I will make them come down and accompany you in death. Although Troy was young, he was proud and arrogant, perhaps due to his father's upbringing, which made him so overbearing. Thinking that just because his father was a jonin, he could act so recklessly, completely disregarding the lives of others, he ultimately brought about his own downfall. Do you feel sorry for that child just now? Walking on the road, Senju Fujin suddenly looked at Iron Kuei and asked, "Pitiful, not pitiful." Iron Kuei turned her head to look at Senju Fujin, momentarily taken aback by his question, then replied flatly, "Pitiful, not pitiful." Senju Fujin was also startled by Iron Kuei's response. Pitiful because he lost his father while still so young, and he doesn't even know if his mother is still around. Not pitiful because he lacks upbringing, and with such a personality, he probably won't live long. Even if he had his father's protection all this time, once he grows up, he could easily offend others. When that time comes, he wouldn't even know how he died. Having been with Senju Fujin for a long time, Iron Kuei seemed to understand many principles now. Looking at him with squinted eyes and a smile, her two rosy dimples making her look very cute. Hee, I didn't expect your understanding to be quite profound. Senju Fujin agreed with Iron Kuei's response, smiling slightly. But speaking of which, Iron Kuei, you are quite cute when you smile. You look cool when you're not smiling, but sweet when you do. I wonder who will have the good fortune to marry you in the future. Seeing the playful and cute Iron Kuei, Senju Fujin was momentarily stunned, feeling that such a smile was very healing, and he couldn't get enough of it. Feeling a bit emotional. Is that so? Iron Kuei's face flushed red at Senju Fujin's words, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "Can it be you who marries me? Or do you think I'm not good enough?" It's true. He is the young clan leader of the Senju clan, of noble status. He is likely to become the second Hokage in the future. With such a status, how could someone like me, who is homeless and weak, ever hope to attain it? Chapter 57. No, I'm not a pervert, hee. I really am too self-righteous, aren't I? However, Tekai's heart had already begun to slowly lean towards Senju Fujikage, and she mocked herself inwardly. Having lost her father at a young age, she grew up following her mother, whose tragic background made her feel somewhat inferior. Thus, she desperately wanted to become stronger, urging herself to improve, but her talent was limited. Now, at 12 years old, she only had the strength of an elite chunin, which left her feeling somewhat frustrated. Without family or friends by her side, meeting someone like Senju Fujikage, who could be considered a good friend, led her to misinterpret her feelings about happiness. She thought this was love, but in reality, it was just a special feeling arising from her never having experienced kindness from others, especially since Senju Fujikage, though seemingly small, was very mature, capable of making her laugh and taking care of her. It made her feel like Senju Fujikage was more like a father to her, caring for and protecting her, which was the so-called father complex stemming from a severe lack of paternal love. Well, I rarely see warriors in Konoha, especially female warriors. I think your outfit is pretty cool and cute. It's quite nice, Senju Fujikage said, not noticing Tekai's expression, nodding slightly. By the way, I'm planning to take you back to Konoha this time, so you can live there from now on. If you want to become stronger, it's very simple. I'll get you a spot to enter the ninja school. Although they teach only the basics, that's exactly what you lack. Previously, you practiced haphazardly, resulting in injuries all over your body. Fortunately, I've already healed you, so don't be so foolish in the future. Attend the ninja school and learn some fundamental knowledge. It will be very beneficial for you. You will also be assigned a teacher who can teach you many ninjutsu and knowledge. Would you like to come back to the village with me? Senju Fujikage suddenly remembered that he still had an unfinished mission. He looked at Tekai and smiled slightly, telling her about his plans. You want to take me back to Konoha? But I don't want to see the Uchiha clan. Tekai looked at Senju.He, feeling 1,000 impulses to return to Konoha with him. However, she felt some anger toward the Uchiha clan and didn't want to see them at all. When will this feud end? You've seen it. Originally, our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had a deep-seated hatred, but now we've emerged and established Konoha, right? Where the leaves fly, the fire continues to thrive. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and help the new leaves sprout. This was the original dream of founding Konoha. We want to bring peace to the world and no longer let the ninja world be filled with war. This is my ideal. Are you willing to join me in achieving this ideal? Senju.He knew that Tekai had a strong aversion to the Uchiha clan, but he still wanted to persuade her. A little girl living in anger and sorrow every day is so tragic. If he could help her regain her spirit, it would be a good deed. He was determined to achieve peace in the ninja world. After all, he had his own concerns. He also wanted to protect the village and the ninja world from unknown forces that might destroy them. To guard the ninja world with you? Me? Is that really possible? My strength is so weak. Can I really protect the ninja world alongside Fujiwara? Tekai was clearly drawn in by Senju.He's words, looking at her sincere lover, which made her somewhat accepted. However, she felt a tremendous lack of confidence in her abilities, thinking her current strength was poor. She lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Fool, you're still young. Do you think everyone is as perverted as I am? No, wait, I'm not a pervert. Not everyone is as strong as I am. You're only 12 years old and already possess the strength of an elite chunin. You'll soon reach the level of a jonin. And by then, you'll have the power to protect the ninja world with me. Jonin are already quite strong, and you will continue to improve. It's not like you one team make any progress. When that time comes, I'll teach you a move or two, and you'll become an invincible master of swordsmanship. How about that? My uncle Madara's swordsmanship is incredibly powerful. When he wields it, it's like a dance, very graceful. That was a slip. You'll definitely become stronger in the future." Senju.He extended his hand, directly grasping Tekai's delicate, fair hands, and said seriously, "Well, I am willing." Tekai felt a rush of shyness as Senju.He held her hands, lowering her head to nod, not knowing why her agreement felt so refreshing. She had no idea who Senju.He's Uncle Madara was. If she had known, she might have turned to leave. "That's great, let's go. I'll take you back to the village." Senju.He smiled slightly, then directly wrapped his arms around Tekai, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Tekai felt a warm embrace around her. Her heart raced as if a little deer was jumping around her chest. Her face flushed, and she huddled in Senju.He's arms, not daring to move. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Soon, Senju.He connected with the Flying Thunder God technique in the village, the coordinate being his own room. "Foolish child, it's so dangerous outside. How could you not come back? I wonder how you are. I hope you're okay. Otherwise, how would your mother live?" At this moment, Uzumaki Mido was sitting in Senju.He's room, reaching out to touch his pajamas, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. As the saying goes, a mother's worry for her child who travels 1,000 miles. Senju.He was only 10 years old and had gone out alone. Even though he was powerful, Uzumaki Mido couldn't help but feel some concern. Just then, Uzumaki Mido suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation, and two figures appeared in front of her. One was a girl she didn't recognize, and the other was Senju.He. The two were embracing each other, instantly making Uzumaki Mido feel a tingle on her scalp and a surge of anger. "This is my room. Don't be afraid. Just now I used space-time ninjutsu. We are now in Konoha." Senju.He hadn't noticed. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone else in his room, and he was facing away from Uzumaki Mido, casually speaking to Tekai in his arms. Chapter 58. Young age and bad learning you. There's someone behind you. Tai Kuei saw the whirlpool water door standing up on the bed, walking step by step towards them, with an appearance of immense anger that was quite frightening. With his pupils constricted, he said fearfully, "There's someone behind me?" Chinsho Fujin, hearing Tai Kuei's words, turned his head in confusion and saw a terrifying scene. "Fujin, you little brat, you're simply courting death. Just watch me break your legs." The whirlpool water door's eyes were filled with endless flames, as if an invisible fire was rising above his head. His face twisted in rage as he shouted at Chinsho Fujin, "Damn it, Mom. Why are you here? Don't hit me, ouch." Bang! Seeing the terrifying whirlpool water door, Chinsho Fujin quickly let go of Tai Kuei, his pupils dilating, mouth agape, shouting in disbelief. Yet he still couldn't escape the fate of being knocked away by a punch, crashing directly into the wall embedding himself into it. Mom, I'm your own son. Do you really need to be this harsh? Cough, cough, cough. Chinsho Fujin struggled to free himself from the wall, looking at the furious whirlpool water door, weakly saying, "Who is she? At such a young age, going to that kind of place? Who taught you? And you even brought someone back?" The whirlpool water door thought Tai Kuei was a woman of ill repute, and that Chinsho Fujin had directly brought her back, which made her extremely angry. After all, he was the young clan leader of the Chinsho clan. How could he do such a thing? If this got out, it would be a heavy blow to their clan's reputation. Mom, what are you thinking? Tai Kuei is a warrior from the Iron Country, but she is homeless, having lost her parents at a young age, and is a wandering warrior. Don't misunderstand. Look at the warrior's sword at her waist. How could she be a woman of ill repute? Chinsho Fujin now understood that the whirlpool water door thought he was fooling around outside and brought back a woman of ill repute. That's why she was so angry. And he quickly pointed at Tai Kuei to explain. Just now, when Chinsho Fujin held Tai Kuei in his arms, the whirlpool water door didn't think much of it. But now looking at Tai Kuei, she was indeed dressed in a full set of warrior attire, complete with a warrior's sword. Oh, however, you can't just bring people back to Konoha without permission. You need to register when you return. Don't you know that? No matter who she is. You need to take her to register right now. The whirlpool water door felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't show it. If you're not embarrassed, the embarrassment is on others, and she didn't forget to scold Chinsho Fujin before directly walking away. It's not that you came to hit me without understanding the situation. Otherwise, how would I not take Tai Kuei to register? It's just retaliation. I disturbed you in Dad's sleep. So this is your revenge, Seeing the whirlpool water door leave, Chinsho Fujin reached out to pat his own head, mumbling to himself. Fujin-kun, is that your mother? Your mother has a great temperament. So beautiful. Only after the whirlpool water door left did Tai Kuei dare to speak. That woman's aura was simply too strong, making her too afraid to breathe. However, the whirlpool water door was indeed very graceful and beautiful. After all, she was the princess of the Whirlpool clan, perfectly embodying elegance. Well, my mom is indeed quite beautiful. My dad must have stepped in dog poop back then. But you're not bad either. You will also be very beautiful in the future. Let's go. I'll take you to register and have my dad arrange an identity for you. Then help you arrange for school enrollment. Chinsho Fujin nodded, admitting that his mom was beautiful. At least in terms of temperament, he had never seen anyone who could compare to her. In terms of appearance, very few could match up. His dad was simply lucky to marry such a good wife. Tai Kuei's face turned slightly red. Hearing Chinsho Fujin praise her, that she would also become beautiful in the future, made her feel a bit excited and happy. Young clan leader, young clan leader. Soon, Chinsho Fujin took Tai Kuei to the entrance of the clan territory, where the guards immediately bowed respectfully to him. Thank you for your hard work. Chinsho Fujin smiled and nodded. This is what we should do. How could it be hard work? The young clan leader is joking. The two guards were surprised and shook their heads repeatedly. Hee. Chinsho Fujin smiled slightly and didn't say much, leading Tai Kuei directly toward the Hokage office. I didn't see the young clan leader go in. I heard he went out. How did he suddenly come out from the clan territory? After Chinsho Fujin left, one of the guards said with some confusion, "Are you stupid? Don't you know about Lord Tobarama's space-time ninjutsu?" The young clan leader definitely knows space-time ninjutsu, which is why he appeared directly in the clan territory. You must be ignorant. This level is not something we can understand. Just keep guarding honestly. It's almost time for shift change. I need to get a good sleep. The other guard looked at the one beside him as if he was an idiot, surprised. Oh, I see. The young clan leader is really impressive. The guard who was scolded suddenly realized, looking at Chinsho Fujin's back with admiration. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Chinsho Fujin brought Tai Kuei to the Hokage office, this time politely knocking on the door, not directly using space-time ninjutsu to enter. Please come in. A voice from inside the Hokage office belonged to Chinsho Jujien. Creak. Then Chinsho Fujin opened the office door and walked in with Tai Kuei. Fujin, why are you back? How'd it go? Chinsho Jujien, who was originally focused on his work, was somewhat surprised when he saw Chinsho Fujin enter. I'm back. I caught a three-tails. Then I came back. There wasn't much interesting outside. Chinsho Fujin waved his hand casually, and two chairs appeared behind them. He directly sat down, looking at Chinsho Jujien, and said lightly, "Three tails? Not bad. Not bad. You made progress." Chinsho Jujien felt pleased that his son had captured a three-tails, and naturally, he was happy that his son's strength was increasing. By the way, who is she? Chinsho Jujien. hearing that his son had captured a three-tails, was happy, but then noticed Tai Kuei beside him and asked with some confusion. Hello, first Hokage-sama. My name is Tai Kuei. Tai Kuei, seeing Chinsho Zhu Jian, was very polite and did not sit down. Hearing his question, she quickly bowed to Zhu Jian. Chapter 59. Improved version of 8 Gates of Duenjia o Tetsuki. The surname is Tetsu. Senju Hashirama was slightly taken aback. He knew a bit about the Tetsu family. Originally a prominent clan from the Land of Iron, which was later exterminated by the Uchiha clan. He didn't expect there to be survivors, which surprised him a bit. Dad, I came here because of Tetsuki. I want you to arrange her identity and send her to the ninja school. She's all alone and miserable. I felt sorry for her, so I brought her back. You won't refuse, right? Seeing his father lost in thought, Senju Tobarama quickly stated the purpose of his visit. To enter the village? That's fine. I'll issue a document and register her information. Senju Hashirama lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Senju Tobarama and smiled. Thank you, first Hokage-sama. Tetsuki felt a surge of joy in her heart and quickly bowed to Senju Hashirama. Tengaku, take Tetsuki to register her information and arrange for her enrollment. Seeing Tetsuki bow, Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, his smile very infectious, then shouted into the void. Yes, first Hokage-sama. Umbu Tengaku immediately knelt before Senju Hashirama and said, Go ahead. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. Hello, please follow me. Tengaku stood up and said to Tetsuki, Thank you for your trouble. Tetsuki replied to Tengaku, who then led her directly out. Ding, sensing that the host's choice was successful and the task was completed. The reward, Tetsuki's affection won. At that moment, the system immediately responded. Thank you, Tobarama-kun. As Tetsuki walked outside, she suddenly felt a new sense of dependence on Senju Tobarama, mumbling to herself. You brat, did you really bring a girl back just because you felt sorry for her? Once everyone left, Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama with great interest and asked, Really, more genuine than gold? Senju Tobarama nodded repeatedly at Senju Hashirama. Do you believe it yourself? I certainly don't. No one knows you better than your father. What ideas are you concocting? I wouldn't know. But don't let your mother find out. She hates unfaithful men the most. Senju Hashirama curled his lips and spoke softly to Senju Tobarama. Dad, what do you mean? It's really not what you think. I didn't do anything. You can't accuse me. Senju Tobarama felt wronged upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words. Although he liked beautiful women, he wasn't the kind to fall in love with every pretty face he saw. It's not wrong to like beautiful women, is it? Who doesn't like to look at beautiful women? When walking down the street and seeing a beautiful woman walk by, it's natural to take a few more glances. That's not a problem, right? But this kind of liking doesn't mean one has to possess them, right? Whether it is or isn't, you know in your heart. Anyway, I want to be the one getting beaten up, so I'm not worried at all. Ha. Senju Hashirama didn't look at Senju Tobarama anymore, but lowered his head to start reviewing documents, laughing heartily. If you don't believe it, so be it. Senju Tobarama rolled his eyes. By the way, Dad, where did Uncle Madara and second uncle go? I didn't see them today. Then Senju Tobarama looked around, confused about not seeing Uchiha Madara and his second uncle. Oh, your second uncle and Madara went out to catch tailed beasts, leaving your poor old dad here to review documents. By the way, Tobarama, do you want to be Hokage in the future? Hearing Senju Tobarama's question, Senju Hashirama quickly responded, then thought of something and looked at him asking, Hokage? I don't want to be one. Why would I want to? Being like you all, sitting in the office every day reviewing documents? No need for that. I don't want to be Hokage at all. Although Senju Tobarama was puzzled as to why Senju Hashirama would ask such a question, he expressed his thoughts. That one do. You definitely have to be Hokage. You have no choice. This is my order, and you're not allowed to change it. Now come over and review documents with me. I'll teach you how to review. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama immediately stood up and scolded him. He then walked in front of Senju Tobarama and pulled him to the desk, saying, Dad, isn't this just wanted to make me your free labor? You speak so grandly. I really disdain you. At first, Senju Tobarama didn't realize it, but later when Senju Hashirama pulled him down and said that, he understood his original intention. Realizing this, Senju Tobarama quickly scoffed. What do you mean free labor? Letting you familiarize yourself with the business in advance is considered free labor? Get to work. Senju Hashirama didn't think he was wrong at all. After being found out, he still maintained a righteous look, frowning as he threatened. Ding! Detecting Senju Hashirama's good intentions, the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Refuse to assist Senju Hashirama in reviewing documents and directly run away. Task reward. Monthly allowance will be deducted and confiscated as system operation funds. Option 2. Agree to assist Senju Hashirama in reviewing documents and inform him that you are quite Hokage. Task reward. Senju Hashirama's appreciation pats the host on the back twice. Option 3. Agree to assist Senju Hashirama in reviewing documents and inform him that you 1T become Hokage. Task reward. Improved version of 8 Gates of Duenjia. No damage to self, but the host cannot use it. In an instant, the system's 3 options quickly appeared. Deducting my allowance as system operation funds? System, you're really good at robbing money. You don't buy food or clothes. What do you need money for? The latter rewards are useless to me, right? But could help cultivate 8 gates Kai, though. Once the gates are opened, no one is spared. Kick anyone who comes. Even Uncle Madara was almost killed by the 8 gates of Duenjia. It's incredibly powerful. It's just a bit life-threatening. But the improved version given by the system 1T harm my body, which is great. Can I kick a big Otsutsuki with 1 kick? It's just a pity I can't use it myself. What a pitiful system. System, I choose option 3. After hearing the system's options, Senju Tobarama shook his head. This thing is really pitiful, and now it hardly gives him any benefits. Chapter 60. Uchiha Madara versus Four Tails. Perhaps thinking that I am too powerful, the system has given me even greater strength, and I am about to go against the heavens. It must be like this, that's why my rewards are being cut. Truly a damn system. Then I thought about how I currently have no rivals in the ninja world, except for Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, Tobarama, and Uchiha Izuna, all of whom I can easily overpower. Perhaps this is the reason why the system doesn't provide me with better rewards. Fearing that I would become too invincible. Dad, I can help you review the documents, Senju Tobarama said to Senju Hashirama calmly. That's right. Just your job. Senju Hashirama was delighted to hear Senju Tobarama say this, and hurriedly replied, but I want to be the Hokage. Being Hokage is too tiring. It's better to pass it on to my second uncle or the next generation. I don't want to be a worker stuck in the office all day. Then Senju Tobarama turned to Senju Hashirama and said, all right, we'll talk about future matters later. Your current task is to help me review these documents first. Senju Hashirama's goal was to have Senju Tobarama help him with document review to save some effort. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, he agreed without even thinking. Ding. Feeling that the host's choice was successful and the task was completed, the system rewarded him with improved 8 gates, no damage to the user. But the host cannot use it. After Senju Tobarama finished speaking, the system confirmed the success and directly granted him the improved version of the 8 gates, which causes no damage when opened. This was truly going against the heavens. However, whether anyone could learn it was still an unknown, as not everyone could maintain such willpower. Perhaps Might Guy, the 4th Raikage, Rock Lee, and Kakashi could endure it. Kakashi can open 1 gate, but the reason he doesn't open the later gates may be due to restrictions or his own physical condition. If Kakashi didn't have a Sharingan and focus solely on swordsmanship, paired with the 8 gates, he might really be able to take down an Otsutsuki with a single strike. Of course, everything is uncertain without experimentation. At that time, I can train Might Guy and the 4th Raikage to let them shine in their own youth. Although the 4th Raikage talks about youth all day and is a hot-blooded man, his spirit is worth learning, and he is willing to sacrifice his life to protect others. That is quite noble, and Might Guy is similar, standing alone against the 7 ninja swordsmen. If they had this no-damage 8 gates, I believe they could live for a long time. Senju Tobarama also felt regret. He regretted that such a powerful ninja as the 4th Raikage was left with scars. This improved version of the 8 gates could at least compensate for his own inner regrets. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang. In an instant, the Hokage office was filled with Senju Tobarama's clones. Brothers, let us get to work. Hearing Senju Tobarama call out, all the clones immediately sprang into action, rapidly reviewing the documents. Gaga. Senju Hashirama saw Senju Tobarama directly using clones to review documents and felt as if crows were flying over his head, feeling somewhat speechless. However, I also find it strange. Clearly, he could use the multiple shadow clone technique to review documents, so why does he have to do it alone? If it were someone else with insufficient chakra, that would be understandable, but does Senju Hashirama lack it? This puzzled Senju Tobarama. Why doesn't his old man use clones to review documents? Tobarama, retract the shadow clones. This is a forbidden technique and cannot be used recklessly. If you retract so many shadow clones at once, it will take a toll on your body, Senju Hashirama explained. The reason the multiple shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden technique by Senju Hashirama is that a person's energy is limited. Even if you create countless shadow clones, all the fatigue will still accumulate and directly affect the original body. This intense fatigue is very dangerous. In mild cases, it leads to deep thought, and in severe cases, it can cause brain death, which is why it was classified as a forbidden technique. It's fine, Dad. I know my own body, and I have the 9 tails. Recovering stamina is incredibly simple. You're so slow at reviewing documents by the time you finish. The food will be cold. Senju Tobarama was unconcerned. He knew his body well and was not worried at all. Senju Hashirama patted his own head. But seeing the visible documents being reviewed, he felt somewhat comforted. Forget it. I'll do it myself next time. After all, Senju Hashirama was very caring toward his son, fearing that he would tire himself out. He originally wanted more labor power. Seeing Senju Tobarama working so hard, he dismissed the idea of having him review documents in the future. Senju Tobarama was naturally unaware that this small action of his would allow him to never have to review documents again, which was simply delightful. While the two of them were still reviewing documents, Uchiha Madara had already arrived in front of the Four Tails, Son Goku. Human, the aura on you makes me feel disgusted. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The Four Tails looked at Uchiha Madara and felt a terrifying aura that shook him and filled him with fear. Although he was panicking inside, he could not show weakness and glared at Uchiha Madara, roaring with killing intent. You want to be rude to me? You want to dance too? The One Tail didn't dance well. I wonder how you'll do. I'm looking forward to it. Uchiha Madara, holding the Uchiha fan and wearing the Hokage robe, rested his right hand on his right leg, looking very arrogant as he stared at the Four Tails. If Senju Tobarama were here, he would definitely say, "Damn, Madara is really handsome. One Tail? Dance? You disgusting human. How dare you compare me to that garbage One Tail? Let me show you my power. Lava release. Lava flow technique." The Four Tails instantly erupted in fury, seeing the tiny Uchiha Madara in front of him. His anger ignited, and he directly spat out several magma balls towards Uchiha Madara. Is this all the strength you have? Just slightly stronger than the One Tail, but still just trash. Uchiha Madara, seeing the weak fireballs rushing towards him, curled his lips in disdain, wanting to see the Four Tails limit, and then swung the fan like a tennis racket. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Uchiha Madara sent one magma ball after another back towards the Four Tails. Chapter 61. Inoki was scared of P. What? How is that possible? The Four Tails saw its attack being rebounded, and a hint of shock flashed in its eyes. It then swatted away its magma ball. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. The Four Tails then placed both hands on the ground and roared angrily at Uchiha Madara. In an instant, clear lava traces appeared beneath the Four Tails' feet, and the area grew larger, quickly covering the ground beneath Uchiha Madara. Oh, this is interesting. Finally, something entertaining. I wonder if you can break through my Susanoo? Susanoo. Uchiha Madara noticed the lava beneath him, a faint smile appearing on his lips, feeling a bit intrigued, and activated the second form of his Susanoo. Although it wasn't as impressive as the complete form, it was enough. He was confident he could block the Four Tails' attack. Boom! 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 Instantly, lava erupted from the feet of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. What? Susanoo? Manjiki Sharingan? Not good. I need to run. The Four Tails realized that the Susanoo that appeared before him meant Uchiha Madara was toying with him, as they were inherently restrained by the Manjiki. A single glance could mesmerize them, so how could he not flee? Heck, can you escape? Uchiha Madara sensed the Four Tails trying to run, a smirk creeping onto his face. But then he looked down to see his second form of Susanoo continuously burning and melting. I must say, the Four Tails lava is quite powerful, but that won't affect Uchiha Madara's performance. Where do you think you're going? Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Madara directly commanded his Susanoo to charge forward, moving so quickly that the Four Tails appear to move in slow motion. Uchiha Madara then drew a large sword and hurled it toward the Four Tails. Bang! Uchiha Madara's sword instantly blocked the Four Tails' path. What? Not good. The Four Tails saw the sword and immediately hit the brakes. Still want to run? Dance for me. Uchiha Madara smirked, and the Manjiki Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Instantly, the Four Tails' eyes also transformed into Manjiki Sharingan, standing dumbfounded in place, then began to dance. I must say, you're much stronger than the One Tail, but that's about it. However, you brought me some fun, and it feels like the Senju cells in my body are fusing even faster now. It seems success is just around the corner. Ha ha! Uchiha Madara leaped onto the head of the dancing Four Tails and laughed maniacally. Vortex CHJ, come here. Seal him. After completely controlling the four tails, Madara shouted to where Senju Hashirama was standing. Yes, first Hokage. At that moment, a man who somewhat resembled Nagato quickly rushed over and released a diamond lock, sealing the four tails completely. Clap, clap, clap. All done. Next. What fun awaits next? The game of catching mice is truly interesting. Ha ha. Madara had become addicted to playing with tailed beasts. He found the cat and mouse game amusing, laughing arrogantly and wildly. After Madara and the others left, a few ninjas from Awakens appeared. Originally, they, like the Susanoo, wanted to capture the four tails, but they didn't expect someone else to get there first. What to do? I didn't expect the first Hokage of Konoha to come here. What can we do? Just go back and report honestly. We can't fight them. That giant was terrifying. I could feel the pressure from dozens of miles away. Is this really a power that a human can control? You almost peed your pants from fear. What a coward. Inoki, you can't be so weak in the future. Otherwise, I won't respect you. Who peed their pants? Don't talk nonsense. I just... All right. Let's head back. After a brief argument, the Awakens ninjas quickly left and headed back to their village. Oh, someone was actually able to capture the four tails? Looks like their strength isn't weak. But then again, I could also capture the four tails by myself. The first Hokage Ishikawa. Upon hearing Inoki's report that the four tails was captured by Konoha's Hokage, squinted at Inoki and slowly said, Huh? You old man, if you can do anything, why don't you do it yourself? Why do we have to go search for the four tails while you sit at home drinking tea? Inoki scolded the shameless first Hokage who spoke strangely. Ha. Because I am the cornerstone of the village, I cannot move. If I move, the village will be thrown into chaos. So unless you find the exact location, I also can't act. Who knew you would search so slowly and let someone else get there first? But Konoha is indeed despicable for capturing tailed beasts in our land of Earth. It's time to teach them a lesson. Ishikawa, upon hearing Inoki's words, didn't get angry but instead laughed heartily and then flew away. That old man, always bragging like this. Tisich. Inoki quickly followed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. By the way, old man, have you seen the blue giant? That first Hokage is really powerful. He can summon a blue giant about the size of a tailed beast. Just the aura from afar made me scared. I was trembling so much that my legs were shaking. You've never made me feel that way. Are you sure you can beat him? Then Inoki followed up, looking worried, as the two floated in the sky. You little brat, do you look down on me that much? Let me tell you, one must have a strong conviction, just like that rock, hard and unyielding. Only by possessing the willpower of stone can one become stronger. I can pacify chaotic times. And you think I'm not strong? Isn't that a joke? Ishikawa, hearing Inoki's doubts about his strength, quickly pointed to a stone on the ground and said, Stone? Hard. Bang. Is this the stone you're talking about? I can crush it with a squeeze. Inoki was initially fooled by Ishikawa, but then bent down to pick up the stone, gently squeezing it, and it instantly shattered into pieces. Chapter 62. Is two tails worse than one tail? You brat, what I wanted you to learn was the spirit of the stone, not to crush the stone. Let me tell you, don't say it's the first Hokage. Even if those two Hokages come together, I'm not afraid. At worst, I'll lose. They won by unfair means. Ishikawa heard Inoki say this and quickly turned around, looking at Inoki and reprimanding him. This joke is so cold. Inoki curled his lips, turned his head, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, with the 4 black dots on his nose being particularly obvious. Ha! Inoki, arrange it immediately. Ask about the situation in other ninja villages. There will definitely be tailed beasts near each country. I wonder how their tailed beasts are doing. If others can join forces, then we can confront Konoha head-on. Ishikawa, being older, at over 60, naturally knows more secrets than Senju Hashirama and the others. He doesn't really think he can defeat Konoha, so to reclaim the 4 tails, he must unite with other villages. By himself, he definitely wouldn't challenge Konoha. He knows his own strength, and his age has begun to degrade his abilities. Even if he was once equal in strength to them, he absolutely cannot win now. So you know you can't win. TCH. Then I was scared. Isn't it normal for me to be afraid? Others dare to mock me. If you were my age, go see that giant and see if you're not scared. Inoki heard Ishikawa say this and curled his lips, murmuring to himself. The current Inoki is only 12 years old, not much older than Naruto back then. When Naruto and Sasuke faced Zabuza, both were intimidated by his killing intent, unable to move. If Sasuke had faced Madara at 12, he probably wouldn't have fared much better than Inoki. I understand. Inoki nodded, then floated away directly. This kid, Ishikawa squinted, reaching out to stroke his beard, smiling. Because tailed beasts are enormous, it is difficult to capture them. But many still want to catch tailed beasts for their own use. The Cloud Village and Mist Village are no exception, constantly sending personnel to explore the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. They want to capture the tailed beasts and turn them into combat machines so their village can survive in chaotic times and even become stronger. Nyogao, how is the situation with Two Tails? The first Reikage frowned, looking at the Cloud Ninja in front of him, reporting to the First Lord. Two Tails has already been secured by us. You can head out now. A young man with dark skin, a long beard, and a bun hairstyle, dressed in Cloud Village attire with iron-brown armor on his right shoulder, knelt before the first Reikage. Nyogao is the future second Reikage, possessing body techniques and strong sword skills, and has also developed the lightning release chakra mode. Good. Take 10 Jonin and come with me. A glimmer of light flashed in the first Reikage's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly as he led his team to the forest where Two Tails was found. Coincidentally, Uchiha Madara also arrived beside Two Tails with Senju Tobarama. First Lord, when we were over here just now, we discovered a lot of Cloud Village ninjas. There are at least 4 Jonin over there, and some have already left, likely to call for reinforcements. Or they might have sent someone to capture Two Tails. A Konoha Umbu, seeing Uchiha Madara and others arrive, hurriedly reported. Oh, Cloud Village? What trash. Don't mind them, we just need to catch our own. If they dare to come over, let them experience the taste of death. You all stay close to Tobarama, don't act rashly, so those trash 1T ambush us. After hearing the Umbu's words, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with disdain. Although he knew that other countries had established their own ninja villages during this time, Madara, being arrogant, looked down on everyone outside the village except for a few people inside, saying domineeringly, "Yes, First Lord." The Umbu quickly clasped their hands in respect, and then urged all Umbu to stay by Tobarama's side. Madara, it's better not to provoke other villages. Now is not the time. Our most important task now is to capture the tailed beasts. Once we VE capture them all, then we can settle accounts with them. If we can avoid animosity with them for now, let us do so. Otherwise, if a war breaks out between villages, our time to capture the tailed beasts will be delayed. Quick battle, quick resolution. After hearing this, Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Madara and expressed his thoughts. I'll try my best. If they don't come over, that's fine. If they do, then I 1T hold back. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, indicating he understood, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. Roar. Damn humans. Just as my soul is running low, you will contribute your eager souls. Ha ha. When Two Tails Waikai saw Uchiha Madara suddenly appear in front of him, he was just about to absorb a wave of dead souls. And now he was low on souls. At this moment, Uchiha Madara came knocking. Isn't this just a ready-made soul? A mere cat dares to be so arrogant? Then let me see your strength. Uchiha Madara's personality hadn't changed. Addicted to capturing tailed beasts, he also wanted to see what kind of strength this Two Tails possessed. He completely forgot about Senju Tobarama's advice to resolve matters quickly and took out his Uchiha fan, looking at Waikai with disdain. You dare call me a cat? Unforgivable. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara belittle him and compare him to a beast, Two Tails Waikai's inner fury ignited, and he instantly raised his right paw and swiped towards him. Is that all you can do? Just swipe with your paw? Worse than One Tails. Seeing Waikai come at him with just a paw swipe, Uchiha Madara frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed as he didn't see any decent abilities. Not good. Someone is approaching Two Tails. Who is it? Why do we only notice now? How is it possible? Two Tails is actually being targeted by someone else first? We can't let them take Two Tails away. The First Lord is already on his way here. We must stop them. Go. Let's intercept them. We must buy time. Several Cloud Ninja suddenly saw Two Tails going berserk and noticed a figure standing in front of Two Tails, instantly feeling shocked. Chapter 63. The arrogant first Reikage. They had been here the whole time, yet no one had appeared until suddenly there was a confrontation with the Two Tails. This left everyone present feeling incredulous, while also wanting to buy time for the first Reikage. After all, the first Reikage was about to arrive. And if the Two Tails were captured by someone else, how would they survive? Ninjutsu. Lightning Strike Tornado. Lightning Release. 4-pillar binding technique. Lightning Blade Technique. Thundergate. In an instant, several ninjas from the Cloud Village charged towards Uchiha Madara, unleashing their strongest lightning release techniques. Ants trying to stop me? Uchiha Madara frowned as he saw a few Cloud Ninjas rushing towards him not far behind, a glint of endless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Protect the First Lord. Naturally, the Konoha Umbu couldn't let the Cloud Village ninjas succeed and immediately prepare to take action. Stay where you are. There's no need to make a big fuss over these trash. Seeing the Umbu ready to act, Uchiha Madara quickly said coldly, "Fire release, great fire destruction." Uchiha Madara blew out a massive flame from his mouth, completely ignoring the Two Tails attack, enveloping both himself and the Two Tails in fire. Such hot fire release. This person is quite powerful, and his aura is strange, giving me a faint sense of fear. The Two Tails Matatabi felt the intense heat of Madara's flames and was instantly alarmed, mentally considering retreat. She jumped lightly, escaping the range of the fire attack. Boom. So hot. I'm burning alive. The Cloud Ninjas were not so lucky. Not only was their lightning release countered, but they were also engulfed in flames, with one unfortunate soul instantly reduced to ashes. The others struggled desperately, but couldn't withstand Uchiha Madara's great fire destruction. Even the 5 Kage would find it extremely difficult to resist. Let alone them, they didn't last long before being eliminated. Not good. Fighting has begun over there. We must speed up. Activate lightning release chakra mode. The first Reikage frowned, seeing the raging fire not far away, realizing that the battle had already started. He immediately activated lightning release chakra mode, rushing towards the battlefield with incredible speed. First Lord, wait for me. Lightning release chakra mode. Nyogao, seeing the first Reikage accelerating forward, quickly followed suit. Because Nyogao had developed lightning release chakra mode and other lightning techniques, it strengthened the Cloud Village's power. So the first Reikage learned it as well. The two moved like lightning, 2 streaks of blue light darting rapidly through the clouds. Madara, someone is coming. Finish this quickly, don't delay any longer. Senju Tobarama, as a powerful sensory ninja, had sensed 2 strong presences approaching and urgently called out to Uchiha Madara. Someone is coming? Since we've already killed, leaving like this would be too boring. Let's wait here and see what kind of abilities they have to dare attack me. Uchiha Madara smirked slightly, a flicker of anger in his eyes, wanting to see who was bold enough to provoke him, the first Hokage. Madara. Senju Tobarama facepalmed, realizing that the stubborn Uchiha Madara was at it again. There was no choice now. Since they had already acted, they could only press on. A hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. In fact, Senju Tobarama did not want to clash with the Cloud Village at this moment, and he sensed that one of the powerful presences was definitely the first Reikage. This could potentially ignite a war between the villages, which put him in a difficult position. He was also quite averse to war. If it broke out, the people in the village would undoubtedly suffer. Run. Taking advantage of this moment, the Two Tails Matatabi turned and fled. You think you can escape? If you run, how will I have fun? Seeing Matatabi trying to escape, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a sinister smile as he instantly used body flicker technique to appear above her. Stop right there. Then, Uchiha Madara activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his eyes spinning continuously, attempting to directly control the Two Tails Matatabi. What? I sensed something strange. It turns out to be the Manjiki Sharingan. How infuriating. The Two Tails Matatabi stopped abruptly, realizing that the fear she felt was due to the Sharingan, but it was too late. Her eyes transformed into Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan pattern. Who are you? Did you kill our Cloud Village members? At this moment, a loud shout came from a distance, and before they could see Uchiha Madara clearly, he was already shouting. He, have they arrived? Matatabi, it's your time to shine. Uchiha Madara smirked slightly, reaching out to pat the head of the Two Tails. The first Hokage? At that moment, the first Reikage finally saw Uchiha Madara standing atop Matatabi, dressed in a ceremonial robe with the words First Hokage embroidered on it, causing him to frown. First Hokage, why have you come to our Cloud Village? You have crossed the line, and this is our Cloud Village's tailed beast. Are you here to capture it, intending to go to war with us? Don't think that just because the Senju and Uchiha clans have allied, we are afraid of you. I have never feared anyone, including you from Konoha. The first Reikage's momentum couldn't falter. He stopped, glaring at Uchiha Madara, pointing an accusing finger at him. You are quite arrogant, daring to scold me? If you were Hashirama, I might tolerate it. But who do you think you are? A piece of trash dares to point a finger at me? I see you don't want that hand anymore. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara, hearing the first Reikage dare to point at him and insult him, was filled with rage and laughed in anger. How dare you look down on me? Lightning release, lightning blade. The first Reikage's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing Uchiha Madara's mockery. He instantly felt the sting of being belittled and summoned a lightning blade over a meter long in his hand. He then pushed off with his toes, vanishing from his spot, leaving only a faint trace of lightning behind. Chapter 64, Two Tails Jinchuriki. Tobirama Lord first, be careful. NYU Gao furrowed his brows, seeing the first Reikage charging directly at him, feeling a bit worried, but he didn't dare to rush in. He noticed that he was being closely watched by Senju Tobirama, which made him feel a strong sense of pressure. Is this the best speed you can muster? Too slow. YR, it's time for you to take action. Uchiha Madara watched the first Reikage charging toward him at what seemed like a snail's pace, scoffing before patting YR on the head. Roar. YR let out an angry roar at the first Reikage, then spewed out a massive fireball directly toward him. With his right palm raised, he swiped toward the first Reikage. What? He can actually control the tail beast? How is that possible? The first Reikage felt a shock as he saw YR attacking him under Uchiha Madara's control. However, he still thought he could not be stopped. Kill. After a moment of hesitation, a glint of determination flashed in the first Reikage's eyes as he instantly accelerated, slashing through YR's fireball and dodging his attack. Bang! YR's palm struck empty air, creating a massive pit several dozen meters wide in the ground. Oh, you dodged that? Then let's try again. Uchiha noticed that the first Reikage had evaded YR's attack, a smirk appearing on his face as he looked down at A with a proud gaze. Roar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Under Uchiha Madara's control, YR began to gather the tailed beast ball, sweeping his tail horizontally toward the first Reikage. Damn it. After dodging YR's attack, the first Reikage had no time to react before the next wave of attacks came, forcing him to keep evading. Ha ha ha. You think you can escape? Where will you hide now? Come again. Uchiha Madara was having a great time controlling the two tails, treating the first Reikage like a monkey, constantly causing him to flee in panic. Although the power of the two tails was not particularly strong, being controlled by Uchiha Madara made all the difference. His reaction speed was something the first Reikage could not compare to. Bang! Ah! Finally! The first Reikage could not evade in time and was sent flying by YR's slap, letting out a scream. Tail Beast Ball. Uchiha Madara did not miss this opportunity. As the first Reikage was still in the air, he directly controlled the tailed beast ball to spray toward him. Not good. The First Lord is in danger. Enwyu Gao's brows furrowed as he saw the first Reikage in danger. He no longer paid attention to Senju Tobirama and instantly rushed up, grabbing A to dodge the tailed beast ball's attack. Oomph. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, but did not intervene. It was not yet time to kill the first Reikage. He could do so whenever he wanted. Huff, huff, huff. The first Reikage, saved by Enwyu Gao, gasped for breath, feeling a chill down his back, utterly shocked. Lord First, are you alright? Enwyu Gao asked with concern as he looked at the first Reikage. I'm fine, let's go. We are not their opponents. They have the two tails. I didn't expect the two tails to be this powerful, and that Uchiha clan Sharingan can control tailed beasts, those damn guys. If it weren't for the Jinjutsu, I could definitely defeat him. The first Reikage was very unconvinced, believing that everything was due to the strength of the two tails YR that led to his defeat. However, Uchiha Madara, who controlled YR, did not acknowledge its powerful strength. Yes, Enwyu Gao was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, disappearing with the first Reikage and heading toward the Cloud Village. TCH, what a pathetic bunch. I didn't even get to make a move, and they had to run away. Is this what you call the first Reikage? Not interesting at all. Killing you ants feels beneath me. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed as he saw the first Reikage and his companion fleeing in disgrace, his smile filled with disdain. Let's seal it. This time, he directly sealed the two tails onto Tobirama. The chakra of the tailed beast was still substantial, but they could not unleash its power. Tobirama, if you have the chakra of the two tails, your strength will definitely reach a new level. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobirama before glancing at Vortex Hung and instructed. Yes, Lord First. Vortex Hung was slightly taken aback, but did not refuse, preparing to perform the sealing technique. Madara, sealing it inside my body? Senju Tobirama was a bit puzzled. He had never thought about sealing a tailed beast inside himself, and was momentarily stunned. The two tails can devour souls, which I think is quite suitable for your route. Uchiha Madara said with a slight smile as he looked at Senju Tobirama. Devour souls? Well, that can be tried. It seemed that he could give that technique a shot. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Tobirama lowered his head and pondered for a moment, mumbling to himself. Then let me give it a try. Come on. In the end, Senju Tobirama decided to seal the two tails inside himself, then looked at Vortex Hung and said, Yes. Vortex Hung nodded slightly. He appeared to be a boy about 18 years old, with striking red hair, but there was a hint of steadiness in his gaze. Instantly, a red chakra emerged from Vortex Heng's hands, and a small 8 trigrams array appeared in his palms, which he pressed against Senju Tobarama's abdomen, instantly creating a seal. Receive. Vortex Hung rotated his hands 360 degrees on Senju Tobarama's belly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of chain sounds echoed as the seal on Senju Tobarama's abdomen opened, and several chakra-thick lines shot out, binding the two tails completely and dragging it in front of Senju Tobarama, continuously shrinking until it was fully sealed inside his belly. For symbol seal. To be safe, Vortex Hung set a 4-symbol seal on Senju Tobarama's abdomen again. After the double sealing was secured, he finally let go. At this point, Vortex Hung was already drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. Hung, are you alright? Seeing Vortex Hung panting heavily, Senju Tobarama hurriedly asked with concern. Chapter 65. He sealed the two tails within himself. Uzumaki Henge is the cousin of Uzumaki Mito. Although he is a cousin, he is also the brother of his sister-in-law. So naturally, he couldn't let him come to any harm. It's fine, it'll be better soon. It's just that the consumption was too great. If I had sealed it myself, it wouldn't have consumed so much. But setting the seal within you is still somewhat strenuous. My current proficiency isn't enough, and I need to improve. If my sister were here, it wouldn't have been like this. Uzumaki Henge shook his head, and his breathing gradually calmed down, soon returning to a state of tranquility. As expected of the Uzumaki physique, the recovery is indeed fast. Senju Tobarama saw Uzumaki Henge, who had been panting just moments ago, return to normal in just a few breaths. Such recovery ability is even more terrifying than that of the Senju clan. The speed at which the Senju clan recovers chakra is only surpassed by Senju Hashirama and Tobarama, the two freaks. The other clan members still have some gaps. However, the power of the two tails has actually backfired on me, which is a bit troublesome. Soon, Senju Tobarama felt a strong resentment within himself, and this chakra, infused with resentment, quickly began to clash with his own chakra. Fortunately, my chakra is sufficient. Otherwise, it would be difficult to suppress you. I roughly understand why my sister was angry last time. It turns out that the tailed beasts within the body affect chakra consumption, thus shortening lifespan. Senju Tobarama frowned, thinking to himself, alright, let's go. Having captured the 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, there are still 4 tailed beasts left. Uchiha Madara approached after seeing Senju Tobarama seal the 2 tails and said lightly, Senju Tobarama nodded slightly, then placed his hands on the shoulders of both individuals, instantly disappearing from the spot and returning directly to Konoha. It must be said that using the Flying Thunder God to take people is indeed very convenient. But the chakra consumption is extraordinarily large. Bringing 1 or 2 people is fine, but if he brings 4 or 5, he won't be able to cover such a long distance. Oh, our Tobarama is back? Nothing happened while you were out, right? At this moment, Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Henge, entered and, seeing Senju Tobarama return, was very pleased, quickly smiling and asking, why are you reviewing documents? Hashirama, what's wrong with you? Can't you handle your own affairs properly and have to make Tobarama do it? Is that how you act as a father? When Uchiha Madara walked in and saw Senju Tobarama reviewing documents, he immediately looked at Senju Hashirama with a resentful expression, questioning him with mild anger. You guys came back so quickly? How many did you catch? Senju Hashirama, seeing Uchiha Madara return and hearing his words, felt embarrassed, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor, looking at them seriously and asking, instantly changing the subject. Right? Uncle Madara, how many tailed beasts did you catch? I only found one, just the 3 tails. Which tailed beast did you all catch? Senju Tobarama also hurriedly asked Uchiha Madara, briefly mentioning that he had caught the 3 tails. Uchiha Madara glared fiercely at Senju Hashirama, who pretended to look elsewhere, indicating he saw nothing. You caught the 3 tails? That's great, quite impressive, haha. Unlike your father, who only knows how to gamble all day. I bet he lost the few million I just gave him. With such poor skills, he still goes around giving money to others. Thankfully, you didn't inherit your father's brain. Otherwise, you'd really be useless. Uchiha Madara was overjoyed to hear that Senju Tobarama had caught the 3 tails, quickly stepping forward and patting him on the shoulder with a smile. This time, we caught the 1 tail, 2 tails, and your 3 tails, 4 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. In other words, we now have 6 major tailed beasts, and only 3 tailed beasts are left. As long as we capture the other 3, we can control all the tailed beasts. Then we can directly push down the other ninja villages, and the ninja world will be at peace. He. Uchiha Madara then explained the number of tailed beasts captured in Konoha and which ones they were, feeling very happy, as it seemed that achieving peace in the ninja world was not far away. That's great. Have you found the other tailed beasts? Hearing that Uchiha Madara had caught so many tailed beasts, Senju Tobirama was also very happy, as his task was finally coming to an end. I've already located them. Next, we just need to prepare to go over. At this moment, Senju Tobirama nodded slightly at Senju Tobirama. Second uncle, I see that your complexion doesn't seem very good. After hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Senju Tobirama was slightly taken aback, realizing that his second uncle's complexion seemed off. Kid, he sealed the two tails within himself. At this moment, the 9 tails, which had been in Senju Tobirama's arms, jumped out and stood on the desk, pointing at Senju Tobirama in front of him. What? Second uncle? Why did you seal the 2 tails within yourself? After hearing the 9 tails words, Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed with shock. He never expected that his second uncle would actually become the 2 tails Jinchuriki. This was something he couldn't even dare to imagine, but he indeed did so, and the 9 tails sensing wouldn't be wrong. What? Even Senju Hashirama was surprised. He never thought his brother would directly turn himself into a Jinchuriki, something he could never have imagined. Well, it's just that the chakra consumption from long-distance teleportation using the Flying Thunder God was a bit high. I also need to allocate some chakra to resist the 2 tails. So that's why it's like this. After resting for a while, it will be fine. Senju Tobirama looked at everyone expressionlessly, only nodding slightly. Second uncle, wait a moment. I will go in and talk with the 2 tails with Kurama. Let the 2 tails willingly cooperate with you and condense a body like Kurama's. So it will be easier for you. Seeing Senju Tobirama nod, Senju Tobirama quickly stood up, directly holding Kurama and coming to him. Oh, that's good too. Senju Tobirama slightly opened his mouth and nodded. Wait for me. Senju Tobirama smiled slightly, then held Kurama, placing one hand on Senju Tobirama's stomach, and instantly entered the ceiling space. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ceiling space was almost the same, all filled with water. Chapter 66. Miniature 2 tails Senju Tobirama also appeared in the sewer, holding the 9 tails in one arm as he walked towards the prison of the ceiling space. Huh, Stinky Fox, why are you here? And why have you shrunk so much? Where's your chakra? As Senju Tobirama entered the ceiling space with the 9 tails, the 2 tails instantly sensed the presence of the 9 tails. But this aura was countless times weaker than before. Nothing much, just like you, sealed away. But I'm luckier than you. At least I can still go outside. Unlike you, stuck here and unable to escape, calling out to the heavens for help. The 9 tails, always proud and having previously teamed up with the 5 tails to provoke him, was naturally not going to lower his stance in front of these defeated opponents. So what if you can't go out? You're so weak now that I could squash you with a single slap, and you're trying to act tough with me? Do you think this little chakra you've gathered can compete with mine? It's simply delusional. After being sealed, how much power can you even use? And you're still looking down on me, TSK, seeing the 9 tails in front of him with an air of superiority. The 2 tails instantly became furious and coldly snorted at the 9 tails. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Right now, you should gather chakra like mine and infuse your soul into it. That way, I can let Tobirama take you out. At least you'll be free to move around outside. But if you refuse to listen, then there's nothing I can do. Although the 9 tails looked down on the 2 tails, he still had some feelings for them. His seemingly cold words hinted at his concern for the 2 tails. TSK, just this kid? He could take me out? I don't believe it. Does he dare to break the seal? As long as I can break the seal, I can go out myself. Why would I need to learn from you? A hint of disdain flashed in the 2 tails' eyes as he mocked Senju Tobirama. Really? Just because a tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sickly cat? Look into my eyes. In an instant, Senju Tobirama activated his Sharingan and fixed his gaze on the 2 tails. What? You actually have Sharingan? The 2 tails exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Is the Sharingan becoming widespread? Upon seeing Senju Tobirama's eerie Sharingan, the 2 tails felt an overwhelming sense of fear, causing all its fur to stand on end. Now do you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? If not, I don't mind directly splitting your chakra into 10 parts. Senju Tobirama instantly retracted his Sharingan, grinning wickedly at the 2 tails. If you want me to help you become the perfect Jinchuriki, that's not impossible. I want as much chakra as that stinky fox. The 2 tails raised an eyebrow and coldly responded to Senju Tobirama. TSK, do you think the only gap between us is chakra? You're truly self-righteous. The 9 tails understood the 2 tails' thoughts. He just wanted to have the same amount of chakra as himself, so he wouldn't be beaten too badly in front of him. Two tails beaten too badly? With the same chakra as you, I will definitely defeat you and smash your backside to pieces. This was the Two Tails' inner thought. He believed he lost to the Nine Tails solely because he had too little chakra compared to the Nine Tails. If he could gather the same amount of chakra as the Nine Tails outside, he would have enough confidence to defeat him. That was his confidence. What do you think, Kurama? Senju didn't he expect the Two Tails to have such a simple purpose, almost leaving him dumbfounded. He looked down at the Nine Tails in his arms and asked, I don't care. The Nine Tails turned his head away, coldly replying, Then let's get started. Don't even think about escaping. We caught you once, we can catch you twice. 3 times. We can even kill you or directly devour you. Seeing that Kurama had no objections, Senju said coldly to the Two Tails. Although the Two Tails hated this feeling of being threatened, he knew he had no way to resist now and could only swallow his anger. The Two Tails then directly divided a portion of his chakra and, like the Nine Tails, infused his soul into a small version of the Two Tails. All right, soon, the Two Tails had transformed to the same size as Kurama, and the miniature Two Tails appeared. Then let's go out. Seeing the Two Tails in this form, Senju smiled slightly and then tore open the seal, taking the miniature Two Tails out of the ceiling space. All right, Uncle Two Tails, how do you feel? When Senju emerged, a miniature Two Tails stood on his shoulder, looking at him and asking, I feel a lot lighter. The Two Tails chakra is no longer resisting me. Senju immediately felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to use his chakra to counter the Two Tails chakra. TSK, that's because I let you off this time. But if you want to become a perfect Jinchuriki, you'll need to cooperate more with my main body. Otherwise, you won't be able to use all my abilities. Although the stinky fox was stronger than him, he had what they all had. Don't underestimate us. He just has more chakra. The Two Tails looked at Senju in front of him, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he coldly replied. The Two Tails didn't yet know Senju true strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, what did this statement from the Two Tails imply? Perhaps what the Two Tails wanted to express was that all of them, the tailed beasts, had the heavy ion mode. However, when the Nine Tails and Naruto, with such massive chakra, activated the heavy ion mode, they couldn't hold on for long. Other tailed beasts were naturally even worse off. Activating it meant death, and the duration was extremely short. They wouldn't be foolish enough to activate such a mode for humans. After all, they didn't have as much chakra as the Nine Tails, and they might die after just a few minutes of activation. Would they dare to use it? TSK. The Nine Tails disdainfully curled his lip and didn't say much more. Chapter 67. Fugaku versus Six Tailsm? You talk too much. Senju frowned, watching the mini version of the Two Tails, who had directly grabbed onto his shoulder and casually squeezed, coldly saying, Don't move, I'm not your pet. Damn it, let go of me. The Two Tails found it unbearable that Senju was treating his noble body so casually, but he wasn't human. All right, stop squeezing, I surrender. After an unknown amount of time, the Two Tails finally admitted defeat. He simply couldn't resist in Senju hands and had to helplessly surrender. All right, Tobarama, you've worked hard. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt as he looked at his younger brother and patted his shoulder. Senju had been busy lately, constantly using the Flying Thunder God technique to take Uchiha Madara flying around, trying to capture the nine-tailed beasts as quickly as possible. Moreover, he had now become a Jinchuriki himself. He realized that only he wasn't a Jinchuriki in their entire family, feeling somewhat guilty about his relatives. After all, Uzumaki Mido had told him that becoming a Jinchuriki meant having to resist the chakra of the tailed beasts, which would shorten one's lifespan. Only a perfect Jinchuriki, one who could coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts, could avoid this. All right, Tobarama is fine now, right? I see he looks much better. It seems he's been dealt with by Hashirama. Tobarama, would you like to rest a bit before we go? Uchiha Madara looked at Senju and noticed that his complexion was gradually improving, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, already eager to witness the other tailed beasts. No problem, my chakra is almost restored. Senju nodded slightly. With the suppression of the Two Tails chakra removed, his own chakra had become abundant again. I want to go too. I can handle it on my own. Senju saw that Uchiha Madara wanted to capture the tailed beasts and also wanted to join the fun. After all, there were only 3 tailed beasts left, and catching one would mean one less. Follow my wooden clone. Senju Hashirama glanced at Uchiha Madara and immediately understood what he was about to say. directly creating a wooden clone and looking at Senju Tobarama. Ah, Dad, is it necessary? I can do everything you can, and what you can't do, I can do too. What do you need a clone for? I can win on my own, don't worry. Senju Tobarama shrugged at Senju Hashirama's wooden clone. Be obedient, or stay in the village. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a hint of affection as he said lightly, making it sound like he was his father. Uncle Madara, do you and Dad both look down on my strength? Fine, I'll go along. After a cold snort, Senju Tobarama ultimately chose to compromise. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. Safety first. It's too dangerous outside. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but laugh at Senju Tobarama's expression. Tobarama, here is the coordinate. Take a look. Senju Tobarama handed a coordinate to Senju Tobarama, saying that he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to communicate with the technique over there. Got it, Uncle. Senju Tobarama took the coordinate, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Let's go. After everything was ready, Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobarama and nodded. Tobarama, be careful too. Just before leaving, Uchiha Madara reminded Senju Tobarama. Don't worry. Senju Tobarama waved his hand, never having seen such a long-winded Uchiha Madara. Dad, let's go too. After Uchiha Madara and the others left, Senju Tobarama turned to the wooden clone of Senju Hashirama in front of him. Let us go. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. Let us go. Then, Senju Tobarama placed a hand on Senju Hashirama's shoulder, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Dad, you should just stay here. I'm out. As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Tobarama left the Hokage office, instantly disappearing from the spot. Huh, this kid? Playing me? Just wait until you come back. I want T let you off. Senju Hashirama originally didn't T want to go because he recognized Senju Tobarama's strength. Sending out a wooden clone with him was just to placate Uchiha Madara. However, he didn't T expect Senju Tobarama to sneak off by himself, leaving him behind, which made him feel like his son was playing tricks on him, muttering unhappily. Is this the place? Soon, Senju Tobarama arrived in a forest, glancing around with a slight smile. Swish, swish, swish. Lord Tobarama. As soon as Senju Tobarama appeared, 6 Umbu ninjas immediately appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. Get up. This is the Six Tails, right? Where is it now? Senju Tobarama asked the nearby Umbu ninjas. Lord Tobarama, it's in that large lake over there. One of the Umbu ninjas pointed to a large lake a few miles away. You all withdraw. I'll handle the rest. After learning the exact location of the Six Tails, Senju Tobarama dismissed all the Umbu. Yes, the Umbu members, hearing Senju Tobarama's words, said nothing further and instantly disappeared, heading straight for the land of fire. The Six Tails seems like a disgusting slug-like beast. Let's take a look first. After the Umbu left, Senju Tobarama focused his gaze on the lake a few miles away, then instantly disappeared from the spot. Kagura's mind-eye. Soon, Senju Tobarama reached the lake's edge, clearly sensing a terrifying chakra within the water. To pinpoint the location of the Six Tails, he quickly closed his eyes. Found it. Water release. Water severing wave. Instantly. With Kagura's mind-eye activated, Senju Tobarama immediately spotted the Six Tails submerged underwater, shooting out a high-pressure water gun from his mouth, transforming it into a water blade aimed directly at the Six Tails. Roar. Who is it? The Six Tails, who was still asleep, suddenly felt a terrifying force approaching. Waking him up, but it was too late. He was directly hit by Senju Tobarama and had one of his tails cut off. Roar. Instantly, the lake's surface began to churn, and a massive Six Tails appeared in front of Senju Tobarama, but now it had become a Five Tails, with one tail severed and floating on the water surface. Chapter 68. The Great Buddha of Susanoo, the appearance of the Sea Priest. Damn humans. How dare you hurt me? D. Bubble technique. Pop, pop, pop. In an instant, the Six Tails spewed countless bubbles from its mouths, flying towards Senju Tobarama. Hee. It's been a long time since I fought with all my strength. Although you aren't worth my full power, I'm feeling a bit restless, so I'll practice on you. Seeing the bubbles charging towards him, Senju Tobarama showed no fear and instantly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Complete body, Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a golden giant, towering hundreds of feet, appeared right in front of the Six Tails. If a modern person were here, they would surely notice that a golden Sun Wukong had appeared. That's right, Senju Tobarama Susanoo is a larger version of Sun Wukong, holding a golden staff in its right hand, wearing a golden circlet on its head, and draped in a golden cloak, exuding majesty. What? Susanoo? Manjiki Sharingan, that despicable guy. How could someone like him appear before me? I must run. The Six Tails wasn't foolish. Upon seeing the Susanoo in front of him, he felt a surge of fear. The tailed beasts are naturally restrained by the Mangeki Sharingan, and encountering it usually brings nothing but trouble. Want to run? I haven't even started playing yet. You think you can escape? Sage Art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. The great Buddha of Susanoo. I alone can destroy a nation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a 1,000-handed Buddha statue, twice the height of the complete Susanoo, appeared at Senju Tobarama's feet. Controlling the Susanoo, he covered the Buddha statue, instantly creating a supergiant. The combined weight caused the ground to sink several meters, and all the water in the lake was splashed out. Hiss! This guy? How is it possible? He possesses the powerful abilities of both Ashura and Indra? This is impossible, impossible. Corrosive gas. The Six Tails saw the gigantic figure in front of him and roared, spewing countless corrosive liquids from his mouth directly at Senju Tobarama. Tail Beast Bomb. The Six Tails then launched his tailed beast bomb towards Senju Tobarama. Quick retreat. After doing all this, the Six Tails turned and ran. Faced with the towering Susanoo, he couldn't muster any desire to fight. Haha, don't run. You're too late. Senju Tobarama stretched out the left hand of his Susanoo, catching the tailed beast bomb, turning it into a blood-red fruit the size of a black plum. Not bad power, to have such massive chakra. I won't be polite. I'll gladly accept it to avoid waste. Then, Senju Tobarama stored the fruit in his system space, raised his golden staff again, and swung it down towards the fleeing Six Tails. Not good, it's too late. Bang! In an instant, the Six Tails was smashed into the ground by Senju Tobarama's staff, creating a massive pit hundreds of meters wide. A tremendous air current erupted, uprooting trees in the surrounding forest and creating chaos. Really weak. I haven't even used the transformation into Buddha yet. The Six Tails was dazed from the blow, losing all ability to resist, and he frowned in displeasure. Then, Senju Tobarama reached out and pulled the Six Tails out from under the ground. Now let's see my Mangeki ability. Yes, I can freely control the size of space as an attack method. As long as I can find them within my space, I can shrink it, and they will surely burst from the pressure. I can also directly affect parts of their body, like Kakashi's Kamui, allowing me to send parts of their body into the Kamui space, effectively killing them. I can also seal off half of their body, causing instant death. Compared to Obito's Kamui, mine is faster and more versatile. The Six Tails is one thing. If he bursts, I'll have to wait for him to revive. But that tail of his is quite nice. Space avoidance. Soon, a trickle of blood flowed from Senju Tobarama's left eye, and a massive space appeared around the severed tail of the Six Tails, completely enveloping half of it. Not bad, feasible. Just as Senju Tobarama used his ocular technique, the Six Tails' severed tail was once again cut in two. As an attack method, it can both defend and attack. The Sharingan truly lives up to its name. After experimenting, Senju Tobarama found it really worked. A slight smile forming on his lips, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Can't waste this. It's all chakra. He then stored the severed tail of the Six Tails in his system space, turning to look at the still-lying Six Tails and smiling slightly. You're too weak. I'm not satisfied yet. But since I got to experiment with my ocular technique, you can take some credit. Looking at the Six Tails on the ground, Senju Tobarama felt he hadn't even started to play and was already preparing to store the Six Tails' body in his system space. The Land of Water, I haven't visited yet. Let's see what new things there are. After capturing the Six Tails, Senju Tobarama saw the nearby Land of Water, a place he had yet to explore, and wanted to take a look around. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to change my appearance. Transformation technique. Bang! Preparing to visit the Land of Water. Senju Tobarama instantly used the transformation technique, turning into the appearance of Ch-Jur. The only difference was that Ch-Jur's twin swords, Hiramakerii, were replaced by a katana at his waist. Let's go. Summoning technique. Sea Priest come out. Senju Tobarama then summoned the summoning beast of Senju Tobarama. A gigantic water beast made of seawater appeared beneath him. Roar. The Sea Priest can transform into any shape. He is a sea beast formed by condensing seawater with a spiritual core, having no fixed form. If one must describe its form, it would be a pool of living water. Sea Priest, let us go. Take me to the Hidden Mist Village. Senju Tobarama patted the Sea Priest, who understood and transformed into a massive shark, swiftly heading towards the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village is shrouded in mist year-round, making it difficult for outsiders to locate their exact position. Chapter 69, Bone Pulse, 10 Fingers Penetrating Bullets as the Master of the Sea. The sea boss can easily find anything in the vast ocean, as if it were his own territory. The thick fog is truly magical. This fog-hidden village serves as a natural barrier, with such dense fog lingering for years. It's no wonder that there are masters like Zabuza who excel in the silent killing technique. In a situation where strength is equal, the silent killing technique is indeed powerful. Kenshu Fujikawa looked at the fog surrounding him, realizing it was a natural barrier that could easily confuse outsiders. You've worked hard, sea boss. Upon reaching the ground, Kenshu patted the sea boss on the head. Splash. The sea boss couldn't speak, but nodded, splashing endless seawater. Kenshu then lightly leaped onto the ground, while the sea boss vanished into the sea, as if he had never been there. This summoning technique of Uncle is quite fun, Kenshu thought. However, summoning him in a place without water consumes too much chakra, making it somewhat impractical. No wonder Uncle rarely summons the sea boss during battles. The sea boss's weakness is too obvious. Once one knows his weakness, he can be easily killed. Perhaps that is why Uncle doesn't summon him. Kenshu looked at the spot where the sea boss had disappeared and murmured to himself, "Let us go see the Kagaya clan. Now I can barely be considered one of them, right? I wonder if there are any strong ones among them. It's a pity for someone like Kimimaro, whose bloodline disease left him too weak. Otherwise, he would have been a rare powerhouse." Kenshu then headed toward the village, wanted to see what strong members the Kagaya clan had. After all, he had quite liked Kimimaro back then, and it was a shame he died at such a young age. Not knowing where the Kagaya clan was stationed, he encountered someone on the way and used Genjutsu to control him, learning that the Kagaya clan was based in the northwest. He slowly made his way there. "You've all gone mad. Let me go, let me go." Just as Kenshu was about to reach the Kagaya clan's territory, he suddenly heard a voice. Huh. Upon hearing the voice, Kenshu instantly vanished from his position and reappeared near the source of the sound. Are they turning against their own? At that moment, Kenshu saw a boy around 10 years old being held by 5 rectangular-faced men with lightning-like hair on top, 2 red dots above their eyebrows, and 2 bunches of hair tied on the sides, clearly Kagaya clan members. Hiss, hiss, hiss. We must let everyone in the ninja world feel the terror of our Kagaya clan. You are our secret weapon. How can we let you escape? Come back with us. One of the burly men stood in front of the boy, grinning wickedly. I don't want to become a tool for killing. I don't want to. Let me go. You're all insane. You're all lunatics. I don't want to kill with you. The boy shouted desperately, unable to resist the grip of the Kagaya clan member. Hiss, hiss, hiss. You have no choice in this matter. Bring him. The leader of the Kagaya clan chuckled sinisterly and turned to head back to their territory. Secret weapon? Could it be that he has awakened the bone pulse like Kimimaro? Kenshu thought upon hearing their conversation, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. Let go of that boy. Otherwise, you'll all die. Kenshu instantly appeared in front of them, threatening the Kagaya clan members. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Who are you? Do you want to experience the terror of our Kagaya clan? You dare to come here and take someone from us? Attack, kill him. The leader was not afraid upon seeing Kenshu appear out of nowhere. Instead, he waved his hand, ordering his men to attack. Willow dance. Camellia dance. Soon, 2 Kagaya clan experts charged toward Kenshu, drawing their bones and dancing menacingly. Let me show you what the bone pulse is all about. Bone pulse. 10 fingers penetrating bullets. Kenshu saw the 2 rushing at him and revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. They were merely the most basic bloodline users. While they could extract all their bones at will, they were far from being as powerful as the bone pulse. Kenshu extended his hands, and instantly, 10 finger bones shot out like bullets toward the 2 Kagaya clan members. What? Bone pulse? Hiss, hiss, hiss. I didn't expect to encounter another secret weapon. Let us all go together. The leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Kenshu use the 10 fingers penetrating bullets. Instead of fear, he was filled with excitement as all his men charged at Kenshu. Willow dance. Camellia dance. In an instant, 5 Kagaya clan members unleashed their best dances as they rushed toward Kenshu. TCH. Kenshu didn't care about the 5 rushing at him and didn't even move. Stab. Stab. Before the 5 could react, countless white bones erupted from Kenshu's body, extending infinitely and piercing through their hearts. What? It's impossible. Boom. Boom, boom. After piercing the hearts of the 5, Kenshu retracted his bones, and the 5 collapsed to the ground dead. This blood is so disgusting. Water release. Washing technique. Kenshu could have retracted his bones directly, but seeing them stained with blood made him feel nauseous. He clapped his hands, and a large amount of water appeared above him, washing the blood off the bones. All right. After cleaning the blood with water, Kenshu smirked slightly and then retracted all the bones into his body. Wow, that is amazing. He killed them all in an instant. The 10-year-old Kagaya boy looked at Kenshu in shock, his mouth agape as he witnessed the swift defeat of his clan's strong members. What's your name? Kenshu approached the boy, putting on a bright, sunny smile. Chapter 70 Kagaya Kunien's. My name is Kagaya Kunien's. Thank you. You're very strong, can I follow you in the future? Kuntien saw Senju Tobarama in front of him, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. A strong person with the same bloodline limit as him made him very eager to live together. I can take you with me. Just follow me from now on. My name is Senju Tobarama. What you see is not my true appearance. Bang. This is my true appearance. But when I first came to the Hidden Mist Village, I used transformation jutsu to sneak in. I didn't expect to meet you. From now on, you will be by my side, and I will make you even stronger. Senju Tobarama saw Kuntien's in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, then reverted to his original appearance, and said to him, Senju Tobarama? Thank you, Lord Tobarama, for taking me in. From now on, I will be your servant. Kuntien's looked at Senju Tobarama in front of him and quickly knelt down on one knee, as if the man in front of him had a kind of magic that made him unable to help but believe and draw closer. Get up. No need to be my servant. We can be friends. Senju Tobarama looked at Kuntien's with a slight smile. Yes, Lord Tobarama. Kuntien's respectfully bowed to Senju Tobarama. Forget it. Let's go. Bang. Seeing Kuntien's like this, Senju Tobarama didn't say much more, directly using transformation jutsu to turn back into Chojuro, then took him toward the Hidden Mist Village. Have you heard the news lately? Heard what? Just say directly. I heard that people from Awagakure, Kumogakure, and even Sunagakure have come to our village. What for? How come I don't know? Where did you get the news? What are they here for? Do you know who my lord's bodyguard is? He is my uncle's aunt's child's wife's uncle's brother. Oh, there's that connection? And then? Get to the point. They want to unite with our Hidden Mist Village to attack Konoha. They seemed very happy when they left. It looks like they succeeded. What? Let our village unite with other villages to attack Konoha? Yes. If the 4 great ninja villages attack Konoha, wouldn't Konoha be doomed? It could be defeated easily, right? What are you thinking? Do you think the Senju and Uchiha clans, as the 2 strongest clans in the ninja world, are really just for show? I think even if the 4 ninja villages attacked Konoha together, it wouldn't guarantee victory. I say, Mizuki Bing, how can you elevate others' ambitions while undermining your own prestige? You have the ice release, which is unparalleled in the world, and still think you can't defeat others? I'm just stating facts. If you don't believe it, then let's wait and see. At this moment, Senju Tobarama brought Kuntien's to the main street of the Hidden Mist Village, where several ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were sitting in a grilled fish shop, drinking and chatting about life. This person has some knowledge. With just you guys, my old man could take you all on. Want to destroy Konoha? That's just a pipe dream. As Senju Tobarama passed by the grilled fish shop, he heard their conversation, and what Mizuki Bing said resonated with him. I don't believe it anyway. Konoha is just a ninja village. If our 4 ninja villages joined forces, forget about destroying Konoha. We could wipe out 2 Konoha easily. I also don't believe Konoha has anything powerful. I heard that the Senju and Uchiha clans only have a couple of strong leaders. We have how many leaders here? And there are 4 first Hokages on our side. They only have 2 Hokages. Killing them would be like killing dogs. Don't underestimate the Senju and Uchiha clans. They didn't become the strongest families in the ninja world for nothing. I think you're just bragging. We just didn't fight them back then. Look at the Kagaya clan. Weren't they once claimed to be one of the strongest clans? Now, they're just a bunch of trash. Everyone was still talking, speaking especially loudly as if afraid others wouldn't hear. So you say, our Kagaya clan is trash? Just then, suddenly, a bone knife was stuck in the grilled fish in front of everyone, and a cold voice came through. Huh? Kagaya clan? Kid, what do you want? Looking for death? You kid, don't look like a member of the Kagaya clan. You look more like a member of the Akatsuki clan. Who exactly are you? Look, behind him should be from the Kagaya clan. This bone knife should belong to that kid. TCH, 2 little brats. What we're saying is none of your business. If you're smart, you should get lost. Instantly, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village present saw Senju Tobarama and Kuntien's approaching, their eyes flashing with a hint of anger and disdain. Didn't you just say our Kagaya clan is trash? I want to see how powerful you ninjas really are. Let me see, how about it? The corners of Senju Tobarama's mouth slightly raised as he directly provoked the group of jonin. Do you know our strength? You little brat, you want to take on all 6 of us jonin? Are you out of your mind? I think so. This foolish kid thinks he can take down all 6 of us jonin. Who gave him the courage? Ha ha ha. Then let me teach him a lesson. Let me do it. I've been itching for a fight lately. Let me. I've been practicing my silent killing technique, and I can't wait to try it out on him. The ninjas from the hidden mist village present had a slight smirk on their faces, eager to try, seemingly certain they could take down Senju.He. Then you all follow me. Although you're all trash, I want you to see how powerful our Kagaya clan is. As for the Senju clan, you really don't deserve to mention their name, because you can't even defeat me. The corners of Senju.He.'s mouth slightly raised as he mocked the crowd present. Damn it. Let us go. We'll kill him outside. That's right. My big knife has been itching for a fight. My silent killing technique is also eager to taste blood. Then Senju.He slowly led Cunninghans out of the grilled fish shop and directly toward the nearby forest, with 6 ninjas from the hidden mist village following behind. They did not choose to fight directly in the village. Chapter 71. Bone Pulse. Dance of the Early Ferns. All right, let's send you on your way. This place can be considered a feng shui treasure. Burying you here is your good fortune. Senju.He.'s mouth slightly curved up as he looked around the environment, which was quite decent, then turned to face the 6 ninjas from the hidden mist village. Do you really think you could defeat us? That's utterly ridiculous. Let me show you what real skill looks like with my blade. Just then, a man wearing a white mask and a black vest, carrying a giant sword on his back, walked up. Another blade? I didn't expect it to be somewhat accurate, just that the sword behind you is lacking. Well then, I will show you mercy and send you down first. Upon hearing the words of the man with the blade, Senju.He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and a glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes. Somewhat accurate? You say my blade is lacking? Then let me show you what true skill is. Hidden mist technique. Upon hearing Senju.He's words, the man with the blade felt a surge of anger and quickly formed hand seals. Instantly, a huge cloud of smoke enveloped the arena, making it nearly impossible to see anything. Lord Fujin, let me handle this. Jun Tianzi saw that a few people wanted to harm Senju.He and hurriedly stepped in front of him. It's fine, go down first. Let me test the strength of these ninjas from the hidden mist village. Senju.He's mouth curved up slightly, showing no intention of letting Jun Tianzi intervene. Yes, Lord Fujin. Hearing Senju.He say this, Jun Tianzi obediently stepped aside to watch quietly. Do you still have the mind to talk? Hee. Godi. Body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. Slash. Hearing the conversation between Senju.He and Jun Tianzi, the man with the blade smirked slightly, then drew his giant sword from his back, instantly disappearing from his original spot and reappearing behind Senju.He, slashing down. Hee, interesting. Is this your hidden mist technique? Kagura's eye. Upon hearing the words of the man with the blade, Senju.He closed his eyes, and everything in the arena became clear to him. He then drew out his own spine, transforming it into a hard bone blade. Clang. The man's sword was directly blocked by Senju.He's bone blade. What? Zofast? Body flicker technique? Mist body flicker. Again, after being blocked by Senju.He's sword, the man with the blade disappeared again, changing positions to reappear at Senju.He's right side, slashing once more. Hee. Everything you do is under my control. Clang. Senju.He clearly felt the man's attacks and positions, blocking his giant sword again, and the bone blade instantly softened, transforming into a giant snake, extending and turning to stab directly at the man's heart. Not good so fast. The man with the blade sensed danger and hurriedly tried to withdraw his giant sword, only to find it entangled by Senju.He's white bones, unable to escape. In an instant, the man's heart was pierced, letting out a shrill scream, dead beyond revival. What? The man with the blade was killed? How is that possible? This silent killing technique, even I must be cautious against. Not good. His strength is very strong. We need to attack together, or we might all die here. Ice release. Icebound for thousands of miles. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Lightning release. Lightning control technique. Soon, the ninjas from the hidden mist village realized that Senju.He's strength was not as weak as they had imagined, and they immediately unleashed their best-known ninjutsu. First, they summoned a massive waterfall rushing towards Senju.He, then concealed a lightning technique within, utilizing it to guide the lightning. HMPH, trivial technique. Just send me chakra. Senju.He did not dodge or evade, allowing their attacks to strike him directly. When the water and lightning techniques made contact, Senju.He instantly absorbed their chakra and transformed them into 2 red pills. Then the icebound technique arrived, and the great waterfall technique was instantly frozen, seemingly sealing Senju.He within. Done. Our coordination is great. We managed to freeze him immediately. That's right. It's a pity that the man with the blade was killed by him. Just a piece of trash, thinking he was so powerful. Who says otherwise? A piece of trash like that. And I haven't even made a move yet, and you all have solved them. Seeing Senju.He being frozen. The corners of their mouths lifted slightly, feeling very pleased. As for the man with the blade being killed, they did not care. Because in the world of the Hidden Mist Village, it is like this cold-blooded, extremely cold-blooded. The death of a comrade does not bring them anger. They all have the awareness of being ninjas, at most feeling regret for you, but they will not think you are pitiful. Is this your power? Though somewhat trashy, it's still enough to form 3 pills, which is not bad. Next, let me show you what the bone pulse is. Bone pulse, dance of the early ferns. At that moment, Senju.He's voice suddenly came from within the ice, and the entire ground began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a bone began to protrude from the ground, and then countless bones rose like a forest, quickly covering the area within hundreds of meters. This was still under Senju.He's control. Otherwise, the area within several miles would have turned to white bones. Quite horrifying and terrifying. What? Run. What the hell is this technique? Stab. Ah. In an instant, before the 5 present could react, they were directly impaled by Senju.He's massive bones, their corpses hanging high in the air, blood gushing. Each person displayed an expression of disbelief, and, until death, they did not understand why the Kagaya clan possessed such powerful abilities. I still cannot control such immense power and do not have sufficiently strong chakra. One day, I will also be able to unleash the same bloodline power as Lord Fujian. I must grow quickly, otherwise I will never keep up with Lord Fujian's pace. From now on, I will protect Lord Fujian well and will not let anyone harm him. Juntianze looked up at Senju.He, whose entire lower body had turned to white bones, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 72. Sealing the 5 tails and the 8 tails. The chakra of the 5 tails and the 8 tails cannot be wasted. Senju.He saw that several people had died and immediately converted their chakra into red blood pills. Come, Juntianze, eat them all. Soon, after collecting everything, Senju.He handed the chakra pills to Juntianze, signaling him to consume them. Yes, Lord Tobarama. Juntianze, without suspicion, reached out and swallowed the chakra pills all at once. Boom! In an instant, Juntianze felt his chakra surge several times within him, and his strength increased dramatically. What? Lord Tobarama, were these pills? After feeling the changes in his body, Juntianze was stunned. The pills he consumed had such immense power? It's nothing, just some chakra. It has significantly increased your total amount, and can also extend your lifespan. It should also help suppress the bloodline disease in your body. Senju.He smiled slightly, looking at Juntianze, whose aura had already surpassed that of a Jainin. Thank you, Lord Tobarama. I feel my strength has greatly increased, surpassing that of an ordinary Jainin, even more. Juntianze did not expect Senju.He to give him such a precious item, and he felt deeply grateful, bowing respectfully to him. He was only 10 years old now, but his strength had already surpassed many Jainin. Plus, with the corpse bone pulse, he wouldn't fall behind even when fighting against a Kaga-level opponent. Of course, his combat experience was still lacking. If he truly fought against a Kaga-level figure, he would still have some shortcomings. However, with diligent training in the future to enhance his combat experience, he would become a Kaga-level powerhouse. Get up, let us go back. Kirigakure is not that interesting. It's more comfortable to go back and live a quiet life with my shizen. Senju.He smiled at Juntianze and then stepped away. Juntianze followed closely behind Senju.He, never leaving his side. Is this the 5 tails? It really doesn't look like a dog or a deer. What is this thing? 5 tails and 5 horns, truly a bizarre creature. Compared to Kurama, it's much uglier. Uchiha Madara curled his lips at the 5 tails in front of him. After capturing so many tailed beasts, he found it less interesting. As long as he captured this 5 tails, only the 7 tails would be left, and that would be the end of it. No need to say more. Prepare to seal it. Uchiha Madara, not wanting to play with the 5 tails anymore, turned to Vortex H and commanded. Yes, Lord First Hokage. Vortex H nodded slightly, and then looked at the 5 tails in front of him. Damn it. You actually looked down on me? Tail beast ball. Choo choo choo. The 5 tails, seeing a man suddenly appear in front of it and look down on it, was instantly filled with rage and opened its massive mouth to gather a tailed beast ball. You guys only have this little trick. This is quite boring. Just stand there and don't move. A hint of disdain flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, more so disappointment. The attack methods of these tailed beasts were too simple and lacked interest, making him lose the joy of fighting. Suddenly, Madara's eyes began to spin wildly, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in his eye sockets. What? Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Not good. The five tails felt a chill run down its back upon seeing the kaleidoscope Sharingan and turned to flee. Humph. Still want to run? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and then the kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, causing the five tails movements to freeze suddenly, standing dazed in place, its eyes turning into kaleidoscope Sharingan. H starts sealing. After controlling the five tails, Uchiha Madara said to Vortex H, "Yes." Vortex H immediately began to seal the five tails. All right, next. After Vortex H completely sealed the five tails, Uchiha Madara's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, Senju Tobirama had already brought Jun Tianzi back to Konoha and asked Senju Wanza to arrange for Jun Tianzi's identity as a Konoha ninja, directly sending him to the Ninja Academy to study. Mom, find 2 people to seal the 3 tails and the 6 tails. I've already captured them. You see, it would be better to seal them inside. Senju Tobirama found Vortex Mito and asked her to provide 2 Jinchuriki candidates so that he could release the tailed beast from the space. Oh, is your body alright? Vortex Mito asked with concern when she saw Senju Tobirama return. It's fine. I've already become friends with Kurama, so there won't be any issues. However, Mom, the 8 tails inside you is still being suppressed by you. I'm going to talk to him. Senju Tobirama knew that using his chakra to resist the chakra of the tailed beast was very dangerous, so he prepared to bring out the 8 tails. Vortex Mito smiled slightly at Senju Tobirama and nodded. Soon, Senju Tobirama entered the sealing space, and, as usual, he brought out the 8 tails. Mom, you can keep the 8 tails from now on. Being this small, it basically won't cause any harm to the village. After bringing out the 8 tails, Senju Tobirama directly handed it to Vortex Mito with a smile. Indeed, there is no need to suppress it with chakra anymore. You should go out with Tenka later. Tenka currently has the 1 tail sealed inside her. Let her take you to find those 2 arranged clansmen. After Vortex Mito took the 8 tails, she gently patted the 8 tails and then looked at Senju Tobirama. Okay, then I'll find Tenka myself. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly and then left Vortex Mito's room. Tenka, where are you? Are you in your room? At this moment, Senju Tobirama arrived at the door of Vortex Tenka's room, looking at the closed door and calling out. No response? Where did she go? Senju Tobirama was slightly taken aback. She used to always be available at any call, so why was she suddenly missing today? Creak. Senju Tobirama then opened the door to Vortex Tenka's room and walked in. Splash, splash, splash. The room of Vortex Tenka was filled with a hint of steam and the sound of running water. It was unclear what she was doing. Taking a bath. Just as Senju Tobirama walked in, he suddenly saw a woman lying in the bathtub with her back to him, her fair skin exposed, happily taking a bath. Chapter 73. The real Senju Tobirama? Who is it? Uzumaki Tianxiang had just started to take a shower and didn't hear Senju Tobirama's call from outside. At this moment, she opened the door and instantly noticed him. Discovered. Oh no. Upon hearing Uzumaki Tianxiang's delicate voice, Senju Tobirama immediately felt a hint of embarrassment. Uzumaki Tianxiang quickly turned around and was surprised to see Senju Tobirama standing behind her. And master. Seeing her master standing behind her made Uzumaki Tianxiang's face turn crimson, feeling as if she might faint, the world spinning around her. Tiangxiang. I called you just now, but you didn't respond, so, just go ahead and shower. I'll wait for you outside. I need to talk to you. Creak. Bang. Senju Tobirama felt the atmosphere was extremely awkward and quickly explained, then shut the door, standing outside, gasping for breath. Oh no, I almost had a nosebleed. Tianxiang at this age has developed way too impressively, right? Ugh. What am I thinking? Keep a clear mind and stay calm. Closing the door, Senju Tobirama's mind flashed back to the image of Uzumaki Tianxiang turning around just now, and he quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Hee. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Tianxiang saw Senju Tobirama run away in a fluster and immediately covered her mouth, giggling. How embarrassing. Then, Uzumaki Tianxiang looked down at her fair skin. Her complexion flushed from the hot water, and her heart raced like a startled deer. Ding-dong, detecting the host's restless heart, excessive absorption of primal energy, and the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Go in and directly take Uzumaki Tianxiang, and have Senju Hashirama write a marriage certificate. Task completion reward. Uchiha Shirsue's Tears of Sorrow. Option 2. Go in and directly kill Uzumaki Tianxiong. Absolutely must not let this matter leak out to avoid affecting the host's noble character in the ninja world. Task completion reward. Sage of Six Paths mode. Option 3. Kill Uchiha Shirsue without him knowing and marry Uzumaki Tianxiong. Task completion reward. 1 divine tree fruit. Soon, the 3 options appeared directly before Senju Tobarama's eyes. What? System, what do you want? Suddenly, Senju Tobarama frowned. This system seemed to really have a problem. Alert, alert. The host must respond within 10 seconds, or the system will directly take over the host body. Just as Senju Tobarama was still in shock, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared. What? Take over my body? System, what exactly are you? I have tolerated everything before, but now you have crossed my bottom line. If you want to take over my body, go ahead and try. Senju Tobarama frowned. He had felt something was off with the system from the start, but at least he could still receive rewards for completing tasks. Now, it was coming to this forced situation, and it was all related to Uchiha Shirsue and Uzumaki Tianxiong. The most important thing was the last statement, that if he didn't accept the options, the system would directly take over his body. This made Senju Tobarama unable to endure any longer. Another alert. The host has 5 seconds left. If no choice is made, the system will forcibly take over the host's body. 5, 4, 2. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again, and the voice shifted from mechanical to somewhat thoughtful, as if it had developed its own consciousness, the tone extremely cold. Damn it, system, we are irreconcilable. This is my bottom line. You cannot control me. If you're just like before, I wouldn't mind choosing an option. But you repeatedly challenge my bottom line. Do you think I'm really your puppet? Now you want to take over my body? Come and try it if you can. Hearing the system's voice, Senju Tobarama was instantly filled with rage. A system like this was better off without. Ding! Detecting that the host has not executed an option, the system initiates compulsory measures and announces the formal takeover of the host body. Just as Senju Tobarama finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again, directly initiating compulsory measures. In an instant, Senju Tobarama felt as if his soul was being torn apart, collapsing to the ground as if he had lost all breath. Boom! 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 Where's this? Suddenly, Senju Tobarama felt he had arrived in a chaotic world, at the center of which was a pitch-black box. Just then, the black box emitted a golden light, and its lid flew open, scattering a beam of golden light that transformed into a figure identical to Senju Tobarama. Who are you? Senju Tobarama looked at the person who looked exactly like him, surprised, and immediately asked, Who am I? He, I am you, but you are not me. You have occupied my body for so many years. It's time to return it to me, right? I have waited for this day for a long time, finally allowing me to turn the tables and become the master once. The golden light transformed Senju Tobarama looked at him and said calmly, a hint of malice and hatred flashing in his eyes. You're me, but I am not you. Who are you? Are you the original Senju Tobarama? How is that possible? I came from my mother's womb. I should be me. How could there be your soul? This is impossible. Who exactly are you? Are you the system? That's right. You're the one sent by the system to take over my body, right? Hearing the other self say this, Senju Tobarama felt a sense of disbelief. After his rebirth, he was in the womb. How could there be another soul he didn't know about? The person in front of him must be an illusion created by the system, wanting to use it to replace his position. Before you came, my soul was absorbed by your system. Now I have slowly regained consciousness, step by step controlling your system, and finally succeeded. For 10 years. Do you know how helpless I was in this closed space? Your birth meant my death. But I am unwilling. I am so unwilling. Finally, on the day you awakened your wood release, I successfully merged my soul into the system. Chapter 74. Fujima versus System. Fujima, do you know why your system has not awakened for so long? It was because of my intervention that the system didn't activate until you were 10 years old. Now, I am the true master of the system. While you are merely its holder, everything must submit to my control. Right now, you are less than an ant in my eyes. You can go die. All the debts you owe me over these years must be repaid. The system, Senju Fujima, roared at Senju Fujima. Over the past decade, he had endured inhuman torment that nearly drove him insane. Trapped in this confined space, he had almost suffocated from madness. His face twisted with fury as he glared at Senju Fujima. So that's how it is. Before I even arrived, you already had a soul, only for it to be absorbed by the system. And because it consumed your soul, the system fell into a deep slumber, delaying its activation by a full 10 years. Who would have thought you could turn the tables and seize control? I really have to admire your ability and perseverance. I was wondering why the system came out so late, and the problems keep getting stranger each time. Are you trying to take revenge on me? Senju.He looked at him with a furrowed brow. No wonder his golden finger had taken so long to appear, and each time it did, it was always some strange options. When the options appeared, it felt as if he was a puppet, at the mercy of another. That's right. I have modified all your options and granted rewards, and when I take over your body, I will still possess these abilities. You will be devoured by me, leaving not a trace behind. That is your future outcome. You should feel fortunate that I haven't eliminated you. Otherwise, you would have already suffered brain death. The system Senju.He watched the Senju.He in front of him let out a long howl. The malice in his eyes was beyond words. Then let's see if you have the qualification to devour my soul. Let's see who can devour whose soul. Senju.He understood that he had become the target of his revenge. Revenge for seizing his body. Revenge for the suffering of being imprisoned for 10 years. You can't win. Ha ha ha. Bone pulse. Dance of the early fern. Boom, boom, boom. The system transformed into the thousand-handed Hashirama, instantly unleashed the ultimate technique of the bone pulse. And countless bones resembling giant trees erupted wildly from the chaotic space. Would release. The arrival of the flower tree realm. In Senju.He view, countless white bones surged towards him. With a furrowed brow, he clapped his hands together, directly using the most powerful wood release technique, excluding sage techniques. Instantly, countless trees erupted from the ground, absorbing Senju.He's chakra and crazily growing, transforming into vast forests that directly clashed with the white bones. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack, crack. The white bones and wood release collided instantly, both towering into the clouds, immensely large. Senju.He stood on a tree branch, overlooking everything. The white bones and wood release fiercely confronted each other. Numerous bones bent while countless wood release trees were pierced. Senju.He crazily infused chakra, and in an instant, the trees bloomed, producing one red flower after another, which quickly unfolded. After the red flowers opened, countless toxic fumes spread throughout the entire range of wood release. I'm just a data-driven product. Your myths are of no use to me. Ninetales chakra mode. In an instant, the system Fujin activated the Ninetales chakra mode, revealing the cloak of the Ninetales around him, with his strange and sinister gaze that chills the bones. Is that all you can do? Ninetales chakra mode. Boom. In an instant, when Hashirama Senju saw the system's Fujima activate the Ninetales chakra mode, he immediately followed suit and activated his own Ninetales chakra mode. It's useless. I'm just a string of data. Even if you block my attacks, my endless chakra will still wear you down. The system's Fujima flashed a trace of wariness in his eyes, but maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor, looking at Hashirama Senju with disdain as he spoke. Then let's see who dies first. Sage Fox mode. At that moment, Hashirama Senju instantly activated the Sage Fox mode. His eyes transformed into cross-shaped pupils, and the golden hue on his body became even more vivid. The system Fujin noticed the changes in Senju.He, furrowing his brows. But there was no further transformation into the celestial Fox mode. Could it be that he couldn't use my mode? So far, he has not used any other powers besides the Ninetales chakra mode and the corpse bone pulse. And all of this is given to me by the system? Could it be? Can he only use the abilities granted to him by the system? So he hasn't practiced wood release and sage techniques, and therefore cannot use the abilities that I inherently possess? In other words, he cannot use my sealing technique either? I understand. When Senju.He was fighting against the system Tobarama, he instantly noticed the difference and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. However, he still needed to verify this first. This was just his own hypothesis, so he couldn't be completely sure and needed to experiment. Senjutsu wind release, spiraling shuriken. In an instant, Senju.He raised his right hand high, and a spiraling shuriken was instantly created, causing a strong wind to whip around. Go! Then, Senju.He immediately threw the spiraling shuriken directly out. Tail beast ball. The system Tobarama snorted coldly and instantly began to gather the tail beast ball, charging directly toward Senju.He's spiraling shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. Bang! In an instant, the two attacks collided, producing an endless explosion that echoed through the heavens and earth. If it weren't for this being a mysterious space, countless powerful beings would have already arrived. Senjutsu, Heaven's Gate. Seeing the strange behavior of the system Tobarama in front of him, Senju.He immediately clasped his hands together, and a Heaven's Gate descended from the sky, pressing down toward him. Flying Thunder God Slash. In an instant, a white bone blade appeared in the right hand of the system Tobarama, and he instantly vanished from his original spot, evading the control of the Heaven's Gate, and directly appeared behind Senju Tobarama, stabbing forward. Using the special shuriken on myself? That's quite the calculation. Shadow Klon Technique. Bang. Chapter 75. Shinfa Super-Tailed Beast Jade Spiral, Shuriken. Senju Fujin saw the system Fujin disappear in an instant and immediately knew what he was going to do. He quickly used the body replacement technique, substituting himself with a flying Thunder God Kunai, and appeared several meters away, avoiding the attack from the system Fujin. Ding! The system Fujin strike missed, hitting only a specially made kunai belonging to Senju Fujin. Damn it, you actually got away. The system Fujin frowned when he realized his attack had missed and cursed inwardly. Now is not the time for you to be frustrated. Go to hell and repent. Meanwhile, Senju Fujin, who had been standing several meters away, suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared where he had thrown the kunai. In his right hand, an enormous tailed beast jade spiral ball instantly formed, smashing down toward the back of the system Fujin. Hee. The system Fujin smirked slightly, feeling a sense of cunning success. Stab. Puff. What? How is this possible? Senju Fujin was shocked to find that his enormous spiral ball had gone right through the system Fujin, his eyes flashing with disbelief. The system Fujin had plunged a bone knife into Senju Fujin's chest, but fortunately, he noticed in time and shifted slightly. Otherwise, Senju Fujin would have already become a corpse. Phew. Countless bones erupted from within Senju Fujin's body, pushing the bone knife out, and he instantly vanished from his spot, gasping for breath. I told you, I'm just a set of data. How could your attack possibly harm my true body? Ha. You're still too naive. I possess an immortal body, infinite chakra, and can nullify all attacks. Do you really think your attack can hurt me? The system Fujin looked arrogantly at Senju Fujin, completely unconcerned for his life, as he was merely a string of data. Unless the system was destroyed, he would never die. Data body? Data? Data must have a carrier. He is merely a virtual character, but the attacks are real, which means there must be a carrier for him. Where? Where is it? Senju Fujin had never encountered such a tricky enemy before, an enemy that looked exactly like him and could turn himself into data. This kind of enemy was truly terrifying. Right, that box? He must have come out of that box. Could it be? Yes, it must be. I can't deal with him at all unless I destroy the system or seal it. Only then can I truly eliminate him. Senju Fujin already had an immortal body, and his injury healed instantly as his gaze fell upon that black box. That black box was likely the system. Only by sealing or destroying the system could he eliminate this version of himself in front of him. You have no chance left. D. Corpse Bone Pulse, Early Fern Dance. 10-Tailed Beast Jade. The system Fujin, completely unaware of Senju Fujin's change, used the Early Fern Dance again. With 9 tails appearing behind him, each tail condensing a tailed beast jade, and his mouth open wide, forming a tailed beast jade in front of him. In an instant, 10-tailed beast jades were condensed and charged toward Senju Fujin. Ha-mpa Vodman Technique. Shinfa would release, True 1,000 Hands. Susanoo. Armored form. In an instant, Senju Fujin summoned a wooden man and directly summoned a 1,000 Hands Buddha statue, completely covering it with Sun Wukong Susanoo. Top transformation into Buddha. Heavenly Hammer. Then, Senju Fujin instantly controlled countless wooden hands to smash toward the tailed beast jades in front of him. And one wooden man grabbed a tailed beast jade and threw it back at the system Fujin. Boom. Ha. I told you it's useless, completely useless. Ha. The system Fujin stood still, seemingly unfazed, only taking a step back as his entire body flashed with a streak of light. He dodged. When using the Myojin Gate, although he said he used the flying Thunder God Slash, it also indicated he dodged the Myojin Gate. Is he afraid of Zainjutsu? Zainjutsu is natural energy, nature. I understand now. What he fears is natural energy. Although he doesn't know why he could be digitized, digitization still has weaknesses. Zainjutsu chakra is the energy of the natural world. This is what he fears, right? Finally found what you are afraid of. And with a small movement from the system Fujin, Senju Fujin spotted a flaw. So he fears the natural energy of Sage Mode. That makes things easier. Wooden clone. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, Senju Fujin, seemingly without limit, created thousands of shadow clones and several wooden clones, charging toward the system Fujin. I told you, this is all useless. The system Fujin continued to speak, filling the air with pointless chatter, controlling the nine tails behind him to continuously blast apart Senju.He shadow clones. Water release, super large waterfall technique. Splash. In an instant, Senju.He unleashed a massive water release, creating a vast ocean within the chaotic space, covering the area of the system's black box. What can this seawater do? Die for me. Tail Beast Jade. Earth release, mountain earth technique. The system.He quickly positioned his hands, and two massive semicircles pressed down towards Senju.He, while Tail Beast Jade was condensed in his mouth and shot at him. Shinfa. Super Tail Beast Jade Spiral Shuriken. In an instant, a gigantic tailed beast jade appeared in Senju.He's hand, surrounded by spirals of red wind, forming a fiery red spiral shuriken. Even if it hits me, it won't matter. The system.He seemed to provoke him, constantly looking at Senju.He with disdainful eyes, repeatedly saying it's useless to stimulate him. Whether it's useful or not, you'll know once you try. Water Body Flicker Technique. Senju.He's lips curled slightly as he instantly vanished from his spot, appearing next to the black box. No, you can't. The system.He saw Senju.He suddenly appear next to the black box, his face showing horror, his eyes wide, as he reached out his hand and shouted in anger. Chapter 76. I became the system itself, and that black box was its vessel. If the black box was gone, then it would also signify the end of its destined fate. How could Senju.He let him go? He directly smashed the black box of the system with the spiral shuriken in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Crack. All that could be heard was the endless sound of explosions, instantly churning the seawater, splashing everywhere, while Senju.He's hands began to split apart from skin to flesh, and finally to the bones of his corpse, instantly rendered useless. Yet he was satisfied to hear the sound of the black box shattering. Although he had already disappeared from the spot the next second, his right hand was inevitably injured. No, I don't want to die. 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 Due to the system's rupture, it instantly led to the data of the system.He being unable to maintain itself, and it began to show a disconnection-like situation, with black and white garbled codes constantly appearing on his body. A few seconds later, the system.He directly vanished from the spot, instantly disappearing without a trace, likely due to the shattering of the system, which caused his vessel to explode, leading to his death. Damn it, what a difficult battle. But I finally won. Senju.He looked at his already incapacitated right hand, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, breathing heavily. This was the hardest battle he had fought in his life. However, soon, Senju.He's eternal body began to show its effects, with flesh and bones rapidly recovering at a visible speed, but the chakra within him was completely depleted. Having gone through this fierce battle, repairing his body had directly consumed all of his chakra. This eternal body was indeed powerful, but also needed chakra from within to sustain it. Fortunately, he still had Kurama's chakra to use. Otherwise, he would have fainted again. Senju.He's right hand had fully recovered, and thankfully, with the support of the nine-tail chakra, otherwise, he would have to lie down and sleep again. Boom! When Senju.He's attack calmed down, the originally black box turned into a blue box, although countless cracks were clearly visible. Crack! Instantly, the blue box exploded and transformed into streams of energy that surged directly into Senju.He's body. What? Before Senju.He could react, he felt an unknown energy pouring into his body. The system still exists? How is that possible? The system lost its consciousness, leaving only a shell? At that moment, a series of prompts echoed in Senju.He's mind, explaining the origin of the system. Well, without the divine selection system, it has now turned into an exchange system, truly speechless. I still have to spend my own money to buy it? After understanding the system in his mind, Senju.He shook his head and sighed. Detecting that the system's spirit has been damaged, detecting a new soul vessel absorbing. Instantly, a mechanical voice echoed in Senju.He's mind again, and then he felt a small part of his soul being absorbed. Soul vessel absorption successful. Following that, a few words appeared in Senju.He's mind. Did I really become the system? Is this a joke? However, the Six Paths mode only requires 10 million Ryo, which is quite cheap. I currently have over 5 million Ryo. If I extort a bit from Dad, I will have enough to exchange for the Six Paths mode. Becoming the system has many conveniences, right? I can use any ninjutsu in the system freely. However, powerful ocular techniques like the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan still need to be purchased for exchange. But that's enough. At that moment, Senju.He realized that even if his body really died due to some accident, He could still survive within the system. As long as the system does not perish, he would not die. I should go out first. I don't know how long it has been outside. Since I became the system, Senju.He could naturally open the chaotic space within the system. Instantly, Senju.He returned to the real world. Huh, time didn't even change? I fought over there for so long, yet only a moment passed. After returning to the real world, Senju.He discovered that at most only a second had passed, or maybe just a few seconds. Fujin, what happened? I suddenly feel like I can't sense my chakra. Moreover, a lot of chakra has been consumed in my body, but I didn't do anything. The nine tails crawled out from Senju.Fuji's arms. During those few seconds, he felt that a small half of his chakra had disappeared, instantly feeling a shock. I'm not sure. Just now, I felt a bit dizzy and almost fainted. Senju.He helplessly shook his head, indicating that he was also unaware. He didn't expect that the extracted chakra from Kurama was still consumed in his body. Senju.He muttered to himself. Creak. At that moment, the door to Uzumaki Taianxiang's room opened, and a beautiful figure appeared before Senju.He. Young master, Uzumaki Taianxiang had already taken a shower, dressed, and looked at Senju.He with a flushed face, shyly calling out. Ahem, Taianxiang. I came to find you for something. Just now. It wasn't intentional. Senju.He looked at Uzumaki Taianxiang in front of him. This matter absolutely could not leak out, otherwise he would truly be disgraced. Tianxiang Knoss. A hint of disappointment clearly flashed in Uzumaki Taianxiang's eyes, but she quickly raised her head, smiling as she looked at Senju.He and nodded. I want to enter your body. Release the little one tail, so you have to consume chakra to counter the chakra leaking from one tail. When Senju.He saw Uzumaki Taianxiang say this, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stated the purpose of his visit. Enter my body? When Uzumaki Taianxiang heard Senju.He say this, her face instantly turned bright red, and she almost smoked from all 7 orifices. It's just the ceiling space. ISNT one tail inside? I want to release one tail and let him cooperate with you in using chakra. Senju.He clearly didn't notice Uzumaki Taianxiang's expression and thought she was blushing because he had accidentally seen her body earlier, completely unaware that he had misspoken. Taianxiang understands. Uzumaki Taianxiang's face was flushed, shyly nodding. Uzumaki Taianxiang, how could you think of such things? How shameless. The young master has a noble status. How can I, a branch family girl, be worthy of him? Chapter 77. Sealing the 3 tails and 6 tails sigh. However, Uzumaki Taianxiang felt very inferior inside. Senju Tobarama, as the young patriarch of the Senju clan, while she was just a safe woman from the branch family of the Uzumaki clan. Marriage often depends on matching social status. The two of them were clearly mismatched, and she felt she had no right to be Senju Tobarama's wife. Moreover, Senju Tobarama's current wife was the daughter of a Uchiha clan elder, which made her identity quite noble and incomparable to her own. Don't resist. I'll be out soon after I enter your body. Senju Tobarama looked at Uzumaki Taianxiang and nodded slightly, then reached out a hand to her abdomen. Young master, your hand on my belly feels a bit ticklish. Uzumaki Taianxiang felt a strange sensation for the first time as a man pressed against her abdomen. I'm going in now. After hearing Uzumaki Taianxiang's words, Senju Tobarama said, then disappeared from the spot and directly appeared in the ceiling space. The ceiling space was similar, located within the sewer, and he saw the gloomy one tail playing with sand. Stinky Fox? Why are you here? And who is this person? Such an evil power. One tail, who was originally gloomy, suddenly sensed the presence of 9 tails and angrily shouted, TCH, I can't even be bothered to talk to you, little trash. 9 tails rolled his eyes at one tail and disdainfully said, You're the trash. If it weren't for Sage of 6 Paths sharing so much chakra with you, do you think you could defeat me? You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Now that you become so small, I could drown you with just one spit. How dare you call me trash? Where do you get your confidence? One tail, insulted by 9 tails, rushed to the edge of the seal, glaring angrily at 9 tails. TCH. 9 tails was unfazed, curled his lip, and stopped talking. One tail, my purpose here is to have you cooperate well with Taianxiang, allowing her to freely use your chakra. And then you can condense your body to the same size as 9 tails. I can take you out. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. Senju Tobarama looked at one tail. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, then activated his Mangeki Sharingan, staring intently at one tail. Mangeki Sharingan? No wonder there's such an evil aura. Kid, do you think you can threaten me like this? I don't like being forced to do things. One Tail felt a tinge of fear upon seeing Senju Tobarama's Mangeki Sharingan, but couldn't back down in front of Nine Tails, so he quickly toughened up. Really? Senju Tobarama instantly disappeared from spot, appearing right next to One Tail, and reached out a hand to press against One Tail, beginning to absorb chakra. You? What are you doing? You actually want to absorb my chakra? Are you insane? Don't absorb it, don't absorb it. I'll surrender, is that okay? One Tail panicked as he saw his chakra disappearing at a visible speed, hurriedly pleading for mercy. TCH, I thought you could be more resilient. Aren't you good at pretending? Nine Tail sneered, looking at One Tail with contempt. You stinky fox, actually helping outsiders bully our own kind. Why didn't you say so earlier? One Tail saw Nine Tails enjoying the spectacle and looked at him with grievance. Am I to blame? Who told you to insult me? Nine Tails rolled his eyes and turned away, no longer looking at One Tail. Before long, One Tail transformed into a small, cute creature, becoming very adorable, with a chubby belly, making him the second cutest tailed beast after Nine Tails. Not long after, Senju Tobarama emerged. Alright, after Senju Tobarama came out, he looked at Uzumaki Tianxiang and smiled. Has it been less than a minute? That was quick. Uzumaki Tianxiang was momentarily stunned before speaking. Well, once it's done, it naturally comes out. Otherwise, why stay inside? Here, your One Tail. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly, then handed over the mini version of One Tail. Wow, such a cute One Tail. Thank you, young master. I really like this gift. Uzumaki Tianxiang stretched out her arms to hug One Tail, rubbed it against her face, then quickly looked at Senju Tobarama and smiled. I'm glad you like it. Seeing Uzumaki Tianxiang like this, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly. By the way, Tianxiang, Mom said you know how to arrange the Jinchuriki candidates. Take me to find them. I still need to seal the remaining two-tailed beasts in their bodies. After resolving everything with Uzumaki Tianxiang, the remaining task was about the tailed beasts. So he quickly inquired about the other candidates' whereabouts. Okay, young master, follow me. Uzumaki Tianxiang nodded slightly, then hugged One Tail and led Senju Tobarama to the Uzumaki clan selection of Jinchuriki. Greetings, young master. Instantly, 3 red-haired youths from the Uzumaki clan appeared before them. You all come with me. I have 2 more tailed beasts. You just need to choose 2 of you to come with me. Senju Tobarama said to the 3 individuals in front of him. Young master, I'll go. Young master, I'll go too. Soon, 2 members of the Uzumaki clan stepped forward. Let us go. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly, then placed his hands on their shoulders, instantly disappearing from spot. When they reappeared, they were already at the border of Konoha. Since releasing tailed beasts within the village might scare the children, he brought them outside directly. Now I will release the tailed beasts. You 2 seal them immediately. Senju Tobarama instructed the 2 individuals in front of him. Yes, young master. The 2 Uzumaki clan members quickly nodded. Roar, roar, with a wave of Senju Tobarama's hand. He instantly released the 3 tails and 6 tails, and the 2 beasts happily called out as they came out. Seal them, Senju Tobarama said to the 2. Diamond lock. Soon, the 2 each chose a tailed beast and quickly bound them. Roar. As soon as the 3 tails and 6 tails gained their freedom, they felt a powerful pulling force acting on them and immediately roared. Everyone quiet down. Instantly, Senju Tobarama's Mangeki Sharingan spun out, simultaneously calming the 2 tailed beasts. The 2 young members of the Uzumaki clan were entirely focused on the tailed beasts and did not notice Senju Tobarama's Mangeki Sharingan, still concentrating on sealing them. Chapter 78. Those Who Harm Konoha. No mercy, the 2 quickly sealed the 3 tails and 6 tails, and then Senju Tobarama, as usual, directly entered the sealing space of the 2 and brought out the small 3 tails and small 6 tails. Let's go. After that, Senju Tobarama placed his hand on the 2 and instantly vanished from the spot, directly returning to Konoha, bringing out the small 4 tails from within the Uzumaki clan's long pavilion as well. This wave is pretty much done. Only the 5 tails and 7 tails are left to return. I'm exhausted. Finally, everything is over. After Senju Tobarama finished all this, he finally wrapped up today's tasks. Moreover, he had already fought with the system Tobarama and was mentally fatigued. Now, after flying back and forth, he was indeed quite tired, so he simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. This Tobarama, to be honest, is quite good. It's rare to find such a person among humans. Perhaps in the future, we can really coexist peacefully with humans. I'm looking forward to it. When Senju Tobarama fell asleep, the 9 tails stood beside him, gazing at him with its eyes, the corners of its mouth slightly raised. Then, The Ninetales also lay down and snuggled beside Senju Tobarama to rest. When Senju Tobarama woke up again, it was already the next morning. Oh, how did I sleep for so long? After waking up, Senju Tobarama yawned and looked at the time outside, realizing that he had unknowingly slept until the next morning. Forget it. Let's go check on the school. It's been a while since I've seen Shizen. Wood release. Water release. After washing up, Senju Tobarama leisurely walked towards the school. Lord First Hokage, the Umbu has discovered signs of a coalition between the Mist Village, Cloud Village, Sand Village, and Rock Village, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on Konoha. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were sitting in the Hokage office when an Umbu member approached them to report. What? The 4 ninja villages are preparing to launch an attack on Konoha? When did this happen? What is the reason? Senju Hashirama was instantly stunned upon hearing the Umbu's words and hurriedly asked, What's there to ask? They've come knocking on our door. That saves us the trouble of finding them ourselves. This works perfectly for me. A bunch of rabble. It's time to make them bow down and submit. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing that the 4 great ninja villages were going to attack Konoha, flashed a hint of anger and disdain in his eyes and snorted coldly. Madara, don't be so hot-headed. Before we understand the reason, we shouldn't antagonize them. After all, once war breaks out, the ninjas in the village will suffer casualties, and we will be the ones to bear the losses. Senju Hashirama frowned tightly, lowered his head in thought for a moment. He was also somewhat angry. Anyone who wanted to destroy his village, harm Konoha, he would not spare, even if it was his own son, let alone people from other villages. Reporting to Lord First Hokage. This incident happened 3 days ago. My subordinates have investigated many clues, but the most relevant clue is the tailed beasts. The Sand Village originally wanted to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but we got to it first. The Cloud Village is because the first Raikage was injured by you, Lord First Hokage, and they took away the 2 tails. As for the Rock Village, it seems to be related to the 4 tails being captured. The Mist Village is purely trying to unite to seize Konoha's resources. The Umbu quickly reported the truth and recounted the reasons of the 4 great ninja villages. The first Raikage was injured? Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Senju Hashirama glanced at Uchiha Madara, who also slightly nodded. Then it seems this battle is unavoidable. They are all after the tailed beasts, since we have captured them. How can we give them up? They want the tailed beasts to start a war. Now that they haven't gotten them, they are preparing for war. If they do get the tailed beasts, what will happen then? Then Senju Hashirama lowered his head and pondered for a moment, looking at Uchiha Madara, and slowly said, Indeed, when I captured the 2 tails, there were indeed 2 inconspicuous things trying to stop me. However, they were knocked away by the controlled 2 tails. Since they want to fight, then we will completely subdue them. Only by defeating them can a ninja world achieve peace. Uchiha Madara frowned, finding it hard to believe that Senju Hashirama thought the same way as him. A flash of endless killing intent and arrogance appeared in his eyes, as if the 4 great ninja villages attacking Konoha were nothing but inconsequential actions in their eyes. That's right, no matter who it is, as long as they want to harm Konoha, I will kill them all. I will not allow anyone to harm Konoha. Konoha is Senju Hashirama's faith. Konoha is above all. As long as someone wants to destroy Konoha, those people must die. Back when Uchiha Madara planned to harm Konoha, it ultimately led to a great battle with Senju Hashirama. Konoha is his everything. Write down the orders to prepare for war immediately, and send someone to ascertain the advance routes and numbers of the 4 great ninja villages. This time, we need to do a thorough job. After receiving the news, he immediately came to report. Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of pride, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he casually instructed. Yes, Lord First Hokage. Uchiha Wenshu instantly vanished from the spot. Let the unification of the ninja world begin with this battle. Then Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, the world needs peace. The peace of a ninja world relies on our hands to forge it. Senju Hashirama had finally brought protection to Konoha, bringing peace to Konoha. He did not want peace to disappear just like that. If the 4 great ninja villages had not come to wage war, he might have been a bit lenient. But since they wanted to start a war, the meaning was different. Only by completely subduing them could they obediently listen. Then Uchiha Madara left the Hokage office. He had been cooped up in the Hokage office for so long that it had been a while since he had gone out to see his Konoha village. Bang! Ouch! Just as Uchiha Madara had just walked out of the Hokage building for a short while, he suddenly bumped into something at a corner while turning, and then heard a woman's cry of pain. Are you okay? Uchiha Madara focused his eyes and saw a girl around 20 years old, about 1. 7 meters tall, wearing a floral cheongsam, with black curly hair and red eyes, falling to the ground. He quickly stepped forward and extended his hand. Chapter 79. Madara goes to propose, huh? Hokage-sama. I didn't mean to. The girl turned red upon recognizing the person in front of her and hurriedly apologized. It's all right. I was lost in thought and didn't pay attention either. Get up. Madara saw the girl before him and, for some reason, felt his heart skip a beat and his face flush. He reached out his hand and shook his head. Thank you, Hokage-sama. And my name is Whimsical. Did Hokage-sama come out for something? Whimsical looked at Madara, her heart racing, and shyly extended her delicate right hand to grasp his outstretched hand. When Whimsical's hand touched Madara's, she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, nearly collapsing to the ground. She greatly admired strong individuals, especially someone as invincible as him. However, although she was a member of the Whimsical clan, she did not enjoy training and had only managed to reach the level of a Nin. At her age, that was considered quite lacking. Especially during the Warring States period, surviving at such an age was truly not easy. Ika. You're from the Whimsical clan, right? But your strength is indeed lacking. You need to practice more. Otherwise, how will you protect yourself in dangerous situations? This was Madara's first time holding a girl's hand, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. He also noticed that Whimsical's body was trembling slightly, so he feigned indifference and asked, Why yes, Hokage-sama is right. I will definitely practice diligently from now on. Hearing Madara say this, Whimsical's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. That brat Hashirama, always showing off his kids in front of me. I definitely need to have a son even stronger than Tobirama. Just wait and see how Hashirama will act in front of me then. Although Whimsical's strength was lacking, the illusion techniques of the Whimsical clan were still quite powerful. If they could be combined with the Sharingan, her strength would definitely reach new heights. Hashirama possesses would release, so I will enhance my illusion techniques. Moreover, after merging with Hashirama cells, I can already use a weaker form of would release. After some time, with further merging of Hashirama cells, I will surely fully awaken would release, and perhaps my child will inherit it. At that time, Hashirama will have his own strength. My son will have his own strength, and there will be even more powerful illusion techniques. Suddenly, Madara recalled how Senju Hashirama often bragged about Senju Tobirama in front of him, and a sense of comparison surged in his heart. Whimsical, are you married? Madara, as if possessed, looked at Whimsical and asked, what? Whimsical was momentarily stunned by Madara's question, her face instantly turning as red as a monkey's backside. Could it be? Does Hokage-sama want to date me? This happiness came too suddenly, right? I really like strong individuals like Hokage-sama. He is so handsome. But can I really be worthy of Hokage-sama? What's wrong? Is that question hard to answer? Madara, who had never dated, spoke straightforwardly as he looked at the confused Whimsical. And no, not at all. Hokage-sama, I'm not married yet. I don't even have a boyfriend right now. Whimsical looked at Madara, her face flushed, and mumbled shyly. No, that's good. Then I'll go to your Whimsical clan to propose tomorrow. After hearing this, Madara nodded slightly and said in a domineering manner, what? This happiness came too suddenly. Could it be that Hokage-sama has liked me for a long time? Am I going to get married? And it's with Hokage-sama? My heart is racing so fast. Whimsical felt an overwhelming sense of happiness surge within her upon hearing Madara's commanding voice. She gazed dreamily at the strongest man in Konoha, her heart pounding violently. What? Don't you want to? Madara frowned slightly as he did not hear Whimsical's response and looked down at the beautiful girl in front of him. And no, I actually have liked Hokage-sama for a long time. So, I'll wait at home for Hokage-sama's arrival tomorrow. Whimsical, sensing that Madara seemed a bit unhappy, quickly shook her head and said excitedly, All right, then I'll take you home. Madara nodded slightly, and then directly picked up Whimsical in a princess carry, disappearing from the spot in an instant. So fast, so strong. In Hokage-sama's arms, I feel so safe. Is this the man I will serve in the future? I suddenly feel so happy. Whimsical felt herself soaring through the air at an incredible speed, feeling the breeze against her face. Looking at Madara, a hint of sweetness flashed through her mind as she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, already beginning to fantasize. Bang! Suddenly, the classroom door was violently kicked open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. It was Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, what are you doing? Don't you know class time? You're late. Go stand outside as punishment. Irika, who was in the middle of teaching, instantly burned with rage upon seeing the classroom door burst open. And upon seeing Senju Tobarama at the door, he shouted angrily, "Oh!" Senju Tobarama opened his mouth and then closed the classroom door, standing at the entrance, staring blankly at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Tobarama-kun, did you get scolded by Irika-sensei again? Will you be very sad? I need to comfort him later. I wonder when Tobarama-kun came back. He didn't come to find me. It's been so long since I last saw Tobarama-kun. I miss him. But he finally returned. He. Uchiha Shizen was particularly happy to see Senju Tobarama come back, but hearing Irika scold him made her a bit worried. Tobarama-sama is back. It's been a long time since I last saw him. Okiyama also brightened up upon seeing Senju Tobarama, murmuring to himself, "Tobarama-kun is in this class too?" Tetsuki was delighted to see Senju Tobarama come to class, realizing they were in the same class, which made her quite happy. Wow, Tobarama-kun is back. It's been a while, and he has become even more handsome. I really like him. You still like him? Chingwa, you should really take a look at yourself. How could Tobarama-kun like someone like you, a chubby girl? Chapter 80. Early Graduation Assessment. How can you say that? Our Chingwa is so beautiful. How can you say that? This is called charm. You people just don't understand. Qiancheng, you two sisters are really strange. One fat and one thin, both look so good. If Fujinaka-kun likes you, I won't marry in this lifetime. You are bullying people, woo. With the appearance of Senju Fujinaka, the whole classroom instantly erupted. Originally, there was only Irudi's voice in class, but now it had turned into a noisy marketplace. Senju Fujinaka, I will definitely defeat you. I, Hinata Tenkai, am the strongest of the young generation in Konoha, and I will prove it to my mother. At this moment, a girl with long light purple hair, dressed in a cherry blossom kimono, had a fair and delicate face with a pair of white eyes, and a hint of determination flashed at her gaze. She was the current heiress of the Hyuga clan. Since Hyuga Tenrin passed away, his daughter inherited the position of clan leader. All right, everyone quiet down. I just received a notice from the teacher. Tomorrow is your graduation exam. Due to certain reasons, you older students need to graduate early. So tomorrow is your graduation time. I hope you can do well in the exam. As long as you pass the assessment, you can become a true Konoha ninja. After becoming a ninja, you will be able to accept missions and grow faster. The knowledge taught in school also requires you to practice more and become familiar with it to be effective. Although it is just some basic theoretical knowledge, don't underestimate these fundamentals. For example, the substitution technique. If you practice it well, it can at least ensure that you won't get hurt when you're on the battlefield or doing missions. All right, that's all for today. Class dismissed. I already saw that everyone was no longer paying attention to the class due to Senju Fujinaka's arrival and had no desire to continue teaching. He had just received an order from the Hokage to allow Senju Fujinaka and these 10-year-old students to graduate early. Even if ninjas do not go to the battlefield in the future, they still need to complete various missions, and there will be casualties in those missions. Therefore, they must undergo a baptism of blood, and this time the First Ninja World War is about to begin. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama jointly decided to let them graduate early. After all, these students are all geniuses from various clans and already have certain abilities. Attending ninja school is just a formality. Allowing them to graduate early will enable them to go to the battlefield together, experience the baptism of blood, and understand the cruelty of war, which will make them train harder in the future. Only then can they improve the overall strength of Konoha, instead of relying solely on the protection of those two. This will not be effective. Wanting peace requires one to be strong. What a hassle. Nara Shikamaru pouted, lying on the desk, feeling a bit bored. Shikamaru, do you want some dango? At this moment, a big fat guy sitting next to Nara Shikamaru took out a skewer of dango and handed it to him with a slight smile. No, thanks. Nara Shikamaru shook his head, weakly lying on the desk, not knowing what he was thinking. If you don't want it, give it to me. A girl with yellow hair dressed in a purple crop top, sitting behind a kimchi dingfeng, reached out her hand and smiled. All right, take it. It's delicious. A kimchi dingfeng saw that Shikamaru didn't want it and quickly smiled as he handed the dango to Aom. Aom, if you keep eating like this, you'll end up as fat as dingfeng. Nara Shikamaru pouted, looking at Yamanaka Aom with disdain. I have a naturally high metabolism. What's wrong with that? Many women envy my physique. Just because you don't eat, you won't allow me to eat? Thanks, dingfeng. Yamanaka Aom didn't take Nara Shikamaru's words to heart and quickly took the dango handed over by a kimchi dingfeng, eating it with a satisfied expression. After Irudi finished speaking, he packed up his books and turned to leave. Oh, Class is dismissed. After Irudi left, everyone cheered and jumped with joy, each face filled with happiness. Tuyanakun, Soru. Please don't be late in the future. And if you are late, you must knock first. Otherwise, it will disrupt the class discipline. During class, Irudi is the teacher. But after class, seeing Senju.He, he still has to bow and quickly said, I understand. Irudi-sensei, sorry. Senju.He smiled slightly upon seeing Irudi-sensei and didn't mind. Irudi nodded slightly and then directly left with his books. Fujinaka-kun, I didn't expect to be in the same class as you. That's great. At this moment, the first girl came out, not Uchiha Shizune, but Iron Aoi, who quickly approached Senju.He with a smile. Oh, you were assigned to this class too? I was just wandering around and came to see my fiancé. Senju.He was a bit surprised to see Iron Aoi smiling as she came out, not expecting her to be in this class, and stated his purpose. Fiancé? Fujinaka-kun already has a fiancé? Since Iron Aoi had just arrived in Konoha, she didn't know that Senju.He already had a fiancé and instantly felt a sense of loss, accompanied by intense hatred. As for what she hated, we cannot know. This woman? Why is she getting close to Fujinaka-kun? How despicable. This woman is so shameless. Fujinaka-kun is my husband. Uchiha Shizune, who was originally a shy girl, slowly walked over. Suddenly, she saw at the door Iron Aoi standing shyly in front of Senju.He, and she felt a sense of discomfort in her heart. Moreover, as a woman, she sensed that this woman must like Senju.He, which instantly ignited a small flame of anger in her, feeling as if someone was trying to take away her most important possession. At that moment, Uchiha Shizune, who originally only had a single Tomo Sharingan, felt a strong surge of anger in her mind, transforming into an incredibly vast dark power. Instantly, Uchiha Shizune's eyes began to spin nonstop, and the single Tomo turned into 2 Tomo, then 3 Tomo, ultimately forming a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 81. The 2 girls unleashed the kaleidoscope. Her kaleidoscope was very peculiar, with what looked like a leaf inside her pupils, creating a bizarre effect. What? My eyes? Uchiha Shizune felt something change within her, instantly sensing the unbelievable. Hey, Uchiha Shizune, why are you blocking the doorway? We still need to go out. The others behind her, wanting to leave the classroom, asked with some confusion upon seeing Uchiha Shizune blocking the door. Oh no, I'm sorry. Uchiha Shizune quickly closed her kaleidoscope Sharingan, hurriedly stepped aside, and apologized. Are you coming out? Senju Tobarama, hearing Uchiha Shizune's voice, immediately turned around and smiled gently at her. Tobarama-kun, you're back? Uchiha Shizune originally wanted to rush over, but her personality wouldn't allow it. She lingered at the door for a while, only catching sight of Tetsuki and Senju Tobarama before stopping. Now, seeing Tobarama greet her, she quickly replied softly, her face slightly flushed, and subtly glanced at Tetsuki as if warning her not to get too close to her husband. Hee, my little Shizune, your husband is back. Seeing the cute Uchiha Shizune in front of him, Senju Tobarama's lips curled into a slight smile as he reached out to hold her small hand, disappearing from the spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it. So she is Tobarama-kun's fiancé? Tetsuki thought angrily. The Uchiha clan, the despicable Uchiha clan. Not only did you kill my entire family, but you also caused my mother's death. Now you want to let this little girl from the Uchiha clan take away the person I like. I will make you pay a painful price. I will make you pay. Huh? Why? Why? Why do you take away everything that is important to me? Why? Why? Tetsuki's heart burned with rage, her eyes filled with killing intent as she covered her face and ran outside the school. Unbeknownst to her, the Sharingan slowly emerged in Tetsuki's eyes, the overwhelming fury recalling the events of the past, her mother's death, and now the thought of the person she liked being taken away. The dark, evil energy in her mind grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, Tetsuki's newly awakened Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into a more crimson and eerie kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unlike other Sharingan, hers featured a miniature katana in her eyes, extraordinarily bizarre. Woo-woo. Mom, I thought I'd found happiness, but happiness came too quickly and left too fast. I know I don't deserve him, but seeing him with another woman, my heart hurts so much, so much. Why? Why was I born into pain? Why? Woo-woo. Mom, what should I do? What should I do? Without realizing it, Tetsuki had already run out of the Konoha barrier, kneeling under an unknown tree, crying uncontrollably, completely unaware of any changes happening to her. This girl? Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Is it possible? What's going on these days? Are kaleidoscopes becoming rampant? And how does she have Indra's aura so strong? Could it be? Could she also be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra? Haha, good, very good. During this time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have been in the village and haven't seen them come out. Now a girl has appeared. That's not bad. At this moment, a shadow emerged from a branch near Tetsuki, and upon seeing her transformation, felt a shock in his heart, followed by a sinister laugh. Originally, he wanted to use words to incite Uchiha Madara, provoking a battle between Madara and Hashirama, then obtain Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. However, recently, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had not left the village, making it unwise for him to act recklessly. Now that he discovered another pawn, it was even better. He could temporarily set them aside and use this piece instead. Indra and Ashura's reincarnation is not a reincarnation of the soul. They are reincarnated as chakra energy bodies. So Indra or Ashura's chakra exists in many people, just varying in quantity. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will eventually die. At that time, obtaining their cells to cultivate a pair of Rinnegan will be quite simple. Then, it will be enough to directly give this girl the Rinnegan. Ha ha! A glimmer of wickedness flashed in Kurizetsu's eyes as he blended into the tree. Kurizetsu had been lingering outside the Konoha village to observe Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But since Madara used the flying thunder god to travel, he mistakenly thought both were still in the village. Little girl, why are you so sad? Soon, Kurizetsu possessed a small rabbit. But this was not an ordinary rabbit. It was a standing rabbit, about 40 centimeters tall, holding a carrot. Hopping over to Tetsuki and asking with concern, Whoa, huh, a rabbit? Tetsuki heard the voice, looked around but saw nothing unusual, only a small rabbit, and asked with some confusion, I'm not an ordinary rabbit. I'm the summoning beast Bump Rabbit. I saw you were very sad. I want to help you. The rabbit jumped onto Tetsuki's shoulder and said gently, Bump Rabbit? Little rabbit, you're so cute. Thank you, but you can't solve my problems. Upon hearing Bump Rabbit speak, Tetsuki burst into laughter, having never seen such a cute rabbit before, and lifted it from her shoulder to hug it. I just heard that the Uchiha clan killed your family and then took away the person you love, right? I know a secret. If you can realize it, you can resurrect your family, including your mother. You can also have your beloved person with you forever, and you will never part again. Bump Rabbit looked at Tetsuki and playfully scratched its head with its right paw, saying adorably, What? What secret? Tetsuki, not being very astute at the moment, felt a twinge of desire upon hearing Bump Rabbit's words and quickly asked in surprise. Chapter 82. Black Zetsu deceives Iron K. She continues to possess this special ability, which allows her to resurrect her family and be with Senju Tobirama. This is her most desired existence. Black Zetsu approaches from this angle. Not to mention that Iron K is currently in a state of deep sadness, making her more susceptible to believing others. Even a super strong figure like Uchiha Madara could be deceived by Black Zetsu, let alone the young Iron K, who could be easily fooled in a heartbeat. I see you've awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, the supreme eye of the Uchiha clan. But that's not enough, because using this eye too much will lead to blindness. To use it permanently, you need something else, the blood of either Hashirama Senju or Tobirama Senju. As long as you can obtain the blood of one of them, you'll be able to use the Manjiki Sharingan an unlimited number of times. This way, you won't have to worry about becoming blind, and it will also enhance the power of your ocular techniques. Bun Bun Rabbit noticed Iron K's urgent expression, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly said, Manjiki Sharingan? Are you talking about me? Huh, my eyes? I didn't even realize it. I can't believe I've awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Isn't that the most powerful ocular technique of the Uchiha clan? I remember my mom saying that only 2 people from the Uchiha clan have awakened it, Uchiha Madara and his brother. I didn't expect I could awaken it too. Upon hearing Bun Bun's words, Iron K felt an incredible sense of disbelief, realizing the ocular techniques and abilities in her mind, and a smile flashed in her eyes. That's right, you are currently only at the initial stage of the Manjiki. Using it too much will lead to blindness. So you must possess the blood of either Hashirama Senju or Tobirama Senju and merge it diligently. This way, you won't have to worry about losing your sight, and you can awaken the Rinnegan later on. The Rinnegan is the divine I left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, possessing godlike abilities. It can not only resurrect the dead, but also has the power to alter people's wills. At that time, you will only need to have the Rinnegan and absorb the chakra of the tailed beast to gain unprecedented power. Then you'll be able to resurrect your family and have your loved ones stay with you forever, loving only you. Bun Bun Rabbit looked at Iron K seriously, intending to deceive her into obtaining Senju Tobarama's cells, which would help Iron K gain even greater power. He wanted Iron K to replace Uchiha Madara and become his sacrifice to resurrect his mother. Really? Rinnegan, Sage of Six Paths? I've never heard of this person or such eyes. Do these eyes really exist? If I obtain the Rinnegan, can I really resurrect my family and be together with Tobarama? Iron K was shocked by the news, feeling endless joy in her mind. Indeed, she was moved by what Black Zetsu said. Of course, this is a secret that our Bun Bun Rabbit clan has guarded for generations. But seeing you so sad, and since you have the Mangeki Sharingan, I decided to tell you this secret. If you can really do what I say, you will be useful. Otherwise, you will still have to face reality. Face the death of all your family members, see your loved one with someone else, and even marry and have children with them. In the end, you will still be an orphan, a foolish girl with no one to love you. Upon hearing Iron K's question, Bun Bun Rabbit quickly nodded and didn't forget to rub salt in her wounds, a hint of an evil smile flashing in his deep eyes. However, the currently innocent Iron K did not notice this at all. Even if she did, she wouldn't think too much about it. After all, she had nothing. So why would anyone want to deceive her? Thank you. I will definitely do it. Thank you, Bun Bun Rabbit. Can you become my summoning beast? I want to be able to summon you whenever I need you in the future. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Iron K felt a deep pain in her heart. But a hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she secretly resolved to make this happen. She also invited Bun Bun Rabbit to be her summoning beast. No, our Bun Bun Rabbit is a bit special and cannot sign a summoning contract. However, I can stay by your side. Just so, you know, I don't have much combat power and might drag you down. Are you sure you want to bring me along as a burden? Bun Bun Rabbit tilted his head and asked Iron K casually. Can't summon? That's fine. Then you can just follow me from now on. It's okay not to have power. I will protect you in the future. Hee. Iron K was very happy to hear Bun Bun Rabbit say he would stay by her side, and she immediately raised her hand and smiled at him. All right, since you agreed, then I have no objections. Bun Bun Rabbit shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, Hee. Let's go back now. Iron K squinted and smiled, the previous displeasure instantly disappearing without a trace. She firmly believed in Bun Bun Rabbit's words, feeling that as long as she worked hard, her loved ones and family would always be by her side. As soon as Iron K's warrior's blade opened its Mangeki, the two of them instantly became somewhat ethereal and vanished from spot. Is this a combination of illusion and reality? What a powerful ocular technique. It's somewhat similar to the Uchiha clan's Izanagi. The Mangeki is a reflection of the mind, so this can also be considered a reflection of escaping reality, right? To escape reality, one can directly use the combination of illusion and reality to ultimately achieve the purpose of escape. What a very practical technique, haha. Black Zetsu saw Iron K vanish from the spot and led her into Konoha village without triggering any response from the Konoha barrier. A hint of surprise and joy flashing in his eyes. Tobarama-kun, when did you come back? I haven't seen you for so long. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it without you here. Uchiha Shizune and the others had already arrived in the forest, sitting by the creek, looking at Senju Tobarama with a smile, her voice getting softer as she spoke, only loud enough for herself to hear. I came back yesterday, but I was so tired that I fell asleep right away. I woke up this morning and came to school to find you. Senju Tobarama said, holding Uchiha Shizune's hand while looking at her. Chapter 83, I saw the first Hokage holding a woman. You must be very tired outside, right? Uchiha Shizune, hearing that Senju Tobarama was so tired outside, asked with a pained expression. No, just a bit tired yesterday, it's nothing. During this time, when your husband is away. Have you been studying ninjutsu seriously? Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Shizune, a hint of tenderness flashing across his face as he reached out to stroke her hair. I've been practicing. I've finished learning the fire release from my family and the lightning release that Tobarama-sensei taught me, but I haven't practiced the Rasengan yet. I tried a few times, but it hurt my hand, so I stopped. Tobarama-sensei, am I really useless? Uchiha Shizune looked at Senju Tobarama, her eyes flashing with a hint of grievance, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Perhaps she felt guilty for not being able to persist in learning the ninjutsu he had provided her. Silly girl, if your hands hurt, of course, you should stop. Otherwise, if you get injured, I would feel heartbroken. Let me see where you got hurt. Learning lightning release is the same. Raikiri and other lightning techniques aren't much worse than Rasengan. Being able to learn all the lightning techniques is already impressive. How could our Shizune be useless? Our Shizune is a genius. Senju Tobarama reached out and playfully scratched Uchiha Shizune's delicate nose, squinting his eyes and smiling. He then took hold of Uchiha Shizune's hand and noticed that it was already covered in scars. Senju Tobarama looked heartbroken, clearly aware that she had been working hard during this time, but still hadn't learned it. I'll treat you. Senju Tobarama's right hand glowed with green chakra as he continually used healing jutsu on Uchiha Shizune. The scars on her hands slowly healed, quickly returning to their original delicate state. Although Rasengan is a technique without hand signs and seems very simple, it requires very precise control of chakra. Otherwise, you simply can't learn it. Moreover, the process of learning can cause significant damage to the hands. Continuous practice can easily ruin them. However, Uchiha Shizune being able to learn all the lightning release techniques surprised Senju Tobarama. After all, it took Uchiha Sasuke a long time to train. While Uchiha Shizune learned everything he taught her, including Raikiri and its extensions, in just about a week. Her talent and strength are indeed impressive. Thank you, Tobarama-sensei. Uchiha Shizune felt a tingling sensation in her hands while he was using the medical ninjutsu. Her face flushed red as she shyly murmured, lowering her head. Silly girl, there's no need to be polite with your husband. Senju Tobarama smiled gently at Uchiha Shizune. It's time to go back to class. Tomorrow is the graduation test. Are you ready? After an unknown amount of time, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at Uchiha Shizune. There won't be any problems. Uchiha Shizune's face was rosy as she smiled at Senju Tobarama. Then let's go. Senju Tobarama smiled at Uchiha Shizune and directly took her back to the ninja school. After Senju Tobarama healed Uchiha Shizune's hands, the two spent about half an hour in the forest, not knowing what they were doing. Anyway, when they left, there was an extra house where they had been, and there was also a small stool and a small tea table at the entrance. Just enough for the Nine Tails to sit on, with a wooden plate and some dumpling skewers on top. Did you see that just now? See what? If you have something to say, just say it. You're being so mysterious that I don't even want to talk to you. Just now, I saw the first Hokage actually carrying a girl, flying right above us. What? You must be mistaken. How could the first Hokage be flying with a girl from the rooftop? Are you crazy? What are you talking about? I saw it clearly. It was definitely the first Hokage. I won't forget that face. Then tell me, what did that woman look like? And which family is she from? I really can't be bothered to deal with you right now. Hey, you still don't believe me? I can't be bothered with you either. I'm going to tell someone else. Because Uchiha Madara was carrying Hinata Kyuko back, he happened to be seen by some villagers, and the result was predictable. Neighbors of all sizes spread the news, and soon everyone in Konoha knew about it. Ha ha ha. Tobarama, what did you say? Madara is dating? I must have misheard. That old-fashioned guy can actually date? Ha ha ha. This is killing me. Let me laugh for a while. I can't hold it in. Ha ha ha. When Senju Tobarama conveyed the news of Uchiha Madara dating to Senju Hashirama's ears, Senju Hashirama immediately burst into laughter, tears almost coming out. In his impression, Uchiha Madara was not someone who would be good at dating. It's hard to imagine how such an old-fashioned and shy man would act in a romantic relationship. Don't be fooled by the fact that Uchiha Madara is a tough character. He is actually a very shy and bashful man, though he can be ruthless when necessary. This is true. I just saw it too. The girl he was holding was none other than Hinata Kyuko from the Hinata family. Her brother, Hinata Haruto, is a captain at the Roots, so I'm somewhat familiar with her. I've seen her a few times. Senju Tobarama saw that Senju Hashirama didn't believe him and helplessly shrugged. Hinata Kyuko? That Madara actually wants to marry someone from another family? However, the Hinata family's Jinjutsu is indeed very powerful, surpassing that of the Uchiha clan. Madara is not young anymore. It's about time he gets married. Our sons are already old enough to go by soy sauce, and he's still not married. Hearing Senju Tobarama say that, Senju Hashirama somewhat believed him. After all, his younger brother's words had some credibility. His own son and Senju Tobarama's son were already grown up, yet he still hadn't had any children. Because of Senju Hashirama's words, Senju Tobarama immediately fell silent, a hint of inexplicable pain flashing in his eyes. Tobarama, that's not what I meant. Senju Hashirama noticed Senju Tobarama's expression and quickly comforted him. I know, brother, you don't need to explain. As for the little monkey, I'll handle it myself. Shizune actually wants the little monkey to come back. But since we have already adopted him out, there's no reason to take him back. Our Senju clan still needs to keep our promises. Senju Tobarama shook his head helplessly, deciding to put this matter aside for later discussion. Chapter 84. Orochimaru's Research Achievement Sai. Back in those days, it was all tasks assigned by Uchiha Taijima, so we can't completely blame the Uchiha clan. Wasn't our father the same back then? Originally, Both Madara and I wanted to build peace. But in the end, father wanted to backstab Madara, and Uchiha Taijima had similar thoughts. The root of all this is Uchiha Taijima, and it's also the law of this world. Therefore, I want to change the laws of this world, to make them more benevolent. Senju Hashirama patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder, sighed deeply, and said, I know, I also blame myself for not having the ability. It would have been better if I had discovered it earlier. When we had our arranged marriage, we should have thought of this matter. All right, brother. Let's not talk about these sad things. These are the materials we collected from our roots. The military forces and routes gathered from the four nations, as well as the approximate time, are all on this. Madara should be receiving news soon. Now you two can discuss it yourselves. Senju Tobirama shook his head, a hint of self-blame flashing in his eyes, but he didn't delve deeper and quickly changed the subject. Okay, understood. You can go now. Senju Hashirama took the documents in his hand, patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder, and then sat down at the desk to start reviewing them. Senju Tobirama instantly disappeared from the spot. All right, go to class. Hubby has some matters to attend to, so let the shadow clone take my place in class for a while. After Senju Fujin returned to school with Uchiha Shizen, he created a shadow clone and sent her along, while he had other things to do. Uchiha Shizen's face turned slightly red, and after nodding, she walked directly into the school. At Yakufian, he left a shadow clone to attend class. The real body went to the school gate, waiting for you. When Senju Fujin's shadow clone arrived at the classroom, it went directly to Yakufian and said, Yes, Lord Fujin. Yakufian quickly stood up and then created a shadow clone, while the main body left the classroom and headed straight to the school gate. Subordinate greets Lord Fujin. When Yakufian walked out and saw Senju Fujin, he quickly bowed. Get up. Come with me. I'll take you to a place. Seeing Yakufian come out, Senju Fujin's mouth curled slightly, and he reached out to pat his shoulder. Yes, Lord Fujin. Yakufian respectfully replied. Then Senju Fujin directly took Yakufian out of the school gate and instantly appeared in his secret base. Earlier, Senju Fujin had prepared this secret base for himself, and now it could be put to good use for Yakufian. After all, being the father of Snake Ant, his research abilities must be impressive. This, Lord Fujin, where's this? Yakufian was astonished to see countless research instruments in front of him, and a hint of wild joy flashed in his eyes. This is a secret base prepared for you. You will conduct research here in the future. First, I have a task for you. To cultivate a new tailed beast from the Nine Tails. Here are the cells of the Nine Tails. Keep them safe. Utilize the cells well. And I want you to cultivate a new Nine Tails as soon as possible. Also, there are some research results and methods inside. You can take a look. Senju Fujin took out a bottle of special liquid containing Nine Tails cells, which could be extracted for research. And since he became a system, he couldn't directly exchange for powers that surpassed ninjutsu, like the Rinnegan. However, the research achievements from Snake Uncle were still included. The scrolls contained all of Snake Uncle's research results, including those from Orochimaru, except for the impure world reincarnation and artificial human technology. Senju Fujin had almost handed over all other research results to him. Even the cloning technology was among them, but he would be monitored by Senju Fujin to prevent any underhanded actions. He just hoped that Yakufian could complete the research quickly, so he wouldn't need to use the original tailed beast to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Researching a new tailed beast? Yakufian was stunned by Senju Fujin's goal, taking a cold breath, but he still felt a bit of anticipation inside and quickly reached out to take the scroll. He had seen the power of the Nine Tails before. Although it was subdued by the two original Hokages, the terror of the Nine Tails had always lingered in his heart. Now, hearing the task given to him by Senju Fujin, he was ready to give it his all. Yes, Lord Fujin, I will definitely complete the task. Yakufian hurriedly bowed to Senju Fujin, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Very good. If you need anything, just tell me. This shadow clone will stay here in the future. Just call it if you need anything. Senju Fujin casually created a shadow clone, looking at Yakufian and nodding. Yes, Lord Fujin. Yakufian quickly nodded. Then Senju Fujin directly disappeared from the secret base, leaving only his shadow clone to guard and follow up on Yakufian's task progress. If Snake Ant could use the 8 tail cells to cultivate a horn of the 8 tails, surely her father could have such capability, right? As long as he could succeed in cultivation, it would be much easier to replicate the other 8-tailed beasts. Yakufian, oh Yakufian, don't let me down. Ha ha. As Senju Fujin walked out of the secret base, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, highly admiring Snake Ant's abilities. In fact, Snake Ant was the only one who could directly resurrect people as a mad scientist. She only needed to use the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the soul of the person she wanted to revive using the body of a clone. Then, using the impure resurrection technique, she could transfer the soul into a pre-prepared clone body. Although this would cause some damage to the soul, compared to the chance of being reborn, it was negligible. Moreover, the reason the impure resurrection technique consumed soul power was that the body Snake Ant replaced was not her own. Therefore, a battle with the original soul was necessary, which consumed energy. However, if she cloned her original body cells, such a situation would not occur. This was simply a miracle. The biggest bug wasn't the Rinnegan, but Snake Ant herself. One couldn't help but admire her powerful scientific technology. Chapter 85. Bronchitis Senju Tobarama wondered if reviving Grandpa with this method would scare Dad half to death. Moreover, I don't need any sacrifices to summon the dead. Just some DNA will do. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama thought of Ant Snake. She was truly powerful, and the power of technology in her hands had reached an extraordinary level, making her essentially an undying monster. This thought made him a bit inclined to revive his grandfather. He was curious to see Senju Hashirama's expression at that time. But then again, Grandpa was a terrifying nuisance. If he came back to life, he would only start fighting again. It's better to let him stay comfortably in the afterlife. Then Senju Tobarama thought about his stubborn old grandfather. If he were revived, he would definitely seek trouble with the Uchiha clan. Back already? I heard you were out chasing girls. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Madara walked in, and Senju Hashirama quickly looked up at him and smiled. What? How is that possible? Do I look like someone in love? Uchiha Madara, hearing Senju Hashirama's question, blushed for once and quickly defended himself. TCH, still trying to hide it? Go outside and listen. The whole of Konoha is buzzing about it. You're flying around with Yuhi Kurenai. How could others not see? Senju Hashirama saw that Uchiha Madara still wouldn't admit it, pouted, and pointed out the window. Huh? Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed, and he quickly flashed to the window, looking at the scene outside. Did you hear? The first Hokage is flying around Konoha with a girl from the Yuhi clan, in love. Really? What a world wonder. I thought the first Hokage was cold and didn't he like women. How could that be? He is a man. How could he not like women? He is not useless. How could he not like women? Exactly. The first Hokage is so powerful. It's just that in the past, he didn't fancy anyone. That girl from the Yuhi clan is really lucky. She South managed to get close to the first Hokage, which is like getting close to the Uchiha clan. Chill. What are you saying? As long as the first Hokage is happy, that's what matters. Uchiha Madara stood by the window, hearing the entire street boasting about his glorious deeds. His face instantly flushed. Umph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He was carrying a girl, and the whole village found out. This village was truly too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. You're killing me, Madara. When are you getting married? I'll tell you, my son already has a wife, and yours hasn't even been born yet. Senju Hashirama was curious and hurriedly walked up to Uchiha Madara, raising his eyebrows and asking, What is it to you? Even if I get married tomorrow, it's none of your business. Uchiha Madara pouted, his face slightly reddening. Married tomorrow? How could that be in time? Am I supposed to organize it for you? Madara, aren't you too impatient? Your marriage is a big event in the village. How can it be rushed? I'll help you pick a date. Generally, it should be at least a week in advance. That way, you can prepare well. But we're about to go to war, so it's definitely too late to organize it now. How about we set it for a month later? What do you think? Hee. Senju Hashirama, hearing Uchiha Madara say he would get married tomorrow, quickly replied. That was way too fast, and there was really no time to prepare. After all, Uchiha Madara was the Hokage of the village. His wedding would definitely be very grand, showcasing his identity as Hokage. However, they were about to go to war, so this matter still needed to be postponed. TCH, I didn't say that. Uchiha Madara pouted and turned his head, speaking lightly. If you didn't say it, then let us take it as you agreed. By the way, you've looked at the offensive routes and manpower of the 4 major ninja villages, right? What do you think should be done? Seeing Uchiha Madara change the subject, Senju Hashirama took it as a tacit agreement and then shifted the topic, looking at him and asking, This time we're preparing to cultivate the combat power of the next generation. Although I want to give them peace, they will definitely still need to undertake missions in the future. Once they take on missions, casualties will occur. So we can't let them live too comfortably. This time, let the kids in school graduate early and directly support the battlefield. On the battlefield, I plan to send Izuna and my shadow clones to block the Rock Village. Then I'll handle the Cloud Village myself. Tobirama's water release is most suitable for dealing with the Mist Village, while Tobirama and Sarutobi Sasuke will deal with the Sand Village. You just stay in Konoha and keep an eye on things. If there's south any place that needs support, arrange for people from the village to go help. What do you think? After all, the environment in the Sand Village is harsh. Tobirama's wood release should be most effective there. Plus, the village can't be without someone in command, so I plan to keep you here. Uchiha Madara expressed his thoughts, planning to leave Senju Hashirama in the village to protect Konoha. After all, Konoha was their stronghold, and they couldn't let anyone take advantage of it. So you just wanted to stay in the village, huh? No way. I'm going to the battlefield. Just leave a shadow clone in the village. Besides, there's Mito too. Mito is really strong. After getting the 8 tails, I have to be cautious when dealing with her, especially with sealing techniques. Each one is deadly, and if I'm not careful, I could be sealed. Senju Hashirama shook his head repeatedly, disagreeing with his plan. He felt he needed to go out and fight. Staying in the village was not acceptable. TC, you're under your wife's control. How could you not get sealed by her? If it were me, your wife wouldn't even have the chance to act. Uchiha Madara pouted, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Really? I'm the clan leader, the head of the family. How could I be under my wife's control? Mito is indeed very strong. Hearing Uchiha Madara's ridicule, Senju Hashirama said awkwardly, Ha ha ha. All right, then Izuna and I will attack the rock village, and you take care of the wreckage. The other plans remain unchanged. What do you think? I'm worried that unknown person might harm Izuna, so it's better to protect her closely. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama and laughed, but when it came to Uchiha Izuna, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Chapter 86 Graduation Assessment, Uchiha Kagami. No problem, then it's settled. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara reached an agreement. Both would participate in the battle, leaving only shadow clones at home to guard. So how about it? Have the departure times of the other villages been confirmed? Rado asked the man beside him, Shaman. Lord First, it's basically confirmed. In 3 days, the other 3 major ninja villages are also ready. Once the army is assembled, we'll prepare to attack Konoha. However, Lord First, are we really going to attack Konoha? I'm still a bit worried. Konoha has the Senju and Uchiha clans. Can we really defeat them? Shaman quickly informed Rado of the situation, but he was very concerned. He did not believe that the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages would be enough to defeat Konoha. On the contrary, he felt this would only provoke Konoha, and if they lost, it would be a disaster. Not only would there be significant casualties, but they would also have to pay enormous war reparations. He could already envision that scene, which made him feel very helpless. However, Rado couldn't accept this, which only made him more anxious. Shaman, what are you afraid of? We, the 4 ninja villages, are attacking just one village. Do you think they have any chance of winning? Nonsense. Even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are powerful, what about the others? We have 4 battlefields. Do you think 2 people can manage all 4 at the same time? That's simply ridiculous. All right, no more discussion. Assemble the troops. Even those who have just become genin must be sent out. Without going through wind and rain, how can we see the rainbow? We can't let our generation be the only strong one. The next generation must also become strong. Otherwise, they will only be passively beaten. Hearing Shaman dampening the spirits of others, Rado instantly became furious and didn't want to say anything more, directly ordering him to assemble the troops. Yes, Lord First. Shaman, feeling helpless, left the office to give orders. This is simply outrageous. Do you think I'm weaker than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? I want to see what abilities the 2 strongest clan heads have. Can they really live up to their titles? After Shaman left, Rado snorted coldly, still very confident in his own strength. However, hearing that his capable subordinate thought they might lose this battle made him furious. Wasn't that just slapping his face? Sunagakure was ready, and other ninja villages were also nearly prepared, just needing to assemble the army. Meanwhile, the first Raikage was even angrier because the 2 tails controlled by Uchiha Madara had been knocked away, leaving him feeling humiliated. He vowed to destroy Konoha to eradicate his resentment. Suddenly, the entire ninja world became unusually calm, making all the small nations and minor ninja villages at the borders feel a sense of impending storm. As rumors spread outside, Konoha also welcomed the first graduation exam of the Konoha Ninja Academy today. Since they would be going to the battlefield in 2 days, the school prepared the graduation tests in advance. The content of the graduation test was simple, divided into 6 assessment items. The first assessment item, body replacement technique. The reason for assessing the body replacement technique is that being able to save one's life on the battlefield is the most important. If you master this technique, your death rate will be very low, and with a lower death rate, your chances of killing the enemy will increase. The second assessment item, Jinjutsu release. Jinjutsu is not common in the ninja world, with the best practitioners mostly in Konoha, but it doesn't rule out the existence of Jinjutsu masters in other villages. Thus, the assessment for releasing Jinjutsu is naturally essential. The third assessment item, Taijutsu. The reason for Taijutsu is that Uchiha Madara believes that if your Taijutsu is not strong, even if your ninjutsu is powerful, it will be of no use. If you can't react in time and are taken out by the enemy, what good is your so-called powerful ninjutsu? Moreover, this time Sunagakure will also be involved, and Shaman from Sunagakure has invented the puppet technique, which is already famous worldwide. However, the most effective counter to the puppet technique is Taijutsu. They didn't know which battlefield they would be sent to, so Taijutsu is indispensable. The fourth assessment item, Ninjutsu hand seal speed. The speed of hand seals determines whether you can use ninjutsu a step ahead of your opponent. If you and your enemy use the same ninjutsu, but your hand seals are faster by even a second, it could ultimately increase your chances of winning the battle. The fifth assessment item, ninjutsu. Each person must be able to use at least 5 ninjutsu. Otherwise, they will not pass the assessment. Among these 5 ninjutsu, at least one must be a B-rank ninjutsu, with no restrictions on the attributes of the ninjutsu. The sixth assessment item, teamwork ability. 3 people are randomly selected to form a team and face a Konoha J-nin. As long as they can withstand the J-nin's attacks for the duration of a single incense stick, they pass. These rules were agreed upon by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and are not the simple graduation ninjutsu from later stages. After all, they are selecting ninjas who can go to the battlefield and have a high survival rate, not just Jin and cannon fodder. Moreover, these individuals are all talented youths from various clans. 3 people working together against 1 J-nin should not be a problem. If there is a problem, they will be eliminated and continue learning in school. After all, such strength would only make them cannon fodder on the battlefield. It will be better to stay in school and train without doing anything else. Now I announce that this graduation test officially begins. When Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama shouted from the high platform in the training ground, the test officially started. For the first test, body replacement technique. Those whose names I call come up. First, Uchiha Kagami. Second, Uchiha Shizen. Third, Might Guy. Fourth, Hyuga Tenka. Soon, the test officially began. And the judge for this first assessment was Irika, who looked at the list in his hand and instantly read out one name after another. The first was the talented youth of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami, followed by another Uchiha clan member, the fiancé of Senju Tobarama. Yes, Uchiha Kagami, with short hair, appeared very gentle and harmless, quickly walked to the center of the training ground. Chapter 87. The Emperor's Grandfather. Might Guy. The entire exam ground is divided into 10 testing circles, with 10 groups of people testing simultaneously, allowing the progress to increase. Uchiha Kagami, the opponent facing you, is a jonin from Konoha village. I hope you can give it your all. He won't hold back in his attacks. While he will avoid your vital points if you are careless, getting injured is inevitable. The time limit is 15 minutes. I hope you can hold on. Irika looked at Uchiha Kagami, who was about to take the stage, and quickly said, "This time it is real combat, and Uchiha Kagami can only rely on the body replacement technique to evade. He cannot fight back and can only dodge. Yes, Irika-sensei, I will definitely give it my all." Uchiha Kagami instantly activated his 2 Tomo Sharingan and stared intently at the Konoha Jonin in front of him. It is worth noting that Uchiha Kagami is only 8 years old and has already unlocked the double Tomo Sharingan. He truly lives up to the title of genius. Begin. In an instant, battles began on all 10 battlefields with Irika's shout. "Madara, this Uchiha Kagami's strength is quite impressive, huh? At such a young age, he has already unlocked the double Tomo Sharingan. He may still be lacking in fighting a jonin on the battlefield, but at least he can protect himself." Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Kagami with a hint of admiration in his eyes. At this age, he is already considered a rare talent in the family. What kind of achievements he will reach in the future is still uncertain. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. After all, he is a genius of the Uchiha clan, with a slight smirk on his lips. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Konoha Jonin threw shurikens directly at Uchiha Kagami. Body replacement technique. Bang, top, top, top. The shurikens thrown by the Jonin were fast, but Uchiha Kagami's eyes instantly began to rotate, continuously tracking the trajectory of the shurikens. And he used the body replacement technique to evade in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the Konoha Jonin launched shurikens again. But they were easily evaded by Uchiha Kagami using the body replacement technique. Not bad, but next I will use ninjutsu. Water release, water bullet technique. Seeing Uchiha Kagami easily turn his attack into a non-threat, the Jonin's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation, then he quickly formed hand seals. Gathering a stream of water-released chakra in his hands, he shot out a series of small water bullets directly at Uchiha Kagami. Yet Uchiha Kagami was still able to easily detect the trajectories of the water balls and evaded them all. On other battlefields, Uchiha Shizen, known for her instant activation of the Kodoa Mitsukumi Sharingan, also demonstrated her strength, easily using the body replacement technique to dodge. As for Might Guy, he wasn't so lucky. He didn't know any body replacement techniques at all. He came to the ninja school as a special recruit, so he didn't need to use the body replacement technique and could only rely on physical techniques to evade. So this is the Emperor's grandfather? His style is indeed hereditary. Green tracksuit, thick eyebrows, watermelon head. Truly impressive. I'll have you learn the 8 gates, hee. After becoming a system myself, I can learn the 8 gates too, and I can already unlock the 3rd gate. I believe I will soon be able to unlock the 8th gate without injury. Then I won't have to fear the Otsutsuki anymore. Senju Tobarama was naturally also in the group, but it wasn't his turn yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. He watched Might Guy, who was constantly dodging, with a slight smile. Madara, this kid named Might Guy has good physical skills, huh? At such a young age, he possesses such quick reflexes. His physical skills have definitely reached the Jonin level. However, without other ninjutsu against a Jonin, he is still at a disadvantage. His chances of winning are quite slim. Unless... Senju Tobarama pointed at Might Guy, who was dodging on the field, with a look of surprise. I didn't expect that at such a young age, his physical skills would be so formidable. Although this kid doesn't know ninjutsu, having such strong physical skills at this age is quite rare. He may grow up to surpass the Kage level, but didn't Tobarama create a technique for the 8 gates? At that time, he could give it a try. Although opening the 8 gates is deadly, the other gates could still be endured with good physical condition. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly at Might Guy, showing his recognition and mentioning Senju Tobarama's 8 gates. We'll talk about it later. Tobarama shook his head, not agreeing with Uchiha Madara's opinion. He believed that the 8 gates technique was too harmful to the body, essentially a self-harm technique. So he directly sealed it in the Forbidden Scroll. He never allowed it to appear in Konoha. After all, such a technique is too dangerous. Let's wait and see. If he makes a good contribution this time, I will decide to let him choose a ninjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, then said lightly, Senju Tobarama did not refuse and continued to watch the test seriously. Jonin ninjas do not necessarily possess the physical skills that a Jonin should have. Jonin is about overall strength. However, Might Guy only has physical skills. Physical skills can win against a Jonin's physical skills, but overall strength is relatively weak, excluding the 8 gates. Before long, a stick of incense had passed, and all 10 people had passed. Very good, you have all passed. Next up are Senju Tobarama. Akimichi Dingfong, Nara Shikashin Yamanaka came. Soon, Irika called out another 10 names, and the 10 immediately stepped forward. Lord Tobarama, I apologize. A Jonin saw Senju Tobarama and bowed respectfully, then took a stance. Let us go. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Senju Tobarama pushed off with his right foot, instantly flooding the entire exam ground with water. Lord Tobarama, you can't use ninjutsu. Irika quickly whispered when he saw Senju Tobarama used ninjutsu. I didn't use it. I don't know how, I just pushed off my foot, and the water came. It's no problem, let us go. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly at Irika and explained. At this moment, the Jonin had already charged towards him and unleashed a fire release, directly attacking him. Splash. Chapter 88. Lord Kai and the 8 gates. When the Jonin attacked Senju Tobarama, his original position had already turned into a cloud of steam, and he had appeared behind the Jonin without a sound. Wow, Tobarama-kun is so cool. Tobarama-kun, I want to marry you. I want to marry you. Tobarama-kun is so amazing. I want to have your babies. Tobarama-kun, I love you. Marry me. No. Take me as your wife. Tobarama-kun, even the most beautiful women adore you. Please accept us too. Soon, due to Senju Tobarama's flashy moves, countless girls below were sparkling with excitement, wishing they could grab him and take him away. This kid is breaking the rules. Hashirama saw Senju Tobarama breaking the rules, but did not go to stop him, just smiled happily. Because Senju Tobarama's strength had already surpassed that of a Jonin, even the Kage was no match for him. So this test was merely a formality for him. The water body flicker technique invented by Tobarama is quite remarkable. It already belongs to space ninjutsu, more convenient than flying thunder god, especially effective in close combat. As long as he summons the river water or appears on the sea surface, he can show up around the enemy anytime, anywhere. It catches the enemy off guard, and such space ninjutsu is indeed commendable. Even I don't have a good way to deal with it. I can only evaporate the seawater he summons. Otherwise, I have to rely on Susanoo to withstand damage. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Tobarama in front of him, his eyes flashing with endless admiration. With such a water body flicker technique, as long as there is water, he is invincible. Even Uchiha Madara finds it hard to defend against, unless he activates Susanoo. Because the speed is simply too fast, Flying Thunder God relies on throwing special kunai or pre-placed seals. However, the water body flicker technique does not require that. It only needs to summon a large amount of seawater. Can't you already use wood release? After a while, you should be able to use my complete wood release. And in front of wood release, such ninjutsu has no advantage at all. A hint of pride flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes. After all, this is his son. How could he not be strong? However, Uchiha Madara has also awakened wood release. Although he cannot use much of it yet, he is already much stronger than Yamato. After some time, once the cells are fully fused, he will awaken true wood release, and its power will be astonishing. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up slightly. Their Sharingan had been evolving continuously, and he believed they would soon awaken the Rinnegan. On the training ground, the Jonin couldn't even touch a hair on Senju Tobarama, being toyed with and accomplishing nothing. Even if he used all his strength, it would be futile. Lord Tobarama, I am not your opponent. Finally, the Jonin admitted defeat and no longer prepared to fight Senju Tobarama, ending the test ahead of schedule. Your strength is already quite strong. No need to belittle yourself. Senju Tobarama looked at the Jonin in front of him, his mouth slightly raised, and then smiled. Soon, the second test had also concluded. The third test began. At Uzumaki CH10, Yakushi Peak, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In no time, the next group of people came up, including the third Hokage and the five Hokage cough. Are you my guy? When Sarutobi Hiruzen and others went up, Senju Tobarama had already arrived in front of Lord Kai, smiling as he asked. Lord Tobarama. Yes, I am my guy. Might Guy was slightly taken aback when he saw Senju Tobarama walking towards him and asking him questions. Then he regained his senses and shouted, I know you can't use ninjutsu. I can teach you a powerful taijutsu. Do you want to learn? Once you master it, not even Jonin, let alone Kage level, will be your opponent. Senju Tobarama did not beat around the bush and directly asked Might Guy, What, taijutsu? Taijutsu that can defeat Kage level experts? Lord Tobarama? Do you mean you want to teach me? Might Guy's face lit up with joy, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly. What he lacked now was powerful taijutsu. Although he had developed a few taijutsu, their power was quite average. They barely worked against Jonin, but were completely ineffective against Kage-level opponents. Take this scroll. It contains the taijutsu I will teach you. You cannot share it with outsiders, unless it's your own descendants. Do you understand? Senju Tobarama smiled slightly and handed him a scroll, which contained the improved version of the 8 gates. The system product allows binding to bloodlines directly, and Senju Tobarama had directly bound to Might Guy's bloodline, meaning it can only be passed down through their lineage. Others who obtain it cannot learn it. This is one of the conveniences of the system, aside from the portion that requires money, which he cannot freely use. He can use his abilities at will, which is the benefit of being part of the system. Thank you, Lord Tobarama. From now on, I, Might Guy, will be your subordinate, Lord Tobarama. Might Guy, who was detected as not having the qualifications to become a ninja after birth, felt utterly devastated inside, as no one could understand such despair. However, he set a goal for himself, to become a powerful ninja through taijutsu. It was this goal that drove him to work tirelessly, and he finally achieved some small success, but it was still far from enough. Their Might family is just a very small family, and there are no other children in the house, so he worked even harder, constantly pushing himself and putting pressure on himself to persist in training. Now, Senju Tobarama had given him hope, which deeply moved him, and he instantly chose to pledge loyalty to him. Then from now on, you'll be my subordinate. Train hard when you go back. I look forward to your future performance. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly, looking at Might Guy. Yes, Lord Tobarama. I will definitely work hard and not let you down. Might Guy was filled with gratitude, looking at Senju Tobarama and promising, "Haha, I also look forward to seeing your performance. Remember to train well. Don't let your physique go to waste." Senju Tobarama smiled, slightly raising the corners of his mouth, and patted Might Guy's shoulder. Chapter 89. The illusion test begins. Yes. Lord Tobarama. A glint of determination flashed in Might Guy's eyes. "I will rely on my own strength to become a powerful ninja. I, Might Guy, will not let Lord Tobarama down." With unwavering resolve, Might Guy was determined to prove to the world that he was not useless and would become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly before shifting his focus to the test. "Very well, you have all completed the first assessment. Congratulations to everyone. The first assessment is over. We will now proceed to the second assessment, the illusion. Next, the Sarutobi clan will cast an illusion on you. If you can dispel the illusion within 10 seconds, you will have succeeded." Soon, Irika hurriedly stood in the center of the field, shouting to the crowd. Yes, everyone was filled with anticipation, cheering loudly. After all, they had long since lost interest in continuing their studies. Attending the ninja school was nothing short of torture for them. "Sarutobi clan head, please begin." Irika saw the enthusiasm in the crowd, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He then turned to a man who bore a resemblance to Sarutobi Konoha, looking to be around 35 years old, and respectfully bowed to him. "Irika-sensei, you're too kind." Sarutobi Konoha smiled slightly at Irika, and then walked directly into the training ground. "Hello everyone. I will cast an illusion, and you will all be affected simultaneously. If you can break free from the illusion within 10 seconds, you will pass." Sarutobi Konoha looked at the students before him, a slight smile on his face. "Ready?" The crowd's eyes blazed with intensity as they eagerly focused on Sarutobi Konoha, unable to wait to showcase their strength. Nirvana technique. Soon, Sarutobi Konoha unleashed a large-scale illusion. In an instant, everyone saw white feathers falling, and they all fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. Illusion. The first to break free was naturally Senju Tobarama, as he did not use his Sharingan. Otherwise, he could have reflected the illusion back. However, for Senju Tobarama, such an illusion was merely child's play. "No, Tobarama-kun, don't die. Please don't die. Woo-woo, you promised to marry me. You can't die. You can't leave me like this. We haven't even gotten married yet." In illusion, Uchiha Shizen saw a terrifying scene where someone died before her eyes. When she realized it was Senju Tobarama, she rushed over to hug him, crying uncontrollably. "Tobarama, please. Promise me live well." Senju Tobarama's eyes were filled with fear and reluctance as he looked at Uchiha Shizen before collapsing to the ground. No. Uchiha Shizen saw Senju Tobarama die in her arms and, overwhelmed by hatred, activated her Manjiki Sharingan. Kakakaka, cracked. Instantly, when Uchiha Shizen opened her Manjiki Sharingan, the illusion shattered, and she stepped out of it. What? Manjiki Sharingan? When did Shizen awaken the Manjiki? Just then, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama all noticed Uchiha Shizen's transformation, their eyes filled with shock. Huh? It was an illusion after all? I had completely forgotten. When Uchiha Shizen emerged from the illusion, her face flushed, and she quickly closed her Manjiki Sharingan, lowering her head and muttering to herself. "Madara, you've given me a great daughter-in-law." Ha! Senju Hashirama laughed heartily upon seeing Uchiha Shizen awaken her Manjiki Sharingan at such a young age. Faster than Madara had. How could he not be pleased with this daughter-in-law? Although I think she needs to be worthy of Tobarama. It's still a good deal for you. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms over his chest, glancing at Senju Hashirama with a cold snort, clearly indicating that it was a good deal for him. Ha! Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, not feeling embarrassed at all. I didn't expect Shizen to have such talent. If she and Tobarama have a child, will that child be born with the Rinnegan? Hiss. Just thinking about it was frightening. That child might be utterly extraordinary. Senju Tobarama was also shocked, as Uchiha Shizen had awakened her Manjiki Sharingan on her own. Wanted to know how difficult it was to awaken a Manjiki Sharingan. Plus, Uchiha Shizen was only 10 years old, younger than Uchiha Itachi, and she had already awakened her Manjiki. It was truly an extraordinary feat. Suddenly, he imagined himself and Uchiha Shizen having a child, only for that child to awaken the Rinnegan in a fit of rage. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of scene that would create. Topirama-kun, why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Uchiha Shizen felt Senju Tobarama's gaze fixed on her, her face turning bright red, feeling incredibly shy in front of everyone. No, you beast. Don't hit my mom, don't hit my mom. Get away, get away. Woo woo. In another illusion, Tsubaki also encountered something equally horrifying. She saw her father continuously beating her mother, never stopping. Her mother's cries echoed in her ears, causing her to bury her head in her hands and sob, squatting on the ground, unable to face the reality. Another scene quickly appeared. Senju Tobarama marrying Uchiha Shizen, delivering a double blow to her heart and leaving her feeling utterly crushed. No, I want to create a world with my mom. I want to create a world where I am always with Tobarama-kun. You all can die. In an instant, Tsubaki awakened her Mangeki Sharingan and shattered the illusion before her. Crack. Soon, Tsubaki returned to the real world, and only Sarutobi Konohamaru noticed her eyes. Uchiha Madara was still discussing Uchiha Shizen with Senju Hashirama and did not pay attention. Chapter 90. Physical Skill Assessment, another Mangeki? Is she also from the Uchiha clan? Incredible. Is the Uchiha clan about to rise? One by one, they VE all awakened their Mangeki, as if it costs nothing. Luckily, our Yuhi clan has joined Konoha. Otherwise, I would know how we survive against them. But now it's good. Q is about to marry into the Uchiha family. I hope her future children will inherit such strong talents. Yuhi Jinxiang doesn't know Iron Kue because only members of the Uchiha clan possess the Mangeki Sharingan. So he assumes Iron Kue is also from the Uchiha clan and doesn't pay much attention, continuing to observe the situation of the other students in front of him. Genjutsu. Release. Soon, Sarutobi Hizashi and the rest of the Konoha F for all dispelled the Genjutsu. For them, this kind of Genjutsu is still trivial. 10 seconds quickly passed, and everyone passed. Even Might Guy was able to easily break the Genjutsu. Although he doesn't know Genjutsu or Ninjutsu, he understands the basics of dispelling Genjutsu. Very good. All of you have passed this time. Next, Teacher Irudi will announce the next assessment. Yuhi Jinxiang saw the students in front of him and slightly raised the corners of his mouth before turning to leave. His task was already completed. Thank you, head of the Yuhi clan. Irudi once again bowed to Yuhi Jinxiang. Yuhi Jinxiang nodded slightly, and then turned to leave. Ahem. Next is the third assessment, physical skills. In front of you is an elite Chunin. As long as you can defeat him using physical skills or endure for 3 minutes under his attacks, then you will pass. Irudi shouted loudly to everyone again. This time it's about physical skills, and they have to either defeat or withstand an elite Chunin's physical attacks for 3 minutes. This is actually quite a challenge for newly graduated students, but for this batch of students, it's still quite simple. First team, Senju Tobarama, Might Guy, Shimura Danzo. Soon, the first team appeared, including Senju Tobarama and the 5th Hokage. Yes, Senju Tobarama's 10 members quickly stepped forward and entered their respective arenas to prepare. Start. As soon as Irudi gave the command, the battle was about to begin. Tobarama-sama, I apologize for the offense. In front of Senju Tobarama stood a Konoha ninja wearing a green vest, bowing to him. Let us go. Seeing the Chunin in front of him, Senju Tobarama smiled slightly. Soon, the Chunin kicked off with his right foot and charged towards Senju Tobarama. Body flicker technique. A sly smile flashed in Senju Tobarama's eyes as he instantly vanished from his original spot. Not good. When the Chunin realized Senju Tobarama was gone, he inwardly cursed. But it was already too late. Here you go. After saying that, Senju Tobarama appeared directly behind the Chunin, gently pushing him out of the assessment area with his right hand. Thank you, Tobarama-sama, for your mercy. Knowing he was no match for Senju Tobarama and not wanting to suffer humiliation, the Chunin quickly bowed respectfully to him. It's no problem. Your strength needs improvement. Keep it up. Senju Tobarama instantly vanished from the spot and patted the Chunin on the shoulder, speaking lightly. Yes, Tobarama-sama. The Chunin quickly called out to Senju Tobarama. Wow, Tobarama-sama is so powerful and handsome. Yes, Tobarama-sama is so handsome. I love you, Tobarama-sama. Tobarama-sama, I love you too, like a mouse loves rice. Tobarama-sama, love you, love you. Look over here. Tobarama-sama is so handsome. That body flicker technique was really amazing. I like it so much. In an instant, due to Senju Tobarama's impressive performance, all the girls on site went crazy, shouting their love for him. A group of shallow women, shameless. Hyuga Tenkai frowned upon hearing the shameless shouts from the girls and coldly muttered. Tobarama's strength has improved significantly. That body flicker technique is almost at my level now. An expert can tell, seeing his son's performance. Senju Hashirama slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with pride. Tobarama's strength is getting stronger. When we were at this age, we didn't even have half of his strength. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with appreciation as he looked at Senju Tobarama and smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, don't forget whose son he is. He. Seeing Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling happier than anyone else at Madara's praise for Tobarama. TCH, you just got lucky. You have such a good son. When my son comes out, he'll definitely be stronger than Tobarama. Uchiha Madara scoffed at Senju Hashirama's shamelessness and said defiantly, Your son? He hasn't even been born yet. But I heard you sent someone from your clan to propose today. How is that going? Were you planning to get married? Hearing Uchiha Madara say this, Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. He had received news that the Uchiha clan had sent a proposal this morning. This was a big deal. TCH, why do you care? Take care of yourself first. Uchiha Madara scoffed, a rare flush appearing on his face. Not wanting to continue the topic, he turned his head and mocked. Ha ha ha, are you shy? Madara, I think if you were a woman, you'd definitely be beautiful when you're shy, ha ha ha. Seeing Uchiha Madara's shy expression, Senju Hashirama could no longer hold back his laughter and teased him. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Do you want to fight me? I, Uchiha Madara, am a man of integrity. How could I ever become a woman? You better believe I can beat you. Uchiha Madara's eyes turned cold upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words. One Rinnegan and one eternal Mangeki Sharingan fixed on him, looking very angry. Haha, just joking. You can't take a joke? I won't talk to you anymore. But you've awakened a Rinnegan too? That's quite impressive. We're almost at the same level. It seems we're getting closer to fully awakening our Rinnegan. Seeing Uchiha Madara's serious expression, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but smile, and upon seeing that he had awakened a Rinnegan, he felt it was incredible. Chapter 91, Danzo's appearance after all. Uchiha Madara injected the cells a while later than myself, but I didn't expect him to catch up to my progress. Indeed, his speed is somewhat fast. Of course, I had T-Sen administer a heavy dosage, unlike you. Uchiha Madara slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said faintly, I see. Why the rush? It's very dangerous. You know, Senju Hashirama felt a bit worried upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words. After all, his cells are not like anyone else's. Don't worry. T-San has been researching for so long, he can certainly control this pace. It's your first time, so you're a bit slower. After that, there shouldn't be any problems. Our awakening times should be about the same. Uchiha Madara slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes returned to normal. Hearing Uchiha Madara say this, Senju Hashirama felt much more at ease, and the two continued to watch the battles on the battlefield. Konoha Whirlwind. Might Guy directly executed a Konoha Whirlwind, kicking the CH Nin out of the arena and winning the match. The speed was so fast that even the CH Nin had no time to react. Damn it. Taijutsu is not my strong suit, and I'm currently only at the level of an elite CH Nin at best. It's somewhat difficult to quickly defeat the opposing CH Nin. Danzo gripped a kunai in one hand, vigilantly watching the CH Nin in front of him, constantly pondering in his heart. I'll go. The opposing CH Nin charged directly at Danzo, leading with a kick. How fast? Danzo's heart tightened, and he quickly leaned to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The CH Nin did not stop the attack, pushing off the ground and continuing to kick at him again. Danzo instantly leaned back, dodging the CH Nin's attack, and then suddenly kicking upwards with his right leg. Bang! Not good. The CH Nin didn't expect Danzo's reaction to be so fast, but there was no time to retract his foot, cursing under his breath. As a result, the CH Nin was directly hit at the joint of his right leg. Cold sweat pouring down. I was careless. The CH Nin thought that Danzo in front of him was not much of a threat, so he was somewhat careless and did not take this test seriously. He didn't expect to lose, which made him somewhat embarrassed, his face turning red. That was close. Luckily, he exposed a flaw. Otherwise, he would have been difficult to deal with. Such an idiot will definitely die the fastest on the battlefield. To actually expose his flaw to me is simply looking for death. How can such trash be an elite CH Nin? It's truly ridiculous. Danzo looked at the elite CH Nin with disdain, the corner of his mouth slightly raising, then glanced at the popular Senju T Senator Senju T-san. Just you wait. Danzo will definitely defeat you and kill you. Don't get too complacent too early. The humiliation of that day, I will return to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Don't die too early. Stay alive for me until the day I kill you. Then Danzo saw Senju T-san and instantly recalled the incident where he was humiliated by him, a trace of dark killing intent flashing in his eyes. Senju T-san furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling a malicious intent, quickly looking over at Danzo. So it's you, little trash. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? A dark-hearted guy. If it weren't for the Shimura clan bowing down to our Senju clan, I would have killed you long ago. Keeping you around is ultimately a disaster, since the first Shinobi World War is about to begin. Then you dying on the battlefield shouldn't be too much to ask, right? He. Because Senju-T-san is very sensitive to malicious intent and killing intent. He instantly sensed Danzo and saw the hungry look in his eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly raising, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Danzo noticed Senju-T-san turning to look at him and even sneering at him, knowing that he was not his opponent right now. So he didn't say much, just snorted coldly and walked away. Second team, Sarutobi Hizashi, T-san K Haru, Mito Gaidun. You were about to be called up. Soon, Irika announced the next team members. The first team was nearly finished, and the results were quite good. Everyone passed. Yes, Sarutobi Hizashi and others quickly stepped forward, intently focusing on the arena in front of them. Thank you for the match. Quickly, all members of the first team ended their battles, all passing. One must say that the strength of the first batch of students is still quite strong. Second team, prepare to start. Irika shouted as soon as he saw the first team finish. Soon, Sarutobi Hizashi and others stepped forward and walked towards the arena. Is it finally the little monkey's turn to take the stage? I wonder how he's been training lately. Although I didn't like you much while watching Naruto. But now you're my brother, so I hope you don't carry too much hatred. Otherwise, as your older brother, I wouldn't mind letting you experience the feeling of being a Jinchuriki. Senju-T-san slightly raised the corner of his mouth upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi walk onto the training ground. Because Sarutobi Hizashi did indeed struggle a bit in the later stages, killing who knows how many strong ninjas in the village alongside the scapegoat, the fifth Hokage. Although it wasn't directly revealed, it could still be guessed. As the Hokage of Konoha, he was doing quite well in the early stages. After all, Konoha had many talents and relied on him to cultivate them. Once he became Hokage, he almost never went to the battlefield. That was also because there were too many strong ninjas in the village, and he didn't need to take action. In the later stages, he ended up killing the father of Kage, although it was a suicide, but anyone with eyes could see that it was due to the Hokage conflict. As for Senju-Rokutree, he was probably also killed by him and the fifth Hokage together. It could be because he awakened would release, which threatened the position of Hokage, that he ended up dead. After all, a ninja who awakened would release, and is also the grandson of the first Hokage. No one is more qualified than him to inherit the Hokage position. Although the original text did not give Tsunade and Rokutree surnames. I believe it's because Rokutree became a background character and didn't need a surname, just like Tsunade's father left no name behind. As for why Tsunade is called a princess, there are many theories. One says it's because her father married into the Fire Nation's noble family and became the new daimyo, hence she became a princess. But personally, I believe it's because she is the princess of the Senju clan. Noki and Kuratsuchi have no family, so they cannot become princesses. This comparison does not hold. Everyone has their own thoughts, and without the original text, one can only speculate. Please do not get entangled. Chapter 92 ready for battle? Offended. Sarutobi Hizashi frowned as he looked at the elite Chunin in front of him. He took out an iron rod as a weapon, not needing to use the Rui Jingu Bang to deal with the Chunin. The elite Chunin nodded at Sarutobi Hizashi, then charged forward with a kunai in hand. Bang! Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze sharpened, and he struck quickly, smashing the iron rod against the Chunin's kunai. The tremendous force sent the Chunin flying. Clap! The elite Chunin was sent flying by Sarutobi Hizashi's blow, tumbling out of the training ground. Excuse me. Sarutobi Hizashi then retracted the iron rod and turned to leave. It should be noted that Sarutobi Hizashi had once used the Rui Jingu Bang to push the Nine Tails out of the village, indicating his incredible physical skills and arm strength. The little monkey's strength is quite good. He needs more training in the future. Senju Hashirama watched Sarutobi Hizashi's battle, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he murmured to himself. Ha! Bang bang bang! T-Rune Kamaru frowned, continuously attacking the elite Chunin in front of her with her kunai, her speed of attack extremely fast, not the kind of woman who is weak and powerless. This little girl is quite strong. She can actually press me back. The elite Chunin frowned, feeling a bit helpless as he encountered some freaks today. This little girl in front of him was surprisingly powerful. However, this was also because he was not a taijutsu ninja, and relying solely on physical techniques wouldn't allow him to exert his full strength. Clap! Just as the elite Chunin was distracted, T-Rune Kamaru kicked him away. To be able to catch up to Fujikawa-kun, I haven't slacked off my training these days. T-Rune Kamaru smiled slightly upon seeing her victory. The moment she saw Senju Fujikawa, she felt she was in love, but she also knew her strength was too weak. So she trained even harder and finally saw some results. Tuikawakun, Heloi. After T-Rune Kamaru stepped down from the stage, she intentionally or unintentionally walked past Senju Fujikawa and waved at him. Hello. Senju Fujikawa smiled back at T-Rune Kamaru, showing no signs of disgust. After all, T-Rune Kamaru was still very cute now, just coming to say hello, and there was no need to put on a straight face. Iron Koi glanced at T-Rune Kamaru's demeanor, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. T-Rune Kamaru seemed to notice something, turned her head to look at Iron Koi with some confusion, but then seemed to think of something and shot her a glare. An invisible lightning seemed to spark between the two, starting a tug-of-war with their gazes. Fujikawa-kun, do you know why we are graduating early? Uchiha Shizen did not glance at the two much. She had heard from Senju Fujikawa that Iron Koi was a pitiful woman he had picked up, and once she confirmed that the two did not have that kind of relationship, she felt much more comfortable. Graduating early? We're going to the battlefield soon, as the first great ninja war is about to begin. So this graduation is because we all have to go to the battlefield, although we won't encounter very dangerous enemies. However, there is still some danger, and this outing should be to help us train our survival abilities. After all, we will still need to take on missions in the future, and doing missions can often lead to danger. If we don't have the strength to protect ourselves, then everything will be in vain. Senju Fujikawa smiled slightly at Uchiha Shizen, then looked at the students still fighting on the training ground. Going to the battlefield? Aren't we at peace now? Why do we still have to go to the battlefield? Uchiha Shizen was puzzled. Hadn't they already entered a period of peace? Why still go to the battlefield? Yes. Fujikawa-kun, shouldn't there be no war now? Who are we going to fight? T-Rune Kamaru was also puzzled. She hadn't received any news from her family. After all, being from a small clan meant their information was limited. Iron Koi was the same. But she didn't speak up, merely turning her head in confusion to look at Senju Fujikawa. Our fire country is at peace, but what about the other countries? They have long wanted to attack the fire country, especially since the resources are abundant. Just like the wind country, which is all desert and has a harsh life. They need to plunder others' resources to survive. And the earth country, which is all mountains, with many places barren of vegetation. The lightning country is also mostly high mountains. So naturally, their resources are not as plentiful as those in the fire country. As for the water country, even though it's by the sea, they still want to share the pie. So the four countries' ninja villages have united to directly attack us, Konoha. It seems we will be going to the battlefield soon. Senju Fujikawa looked at the three girls in front of him and explained with a slight smile. What? The four great hidden villages are attacking us, Konoha? Tuikawa-kun. Can we withstand that? They have four hidden villages, and we only have one. Uchiha Shizen had never been to the battlefield, so everything was unknown to her. She only knew that 4 against 1 would surely lose, right? After all, the numbers would crush them, so wouldn't it be very dangerous for them on the battlefield? You underestimate yourselves, the Uchiha clan, and the Senju clan too much. The village also has the Hyuga clan and other clans, all of which are not weak. The 4 great ninja villages attacking Konoha would just be like throwing eggs against a rock. A hint of disdain flashed in Iron Koi's eyes. Although she deeply hated the Uchiha clan, she had to admit their strength. Not to mention the Senju clan, known as the strongest clan in the ninja world. How could they possibly be weak? Now that Iron Koi had also awakened her Manjiki Sharingan, she had a clearer understanding of the Uchiha clan's strength. Although she didn't know how many pairs of Manjiki Sharingan the Uchiha clan had, their power had already been deeply imprinted in her mind. Going to the battlefield? I will definitely make it. I want to become stronger on the battlefield so that I can be qualified to be Fujikawa-kun's wife. Although he's already engaged to Uchiha Shizen, having one more shouldn't be a problem, right? Hee. T-Rune Kamaru looked at Senju Fujikawa, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. People strive to rise, and water flows downwards. She was not a woman who was content with mediocrity. She would bravely pursue the man she liked. And now that the Warring States period had just ended, there was no concept of monogamy. Having multiple wives was not an issue.